Chapter 161. Chapter 161. Chang Siyuan is not worthy of Suan. Isn't that Suan? But why is she here? Didn't she go to the city? Why is she with Chang Siyuan? All kinds of speculations and unease suddenly emerged in Lu Jinting's mind. It's her. Lu Jinting replied to Guo Miao. Fuck, why is Sister An with Director Chang? Are they watching a movie together? What's going on? Sister An is not dating Chang Siyuan, is she? Fuck, this pretty boy is not worthy of our Sister An. It would have been better if Guo Miao hadn't said it. After he did, Lu Jinting became even more panicked. Jiang Shu is not really dating Chang Siyuan, is she? But if they are not dating, how can the two of them watch a movie together? These days, in addition to friends, lovers like to watch movies together. Lu Jinting thought of the way Chang Siyuan looked at Suan before, and it was obvious that his eyes were full of affection. So, did Chang Siyuan successfully confess to Suan before him? If that were the case, Lu Jinting would regret it to death. Because he was planning to wait for Suan to come back from the city this time to confess to her. The reason why he didn't confess a few days ago was that Lu Jinting had been preparing. He had specially asked his friends to send a few sets of decent clothes and shoes from Beijing. Even if he wanted to confess to Suan, he had to dress himself up. He wanted to pay attention to his appearance to increase the chances of winning Suan's favor. He came to the county town today to pick up the package. As a result, as soon as the clothes arrived, Suan seemed to be snatched away by another man. Wouldn't Lu Jinting's heart be disappointed? After Guo Miao's complaints, Lu Jinting rarely agreed with him. Yes, the kid from the Cheng family is not worthy of an An. Guo Miao felt a little strange when he heard Lu Jinting say this. Was Brother Ting's address to Sister An too intimate? But what Guo Miao wanted to know now was whether Suan was dating Chang Siyuan, so he didn't worry about Lu Jinting's address to her. Brother Ting, let's go and see what's going on. Although Sister An is very powerful, she is a very simple person. We can't let her be easily seduced by men outside. What if she is cheated? Guo Miao treated Suan with concern as if she were his own sister, fearing that his cabbage would be taken away by a pig. No, they couldn't let the pig take it away. Lu Jinting also wanted to see what was going on, so the two of them went to the cinema together. While waiting for Guo Miao and Lu Jinting to catch up, Suan and Chang Siyuan had already bought tickets and entered the theater. So the two had to buy tickets and follow in. When they arrived at the inner theater of the cinema, they spotted Suan and Chang Siyuan in the dim light. The two of them sat in the back row behind them. Suan and Chang Siyuan naturally didn't notice Guo Miao and Lu Jinting following them. They sat down and waited for a while, and then the movie started. Suan was not very interested in movies of this era, but since she was there, she might as well watch it to kill time. The movie was a classic theme about the war of resistance against Japanese invaders. Suan and Chang Siyuan watched the film quietly. Guo Miao and Lu Jinting kept a close eye on Chang Siyuan, worried that he might take advantage of Suan during the movie. Fortunately, Chang Siyuan didn't make any moves and kept his hands to himself. This kid was still honest and decent. After the movie ended, Lu Jinting felt exhausted from waiting. He especially wanted to know whether Suan and Chang Siyuan were in a relationship. After watching the movie, Suan got up and left the cinema with Chang Siyuan. Guo Miao and Lu Jinting hurried to catch up. After they exited the cinema, Guo Miao took the initiative to approach them, pretending to meet and greet them by accident. Sister An, why are you here? What a coincidence. We are here to watch a movie too. You two are here to watch a movie together, are you dating? Chang Siyuan wanted to date Suan, but the question was whether Suan would give him the opportunity. Originally, Chang Siyuan had planned to confess to Suan after the movie, but he didn't expect to run into Guo Miao and Lu Jinting, who interrupted his plan. Suan hurriedly explained, no, Director Chang helped me. I invited him to dinner and a movie to express my gratitude. Suan didn't want people to misunderstand her relationship with Chang Siyuan. Hearing Suan's explanation, Lu Jinting's heart was immediately lightened. He had been worried that Suan and Chang Siyuan were dating, but now that he knew there was no relationship between the two, he felt that he was lucky to still have a chance. Guo Miao also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Suan's explanation. Fortunately, the cabbage was not eaten by the pig. Seeing that the movie was over and she happened to meet Guo Miao and Lu Jinting, Suan planned to go back to the production team with them. Director Chang, now that the movie is over and it's getting late, I'll go home first. If there's anything else, let's make an appointment next time. Chang Siyuan had no excuse to keep Suan, so he had to nod. Okay, then let's make an appointment next time. Yeah. After Suan responded, she looked at Guo Miao and Lu Jinting. Are you going back together? Both Lu Jinting and Guo Miao nodded. So the three of them set off toward the Yuto village production team. The three of them rode bicycles and soon arrived at the production team. Seeing Suan return, Lu Wanting and Sun Xinshin were happy to come to her. Sister An, you're back. And you're back. Seeing the two little girls, Suan couldn't help but smile. Noticing that it was getting late, Sun Xinshin asked Suan what she wanted to eat, and she would make it for her. Suan told Sun Xinshin to cook whatever she wanted. This girl was a good cook, and everything she made was delicious. Sun Xinshin went to the kitchen to prepare. There was some air-dried mutton at home, so they decided to make a mutton pot. There was also the air-dried chicken from before, which they planned to cut up with some potatoes and stew together. During this time, Sun Xinshin had made a lot of pickled vegetables, and she also took out a lot of pickled kimchi. It must be said that this little girl's cooking skills were excellent, and the pickled kimchi was very delicious. Suan thought that this kimchi was more authentic and tasty than what she had eaten in a Korean restaurant. Seeing that Suan liked to eat kimchi, Sun Xinshin planned to make her a portion of kimchi fried rice, thinking she would like that too. The five of them enjoyed dinner together that evening. As the weather had started to get cold, eating hot pot really made them feel comfortable. After eating and drinking, Suan washed up and then went to her soft big bed to sleep comfortably. Chapter 162. Chapter 162. Lu Jinting's Confession. The next day, Suan decided to stay home and rest for 2 days. After all, the firewood at home was nearly used up, so it didn't matter if she didn't go to collect more. Sun Xinshin prepared a hearty breakfast early in the morning. After Suan filled her stomach, she crossed her legs and began to chat with Lu Wanting and Sun Xinshin. While they chatted happily, Sun Xinshin kept her hands busy making cotton shoes. In winter, good winter clothes and cotton shoes are essential. She planned to make a pair for both Suan and Lu Wanting. While the three of them were engrossed in their conversation, they saw Gua Miao and Lu Jinting approaching. The two often visited, so their arrival was nothing unusual. However, this time, Lu Jinting's appearance instantly caught everyone's attention. Lu Jinting was already good-looking, but after dressing up, he looked even more charming. He wore a stylish windbreaker that made him appear taller and more elegant. Today, he had on a new pair of leather shoes, a stark contrast to his usual attire. It's often said that clothes make the man, and he certainly looked more striking in this outfit. Faced with such a dapper Lu Jinting, Suan couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Who doesn't appreciate looking at someone attractive? She was, after all, just a normal person who liked good-looking men. Noticing Suan's attention, Lu Jinting felt a surge of confidence. It seemed that his efforts to dress well had indeed seduced her interest. Lu Wanting walked up to Lu Jinting, circled around him a couple of times, then remarked, "Brother, you look really stylish today." Hearing his sister's compliment, Lu Jinting's mouth twitched. "What are you talking about?" "Brother, I'm just being honest. You're dressed so flamboyantly today that anyone who sees you might think you're trying to attract attention." Lu Jinting could only think. He glanced at Suan, and indeed Lu Wanting's observation was spot on. He was trying to attract attention, particularly from Suan. After Lu Wanting's teasing, Gua Miao scrutinized Lu Jinting and sensed something was off. In the past, Brother Ting didn't care much about his appearance or clothing. What had changed? If something was off, it meant Brother Ting must be plotting something. Could it be that Lu Wanting was right, and Brother Ting really intended to attract attention? Ignoring Lu Wanting, Lu Jinting turned to Suan and said, "Su Jiqing, I need to talk to you about something, just the two of us." Suan figured Lu Jinting wanted to discuss Huangzhong and the island country spies. "Okay." Suan stood up and followed Lu Jinting to the back of the house. "Okay, there's no one here. Su Jiqing, you can talk now." Lu Jinting mustered his courage and handed a small box to Suan. Looking at the box, Suan felt puzzled. This is a gift for you." Suan looked at Lu Jinting, confusion evident on her face. "Why are you giving me a gift?" Lu Jinting's cheeks flushed slightly. "Comrade Suan, I like you. Can we be together? This is a gift for you and I hope you can accept it." Suan was even more confused. She looked at Lu Jinting in disbelief. This man actually confessed to her and said he liked her? Suan really didn't expect this. She hadn't thought Lu Jinting had any romantic intentions toward her before. His feelings seemed so sudden. Caught in a daze, Suan didn't respond right away. Lu Jinting waited anxiously for her reply. When she remained silent, his mind began to race with worries. What did it mean that Suan didn't reply? Didn't she like him? Did she not have any feelings for him in that way? To show Suan his sincerity and desire to date her, Lu Jinting spoke again. "Suan, I like you and I hope you can give me a chance. If you agree to date me, I swear on my life and future that I will never let you down and will be loyal to you forever." Facing Lu Jinting's handsome face and sincere gaze, Suan felt it would be ungrateful not to at least consider his proposal. Lu Jinting still didn't get an answer from her, and his anxiety grew. Sweat beads began to appear on his forehead, a sign of his nervousness. He had never felt this nervous even during dangerous tasks or life-threatening situations before. "Is it okay? Give me a chance, and I will definitely be a partner that satisfies you." Finally, Suan spoke up. "I promise you, but I have a condition." Lu Jinting hurriedly asked, "What are the conditions?" I will do everything I can. If we are in a relationship, I will not tolerate any sand in my eyes. If you let me down and attract trouble, don't blame me for breaking your legs. Lu Jinting thought Suan would make some harsh demands, but he didn't expect her to propose such a basic condition. Even if Suan hadn't said this, Lu Jinting would have upheld it anyway. Loyalty in a relationship was the most fundamental and important thing to him. I can do it, and this is what I should do. Lu Jinting immediately expressed his commitment. Suan was very satisfied with Lu Jinting's prompt and unwavering response. Thinking about her lack of experience in love, she figured it would be nice to try dating a handsome guy now. After all, exploring the taste of love was worth it. If she found Lu Jinting suitable, she could consider marriage. If not, she would simply end things with him in the future. At least she would have had the experience of dating a handsome guy. Okay, since you agreed, from today on you are my partner. Upon hearing Suan accept his proposal, Lu Jinting felt a mix of disbelief and happiness, wondering if he was dreaming. Did Suan really accept him? Suan noticed Lu Jinting's silly reaction and found him quite endearing in that moment. Come here, since you are my man, let me stamp my approval. With that, Suan grabbed Lu Jinting by the collar and kissed him on the lips. In that moment, Suan looked like a domineering CEO, while Lu Jinting resembled a bashful little wife. Once Suan released him, Lu Jinting was still in shock, realizing he had just been kissed by Suan. Overwhelmed with joy that Suan had agreed to be with him, the kiss only added to his giddiness. Now that they were in a relationship, Suan accepted the gift from Lu Jinting, marking a new beginning for them both. Chapter 163. Chapter 163. Announcing the relationship with Lu Jinting. When Suan opened the gift box, she exclaimed, "Wow!" Lu Jinting had really outdone himself by giving her a foreign watch. It was an Omega, a brand renowned for its quality and style. In China, even an ordinary domestic watch isn't cheap these days. With a watch ticket, a basic watch typically costs over 100 yuan. For a prestigious foreign watch like this, the ticket would set you back several hundred yuan. Suan was particularly fond of handsome men, and she appreciated that Lu Jinting was both good-looking and generous. As she examined the exquisite watch, Suan had to admit that Lu Jinting had great taste. The delicate and beautiful design was impressive, and it didn't look outdated even for the 1970s and 1980s. By now, Lu Jinting had regained his composure. Seeing Suan admiring the watch, he asked, "And do you like this watch?" Suan responded without hesitation, "Yes." Lu Jinting continued, "Since you like it, can I help you put it on?" Suan had no objections and extended her wrist, allowing Lu Jinting to fasten the watch for her. As the watch settled on her wrist, Suan's satisfaction grew. Not bad at all. She had received a beautiful watch and gained a handsome partner. She felt she had struck gold. With the confession behind them, Suan decided it was time to return home. She had no intention of hiding their relationship from others. After all, if she had agreed to date Lu Jinting, they deserved to have a status together. Both men and women need a sense of security in relationships. Once back home, Suan called over Sun Xinxin, Lu Wanting, and Guo Miao. "Everyone, come here. I have some news to share." Seeing Suan's serious demeanor, curiosity piqued among her friends. "I'm dating." The moment Suan announced this, the room fell silent, and they all stared at her in shock. They hadn't expected her to suddenly be in a relationship. Why hadn't they heard any news before? The most perplexed of all was Guo Miao. Didn't Suan just deny dating Chung Siyuan? Why was she now claiming to have a partner? Was Suan's partner Chung Siyuan? Or was it someone else? Unable to contain his thoughts, Guo Miao blurted out, "Sisterin, which pig has you been lured by?" As soon as he spoke, Suan's mouth twitched. Lu Jinting, standing nearby, felt an intense urge to curse internally, thinking, "You're the pig, your whole family is pigs." Lu Wanting also chimed in anxiously, "Sisterin, who is your partner? Who is worthy of you?" In Lu Wanting's eyes, no one was truly worthy of her Sisterin. Sisterin was the goddess of her heart, and no one could tarnish that image. Suan found Lu Wanting's question amusing. She couldn't help but wonder how Lu Wanting would react if she knew her partner was, in fact, her own brother. However, Suan didn't want to tease them, so she lightly cleared her throat and said, "This is my partner. Since you all know him, there's no need for me to introduce him." After waiting for Suan to finish her sentence, Guo Miao and the others looked at her as if they had seen a ghost. It turned out to be Lu Jinting. Guo Miao was worried that a good girl like Suan would be taken away by someone unsuitable. He was wary of outsiders, but he never expected that someone close to him would take her away. He didn't know when his brother Ting fell in love with Sisterin or when they started dating. Guo Miao looked at Lu Jinting with resentment. He blamed Lu Jinting for being unethical and taking away Suan. He also blamed Lu Jinting for not telling him about such a big thing. Feeling that his brother didn't treat him like family, Lu Wanting didn't quite believe it, wondering if Suan was joking. "Sisterin, you are not kidding, right? Are you really dating my brother?" Suan felt that Lu Wanting's shocked reaction was a bit exaggerated. Yes, I am really dating your brother. Is there any problem? Lu Wanting forgot that her brother was still there and said what she was thinking directly, Sisterin, how can my brother be worthy of you? She felt that no one was worthy of Suan's Sisterin was the best, and she shouldn't be with someone who might taint her. Lu Jinting glanced at Lu Wanting and felt hurt. Was she still his sister? Suan smiled and said, I think your brother is very good. I am willing to try to date him. We just confirmed our relationship. No matter what the future holds, at least I am willing to try to go on now. Hearing Suan's answer, Lu Wanting was silent for a while. Although she felt that no one was worthy of Suan, it would be nice if Suan could marry her brother and become her sister-in-law. It would be better than marrying someone else. If she really becomes her sister-in-law, then they will be a family in the future and can stay together often. Lu Wanting became excited just thinking about it. Guo Miao also began to try to accept it. Instead of letting Suan be taken away by others, it is better to let Brother Ting take her away. At least there is no need to worry that Brother Ting will treat Suan badly. Sun Xinxin, on the other hand, accepted it faster than Lu Wanting and Guo Miao. She thinks Suan is a very good person, and Lu Jinting is not bad either. In fact, Lu Jinting is tall and handsome, and his family background is not bad. Together with Suan, the two can be regarded as a perfect match. As for the fact that Lu Jinting cannot have children, Sun Xinxin had already learned the truth from Lu Wanting. Lu Jinting has no physical problems, and he deliberately said that just to get rid of the entanglement of those ants in the team. Sun Xinxin smiled and said to Suan and Lu Jinting, and in Lu Jiqing, congratulations. Lu Jinting felt that among these people, Sun Xinxin was the most cute, unlike Guo Miao and Lu Wanting who spoke out to attack and oppose. Thank you, Sun Jiqing. Lu Jinting nodded to Sun Xinxin to thank her. Lu Wanting did not congratulate, but said from Lu Jinting, brother, since you and Sisterin are dating, you must be nice to Sisterin in the future. If I find out that you bully Sisterin in the future, I will definitely be rude to you and help Sisterin deal with you. Lu Wanting said, and waved her fist at Lu Jinting threateningly. In the past, Lu Wan knew that her fighting ability was not as good as her brother, but now it is not necessarily the case. Now she is training with Sisterin, and her ability has been rapidly improved. If they really compete, if they try their best, Lu Wanting feels that she may not be able to beat Lu Jinting. So if her brother really dares to bully Suan and make Suan feel wronged, she will definitely help her out. Chapter 164. Chapter 164. Understanding Lu Jinting's family situation. Lu Jinting glanced at Lu Wanting, wondering if he was truly her biological brother. Why was his position in her heart not as high as Suan's? Never mind, they were all family anyway. If Lu Wanting liked Suan and protected her more, Lu Jinting was happy to see it happen. Guo Miao stood aside, grinning at Lu Wanting. Wanting, you don't have to worry about this. Brother Ting would never dare to bully Sister An. If he dared to bully Sister An's fists wouldn't be vegetarian. Who would suffer at that time? After hearing Guo Miao's reminder, Lu Wanting remembered that Sister An's fighting power was unmatched, and even a biological brother might not be able to get any benefits in front of her. So it was really hard to say who would bully whom. Lu Jinting. How could they think of him like this? The person he finally chased after was meant to be pampered, not bullied. There was no need to worry about whether Suan would be bullied by him. Suan also felt that there was no need to worry. If Lu Jinting dared to bully her, she would teach this man a lesson. And she had legs and could run by herself. What was the point of dating someone who was not good to her? So Suan said proudly, don't worry, I am lucky not to bully others. If anyone bullies me, I will definitely not let him off easily. Since Suan said so, and she had also gotten together with Lu Jinting, everyone naturally expressed their blessings on this matter, and hoped that Suan and Lu Jinting would be happy together. Suan ordered Sun Xinxin, today is a good day for me to have a partner. You should make more delicious food at noon, just as a celebration for me. Sun Xinxin immediately responded, okay sister, no problem, I'll go right away. Do you want to eat? As for what to eat, no one cared. They just listened to Sun Xinxin's arrangements. Anyway, this girl's cooking skills are good, and everything she cooks is delicious. Seeing that everyone was not picky, Sun Xinxin went to the kitchen to figure out a few dishes by herself. Suan pulled Lu Jinting to sit down and rest. Lu Jinting sat down next to Suan. Since the two of them were dating now, she, as a partner, had to ask and understand the specific situation of Lu Jinting. Suan asked about Lu Jinting's family situation and his personal career. Lu Jinting naturally did not hide this and explained it to Suan honestly. The population of the Lu family was not complicated. He had 4 brothers and sisters. Lu Jinting, Lu Wanting, and 2 twin brothers. In this era, basically every family would have many children. Lu Jinting had 4 brothers and sisters, which was not considered a lot at that time. Suan had never met Lu Jinting's other 2 brothers, so she didn't know what they were like. But she knew that Lu Wanting had a good personality. A family that could raise such a girl would not be too bad. As for Lu Jinting's career, he belonged to the Special Operations Team. People in the Special Operations Team often had to perform various special tasks. This time Lu Jinting and Guamiao came to the Yuto Village production team as educated youth to perform tasks. The mission has been completed, so Lu Jinting and Guamiao will have to leave the Yuto Village production team soon. Speaking of this, Lu Jinting is quite sad. He has just confirmed his relationship with Suen. If he completes the mission and leaves the Yuto Village production team, he will have to live in a different place from Suen. After explaining his own situation, Lu Jinting began to introduce his parents' occupations. Lu Jinting's parents are both very powerful. In fact, the Lu family may be more powerful than the Shen family in Beijing. Lu Jinting's grandfather is the commander of the army, and both Lu's father and mother hold important positions in state departments. So Suen is marrying up to Lu Jinting without the support of the Shen family. But it's hard to say about feelings. Lu Jinting has met many female comrades who are well-matched, but none of them are interested. Suen listened to Lu Jinting's explanation of his family situation while eating melon seeds. Finally, she paused her movements, looked at Lu Jinting, and asked seriously, Lu Jinting, I believe you have investigated my conditions before. Do you think your family conditions are so good? Will your parents and family agree to let you be with me? Can they accept my background? I think the gap between us is too big, and we are not on the same level at all. Lu Jinting replied to Suen very seriously, and then I can make my own decisions on my life events, and my parents and family will not interfere. You can rest assured about this. Although Lu Wanting felt that her own brother was marrying up to Suen, she also hoped that Suen could marry into their family and become her sister-in-law. It is said that good things should not flow to outsiders, and it is better for her brother to benefit from other men. It just so happened that she didn't want to leave sister-in. If Suen really married her brother and became her sister-in-law in the future, they would not have to separate. So Lu Wanting helped Suen and said, Sister-in, you have to be more confident. With such good conditions, who dares to look down on you? And my parents are not that kind of people, don't worry about this. Seeing that the brother and sister were so talkative, Suen felt relieved. If they really don't agree, then forget it. At most she can kick Lu Jinting out and find another one. The world is so big. Are you afraid that you can't find a good-looking little brother? Suen didn't dwell on this matter anymore. After waiting for a while, Sun Xinshin prepared lunch, and several people sat at the dining table happily and started eating. In the afternoon, Suen had nothing to do and continued to lie at home. While Suen was resting, Lu Jinting took Guamiao up the mountain to collect firewood. He had to take a look by the way to see if there was any game on the mountain and bring it back for Suen's meal. Before, they relied on Suen to hunt, but he was a big man, and Lu Jinting felt that he couldn't expect a female comrade to hunt for him, right? Guamiao didn't want to move and wanted to rest at home. He was very tired from carrying out this mission. Before completing the mission, he had to go up the mountain to investigate or do other things every day. Now that the mission is finally completed, he has to lie down at home for a few days and have a good rest? Seeing that Guamiao was unwilling to move, Lu Jinting urged him, we can't stay here for too long, so let's stock up some firewood and game for them before we leave. Thinking that the winter in the northeast is so cold, it will be difficult to survive if we don't stock up some firewood. It is also necessary to stock up some game. After all, it is inconvenient to go into the mountains in winter when the mountains are closed due to heavy snow. It is better to hunt more game in advance and store it, so that Suen and the others can keep it and eat it slowly. Now that the weather is cold, the game brought back can be dried directly or pickled, and it can be stored for a long time without going bad. Guamiao understood what Lu Jinting meant. This guy forgot his brothers after he got a wife. Sure enough, the treatment of his wife is different from that of his brothers, and he doesn't feel sorry for him at all. Chapter 165. Chapter 165. Calling Suen to see gossip. However, thinking about how he had eaten a lot of delicious food following Suen during this period, Guamiao felt that it was his duty to help store more firewood and game for Suen's sake, not for Lu Jinting's sake. So Guamiao, who had already been lying on the Kong, struggled for a while and continued to climb down from the bed. Let's go. The two of them headed towards the mountain together. Suen was lying at home taking an afternoon nap. But Sun Xinshin and Lu Wanting were not idle. The two girls were busy making pickled vegetables. Lu Wanting was responsible for washing, and Sun Xinshin was responsible for pickling. In addition to pickled vegetables, Sun Xinshin also made some salted duck eggs. Before the cold winter, if they wanted to live comfortably, they had to prepare all the things that needed to be prepared. The two of them could handle it completely, so naturally there was no need for Suen to lend a hand. Just as the two of them finished, gossip came from the brigade. The two of them didn't care about the work in their hands, so they quickly knocked on Suen's door, wanting to drag Suen to watch gossip together. Suan asked what happened. Sun Xinxin said, Aunt Fengxiao came and called us to go and see the fun. Suan immediately became energetic when she heard that there was something fun to see. It was so boring to have nothing to do at the moment. She was just feeling bored. And now that there was something fun, she had to go and see it. So the three young girls went out together immediately. They didn't need to find a place, just follow the direction the team members were running. Suan and the others quickly arrived at the place where the team members were crowded. Unfortunately, there were too many people inside, and Suan and the others couldn't squeeze in. Seeing that they couldn't squeeze in, Suan saw Su Fengxia, and immediately pulled her and asked, Aunt Fengxia, what happened? Why are there so many people? Seeing Suan asking, Su Fengxia naturally talked to Suan about gossip with great interest. Suan could see that there was no aunt in the countryside who didn't like gossip. When Su Fengxia talked about gossip, her eyes were so bright that they were like Ultraman, almost shining. Su Fengxia roughly explained the matter. It was a female educated youth in our production team who seduced someone. She was doing it with someone, but was caught by the man's wife. Suan asked, who is it? Which female educated youth? Suan was also very curious. Shenrui, that woman, was gone. Who could do such a thing? It was Su Nana, the educated youth Su. The man she seduced was called Wang Guangsheng. He already had 3 children. You say, hooking up with a man with children, isn't this destroying other people's families? TSK, disgusting. Suan agreed with Su Fengxia's words. The man and the woman were unmarried, and the two of them were together, which was actually nothing. The atmosphere of this era was relatively conservative, and premarital sex in later generations should not be too normal. But seducing someone who already had a family was called being a mistress. This kind of thing is shameful whether in this era or in later generations. Su Nana and Suan had met before, but they didn't expect her to be this kind of person. As Su Fengxia spoke, Suan heard screams from the crowd. Suan was even more curious now. Was this scene very intense? She was so curious that she wanted to see what was going on with her own eyes. Suan originally thought that she was quite skilled and could squeeze in to see what was going on. Then Suan found that she was thinking too much. No matter how powerful she was not as powerful as those ants who wanted to gossip. Those people squeezed in one by one and Suan couldn't squeeze in at all. Forget it, if you can't squeeze in, you can't squeeze in. Suan planned to give up and not squeeze in. So Suan stepped aside, looked around and soon found a big tree next to it. If you climb the tree, can't you watch the excitement? Suan walked towards the tree, thinking of Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin, so he asked the two of them, do you want to come up and watch the excitement? The two instantly understood what Suan meant. Yes. They didn't want to miss out on gossip. Seeing that the two also wanted to see gossip, Suan and Lu Wanting first got Sun Xinxin up the tree, followed by Lu Wanting, and Suan was the last one to climb the tree. After they climbed the tree, they immediately saw the excitement in the crowd. At this time, Su Nana's clothes were torn into a mess. There was also a woman, who should be Wang Guangsheng's wife, who was pressing Su Nana and beating her, pulling her hair. The scene was so brutal that even Suan felt it was brutal. Sure enough, you can't mess with women. Seeing Su Nana being beaten, no one stepped forward to dissuade her, because everyone understood Wang Guangsheng's wife. If it were them, they might beat her more fiercely than Wang Guangsheng. Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting obviously had never seen such a scene, and they both called it terrible. Having said that, they had contact with Su Nana, but they didn't expect her to be such a person. How could she do such a thing as snatching someone else's husband? After all, she was an educated youth who went to the countryside from the city. It really brought shame to them. After Wang Guangsheng's wife was furious, she finally calmed down a little. At this time, Wang Weihua also rushed here to deal with it. Seeing this situation, Wang Weihua didn't know what to say. His first reaction was that if this indecent incident happened, would it affect the selection and evaluation of the Yuto Village production team? Young Su worked hard to win glory for the production team, but these people deliberately dragged them down. At this time, having an affair between men and women was very serious. Wang Weihua discussed with the brigade cadres how to deal with these two people. He didn't want to make a big deal about it, but the problem was that so many people saw it, and it was not easy to make a small matter. Let's hand it over to the commune and see how the commune handles it. However, according to Wang Weihua's guess, most of them will be sent to the farm for reform. After waiting for the decision on the handling of this matter, Wang Weihua let the team members disperse. At the same time, Wang Weihua also reminded the team members that they must correct their thoughts and not make the same mistake as Su Nana. Female comrades must be decent and have an affair with men and women. After watching the excitement, Suan also jumped down from the tree. When the three of them went back together, they saw Lu Zhenting and Guamiao coming back with firewood, and both of them were holding a wild rabbit in their hands. Seeing that they had just returned, Lu Wanting said, "You came back too late and missed a lively event." Guamiao was also a gossiper. Hearing what Lu Wanting said, he hurriedly asked, "What lively event?" Lu Wanting roughly told him about it. After listening, Guo Miao said with a lack of interest, "It's nothing. Brother Ting, sister and I saw how Jianxi having sex with someone in the wild." Chapter 166. Chapter 166. Flirting and then running away. "Good man," Guo Miao mentioned, reminding Suan of the 2 white buttocks she had seen at the beginning, which were truly eye-catching. As a gay man, Guo Miao didn't feel embarrassed saying this, but Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin blushed after hearing it. Seeing this, Suan hurriedly changed the subject. "You are lucky you even shot a hare." Guo Miao chuckled. "It's okay, sister and brother Ting and I are not as good as you can shoot more game in one trip." Although there was only 1 hare, it was better than nothing. Sun Xinxin took the hare to deal with it, and they could eat rabbit meat in the evening. After a day's rest, Suan planned to go hunting in the mountains the next day instead of resting at home. She thought that she really needed to shoot more game and prepare more food before winter. In addition to keeping some for herself, Suan planned to send more to Su Wei and the other children. The children are too thin, and they can grow stronger if they eat more meat. So the next day, Suan continued to walk up the mountain with Guo Miao, Lu Zhenting and Lu Wanting. Lu Zhenting and Lu Wanting were responsible for collecting firewood, Suan and Lu Zhenting were responsible for hunting, and the 4 of them split into 2 groups. This was proposed by Lu Zhenting, mainly because he wanted to have a chance to be alone with Suan. He and Suan were already in a relationship, how could they get close with someone else around? Suan had the same idea, so after Lu Zhenting brought it up, it was exactly what she wanted, and Suan naturally agreed without hesitation. Lu Wanting and Guo Miao were both sensible people, and they had to satisfy the young couple who wanted to spend some time alone. Suan and Lu Zhenting went to find game in the mountains together. After walking for a while, Suan stepped on a stone which was very smooth, and she slipped and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lu Zhenting caught her in time, so Suan fell directly into Lu Zhenting's strong arms. The smell of male hormones went straight into Suan's nose. When Suan reached out and pulled Lu Zhenting, she felt the strong muscles on his body. This man is so attractive that she couldn't help but want to take advantage of him. Suan is a person who does whatever she wants, and she won't be embarrassed because she is a lesbian. After she had a crush on Lu Zhenting, she grabbed his collar and kissed him on the lips. Lu Zhenting obviously didn't expect Suan to take the initiative to kiss her again. It was different from the first time Suan kissed him. The first time Suan kissed him, she just kissed him lightly on the lips and stamped it. But this time Suan kissed him and stayed for a long time. Lu Zhenting's mind went blank for a while, and then he realized what was going on. Thinking that this kind of thing is initiated by gay men, it seems inappropriate to let Suan, a lesbian, do this. So Lu Zhenting changed from passive to active, directly put his arms around Suan's waist and deepened the kiss. It was the first time for both of them, and they seemed a little clumsy. They were kissing each other instinctively. Lu Zhenting just thought Suan was very sweet, and this sweet taste was very fascinating. As they kissed, Lu Zhenting felt his body getting hot. Suan felt Lu Zhenting's body reaction. She felt that Lu Zhenting seemed to have poked her, so she simply reached out and grabbed a certain part of Lu Zhenting. She first measured the size by feel. If Lu Zhenting was really not good in this aspect, Suan would definitely not agree. After all, happiness in this aspect was more important. Fortunately, after Suan figured it out, she was immediately very satisfied. With this size, her happiness is guaranteed in the future. Lu Zhenting never thought that Suan would do this. His body tensed up immediately, but the 2 of them were not in a relationship yet, so Lu Zhenting could only hold back from touching her. It was not a pleasant feeling to be teased by Suan but have to hold back. Lu Zhenting complained to Suan pitifully, but Suan acted as if nothing had happened, grinning and saying, "Okay, let's go, we still have to continue hunting." "Okay." Lu Zhenting responded a little aggrievedly. "Little girl, you ran away after flirting and are not responsible for him." But Lu Zhenting could only adjust himself and catch up with Suan. After walking for a while, the 2 of them were lucky enough to meet a group of wild boars again. This time there were not only several big wild boars but also several small wild boars. It was good to have small wild boars. Suan suddenly wanted to eat roast suckling pig. The meat of this kind of small piglets is much more tender. Suan got excited thinking about this, and quickly went to catch the wild boar. Lu Zhenting's reaction was not slow either. He caught up with the wild boar and chopped it with tools. Suan knew that Lu Zhenting's skills were not as good as hers, so she asked him to catch the small wild boar while she dealt with the big wild boar. The danger was left to her. She didn't want to see her man get hurt. Lu Zhenting knew that Suan's strength was above his, so when Suan asked him to deal with the small wild boar, he didn't think she was looking down on him. The 2 cooperated very well. While waiting for Lu Zhenting to catch a few small wild boars, Suan also solved a few big wild boars. This time the harvest was really not small. With so much wild boar meat, the team members could enjoy a hearty meal. Suan left a whole wild boar and said to Lu Zhenting, "Let's come over tonight and secretly transport this wild boar back." Lu Jinting nodded. Okay, no problem. Lu Jinting guessed what Suan meant and estimated that she wanted to embezzle it. If they went down the mountain directly now, they couldn't manage to take it all. So Suan carried 2 big wild boars and 1 small wild boar, while Lu Jinting was responsible for 1 big wild boar and 2 small wild boars. Before the 2 of them went down the mountain, they met Guamiao and Lu Wanting halfway. The little wild boar was taken care of by Guamiao and Lu Wanting, allowing Suan and Lu Jinting to reduce their burden and go down the mountain faster. Not long after, the 4 of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. Seeing Suan carrying a wild boar back again, the team members were excited. Manhwahua happily called the team members to deal with the wild boar and divide the pork. Seeing that Suan and his team had killed the wild boar and let the Yuto village production team members enjoy meat, Manhwahua once again felt the gap between the educated youth and the educated youth was too big. This time, the commune's treatment of Su Nana was decided. Like Shun Rui, she was sent to the farm for reform. Manhwahua did not expect these educated youth, who went to the countryside, to be as capable as Suan. It would be good if they could not cause trouble and not lose face for the team. With 3 big wild boars, the team members could get a lot of meat. Manhwahua first asked Suan how much she wanted. Suan didn't want much, just a small wild boar. After all, she had left a big wild boar for herself on the mountain, so there was no need to give her so much. She wanted the team members to share more. She could always go up the mountain again when she wanted to eat meat, but it was not easy for the team members to enjoy meat. Chapter 167. Chapter 167. Giving Lu Jinting a status. The team members were deeply moved when they saw that Suan had paid so much but only wanted a little wild boar. Su Jiqing is truly a good person with a high level of awareness. Suan felt unworthy of the praise from the team members. She didn't think she was as good as they claimed. Taking a little wild boar, Suan headed back home. After bringing the little wild boar back, Suan asked Sun Xinshin, "Can you make roast suckling pig?" Sun Xinshin quickly nodded. "What's so difficult about this? Roast suckling pig is a simple dish for me." Seeing that Sun Xinshin could handle it, Suan handed the little wild boar to her. "You take care of this. We will have roast suckling pig tonight." Sun Xinshin took the little wild boar and immediately went to prepare it. Hearing that they could eat roast suckling pig in the evening, the others became greedy, feeling lucky to follow Suan, who always had plenty of meat. Of course, Sun Xinshin's contribution could not be ignored. If it weren't for her, no one could make such a delicious dish. Since the team members were also given wild boar meat that day, when the aroma of meat wafted out of Suan's house again, it didn't stir up jealousy among others. Sun Xinshin processed the wild boar quickly. After it was cleaned and marinated, she brushed it with honey and began to roast it slowly. They decided to roast it outside in the yard. The firewood was lit, and the little wild boar was placed on the rack, turning it back and forth to prevent burning. The portion of a little wild boar was substantial. Even for Suan, who had a big appetite, it was enough for the 5 of them. During this time, Sun Xinshin prepared lettuce and dipping sauce for the barbecue. It wasn't enough to just eat meat. She also prepared a staple food. The staple food was simple: steamed buns made from white flour. Suan watched the fire carefully to prevent it from burning. After a while, the wild boar began to sizzle, releasing oil and filling the air with a delicious meat aroma. Once it was finally roasted, they sliced the suckling pig meat, dipped it in the sauce and wrapped it in lettuce. Even after eating a lot, they didn't feel sick. After the meal, Suan rubbed her stomach, feeling satisfied. Such a day was definitely something she could never have dreamed of before. When night fell, Suan and Lu Jinting went back up the mountain to retrieve the hidden wild boar. After bringing it back, Suan didn't rush to deal with it, deciding to wait until the next day. There was no need to hurry. The next day, Suan was surprised when Lu Jinting showed up early in the morning to help process the wild boar. She felt that her man was not only handsome but also capable. This wild boar weighed more than 200 kilograms. Suan decided to give 5 caddies of wild boar meat to the Zhang family, and another 5 to Wu Mingzhong. They kept 20 caddies for themselves, and Suan instructed Sun Xinshin to rub salt on the rest and pickle it. After all, pickled meat could be preserved for a longer time. Once pickled, it could be kept and eaten slowly, and there would be no issue eating it until the next spring. Suan made extra to send some to Su Wei and the other children. Seeing that Suan planned to pickle all of it, Sun Xinshin said, "Nen, it seems we don't have enough salt at home." Hundreds of caddies of meat required several bags of salt. There was still some left from previous purchases, but it wasn't enough for such a large quantity. Hearing Sun Xinshin's concern, Suan replied, "It's okay. I'll go to the county town to buy more." "How much do you need?" Sun Xinshin calculated, "Probably 5 more bags of salt, but Nen, you should buy a few extra bags as backup." Suan nodded. "All right, I'll buy a whole box when I go to the county town." She would probably hunt a lot of game in the future, all of which would need to be pickled with salt. If there wasn't enough salt, she would have to go to the county town to buy it, which could be quite troublesome. Fortunately, they had bicycles. If they didn't have bikes, it would take a long time to walk to the county town. Seeing that Suan was going to the county town, Lu Jinting immediately wanted to follow her. And then I will go with you, he said. Suan glanced at Lu Jinting and had no objections. She pushed out the bicycle. According to her original plan, she and Lu Jinting would each have one. But Lu Jinting suggested, and then there's no need for 2 bicycles. We can just ride one. It's hard for you to ride alone, so let me take you. Suan thought about it and agreed. Alright, that sounds good. Well, this man is quite considerate. So the 2 of them rode out on one bicycle. An auntie saw them immediately as they rode past. She noticed Suan and Lu Jinting riding together, with Suan's arms around Lu Jinting's waist, and her brows knitted tightly. The old auntie muttered to Suan, Son Jiqing, can you pay attention to the impact? Why are you so close to Lu Jiqing? Su Jiqing was just sent to the farm for having an affair. Are you going to follow Su Jiqing's example? I tell you, you educated youth who go to the countryside, don't do anything that will affect the reputation of our Yuto village production team. The corners of Suan's mouth twitched. Auntie, what are you talking about? When did Lu Jiqing and I have an affair? Are we the same as Su Jiqing? Su Jiqing hooked up with a married man, but Lu Jiqing and I are both unmarried. We are boyfriend and girlfriend, so what if we get closer? Hearing Suan's answer, the old aunt's eyes almost popped out. What? What? What did you say? Su Jiqing, you and Lu Jiqing are dating? Suan did not intend to hide the relationship between her and Lu Jinting. Yes, we are dating. Is there a problem? After hearing Suan openly confirm their relationship, Lu Jinting felt recognized and was given a status by Suan. He was very happy, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but rise. The old lady was so immersed in shock that she didn't respond to Suan's question for a while. Suan, uninterested in lingering, urged Lu Jinting to ride his bike quickly. Lu Jinting naturally listened, kicking the bicycle with his long legs, and they sped off. Once they were moving again, Lu Jinting said softly to Suan, and then sit tight. Be careful not to fall. Suan nodded, okay. She felt secure hugging Lu Jinting's waist. While some girls might feel shy or reserved in such a situation, Suan was not one of them. If she could touch her partner, she would. Why miss the opportunity? It must be said that Lu Jinting's body felt really good. Suan could feel the strong muscles beneath her hands. Alas, it was a pity that they were not married. Otherwise, she would have wanted to take things further with him. Chapter 168. Chapter 168. Yuan learns about the relationship. Lu Jinting also felt that Suan seemed to be taking advantage of him. However, he not only had no objections to being taken advantage of by her, but he was also very excited about it. The 2 rode their bicycles and soon arrived at the county town. Since Lu Jinting was the one riding, Suan saved a lot of effort that day. Suan sighed, appreciating how great it was to have a partner. Once in the county town, Suan went directly to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a box of salt. Lu Jinting asked, and do you want to look at other things? If you like anything, I'll buy it for you. Lu Jinting looked like a wealthy man, determined to treat Suan well since she was now his partner. Suan felt that it was rare for Lu Jinting to be so considerate. However, when she looked around the supply and marketing cooperative, she didn't find anything that she liked. The styles of clothes and shoes here were not as appealing as those in the city. Even if she needed to buy clothes and shoes, she would prefer to shop elsewhere. No, she replied. Hearing that Suan didn't want to buy anything and that he couldn't give her a gift, Lu Jinting felt a bit sorry, but he guessed the reason. There weren't many good things in the county. Later, he could ask his friends in Beijing to send him some items that Suan might like. After buying the salt, Suan picked up some daily necessities. Once they were done, she suggested that it was time to head back. However, on their way, they unexpectedly ran into Yuan. Seeing Yuan, Suan took the initiative to greet him. After all, they were acquaintances and it was polite to say hello. Yuan noticed Suan and Lu Jinting riding together and looking quite intimate, which immediately gave him a bad feeling. However, he masked his feelings and asked Suan, Comrade Suan, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. What are you doing in the county town? Before Suan could answer, Lu Jinting chimed in, we are here for a date. Lu Jinting knew that Yuan liked Suan, so he wanted to make it clear that he was now Suan's partner, and that Yuan should not entertain any thoughts about her in the future. Suan shot Lu Jinting a glance, surprised. Didn't they just come to the county town to buy salt? How did it turn into a date? But she didn't dwell on it. They were out alone together, so it was fine to treat it as a date. Yuan's face paled when he heard Lu Jinting's words. A date? Were they really in a relationship? Yuan hadn't confessed his feelings for Suan yet, and now she was already taken? He took a moment to compose himself, feeling an unsettling mix of shock and disappointment. Comrade Suan, Comrade Lu Jinting, are you dating? Chang Siyuan's voice was a bit hoarse as he asked, squeezing the words out with difficulty. Although Suan sensed that Chang Siyuan's reaction was strange, she nodded and confirmed, yes, Comrade Lu and I are dating. We confirmed our relationship yesterday. Hearing this, Chang Siyuan felt as if he had been hit even harder. They only confirmed their relationship yesterday? If he had been braver the last time they met, when Suan and Lu Jinting were not yet together, would he have had a chance? Now that they were officially a couple, it was too late for him to confess. Chang Siyuan felt a wave of regret wash over him. Just because he backed off last time, he gave up the woman he liked. Seeing Chang Siyuan's face getting uglier and uglier, Suan hurriedly asked, Director Chang, are you feeling unwell? Do you want to go to the hospital? Chang Siyuan hurriedly shook his head. No, I'm not feeling unwell. Comrade Su, Comrade Lu, congratulations. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Chang Siyuan felt that his steps were floating at this moment. If he faced Suan and Lu Jinting again, he was afraid that he would lose his composure, so he quickly found an excuse to leave. Suan didn't think much and followed Lu Jinting back on his bike. Along the way, Lu Jinting was in a good mood. He was glad in his heart that he got there first, otherwise such a good object would have been snatched away by Chang Siyuan. Suan bought things and returned to the production team. She found that many team members were staring at her as soon as she arrived at the production team. Suan was a little confused by these people. Why are they staring at her? What's so good about her? She has lived in the production team for so long. It's not like she hasn't seen her before. Soon, Suan knew why these people were looking at her. So the team leader's wife Tao Danny came to her house and asked Suan, little Su Jiqing, everyone in the team is saying that you and Lu Jiqing are dating. Is this true or false? Facing Tao Danny's gossipy eyes, Suan gave a very affirmative answer. Aunt Danny, this is true. Since Suan is dating Lu Jinting, it must be open and above board. Men and women are the same, they should be given a name. If Suan and Lu Jinting are dating, and Lu Jinting is unwilling to give her a name, Suan will definitely be angry. After Tao Danny got Suan's answer, her mouth was so wide that she could almost fit an egg. I didn't expect this to be true. Seeing Tao Danny's reaction, Suan wondered if she was exaggerating a bit. Hey, Tao Danny said, and sighed heavily again. Facing Tao Danny's exaggerated reaction, Suan asked, Aunt Danny, why are you sighing? I'm dating Lu Jiqing, is there any problem? If it were someone else, Tao Danny would definitely not meddle in other people's business. But Suan is different. Tao Danny treats Suan as her own junior. Since she treats him as her own junior, she will definitely not want Suan to suffer. So Tao Danny said to Suan in a serious manner, Little Su Jiqing, I think you are a very good female comrade. With your conditions, you can definitely find a partner with better conditions. As for Lu Jiqing, I admit that he is good-looking and capable. But he has problems in that area and cannot have children. If you marry him, won't you be a widow for the rest of your life? You are young now and don't understand these things. When you are older, you will understand. This man is not good, and a woman's happiness for life will be ruined. I treat you as a junior in the family, so I tell you this. I hope you can think about it carefully. Now you are still young, there is no need to rush to find a partner. You can slowly find a better one. Suan was very moved when she heard Tao Danny's earnest words. She knew that Tao Danny said these to her because she really cared about her. It is rare that there are so many people who treat her sincerely in this life. Chapter 169. Chapter 169. Sun Xinshin disappears. Suan smiled and responded to Tao Danny's kind dissuasion. Aunt Danny, if this is what you are worried about, then put your heart back in your stomach. Tao Danny was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Suan meant. Then she only heard Suan explain, Aunt Danny, actually my boyfriend is quite normal in that aspect, there is no problem at all. He is worried about being entangled by those ants, so he deliberately made up this story for himself. Tao Danny. This Lu Jiqing is really a ruthless person. Lu Jinting can even make up such a thing for himself. Aunt Danny, now I tell you that there is no problem with my boyfriend in that aspect. Do you think I am a good match for him? Suan looked at Tao Danny's stunned expression, smiled and blinked at her and asked. Tao Danny came back to her senses and said, if Lu Jiqing has no problem in that aspect, well, you two can be considered a good match. But Auntie still thinks that you are too outstanding and no one is worthy of you. Suan said with a smile, Auntie Danny, you are praising me too much. I am not as good as you say. The two chatted for a while, and when they were waiting for Tao Danny to go home, they felt much more relaxed, not as heavy as when they came. When Tao Danny returned home, Wang Weihua asked about Suan's situation with concern. How is it? What did Su Jiqing say? She really dating Lu Jiqing? Tao Danny nodded, yes, they are really dating. Wang Weihua's face suddenly became ugly. Seeing her husband like this, Tao Danny knew what he was thinking, so she explained, they are dating, but Su Jiqing said that Lu Jiqing has no health problems. Lu Jiqing was worried that those aunties would entangle him, so he deliberately made up. Wang Weihua really didn't expect it. This Lu Jiqing really doesn't care about a man's face. However, after knowing this news, Wang Weihua's worried heart also let go. Wang Weihua muttered, since Lu Jiqing's story is fabricated, I guess Guo Jiqing's family situation is also fabricated. Don't reveal this matter first, say whatever you want to say outside, don't cause trouble for Lu Jiqing and Guo Jiqing. Tao Danny responded, okay, I won't talk about this for now. In the next 2 days, Suan went up the mountain to hunt as usual. The luck has been good these days and every time he went up the mountain he got a lot of goods. But after they came back from the mountain that day, they found that Sun Xinshin was missing. Usually, they went up the mountain to hunt or collect firewood without taking Sun Xinshin. This girl had her own things to do at home so she didn't follow. In broad daylight, there were so many people in the production team so Suan felt that Sun Xinshin would probably not encounter any danger. Who knew that after they came home that day, Sun Xinshin disappeared. Suan and Lu Wanting initially thought that Sun Xinshin might have gone out for something, so they waited for her at home for a while. But after waiting for 2 hours they didn't wait for Sun Xinshin to come back. Even if Sun Xinshin had something to do, 2 hours would be enough to finish it. And if Sun Xinshin really had something to do, she would definitely notify them and would not leave alone without saying a word. Seeing that Sun Xinshin didn't come back, Suan and others went to the production team to look for her. But after searching for a while, they didn't find Sun Xinshin. Suan asked the team members again and asked if anyone had seen Sun Xinshin, but the team members all said they hadn't seen her. Suan wondered if Sun Xinshin had gone up the mountain to find them, so they went up the mountain and searched for a while, but still didn't see the girl. Suan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Could this girl have been abducted by human traffickers? After this idea came into his mind, the more Suan thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Sun Xinshin is very beautiful. It is normal for her to be targeted by human traffickers. As long as someone wants to cheat, there is always a way to cheat people. Seeing that it was almost dark, Suan was extremely anxious. Sun Xinshin had no ability to resist at all, so she must not let anything happen. At this time information was not well developed, and it was really difficult to find her if she was really missing. Some women were thrown into the mountains after being abducted, and could not escape for the rest of their lives. China is really too big. In such a large place with underdeveloped information, it is not easy to find a person. Not only Suan was worried about Sun Xinshin's situation, but Lu Wanting and others were also worried about Sun Xinshin. They spent this period of time together day and night, and their feelings for each other were very deep. Especially Sun Xinshin made all kinds of delicious food for them every day and fed them, and several people regarded Sun Xinshin as their own family. Thinking that something might have happened to Sun Xinshin, they were all extremely worried. When night came, even if Suan wanted to look for her, he couldn't do it anymore, so he could only come home to rest. But they planned to go to the county police tomorrow to report the case, and see if they could get more people from the police to help find Sun Xinshin. Because Sun Xinshin was not there at night, Suan and the others didn't sleep well. Mainly because they were worried about Sun Xinshin's situation. No one could sleep. At night, Suan probably slept for a while in a daze. When he got up early the next morning, Suan planned to find the police. But as soon as they opened the gate, they found a small note stuffed into their house. After Suan opened the small note and read it, his brows immediately frowned deeply. The small note said that if you want to find Sun Xinshin, you must designate Suan to go to the ruined temple in the west of the city alone. After receiving this small note, Suan immediately understood what was going on. The reason why Sun Xinshin disappeared this time was probably because of her, right? After receiving the small note, Suan notified others that she had to go to the ruined temple in the west of the city to see what was going on. Lu Jinting frowned and said, "And could this be a trap? A trap to lure you over? Maybe those people are coming for you. If you really go, there will definitely be danger." Guo Miao also agreed, "Yes, and most of these people are coming for you and you will fall into their trap if you go over." How could Suan not know that this might be a trap? But even if she knew it was a trap, Suan had to go. If she went over, there was at least hope of rescuing Sun Xinshin. If they don't go, there will be no hope at all. Suan really regards Sun Xinshin as a friend, and of course he will not ignore this girl. "I know I will be careful. If I don't go, who knows what kind of accident may happen to Xinshin." Lu Jinting and others did not stop Suan's decision, because they also knew that if they wanted to save Sun Xinshin they had to go. "And then I'll go with you." Lu Jinting was worried about Suan being alone, so he had to go with her. Guo Miao also said, "I'll go too." Seeing that Lu Jinting and Guo Miao were going, Lu Wanting felt that she must not be left behind. Let's all go and take a look. Chapter 170. Chapter 170, Revenge from Shan Rui. Although the note specified that only Suan could go in alone, Lu Wanting and the others could not show up. Several people were worried about Sun Xinshin's safety, so they hurriedly rode their bikes to the ruined temple in the west of the city. An hour later, they arrived at the ruined temple in the west of the city. Suan asked Lu Jinting and the others to guard outside. Since she was specified to go in alone, if someone else went in, it might bring danger to Sun Xinshin. This temple has been abandoned. In recent years, feudal superstitions have been eliminated, and such places are not allowed to worship. The abandoned temple has accumulated a lot of dust. After entering the temple, Suan realized that there were already several people waiting for her inside. As soon as she entered, the two men and a woman standing there all looked at her. Suan knew this woman, who was Shun Rui, who was sent to the farm for reform. When Suan saw Shun Rui here, she understood why this matter was directed at her. It was Suan who sent Shun Rui to the farm for reform, so this woman wanted to take revenge on her. But Shun Rui knew that it was not easy to attack Suan directly, so she tied up Sun Xinshin to lure Suan out. Shun Rui's sinister eyes swept up and down at Suan. This woman finally showed up. Haha, this bitch hurt her so badly. She finally had the chance to get revenge today. When Shun Rui saw Suan, she said sarcastically, Suan, you really came. Suan looked at Shun Rui's smug face and said coldly, yes, I'm here. Do you have to let Sun Xinshin go? At this time, Sun Xinshin was tied up, and there was a knife against her neck, just to prevent Suan from taking any action. Shun Rui snorted, let her go? I can let her go, but I have to tie you up first before I can let her go. Shun Rui said and took out a bundle of ropes. Come here, I'll tie you up first and then let Sun Xinshin go. If you cooperate obediently, Sun Xinshin will be fine. If you don't cooperate, then she will be in danger. Suan naturally ensured Sun Xinshin's safety first and cooperated with Shun Rui. Okay, I'll come over for you to tie, Suan said and walked towards Shun Rui in cooperation. Shun Rui was not afraid of Suan's tricks. After all, Sun Xinshin was still in their hands. As long as Suan dared to act rashly, Sun Xinshin would die. Suan's degree of cooperation exceeded Shun Rui's expectations. Seeing Suan like this, Shun Rui was happy but also worried that she would play some tricks. After Shun Rui tied Suan's hands and feet tightly with the rope, he was relieved. Now, no matter how capable Suan is, he can't play tricks with his hands and feet tied. After Suan was tied up, he asked Shun Rui, now you have tied me up and I am at your disposal. You should let Xinshin go, right? Shun Rui's target was not Sun Xinshin. She had been targeting Suan from the beginning. Now that Suan was tied up, Sun Xinshin was useless. Shun Rui gestured to the other two men. Then the ropes tied around Sun Xinshin were untied. Get out of here. Sun Xinshin was pushed and urged to leave. However, Sun Xinshin had no intention of leaving, but looked at Suan. Her eyes were red. Suan put herself in danger in order to save her. How could Sun Xinshin be willing to leave when she thought that these people would definitely hurt Suan? Suan gave Sun Xinshin a look. Go quickly, don't worry about me. But Suan gave Sun Xinshin a reassuring look. Sun Xinshin gritted her teeth. Although she was worried about Suan, she still listened to Suan's opinion. She knew that she had no ability, and if she stayed here, she would become a burden to Suan. Thinking of this, Sun Xinshin felt that she couldn't stay here anymore. Sun Xinshin hurriedly ran out of the ruined temple. Seeing that Sun Xinshin had left the ruined temple and Lu Jinting and others were outside to meet her, Suan felt relieved. If there was no one who needed protection, Suan would not have to worry about them when fighting. Although she was tied up now, these ropes could not do anything to her. After Sun Xinshin came out, she saw Lu Jinting and the other two. Lu Jinting hurriedly asked about the situation inside. Seeing Lu Jinting asking about this matter, Sun Xinshin roughly told him the situation. Lu Wanting cursed in a low voice, I didn't expect it was that Shun Rui. She has been sent to the farm, why is she still obedient? Sun Xinshin said with red eyes, what should we do now? It will be dangerous for an N to be alone in there. Lu Wanting patted Sun Xinshin's shoulder and comforted her, Xinshin, don't worry for now, we will find a way together. Lu Jinting said, I'll sneak in and take a look first. Lu Wanting knew her brother's ability, so it would be better for him to go in and take a look. As for herself, although she was worried about Suan's situation, she also knew that she was not a professionally trained person, so she must not alarm the people inside and bring danger to Suan. At this time, Suan was tied up and lying on the ground. Shun Rui looked down at Suan and sneered, Suan, you have come to this day. You have hurt me so badly, I will make you pay the price. Shun Rui has already figured out how to deal with Suan. Let Suan die directly, this is not okay. Wouldn't it be a bargain for her if she died? Shun Rui thought that it would be better to torture Suan slowly. Isn't Suan so rampant just because he has some ability? She wants to cut off Suan's capital for being rampant. So Shun Rui ordered the two people around him, help me to break this woman's legs. I wonder how she can jump around after her legs are broken. After Shun Rui finished speaking, She smiled at Suan with a sinister look on her face. Suan, when your legs are broken, I will sell you to the mountains and let you give birth to a child for an old bachelor, so that you will never see the light of day in your life. At this time, Lu Jinting had sneaked into the ruined temple and heard what Shenrui said. Seeing Shenrui treat Suan so viciously, Lu Jinting's eyes were full of coldness. If this woman dared to hurt Suan, he would definitely pay her back double. Suan, lying on the ground, stared at Shenrui, thinking that he was too lenient in dealing with this woman. However, Shenrui could only fantasize about this. If she wanted to do something to her, she had to see if she really had the ability to do so. After hearing Shenrui's order, the two men had already approached Suan with hammers, and seemed to really intend to break Suan's legs. Just as the two were about to start fighting, the ropes tied to Suan suddenly flew away like in a martial arts novel. Suan held down the two men approaching her with one hand each, then stood up and slammed them heavily to the ground. Chapter 171. Chapter 171. Lu Jinting was shot. After the two men were hit hard on the ground, they were in so much pain that they could hardly get up. Because Suan's movements were so fast, Shenrui was still in a daze and didn't react. How could it be? How did Suan break free from such a thick rope? Shenrui had only heard of such things in novels, and this was the first time she saw it in real life. Not to mention Shenrui was shocked. Song Shurchin, who sneaked in, was also shocked. He knew that Suan was very strong, but he didn't know that Suan was so strong. Suan sneered at Shenrui. Dare to provoke me? You are looking for death. Suan was about to attack Shenrui. Who knew that at this time, Shenrui suddenly took out a gun from her pocket and shot it in the direction of Suan. Be careful. Seeing Shenrui's movements, Lu Jinting rushed in and pushed Suan away. Unfortunately, because Lu Jinting helped Suan block the gun, he was gloriously shot in the chest. Suan had never expected that Shenrui would be carrying a gun, so she was not prepared. If Lu Jinting had not appeared in time, she might have been shot. Damn, why did this woman have a gun in her hand? This was not the time for Suan to dwell on these things. When Suan saw that Lu Jinting was injured, a chill suddenly burst out of his eyes. Very good, this woman cannot be kept. After Suan knew that Shenrui had a gun, he was on guard. Shenrui was still planning to shoot Suan, but at this moment Suan made a quick decision and kicked the gun out of Shenrui's hand. Then Suan kicked Shenrui's ankle. Shenrui knelt in front of Suan in pain. You dare to shoot me? I think you are going to die, Suan said, and slapped Shenrui's face with two big slaps. Suan was really not polite this time. After she slapped Shenrui's face with two big slaps, not only did Shenrui's face swell, but one of her teeth was also blown away by Suan. Shenrui felt that her mouth was full of blood and her mouth was full of rust. Ooh! Shenrui screamed and cried. Suan, this bitch was too cruel. How could he treat her like this? What Shenrui couldn't understand was why Suan still had a chance to fight back even at this point. And the unlucky situation she imagined for Suan didn't happen at all. Guamiao and others heard the gunshots outside and were worried about the situation inside. But they were worried that they couldn't help if they went in but might get into trouble. So only Guamiao went in to check first. By the time Guamiao went in, the fight inside was over. At this time Suan tied up Shenrui and the two accomplices. These people will be sent to the police later and dealt with properly. After tying up these people and resolving the danger, Suan went to Lu Jinting and asked him, Lu Jinting, how are you? After Lu Jinting was shot in the chest, he lost a lot of blood and his face was a little pale. But Suan checked his condition. This guy is lucky. Although he was shot in the chest, it was not in the heart, so although it was a bit serious, it was not life-threatening. I'm fine and don't worry about me. Suan. This man was injured for her and bleeds so much. He told her not to worry about him. How could she not worry? Suan helped Lu Jinting up. I'll take you to the hospital now and help you get treated. We have to go to the hospital now and treat it in time. Otherwise, if Lu Jinting bleeds again, I'm afraid that there will be problems even if there were no problems before. Lu Jinting naturally had no objection and let Suan support him. Fortunately, Suan was very strong, otherwise she probably wouldn't be able to support him. As soon as Guamiao came in, he saw the scene of Lu Jinting being injured. Guamiao also stepped forward nervously and asked Lu Jinting, Brother Ting, what's the situation with you? Are you injured? Is it serious? Don't be in trouble. Suan said to Guamiao, I checked and there is no danger of life. I'll take him to the hospital now. You keep an eye on this and notify the police to come. Guamiao saw that there was still someone in the ruined temple, the instigator of everything this time. Okay, Sisterin, then you should take Brother Ting to the hospital as soon as possible. I'm here. Suan supported Lu Jinting and hurried towards the hospital. Walking was too slow, so Suan asked Lu Jinting to sit on the bicycle and she would ride him there. Suan asked Lu Jinting to hold her waist tightly, but be careful not to fall off the bike. So Lu Jinting hugged Suan tightly. When he hugged Suan, Lu Jinting felt that her body was fragrant and soft. He didn't know if all girls were like this. Suan rode the bicycle very fast and sent Lu Jinting to the hospital in a short while. Fortunately, they were in the county town, so they didn't waste too much time on the road. After waiting to be sent to the hospital, the doctor immediately arranged an operation for Lu Jinting, took out the bullet, and helped Lu Jinting stop bleeding. This time, Lu Jinting was indeed not in danger of life. Although he was hit by a bullet, it was not a vital position. If it was hit in a vital position, Lu Jinting might be in danger this time. Suan was relieved to hear the doctor say that Lu Jinting was fine. If Lu Jinting had any accidents, Suan would definitely feel bad. After all, Lu Jinting was injured because of her. Thinking of Lu Jinting rushing over to block the bullet for her without hesitation, Suan was very moved. The man she chose cared about her. Otherwise, he would not have disregarded his own life for her. Suan valued friendship. It was because of the lack of love in her previous life that she would double the return to those who were good to her. Now that Lu Jinting treated her like this, he could risk his life for her, and she would be able to do this for Lu Jinting in the future. Because of his injury, Lu Jinting needs to stay in the hospital for a few days before he can go back. Suan plans to stay here to take care of him these days. On the other side, Guimiao has notified the police to come and arrest Shen Rui and her 2 accomplices. Shen Rui committed kidnapping and murder this time. This time they notified the police directly, and this matter will definitely be sentenced severely. Lu Wanting knew that everything was Shen Rui's handiwork. Knowing that it was because of this woman that her brother was injured, she regretted letting her go last time. If she had known that there would be follow-up things, she and Suan would have sent her directly to prison instead of letting her go to the farm. But no one could have thought that Shen Rui was still not honest at this point and could cause such a big thing. The police came and took Shen Rui and others back to the police station directly. And Sun Xinshin and others had to go to the police station together to make a record of this matter. Although they were worried about Lu Jinting's situation, they had to complete the record first. Chapter 172. Chapter 172. Siyuan acts impartially. The police investigated and recorded the incident. In addition to Sun Xinshin and others, Shen Rui and others were also questioned. Every time Shen Rui came here, she never met Chang Siyuan. But this time when she was about to commit a crime, she actually met Chang Siyuan in the county bureau. Chang Siyuan was very shocked after learning what Shen Rui had done. He never expected that Shen Rui would kill someone. And the person she killed was none other than Suan, the woman Chang Siyuan cared about the most. Chang Siyuan's impression of Shen Rui was not bad before. After all, the Chang family and the Shen family knew each other, and Shen Rui acted like a relatively innocent girl in front of Chang Siyuan. As a result, how could such an innocent girl reach the point of killing someone now? Shen Rui was taken to the county bureau, knowing that she would probably not escape punishment this time. She had hurt Lu Wanting before, but she didn't make a fuss about it. She was just arranged to go to the farm. Now it's different. These people reported directly to the police, and Shen Rui will definitely go to jail. Actually, jail is a light punishment. Shen Rui is most worried about whether she will be shot. Although it is not easy to live now, at least there is hope if she is alive. If she dies, there will be no hope at all. Shen Rui now sees Chang Siyuan in the county bureau, just like seeing a life-saving straw. Brother Siyuan, I was forced. It was because that woman Suan framed me that I did it to her. If I hadn't been tricked by her, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Chang Siyuan saw Shen Rui begging him bitterly, and his brows were immediately tightened. He was very curious about why Shen Rui did it to Suan, and why he was so cruel. So Chang Siyuan sat down holding a pen and a notebook, asking and recording at the same time. What's going on? Tell me the situation in detail first. Shen Rui thought Chang Siyuan said this, and thought he believed her, and immediately told her the cause and effect of doing it to Suan. She hated Suan so much, nothing more than because Suan had persuaded her to give gifts to the secretary of the commune, causing her to be punished by the commune. If Suan hadn't tricked her first, she wouldn't have been forced to do such a cruel thing. In Shen Rui's description, she was so pitiful and wronged, and Suan was so vicious. After Shen Rui finished describing the matter, she continued to plead with Chang Siyuan, brother Siyuan. I know that my behavior is indeed wrong, but it is excusable. Even if I have to be punished, Suan, that bitch, can't be let off. Between Shen Rui and Suan, Chang Siyuan naturally believes in Suan more. He didn't have much contact with Shen Rui, so he didn't know much about her character, but Chang Siyuan felt that he still understood what kind of person Suan was. Suan helped the public security so many times. What does this show? It shows that Suan is a very upright and righteous person. In addition, Suan also helped so many helpless children. How could such a person do the things Shen Rui said? Chang Siyuan felt that Shen Rui might have deliberately thrown dirty water on Suan in order to get away with it. Before Chang Siyuan could respond to Shenrui, Lu Wanting, who heard their conversation, cursed directly. Shenrui, you are talking bullshit. Don't accuse Sister An for no reason. Do you have any evidence for what you said? Not only did you think of crooked ways, learning to give gifts and use the back door to get a place in the workers, peasants and soldiers university, but when something went wrong you pushed the blame on Sister An. Even if what you said was true, if you didn't have any improper intentions from the beginning, could you have resisted Sister An's instigation? Chang Siyuan agreed with Lu Wanting's words. Even if what Shenrui said was true, it was Shenrui's own fault. Who made her have improper thoughts from the beginning? If Shenrui didn't think of giving gifts through the back door, no one could cheat her. And she is so old, don't she have any ability to distinguish? Being cheated by others casually can only mean one thing, that is, she is too stupid. Shenrui asked Lu Wanting to defend Suen, and her eyes were red with anger. What she said was true, but no one around her believed her, and they all believed Suen. Shenrui could only look at Chang Siyuan pitifully. Brother Siyuan, others don't believe me, but you will believe me, right? I dare to slap my chest and swear that what I said is true, not a single lie. I was deceived by that bitch Suen, so now I am impulsive to want to retaliate against her. Chang Siyuan looked at Shenrui with a little indifference. Shenrui, we police must pay attention to evidence when handling cases. If what you said is true, you can cooperate to get evidence. If there is no evidence, we can't conclude that Comrade Suen did these things because of your statement. Brother Siyuan, why do you say that too? Don't you believe me? How come you were all deceived by that bitch? Shenrui's emotions collapsed more and more. Chang Siyuan still had a cold face. I don't disbelieve you, we police only pay attention to evidence when handling cases. Everything you said must be confirmed by evidence. If you don't have evidence, we can't convict others casually. Seeing Chang Siyuan say this, Shenrui's eyes were full of despair, and at the same time, her hatred for Suen was even stronger. Lu Wanting and the others breathed a sigh of relief. This Shenrui knew Chang Siyuan, and they were originally worried that Chang Siyuan would protect her. Now it seems that they don't have to worry about this. This Director Chang seems to be quite upright. Let such a person handle the case. I believe Shenrui will not escape the punishment she deserves. Lu Wanting and the others were busy with the record registration at the Public Security Department, and they planned to go to the hospital. Seeing that they were about to leave, Chang Siyuan asked them worriedly, how is Comrade Suen? Is she not injured? Lu Wanting replied, Sister An is fine, Director Chang, don't worry. Seeing that Suen was not injured, Chang Siyuan was relieved. Okay, I will notify you after we have a result on the case here. Lu Wanting responded politely, okay, thank you Director Chang. After talking, the few people left the county bureau and headed towards the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Guo Miao whispered to Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin, do you feel that Director Chang treats Sister An differently? He seems very concerned about Sister An. Before Guo Miao could finish his words, Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin guessed what he meant. Brother Guo Miao, are you saying that Director Chang likes my Sister An? Guo Miao nodded, yes, I noticed that there was something wrong with that guy a long time ago. Then you have to remind my brother. Don't let my sister-in-law be taken away by someone else. No. Matter what, Lu Jinting is her brother better than outsiders. Suen is such a good woman, so she must be given to her family and not to outsiders. Chapter 173. Chapter 173. Taking care of Lu Jinting in the hospital. Guo Miao nodded and said, of course not. Brother Ting must be more cautious. After all, ordinary people are not competitive with Brother Ting, but this Director Chang is incredible, not much worse than Brother Ting. Guo Miao knew a little about the situation of the Chang family. The Chang family is not much worse than the Lu family. As for Chang Siyuan's personal conditions, they are not much worse than Lu Jinting. So if Chang Siyuan comes to compete with Lu Jinting, he may not really lose. While the three were talking, they arrived at the hospital. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, they hurried to Lu Jinting's ward. At this time, Lu Jinting was still in a coma because of a lot of blood loss. But other vital signs were very stable, and the doctor also said that Lu Jinting was not seriously injured. Now they just need to wait for him to wake up. Sister and his brother Ting okay? Guo Miao asked. Suen nodded, it's okay. He is still in a coma because he lost a lot of blood. Wait a minute. The doctor said that he will probably wake up after a good sleep. Seeing that Lu Jinting was safe, Guo Miao and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Suen asked about Shenrui's situation again. The three explained Shenrui's situation. Now Chang Siyuan took over the case and would notify them when there was a result. Suen was relieved to see that Chang Siyuan took over the case. Although she was not very familiar with him, she had dealt with him many times. Suen knew very well that Chang Siyuan was a very principled and righteous person. She believed that he would properly handle the kidnapping and murder case involving Shenrui this time. Suen did not worry much about Shenrui's situation. She let this woman go last time, but she would definitely not be so lucky this time. After the matter was handled, Suan asked Sun Xinshin and the others to go back and rest first. Especially Sun Xinshin, who had been missing for a night and must not have slept well. There was nothing to do now, so they could go home and have a rest. With her here with Lu Jinting, there was nothing for Sun Xinshin to worry about. Seeing Suan let them go, Lu Wanting and Guamiao both offered to stay and help take care of him. Suan didn't agree. Since Lu Jinting was injured because of her, and now they were in a relationship, it would be more appropriate for her to take care of him. Guamiao advised, sister and brother Ting is a grown man after all, and sometimes it's inconvenient for you to take care of him. How about I take care of him? And I'm a grown man, I have more strength, so it's more convenient to take care of him. Suan knew that Guamiao was a carefree person, and she was really worried about letting him take care of someone. Suan insisted not to use it, so Guamiao had to give up. Okay sister, and if you feel tired, just let us know, and we will help you take over the care of brother Ting later. Okay, you go back first. So Guamiao and the others went back first. Suan stayed here for a long time and finally Lu Jinting woke up in the afternoon. Maybe because of the heavy bleeding, although Lu Jinting had woken up, he felt a little dizzy. Suan saw Lu Jinting wake up and asked, "How are you now?" Lu Jinting met Suan's worried eyes. At this time he felt pain in the wound on his chest, and his head hurt and was dizzy. But thinking that Suan would worry about him, he couldn't tell the truth. "And I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me too much." Although Lu Jinting said so, it was impossible for Suan not to worry at all. She looked at his condition, and his face was a little pale. Yes, he had lost so much blood. How could his face look good? Suan thought that Lu Jinting must be well replenished in this state. So she asked, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll go to the cafeteria to buy you something." Lu Jinting was unconscious at noon and didn't eat. He was really hungry at this moment. Seeing Suan asking him, Lu Jinting responded, "Okay, I'm really a little hungry and just buy me some food to fill my stomach." Lu Jinting asked Suan to buy some food. But how could Suan buy something casually? She went to the hospital cafeteria and bought Lu Jinting a portion of pork rib soup and 4 large meat buns. These were probably enough for him to have a meal. Suan came back after buying the things. "Eat." Lu Jinting could eat the meat buns with one hand, but it was inconvenient for him to drink the pork rib soup. Because of the injury on his chest, he couldn't lift the hand close to the wound. Suan saw that Lu Jinting was inconvenient to drink the soup, so she took the bowl and fed him personally. As Lu Jinting was being cared for by Suan, he suddenly felt that his injury this time didn't seem to be a big deal. If he hadn't been injured, how could he enjoy such care from Suan? After Lu Jinting had eaten and drunk enough, Suan let him lie on the bed and have a good rest for a while. Lu Jinting looked at Suan with a blushing face, as if he wanted to say something but was too embarrassed to say it. Suan asked, "What's the matter with you? If you need anything, just tell me. Don't be embarrassed to talk to me." Lu Jinting said with a red face, "And then I want to go to the bathroom." Suan immediately understood why Lu Jinting blushed. At this moment, Lu Jinting was injured and lying in bed. It was not suitable for him to get out of bed to exercise, so Suan directly brought the urinal to let him urinate. Because Lu Jinting's hand was injured, he couldn't take off his pants, so Suan had to help him. Suan thought that there was nothing embarrassing in this situation, so she helped Lu Jinting take off his pants naturally. Compared with Suan's naturalness, Lu Jinting seemed much more embarrassed. Who made him not even have the opportunity to have close contact with women before, let alone let a woman help him take off his pants like this. After Suan took off Lu Jinting's pants, she picked up the urinal and put it on his legs. At the same time, Suan's eyes swept over his legs. Being stared at by Suan, Lu Jinting blushed even more. Although the two were in a relationship now, Lu Jinting had never experienced this before, and even as a man he still felt shy and embarrassed. When Lu Jinting was about to pee on his own, Suan took the lead. After being touched, Lu Jinting felt as if he had been electrocuted. He just asked Suan to help him get a urinal, and she didn't help him to this extent. Then Lu Jinting's face and ears turned red. Suan didn't notice Lu Jinting's blushing and shy look, but said to him, "Hold it, you can pee." Chapter 174. Chapter 174. She didn't intentionally take advantage. Lu Jinting saw Suan staring at him. He was obviously in a hurry to pee, but he just couldn't. So he awkwardly said to her, "And can you stop looking at me? I can't pee." Suan. Well, she was negligent. Indeed, some people can't pee or poop when they are being stared at. So Suan turned her head away. Lu Jinting was relieved to see that Suan was no longer looking at him. Then Suan heard a sound of water splashing. After the sound stopped, she turned her head and said, "You finished peeing, right?" Lu Jinting nodded with a flushed face. Suan came to help him take away the urinal and found that Lu Jinting had managed to do it himself. Suan realized that she had been reckless just now. It wasn't that he couldn't move both hands, it was that one hand couldn't move. Just now, Lu Jinting could put something into the urinal by himself, but she had helped him. Oh, I wonder if Lu Jinting would think that she was deliberately looking for an opportunity to take advantage of him. In fact, Suan didn't mean that. After Suan stared at a certain part of Lu Jinting for another look, she was able to help him pull up his pants. Well, Lu Jinting, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch you there just now. It would have been better if Suan hadn't said anything. After she did, Lu Jinting's face became even redder. Seeing him like this, Suan couldn't help but joke, Lu Jinting, you are a grown man, why are you so shy? I am a man, I'm not shy. I haven't experienced it before, this is the first time. We will be a couple in the future. If we get married, we will definitely have that, you don't have to be shy. Lu Jinting blushed and nodded, okay, I will overcome it. Looking at Lu Jinting like this, Suan felt that this man was really innocent. If this happened in the future, it would be difficult to find such a pure man. After taking care of Lu Jinting's urgent matter, Suan let him rest. Lu Jinting was indeed a little weak at this moment, so he lay on the bed and continued to sleep for a while. When Suan came back, she had just bought dinner and some fruits. She carried a bag of big red apples and turned back to peel some for Lu Jinting. As soon as Lu Jinting woke up, he saw Suan bringing him food. The meal Suan bought for Lu Jinting was very rich with braised pork, a portion of pork rib soup, cabbage stewed with vermicelli and white rice. Suan had eaten in the cafeteria herself, and this was extra for Lu Jinting. Because Lu Jinting was not convenient to eat with one hand, Suan helped to feed him this time. After helping him eat, she waited for the food in his stomach to digest for a while, then started to peel an apple for him. Lu Jinting ate the big, crisp, and sweet apple and asked in surprise, and where did you buy such good apples? He thought that the supply and marketing cooperative wouldn't have them for sale because he had never seen anything like them. Suan blinked, I bought them from the black market. So that's it. At this time, many things could only be bought on the black market. Thinking of Suan's trip there, Lu Jinting worriedly reminded her. And then next time you go to the black market, you must pay attention to safety. Suan nodded, don't worry, I know. Lu Jinting didn't doubt Suan's ability. If Suan really met someone who caught her in the black market, it would be difficult for others to catch her because of her skills. So as long as Suan was careful, nothing would likely happen. If Suan didn't have this ability, Lu Jinting would definitely not let her take risks in the black market again. After dinner, it was getting late outside. Suan chatted with Lu Jinting for a while, then urged him to go to bed. Lu Jinting looked at Suan and how do you sleep and rest at night? Suan pointed to the stool next to him and said, I'll sit on the stool and lie down next to you and sleep for a while. Lu Jinting looked at her with heartache. How can this be? How hard will it be for you to sleep like this all night? How about you sleep on my bed? Suan's mouth twitched. Lu Jinting, it's you who was injured and hospitalized, not me. Do you think it's appropriate for me to sleep on the bed? Although Lu Jinting knew it was inappropriate, he still felt sorry for Suan and was reluctant to let her suffer. How about we squeeze together? It's so painful for you to sleep on your stomach all night, Lu Jinting suggested. But Suan shook her head, no, if we sleep together, what if I accidentally hurt you at night? Okay, just rest and don't worry about me. That being said, how could Lu Jinting not worry about her? Seeing that Lu Jinting was so worried about her, Suan simply said, I'll go ask the nurse if I can get an extra bed. If possible, I'll sleep on the bed too. Lu Jinting thought this proposal was acceptable. He would definitely be heartbroken if Suan had to sleep on her stomach all night. Suan actually didn't think it was a big deal. After all, she had encountered more difficult situations during the end of the world. Being able to sit and sleep peacefully for a night was a luxury. Suan went to the nurse's station and asked the nurse if she could add an extra bed. The nurse said, of course it's possible, but we have to charge by bed. If you sleep in a bed, you have to pay one more day's hospitalization fee. The last thing Suan lacked now was money. Things that can be solved with money are not a big deal for her. So Suan said, okay, no problem, then I will pay one more hospitalization fee. Seeing that Suan was rich, the little nurse didn't say anything more. As long as you can afford the money, everything else is easy to talk about. So Suan didn't have to sleep on her stomach at night, but slept on the bed comfortably with Lu Jinting. The next day after Suan woke up, Lu Jinting also woke up. Probably because of a night of recovery, Lu Jinting looked much better than yesterday. Suan was relieved to see that Lu Jinting's physical condition had improved. She said to him, why didn't you call me when you woke up? I'll get you something to eat. Lu Jinting looked at her with some doting in his eyes. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry to eat. You slept so soundly and I didn't have the heart to wake you up. Suan didn't expect it to be this reason. Well, this man is really good to her. Suan got up first and washed up, then helped Lu Jinting to wash up as well. After both of them finished, Suan went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. After buying it, Suan fed Lu Jinting. Guamiao and Lu Wanting came to the hospital in the morning to visit Lu Jinting. They were both very worried about his condition, and wanted to know if he had woken up. Chapter 175. Chapter 175. He overestimated Guo Miao's IQ. In addition to visiting Lu Jinting, Guo Miao and the others also brought chicken soup for him. After all, the hospital food couldn't compare to home-cooked meals, and Lu Jinting needed to take good care of his body while he was recovering from his injury. When Guo Miao and Lu Wanting arrived, they were relieved to see that Lu Jinting had woken up. "Brother Ting, it's a good thing you're okay. You don't know, I was almost scared to death. That educated youth Shun is really vicious. She actually shot someone." Speaking of Shun Rui, everyone thought she was a lunatic. When Suan heard Guo Miao mention her, she asked curiously, "Have the results of yesterday's investigation come out? How did Shen Rui get a gun?" At that time, guns were tightly controlled, so discovering how Shen Rui obtained one was crucial. Guo Miao replied, "Sister, and the gun Shen Rui got seems to be left behind by enemy spies. I don't know what kind of luck that woman had to dig up a gun like that. And the two people who followed her yesterday were bribed by her to help." Suan frowned. Where did she get the money? She had thought Shen Rui was out of funds after losing everything, so where could she have gotten the money? "I don't know," Guo Miao continued, "but I think she might have stolen it from those people on the farm. Today, I saw someone from the farm go to the police to report that something was lost." After hearing Guo Miao's explanation, Suan understood the source of Shen Rui's money. She couldn't comprehend Shen Rui's current behavior. After all, she was an educated youth from Beijing, New Changsiyuan, and must have come from a wealthy family, yet she had ended up in this situation. Now she was committing all sorts of evil murders, arson, stealing. Such a person deserved severe punishment. Suan decided not to worry about Shen Rui's affairs. The police would handle it. Lu Jinting and Guo Miao shifted the conversation away from Shen Rui and focused on Lu Jinting's recovery. Seeing that Suan might struggle to manage everything alone, Guo Miao suggested, "Sister, and why don't you go home and rest? I can take care of Brother Ting here. We can take turns looking after him. What do you think?" After Guo Miao finished speaking, Lu Jinting shot him a resentful glance. While Guo Miao had good intentions, Lu Jinting felt he didn't need help. He cherished the time alone with Suan and didn't want Guo Miao to interfere. So Lu Jinting tried to give Guo Miao a hint with his eyes. But Guo Miao was oblivious. "Brother Ting, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are you blinking so hard? Is it a side effect from yesterday's injury? You should let the doctor check it out." Guo Miao looked at Lu Jinting with genuine concern. Lu Jinting's mouth twitched in response to Guo Miao's words. This guy usually lacked common sense, and now he seemed even more oblivious. Fortunately, he thought Guo Miao would be smart enough to pick up on his hints, but it seemed he had overestimated him. "I'm fine," Lu Jinting replied, trying to sound reassuring. But Guo Miao persisted. "Brother Ting, I really think you should see a doctor. It'll put your mind at ease. Look, not only do your eyes seem off, but your complexion isn't great either. Don't tell me there's something really wrong with you." Lu Jinting. What should he do if he felt like hitting someone? Suan stifled a laugh, realizing that Lu Jinting was just annoyed by Guo Miao. Understanding that Lu Jinting wanted her to stay and take care of him, Suan decided to fulfill his wish. After all, he was her man and she wanted to spoil him. So Suan said to Guo Miao, "Don't worry about Lu Jinting. The doctor has checked him and there's nothing wrong. He just needs to rest well in the hospital. I can handle this by myself, so you don't have to worry." Seeing that Suan insisted on taking care of Lu Jinting, Guo Miao had no choice but to accept. Since Lu Jinting wanted Suan to nurse him back to health, Guo Miao didn't want to intrude on that. Although Guo Miao didn't take care of Lu Jinting, he still made it a point to bring him meals every day. Suan felt that the food at home was much more to her liking, and she couldn't stand the hospital cafeteria. With her picky eating habits, she knew she wouldn't enjoy the food there. Over the next few days, Suan took care of Lu Jinting in the hospital diligently. Thanks to her careful attention, Lu Jinting's condition improved day by day. After about a week, Lu Jinting was finally able to be discharged. Of course, being discharged didn't mean he was completely healed. He still needed to rest after returning home. The doctor advised him to stay in bed as much as possible for a month and avoid any strenuous activity to prevent the wound from reopening. Suan took the doctor's advice seriously. She promised to keep a close eye on Lu Jinting and prevent him from overexerting himself. When it was time for Lu Jinting to leave the hospital, Suan took care of the discharge procedures and arranged for him to leave. Worried that the bicycle ride would be too bumpy for him to lie down comfortably, she borrowed an ox cart from the county town. Guo Miao and the others helped clean the ox cart and laid down bedding, ensuring that Lu Jinting could lie down comfortably during the journey back. As they returned to Yuto, many team members from the village came out to express their concern for Lu Jinting. They had all heard about his injury, and when they learned that Shen Rui had attempted to kill someone again, they were shocked. They knew Shen Rui wasn't a good person, but no one expected her to go so far as to kill. If Lu Jinting hadn't been so lucky, he might have really lost his life. While Lu Jinting was recovering, Wang Weihua felt regretful and blamed himself. If he had known Shen Rui would go this far, he wouldn't have been so lenient with her. He felt the reputation of the team had suffered, and he regretted not taking action when he first saw Shen Rui's violent tendencies. When Wang Weihua saw Lu Jinting returning in the ox cart, he rushed over to check on him, eager to hear how he was doing. By the time Wang Weihua reached Lu Jinting, he noticed that Lu Jinting looked much better, almost like a normal person. Seeing that Lu Jinting was not seriously injured eased some of Wang Weihua's guilt. Chapter 176. Chapter 176. Shen Rui's sentence. If Lu Jinting had gotten into more trouble, Wang Weihua would have felt responsible. Though Suan and Lu Jinting were okay, Wang Weihua still apologized to them, saying, Su Jiqing, Lu Jiqing, I'm really sorry for you. If I hadn't been worried about the reputation of our Yuto Village production team and had reported Shen Jiqing directly to the police, we wouldn't be in this situation. Seeing Wang Weihua's remorse, Suan quickly reassured him, Captain, you can't blame yourself for this. Who could have known that Shen Rui wouldn't reflect after being reformed at the farm, and would resort to such extreme actions? Lu Jinting added, Yes, Captain, you are not to blame. Please don't be too hard on yourself. Wang Weihua was moved to tears by their understanding. Okay, since you both say so, I won't blame myself anymore. But I owe you both for this. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. I will do my best to help. Suan and Lu Jinting nodded in agreement. They genuinely didn't hold Wang Weihua responsible and had no intention of asking him for favors in the future. They were just trying to make him feel better. Meanwhile, Tao Danny brought an old hen from her home to give to Lu Jinting, believing he needed good nourishment for recovery. Given that every household could only raise a few chickens and relied on them for eggs, Suan and Lu Jinting felt it was best not to accept the old hen. Aunt Danny, we really appreciate your kindness, but we don't need this chicken. You can take it back and keep it for laying eggs. We have enough tonics here. And we can get game, Suan insisted. After some back and forth, Tao Danny eventually took the old hen back. Noticing that Lu Jinting needed someone to care for him, and that living in the educated youth site wasn't as convenient, Jiang Xinhua suggested that Lu Jinting and Guamiao move in with them. Suan had originally built 3 rooms, and if Guamiao and Lu Jinting moved in, there would be a room shortage. However, since Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin, 2 female comrades, shared a room, there was a possibility to allocate a room for Guamiao and Lu Jinting. Lu Jinting was thrilled at the prospect of moving in because it meant he could see Suan every day. After Lu Jinting was discharged from the hospital, Suan was eager to learn about the outcome of Shen Rui's trial. It had been quite some time, and she wondered if the verdict had been announced. While Suan was lost in thought, she spotted Chang Siyuan approaching the Yuto Village production team. As she had suspected, Chang Siyuan was there to discuss the results of Shen Rui's trial. From Chang Siyuan, Suan learned that Shen Rui had received a serious sentence. She was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. Even if Shen Rui refrained from committing any further crimes during those 2 years, she would still be imprisoned for life. Suan felt satisfied with the outcome. It would have been too easy for Shen Rui to simply die. A lifetime in prison under constant restriction would be a more fitting punishment. After informing Suan, Chang Siyuan asked, Comrade Suan, are you satisfied with this outcome? If the parties involved are not satisfied with the verdict, we can also escalate it to higher authorities. Director Chang, we will accept the punishment decided by your public security agency without objection. I trust that you've made a fair judgment in this matter. Chang Siyuan appreciated Suan's understanding and support for the justice process. Comrade Suan, thank you very much for your understanding and support of our public security efforts. After Chang Siyuan shared the news, he spent some time with Suan before leaving. He wanted to linger longer, but there was no suitable reason for him to stay. The news of Shen Rui's sentence spread quickly throughout the Yuto Village production team. No one sympathized with her fate. They all believed she deserved it. If she hadn't contemplated kidnapping and murder, would she have faced such a dire consequence? Wang Weihua used Shen Rui's case as a cautionary tale for the team members, urging them not to follow her example and engage in illegal activities, or they might end up suffering a similar fate. At the same time in Beijing City, the Shen family received news of Shen Rui's actions and her subsequent sentence. Understanding that she was a member of their family, Chang Siyuan felt it necessary to inform the Shen family about the situation. However, he was determined to ensure that the family would not meddle in the case. The Shen family was wealthy, but the severity of Shen Rui's crimes made it impossible for them to intervene successfully. Upon hearing about Shen Rui's actions in the countryside, the Shen family was shocked. She had always been well behaved within the family, and they could not believe that she would resort to kidnapping and murder shortly after going to the countryside. Old Master Shan sighed, fortunately, we didn't keep this girl in the family. Otherwise, with her temperament, who knows what trouble she would have caused us. After the old master spoke, the other members of the family expressed their relief. Indeed, if they had not sent Shinrui away when they did, they would have been forced to bear the repercussions of her actions. Old Lady Shin added, other people's children are other people's children, but our Shin family's children would never act this way. I didn't think much of it before, but now I see that this girl is nothing like our family. Which of the Shin family's children wasn't exceptionally intelligent in their studies? Yet Shinrui's abilities were merely average. The children of the Shin family were all attractive, while Shinrui's appearance was quite ordinary. Not to mention her character. Even with the Shin family's guidance, she had become a normal person. At least she wouldn't engage in illegal or immoral acts. In such a short time since moving to the countryside, she had dared to do anything. What does this suggest? It indicates that Shinrui was born with a poor character. Uncle Shin Chonglin remarked, exactly, our Shin family's children would never stoop so low. Since she isn't one of us, whatever she does is her own business, and we won't concern ourselves with her fate. Had Shinrui been a true child of the Shin family, they would likely have sought ways to save her. But since she wasn't, they felt no obligation to care about her life or death. Chapter 177. Chapter 177. The machinery factory was cheated by the beautiful country. Now the Shin family should be thankful that they had discovered Shinrui's true identity in advance and recognized that she was not a child of the Shin family. Otherwise, they would likely have had to deal with the consequences of her actions. Speaking of Shinrui, the family thought of the real daughter who had been lost. Xiao Qingyue's eyes were a little red as she said, I don't know where our real Rui is. The Shin family had been investigating the whereabouts of the real daughter who had been replaced, but they had not found any clues. The longer the investigation dragged on, the more anxious Xiao Qingyue became. She worried that her daughter was suffering outside. If they could find her sooner, she would not have to endure such hardships. Seeing his wife in distress, Shen Chongfeng felt upset. He could only comfort Xiao Qingyue, saying, Qingyue, don't worry. I believe our real Rui will be blessed by heaven. We will definitely find her soon. Our Shen family has sent many people to inquire about her. She will definitely be found. Xiao Qingyue sighed. For now, this belief was what kept her going. Without it, she felt she wouldn't be able to live. Meanwhile, Suan was unaware of the situation at the Shen family. During these days, she had been taking care of Lu Zhenting and the production team. When she had some free time, she would go up the mountain to hunt for game and gather firewood. Just 5 or 6 days after Lu Zhenting was discharged from the hospital, she received a telegram from the city. Director Peng asked her to help repair a batch of machines at the machinery factory. After receiving the message, Suan planned to head to the city. After all, she had accepted their wages and felt responsible to assist with the machinery issue. Suan wasn't worried about leaving her family behind. Lu Zhenting's injury was almost healed, and Guamiao and Lu Wanting were still at home. With them taking care of Lu Zhenting, her absence wouldn't be a problem. This trip to the city was also a chance for Suan to replenish supplies for Lu Peng and deliver some items to Su Wei's children. After making her plans, Suan went to Wang Weihua to get a letter of introduction. The next morning she took a car to the city. By the time she arrived, it was already past 11. Suan intended to resolve the machinery issue before attending to any other matters. So, she went directly to the machinery factory to find Director Peng. Comrade Su, you are finally here. There are several machines in the factory that are having issues and it's a bit tricky. Please help us and see if you can fix them later, Director Peng said. Suan nodded. Okay, Director Peng, please take me there quickly. Seeing that it was getting late, even though he was anxious about the machines, Director Peng knew they needed to eat first. After all, the machines were complex, and repairing them wouldn't be a quick job. Suan understood that only by being well-fed could they work effectively. She missed the culinary skills of the master chef at the machinery factory. Director Peng led Suan to the cafeteria and ordered a table full of dishes for her, just like usual. After Suan finished her meal, Director Peng took her to the workshop. Once they checked the machines, Suan frowned and asked, Director, where did you purchase these machines? They are defective and of poor quality. It's going to be very difficult to repair these machines with production issues. If the machines had simply broken down, Suan could have addressed the specific problems. However, these machines had fundamental production defects, making it more practical to replace them entirely rather than attempt repairs. Although Director Peng had long suspected the outcome, he was still disappointed when Suan confirmed it. Hey, our machinery factory was cheated again. These machines are imported from the United States and cost a fortune. Foreign exchange is so scarce these days. But these foreigners are bullying us. We spent a lot of money but they gave us such machines. Isn't the United States a civilized and free country? Who knew that people over there could do such a thing? This isn't a civilized country, it's simply a gangster country. Director Peng's words only made things worse. The more he talked, the more he wanted to cry. It hurt to think about spending so much precious foreign exchange. The country is at a critical moment of construction. How rare is foreign exchange? How could he bear to see the hard-earned foreign exchange cheated away by those manufacturers in the United States? Hearing Director Peng's complaints, Soo-eun echoed, "There are low-quality people everywhere. Don't think that everyone in the United States is civilized and well-educated. Those capitalists are more ruthless than anyone else when it comes to cheating people. Now that it's happened, Director Peng, there's no use scolding them. We have to think about solutions. They provided defective machines, can we return them and get our money back?" Director Peng shook his head and sighed. How can it be that easy? If it were a domestic manufacturer, it would be okay. At most we could sue. But this is a manufacturer in the United States, and it's difficult for us to protect our rights across borders. Soo-eun understood Director Peng's concerns. After all, it's a cross-border business, and the Chinese cannot control manufacturers in the United States. Cross-border lawsuits are costly, and more importantly, they may not succeed. The United States government would undoubtedly try its best to protect the interests of its manufacturers. Since legal recourse was not feasible, they had to find other ways. Seeing Soo-eun silent, Director Peng thought he had no other solution and sighed. This is over. This matter can't be solved. I have caused such a big loss to the factory. I will definitely not be able to continue as a factory director. Alas, it's also my fault. I didn't let anyone check it when I received the goods. If I had checked it carefully, it might have been avoided. Soo-eun felt that Director Peng was a good person, so he was willing to help him solve the problem. Director Peng, this problem is not unsolvable. This batch of machines is not good, so we can just produce a batch ourselves. Director Peng looked at Soo-eun with his eyes wide open. What? Produce a batch ourselves? Comrade Soo, this is a technology that only the United States has. We in China do not have the relevant technology to produce such machines at present. If they could make such machines themselves, why would they spend a lot of foreign exchange to buy machines abroad? It's because they cannot make them themselves and their technology is backward that they have to choose to import. Speaking of this, Director Peng secretly lamented the disadvantages of China's backward technology. Otherwise, they would not be strangled and bullied by other countries. If you lag behind, you will be beaten. Only when the country becomes strong and science and technology advances, will China and its people not be controlled. Soo-eun said calmly, I took a look at these machines. Although they are defective products, I think the general technology can be disassembled. Director Peng, I think I can help the factory produce these machines, but it may take a few more days. Chapter 178. Chapter 178. Cracking Technology and Improvement. Director Peng felt like he had grasped a lifeline when he heard Soo-eun's words. If anyone else had said this, Director Peng might not have believed it. But when Soo-eun said it, Director Peng firmly believed her. After all, he had witnessed Soo-eun's abilities firsthand. If this girl said it could be done, it most likely could be done. What Director Peng didn't expect was that Soo-eun could be so powerful. Just by looking at the defective machines, she could crack their machine production technology. Okay, that's great. Comrade Soo, as long as you can produce these machines, let alone a few days, you can be busy for a few more months. Seeing Director Peng's enthusiasm, Soo-eun replied, okay, I will produce the design draft of the machine later. Director Peng, please ask the factory to cooperate with me to produce various parts in the future. Director Peng immediately agreed, assuring her it was no problem. After settling this matter, Soo-eun planned to start designing the drawings. Director Peng immediately prepared a guest house for Soo-eun, so she could concentrate on drawing and designing. Soo-eun spent an afternoon and a night in the guest house and finally drew the design drawings of the machine. She had also marked the parts needed for production. Once the machinery factory produced the parts, Soo-eun would assemble them. This time, Soo-eun not only copied the machine production according to the technology of the United States, but she also made some upgrades based on it. In other words, when these machines were produced, they might be more advanced than those in the United States. However, Soo-eun didn't tell Director Peng that she had improved the machine technology. She waited until it was produced and tested to see how it worked. After staying up all night, Soo-eun went to Director Peng the next morning with the design drawings and asked him to arrange workers to produce the parts as soon as possible. The sooner the production was completed, the sooner the assembly could be completed. Director Peng was stunned when he saw Soo-eun had come up with the design so quickly. Was this girl too capable? How could she finish the design so quickly? The moment he got the design, Director Peng's eyes naturally showed some disbelief. Director Peng's voice trembled. Comrade Soo, you got the design so quickly? Soo-eun yawned and said, not fast. I was busy for an afternoon and an evening. Yesterday, in order to get this design out early, I didn't sleep all night. Director Peng only saw Soo-eun's tired face at this moment, with some dark circles under her eyes. He knew at a glance that she hadn't rested well. Because of this, Director Peng felt a little sorry for Soo-eun. If it weren't for helping the factory solve the problem, Soo-eun wouldn't have to work so hard. At this time, Director Peng looked at Suan with gratitude in his eyes. When this matter was resolved, he must thank this girl well. Comrade Su, you have worked hard. I will remember your kindness. Now I have the manuscript paper. You should go back to the guest house to rest and catch up on some sleep. I will take care of the rest. Suan nodded. She really had to go back to catch up on some sleep. Fortunately, she was in good health. If she wasn't, she wouldn't be able to stay up all night. Before going back to sleep, Suan felt that she had to have breakfast. At this moment, Suan's stomach was rumbling with hunger. She couldn't sleep when she was hungry. When Director Peng saw that Suan was going to have breakfast, he immediately called her to go to the factory to eat. The breakfast in their factory was quite rich, better than the state-owned restaurants outside. Suan didn't hesitate to go to the machinery factory canteen and bought a few breakfasts. After eating and drinking, she went to the guest house to catch up on sleep. After sleeping for a whole morning, Suan felt her energy restored, and then went to the state-owned restaurant for lunch. There was nothing else to do in the afternoon, so Suan went to Lu Peng to replenish his goods. The things she looted from Huang Liang and Brother Qi last time could now be sold slowly. Lu Peng was very happy to see Suan come to replenish his goods. His black market business had been doing very well during this period. Not only did Suan supply him with goods, but because his business was thriving, other people also sent him things when they had them. Lu Peng had made a lot of money during this period. He never dared to think that one day he would be so powerful. A few months ago he still couldn't eat enough. Now it's good he has become rich. Because of the money he made, Lu Peng also bought a new house in the city and planned to live with his grandparents. However, Lu Peng didn't dare to move there immediately because Suan hadn't come to find him, and Lu Peng was worried that Suan couldn't find the new address. Now that Suan came this time, Lu Peng left Suan the address of the new home and asked her to go directly to the new home to find him next time. Suan joked, Lu Peng, that kid is doing well now, and he has even bought a new house. Suan was happy for Lu Peng's success. After all, this guy is not bad. A person who knows how to be filial to his elders can't have a bad character. Facts have proved that Suan did not make a mistake in the first place. Although Lu Peng is doing black market business, he has a bottom line. He will not do anything evil to make money like the seventh brother before. When Lu Peng heard Suan's words, he smiled ingratiatingly and said, Sisterin, it is all your credit that I can be where I am today. So I will always remember your kindness to me. Don't worry, no matter how I become in the future, you can tell me anything. And I will definitely do it for you properly. Suan looked at Lu Peng with appreciation. It is rare that this man did not get cocky after he achieved success. If Lu Peng got cocky, Suan could make him rise or fall. After distributing the goods to Lu Peng and getting the money, Suan went to Su Wei. When she went to Su Wei's place, Suan gave the children some candies as usual, and also carried a sack of pickled bacon. Although it was pickled wild boar meat, it was meat after all. The children here were very happy to see Suan coming. Suan asked about their situation during this period with concern. After seeing that the children were doing well, Suan was relieved. Since hiring someone to take care of them, these children have been doing well. The lives of the children have obviously improved a lot. Each child's face is rosier, their complexion looks good, and their eyes are brighter than usual. Suan is very happy to see these changes in the children. Although she has parents, when she thinks about being with these children, her life is not much different from that of an orphan. She can't count on either the Shen family or the Su family. Because of this, Suan knows that the life of an orphan is not easy. Now that she meets these children, she will naturally help them as much as she can. This time when Suan came, she found that the lives of these children were fine in other aspects. But the house was cold and there was no coal burning for heating. Chapter 179. Chapter 179 Locator. In this winter, it's truly unbearable if the house isn't heated. Especially with so many children here, it's easy for them to catch a cold. Suan took out some coal coupons and asked Su Wei to buy more coal for heating. Some money can be saved, but some money cannot. Su Wei took the coal coupons from Suan and said he would definitely buy coal for the children to keep warm. In fact, for these children, even if they didn't buy coal for heating, it was much better than their situation last year. In any case, this winter they could have a shelter from the wind and rain, wear cotton clothes and trousers, and cover themselves with thick bedding. Maybe it is because of the comparison that they don't feel how cold it is, and they don't think about spending money to buy coal for heating. But now that Suan specifically mentioned this matter, they would listen to her advice and buy some more coal for heating to prevent themselves from getting sick. If they get sick, it may be more troublesome, and it is very expensive to treat the disease and take medicine. Suan had dinner with these children before returning to the guest house. On the third day, Suan was not in a hurry to return to the production team, but waited for the machinery factory to finish producing parts. It would take at least 2 or 3 days. If Suan did not return home, She was afraid that Lu Jinting and others would worry about her situation, so she simply sent a telegram, saying that she had to do something this time and might return a few days later. Suan sent the telegram in the morning, and Lu Jinting and others received the telegram in the afternoon. Seeing that Suan would stay in the city for a few more days this time, they were not worried about Suan's safety, because Suan's martial arts value was too high, and she would not encounter danger under normal circumstances. It was just that Suan had not returned home for several days, and they all missed her very much. Suan was equivalent to a backbone in this small group. Without the backbone, their small group always felt that something was missing. The one who missed Suan the most was naturally Lu Jinting. He and Suan were now in a relationship, and they wished they could be together every moment. As a result, Suan left for several days this time. Didn't he miss her very much? Because Suan did not come back, Lu Jinting felt that he had no appetite for food. Guamiao couldn't help but tease Lu Jinting, "Brother Ting, look at you, you're thinking about sister and so much that you're almost losing your appetite. Why didn't I realize you were so interested in women before? Before, we organized so many girls to pursue you, but you didn't agree to any of them. I thought you had no interest in girls." Hearing Guamiao's ridicule, Lu Jinting snorted, "You're a single person, what do you know? When you find a partner, you'll naturally understand." "Oh, that's not right. For someone like you, I'm afraid you'll never find a partner in your lifetime." "Guamiao, how is that possible? Brother Ting is looking down on him?" Guamiao thinks that his appearance is not bad. As long as he is willing, how could he not find a partner? The reason he doesn't have a partner now is purely because he hasn't found the right one. "Brother Ting, I'm not bragging to you. With my conditions, there are many lesbians who like me. As long as I am willing, there are people lining up to date me." Lu Jinting glanced at Guamiao calmly, "So what? Anyway, you will definitely not find anyone better than an un." Guamiao. Easy, he saw that Brother Ting was just showing off on purpose. But even if he showed off, Guamiao couldn't find any words to refute, because it is really hard to find a lesbian who is better than Suan. As for Suan, she didn't waste time in the city and went directly to the scrapyard to see if she could find something. She was lucky enough to find a lot of materials. Suan thought about how Sun Xinshin suddenly disappeared and could not be found, so she thought about making a tracking locator for her friends. In this way, no matter where they go in the future, Suan can find them. Suan thought so, and after finding the materials, she started to make them. It took a day for Suan to make 4 tracking locators. These 4 tracking locators were taken back and given to Lu Jinting, Lu Wanting, Guamiao, and Sun Xinshin. As for Suan herself, of course, she didn't need them. Her martial arts value was not on the same level as these people. In addition to her powerful martial arts value, Suan also had supernatural powers and golden fingers. It was a pipe dream for ordinary people to want to hurt her. The next day, Suan spent time assembling some radios and a few bicycles. After assembling them, Jiang Shu sent them to Lu Peng after dinner. But when Suan and Lu Peng went to find him at their new home, they found that this guy was not at home. But when Lu Peng's grandfather saw Suan, he warmly invited Suan into the house. Suan saw that the old man was very enthusiastic, so he followed him into the house. It was just right so he could wait slowly in the house. It was getting late, and Lu Peng would probably have to go home soon. Grandpa Lu heard from Lu Peng that Suan was his benefactor. If it weren't for Suan, their family wouldn't have such a good life now. So Grandpa Lu treated Suan very warmly. Seeing Suan coming over, he even served her tea and water. Suan was a little embarrassed to see that Grandpa Lu, an old man, entertained him like this and said, "Grandpa Lu, don't just entertain me, sit down." Grandpa Lu smiled and responded, "Okay, sit down." Grandpa Lu had nothing to do at this time, so he chatted with Suan. Suan felt that the old man was in a very good mental state, and his physical condition was much better than before. During this period, Lu Peng made money, and their family's living conditions improved a lot. They didn't have to work hard every day, and they could eat and drink well. With better living conditions, the old man's physical condition would naturally improve. Seeing the changes in Grandpa Lu, Suan was also happy for him. Grandpa Lu felt that Suan was a very polite and sensible girl. He unconsciously pulled her to talk a lot and said a lot of words to thank Suan for taking care of his grandson. Although Lu Peng was not doing a proper job before, in Grandpa Lu's view, his grandson was still a very filial and sensible child. Now that he met Suan, he was considered to have met a noble person who helped him. The old and the young chatted like this, and unconsciously chatted until more than 8 o'clock. More than 8 o'clock in the evening was already very late for the 70s without entertainment activities. Seeing that Lu Peng had not returned so late, Grandpa Lu muttered worriedly, "Why hasn't our Pengzi come back yet? Did something happen? He usually came back at this time, why hasn't he come home today?" Grandpa Lu said and went out to look outside but still didn't see Lu Peng. Suan looked at the time and felt that it was a bit late. Originally, he said he was waiting for Lu Peng to come back, but he didn't wait for him for 2 or 3 hours. "Grandpa, maybe something has delayed us." Let's wait a little longer. Chapter 180. Chapter 180. Rescue Lu Peng. After listening to Suan, Grandpa Lu thought that this was possible. Maybe Lu Peng was busy with work and hadn't finished yet, which caused the delay. So the two of them went back into the house and waited for a while. It was past 9 o'clock, and Lu Peng still hadn't returned. Grandpa Lu's expression grew more serious as he muttered to Suan, "This child is probably in trouble. He told me before he went out that he would be back by 7 o'clock at the latest. It's been so long and he hasn't come back yet." Seeing Grandpa Lu so anxious, Suan comforted him. "Grandpa Lu, don't worry. I'll go out to see how he is." "But how can I let a little girl like you go out to see?" "I'll go with you," Grandpa Lu insisted. However, Jiangshu intervened, saying, "It's okay, Grandpa Lu. I'll go alone. You are so old. Don't risk falling or getting hurt at night. What if Lu Peng is fine and you have an accident?" I couldn't explain that to him later. Grandpa Lu looked at Suan with concern. "But how can I feel at ease letting a girl like you go out at night to help me find my grandson?" He felt that Suan looked weak and fragile, and it was dangerous for her to go out at night. If something happened to her, he would feel guilty. "Grandpa Lu, don't underestimate me because I'm a girl. My skills are better than Lu Peng's. Don't worry, I can handle it. Just wait at home, I'll go out for a look." When Grandpa Lu heard Suan say this, he thought about it and felt it made some sense. A little girl could make his eldest grandson call her sister and help him get rich. She couldn't be an ordinary person. After considering that he might not be able to help much if he went out, Grandpa Lu finally agreed. "Okay girl, then be careful when you go out alone and be sure to pay attention to safety." Suan nodded. "Okay, I know." With that, she hurried out the door. Unsure where Lu Peng had gone, Suan had no clues to find him. She could only try to use her superpowers to see if she could feel Lu Peng's location. It would be great if her superpower level could be improved to track and lock onto the person she wanted to find. Thinking about the last time Sun Xinshin disappeared and now Lu Peng's unknown whereabouts, Suan felt she needed to practice her superpowers diligently once she returned. Previously, she hadn't focused much on practicing her abilities, mainly because she thought they were not needed in this era without zombies. But now it seemed that sometimes her powers were necessary. Although Suan couldn't pinpoint Lu Peng's specific location, she managed to lock onto a direction toward the suburbs. She began walking in that direction. After walking for a while, she saw a person stumbling toward her, covered in blood. Upon closer inspection, Suan recognized him. It was none other than Lu Peng's childhood friend Liang Fei. When Liang Fei saw Suan, he looked as if he had found a lifeline. "Sister, it's you. Thank goodness," Liang Fei exclaimed with relief. He knew Suan was strong and felt that meeting her might save him. He was injured and could hardly hold on after running for so long. "I thought he was going to die outside, but I didn't expect to meet Suan." Suan responded, "Yes, it's me." "You were shot?" Liang Fei said, "Yes, I was shot." "Sister, can you take me to the hospital? I think I can't hold on any longer." Suan looked at Liang Fei's condition and said, "It's too late to send you to the hospital now. Let me take care of your injuries first." Suan said, and asked Liang Fei to sit down. Liang Fei didn't know where Suan got the medicine box from. Although it was strange to see Suan carrying a medicine box with him, Liang Fei didn't think much about it. Liang Fei was shot in the leg. Suan asked him to pull up his pants, and then helped him remove the bullet from one of his legs. He lost a lot of blood, and it would be dangerous if he didn't stop the bleeding. If Liang Fei hadn't had a good foundation, he would have fainted from excessive blood loss. Suan took out a dagger, disinfected the dagger first, and then began to help Liang Fei dig out the bullet. Lu Peng's childhood friend was quite a man. While Suan was helping him dig out the bullet, he didn't say a word. He waited for Suan to dig out the bullet and quickly applied medicine to him. After Suan's treatment, Liang Fei's bleeding finally stopped. Liang Fei looked at Suan gratefully and said, "Sister, thank you so much." Suan waved her hand. "No need to thank me. Tell me now, what's going on with you? Is Lu Peng with you today?" Seeing Suan asking about this, Liang Fei remembered that Lu Peng and several of his other childhood friends were in danger. He quickly told Suan about today's situation. Today, Lu Peng and several childhood friends plan to do a deal with someone. They supply the goods and the other person buys them. If this succeeds, they can make a lot of money. But who knows, after they transported the goods to the trading place at night, they encountered a black eating black situation. The other party had a gun, and Lu Peng and several other childhood friends were controlled by the other party. Although Liang Fei escaped alone, he was shot. After hearing this, Suan's brows were twisted together. Lu Peng is her man. Since bullying Lu Peng is bullying her. If I guessed correctly, many of the goods Lu Peng wanted to sell this time were provided by her. So that person wanted to eat black, that is, to swallow Suan's things. How could Suan allow it? "You hide here and wait for me. I will rescue Lu Peng and them. If he dares to touch my grandma's people, My grandma will let them eat and live and teach them a lesson. Suan said and got up to rush to the trading place. Liang Fei said. Seeing Suan going over alone, Liang Fei immediately reminded her sister, isn't it too rash for you to go over alone? The other side has guns and we may not be able to deal with them. Although Liang Fei was also very anxious about Lu Peng and wanted to save his good friend, in the face of the huge disparity in strength, Liang Fei knew that it was not something he could solve just by wanting to. After Liang Fei reminded Suan, he suggested, sister, I think we should report to the police and notify them to rescue him as soon as possible. However, Suan directly rejected Liang Fei's suggestion. What kind of business are you in? Don't you know what's going on? Once you report to the police, you will have to go to jail after the matter is over. Chapter 181. Chapter 181. Are they worthy of dreaming? Suan still wanted Lu Peng to continue helping her run the black market business, so she was not willing to let Lu Peng and his friends go to jail. Liang Fei had already considered the situation. Suan said. They were engaged in a business of speculation and profiteering, and they would definitely be imprisoned for a few years if they were caught by the police. Sister, I know, but even if they go to jail, it's better than losing their lives. Those people will definitely not let Brother Peng and his friends go easily. The other party took so many goods from Lu Peng at once, and the probability of the other party letting them go was very low, and they were likely to be killed to silence them. Suan said in a calm voice, I will handle this matter, and I will report to the police if I can't handle it. You wait here, don't worry, I won't let your childhood friends get into trouble. Liang Fei saw that Suan was sure, and couldn't help but believe that she could really do it. Oh, forget it, Lu Peng said before that Suan was not an ordinary person, so he would believe her this time. Suan left Liang Fei and hurried to the place where they were trading. The two places were not far apart, about 1 or 2 miles away. Suan quickened her pace again and arrived at the place in less than 10 minutes. When Suan went over, the gang that wanted to rob the gang were moving goods. Suan saw with her sharp eyes that Lu Peng and his men were all tied up. Seeing Lu Peng and his men tied up, Suan was relieved. Fortunately, when she arrived, the other party had not yet killed them all. If the other party had already attacked Lu Peng and his men when she arrived, Suan would have no chance to rescue them even if she wanted to. Suan looked at these people, stood up directly, and said to them, you dare to have my idea, are you going to die? Seeing a person who suddenly broke out, the group was shocked. The leader of this group of robbing the gang was a middle-aged man with one eye. The one-eyed man looked in the direction of Suan and saw a young and beautiful girl. A little girl actually jumped out and talked to him so arrogantly, she really didn't want to die. Lu Peng and his men opened their mouths in surprise after seeing Suan. They never expected that Suan would come to rescue them. The moment he saw Suan, Lu Peng felt like he had seen a savior, and his eyes were red. Suan was really his benefactor. Not only did he make money with him, but he also came to save his life. If Suan had come a little later, the one-eyed dragon and his group would have put sacks on the brothers and thrown them into the river to drown. As for why they didn't just shoot them to death, it was mainly because they were worried that the gunshots would attract attention. If Liang Fei hadn't escaped just now, this group of people wouldn't have shot unless it was an emergency. The one-eyed dragon looked at Suan and said, little girl, you are quite arrogant. You dare to talk to me like this. I want to see who of us is desperate. After the one-eyed dragon finished speaking, Suan saw 2 big men around her pointing guns at her head. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be scared if someone pointed a gun at him like this, but Suan didn't show any fear. When Lu Peng saw these people pointing guns at Suan, his heart skipped a beat. He forgot that these people had guns in their hands. Lu Peng originally thought that Suan would come to save him, but now he thinks that he is a little naive. If the other party has a gun, what does it matter if Suan is so powerful? Can ordinary people fight against guns? Lu Peng didn't want to implicate Suan because of his own affairs. After all, Suan has helped him enough. So Lu Peng begged the one-eyed dragon. Brother Long, please can you let her go? She is a female comrade, so don't do anything to her. I have no objection to you taking all my things, but I have only one request, don't hurt her. After Lu Peng asked the one-eyed dragon, he hurriedly said to Suan, sister, don't worry about me. Seeing Lu Peng protecting himself like this, Suan sighed silently. This kid still has a conscience. Because of this, Suan felt that he should save this guy. The one-eyed dragon glanced at Suan and felt that although the girl was a little arrogant, she looked good. Although the one-eyed dragon and his brothers prefer charming and coquettish women, Suan might have a different taste for them. So the one-eyed dragon replied obscenely, let her go? Not impossible, let her serve us brothers one by one, and I will let her go. Suan's face immediately turned angry when she heard the one-eyed dragon's words. She spat at the one-eyed dragon. My lady is not someone you can dream of, do you deserve it? Suan said, and under everyone's eyes, she suddenly flashed to the side of the one-eyed dragon. Because the speed was too fast, no one could see the situation clearly. By the time they saw the situation clearly, Suan had already taken out a gun and put it against the one-eyed dragon's forehead. The gun Suan took out was looted from Huangzhong last time. This is a gun from our country, which has stronger attack power and greater power than domestic guns. The one-eyed dragon didn't expect that he was still teasing this girl in the last second, and in the next second, he was held at the head with a gun. This girl looked so weak, but her skills were so powerful that it was terrifying. The one-eyed dragon finally understood why Suan was so arrogant. She was not born arrogant, she just had the capital to be arrogant. As Suan pulled the trigger, the one-eyed dragon was scared to the point of peeing his pants. The one-eyed dragon, who was originally a little arrogant, suddenly became honest and humble, and begged Suan, "Auntie, please spare my life, Auntie, please spare my life. I have offended you because I didn't recognize you. Please be kind and let me go this time, I know I was wrong." Seeing that the one-eyed dragon was scared to the point of peeing his pants, Suan's eyes revealed a touch of contempt. He peed his pants after being frightened like this? Is he still a man? Lu Peng and the others didn't expect such a scene. Where did Suan get the gun? Because Suan's gun was against the one-eyed dragon's forehead, none of his men dared to act rashly. They also thought that Suan's skills were unfathomable, and if they dared to make any move, they might be defeated by her in advance. Suan sneered, "You dare to covet my things, you dare to touch my people, you are really brave." The one-eyed dragon continued to beg for mercy, "Aunt, I really know I was wrong. I didn't find out clearly before taking action. If I had known the situation earlier, we would never have done such a thing." The one-eyed dragon really didn't know that there was such a powerful person behind Lu Peng. He did things after careful consideration, and only dared to take action against those who he could deal with. For those who he couldn't deal with, he would stay away. If he had known that Suan was so terrible, his idea of robbing the thief would never have hit Lu Peng. Chapter 182. Chapter 182, Compensation. The one-eyed dragon said, "Auntie, since I know I was wrong, can you give me a chance? I will return all the things to you and we will just pretend that nothing happened, okay?" Suan sneered, "Forget it? You hurt my people, how can you just let it go like this?" The one-eyed dragon was also very discerning, and immediately said to Suan, "Auntie, let me give you compensation. I have prepared 6,000 yuan here, which was originally for buying goods. Now I give it to you just as my apology." Suan was quite satisfied when she heard the 6,000 yuan compensation. However, she still threatened the one-eyed dragon. "If I kill you, won't the money you brought this time still belong to me?" The one-eyed dragon was frightened and immediately raised the price. "Sister, if you let us go, we really know that we were wrong and dare not do it again. In addition to the 6,000 yuan we brought this time, I will give you another 4,000 yuan after we go back. What do you think?" Although the one-eyed dragon did not earn any benefits this time, and lost 10,000 yuan, it was a bit painful. But he also knew that no matter how important money is, it is not as important as his own life. The most important thing at the moment is to prevent Suan from attacking him so that he can save his life. Suan originally did not intend to kill the one-eyed dragon, because killing is against the law. If he really kills these people, Suan will have to think about how to deal with them later. It's okay if Lu Peng and others are not here, but Suan can't do it casually in front of them. "Okay, since you said so, then I'll give you this chance." Suan put away his gun. The one-eyed dragon breathed a sigh of relief, and his legs softened. He relaxed too early. Although Suan put away his gun, he kicked a thick tree trunk next to him. Such a thick tree trunk was directly kicked in half by Suan. Seeing Suan's strong fighting power, the one-eyed dragon was stunned. Is this woman really a human being? Under Suan's warning, the one-eyed dragon was completely honest. Originally, he still had some small thoughts, but now that he knew Suan's strength, he dared not make any small moves anymore. The one-eyed dragon first honestly asked his men to give the 6,000 yuan directly to Suan, and then arranged for someone to untie Lu Peng and the others, and then continued to apologize to Suan. Suan stared at the one-eyed dragon and said, "Remember to send the remaining 4,000 yuan. Deliver it within 3 days, otherwise the ant will come after you, and I can't guarantee what the consequences will be." The one-eyed dragon immediately responded, "Okay, Aunt, I will send the money to you as soon as I go back." Suan saw that the one-eyed dragon was really honest, so he didn't say anything more. It was getting late, so Suan directly asked the one-eyed dragon's men to help them send the goods back first. Since someone could deliver the goods, Suan didn't need to use his own people. The one-eyed dragon now dared not disobey anything Suan said. This ant was too scary, and he really didn't dare to offend her. After Suan finished explaining the situation, he said to Lu Peng and the others who were untied, "Are you not injured?" Lu Peng hurriedly said, "Sister, we are not." They did not run away, so the one-eyed dragon and his gang did not shoot at them. Although they were not injured, if Suan had come a little later, they would have been thrown into the river to feed the fish tonight. Suan really saved their lives this time. Whether it was Lu Peng or his childhood friend, They looked at Suan with gratitude in their eyes. At the same time, because they had witnessed Suan's strength, they looked at her with admiration and awe. Lu Peng and several of his childhood friends secretly swore in their hearts that Suan was so awesome, even more awesome than the one-eyed dragon, and they must follow Suan and have a good time. Suan nodded. Okay, since you are not injured, let's go back quickly. Grandpa Lu is still waiting at home. If you don't go back early, don't let the old man wait anxiously. Okay. Lu Peng hurriedly caught up with Suan's steps and headed towards the city together. Suan didn't forget Liang Fei, so he took Liang Fei with him. Liang Fei was originally thinking about whether he should report to the police, in case Lu Peng and the others got into trouble, and Suan also got into trouble. As a result, what he was worried about didn't happen at all. Suan not only stood in front of him at this moment, but also rescued Lu Peng and the others safely. Liang Fei's eyes were full of disbelief. How could it be? What kind of monster is Suan? Why is he so awesome? Liang Fei didn't dare to ask Suan. So he followed Lu Peng and asked what happened to this childhood friend. Lu Peng didn't hide anything from Liang Fei, and told Liang Fei what Suan had done. After listening to what happened when Suan went there, Liang Fei's eyes widened. Suan is really amazing. How can this be a human being? Only a god can do such a thing. It is precisely because of seeing Suan's strength that Lu Peng and his childhood friends all plan to follow Suan and have a good time. With Suan's protection, they will definitely be good in the future. Suan and his friends rushed back to the city, and seeing his grandson coming back, Grandpa Lu's worried heart was finally put down. Grandpa Lu hurriedly asked Lu Peng if something happened and why he came home so late. Lu Peng naturally didn't want to tell Grandpa Lu about the danger outside, so as to avoid the old man worrying after hearing it. The old man is old, and he can't stand the slightest shock. Lu Peng made an excuse that he was delayed by something and was busy now. Suan looked at Lu Peng, who lied to Grandpa Lu and didn't tell the truth, but didn't expose him. He could also understand why Lu Peng did this. Grandpa Lu saw that Lu Peng was indeed fine, so he believed what the boy said and didn't say anything more. Suan gave Lu Peng the goods delivered today, and then returned to the guest house. When Suan arrived at the guest house, it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. Suan was so sleepy at this moment that he quickly lay down on the bed to rest. After the situation in the city was over, Suan had to go back to the production team to have a good rest. Because he went to bed late at night, Suan slept until noon the next day before waking up. Seeing that it was getting late, Suan went directly to the state-owned restaurant for lunch. After lunch, Suan went to Lu Peng to ask if the remaining money of the one-eyed dragon had been delivered. Lu Peng quickly stuffed the remaining 4,000 yuan to Suan's sister. It has been delivered. The money is here, please count it. In addition to taking the money sent by the one-eyed dragon, Lu Peng also gave Suan the money for the settlement of the goods sold these times. So this time Suan received a lot of money. If she had seen so much money a few months ago, Suan would have been excited, but now she is much calmer. Although she has a lot of money in her hands now, Suan will not stop making money. After all, no one would complain about having too much money. Chapter 183. Chapter 183. More advanced than the United States. At the city's machinery factory, after rushing to produce all the parts that Suan needed to assemble the machine, Director Peng was in a hurry to watch over it. After a few days, Director Peng looked haggard. After the parts were finally produced, Director Peng called Suan over and asked Suan to quickly arrange the assembly. In fact, before the machine was made, Director Peng was still a little nervous, worried that the machine designed by Suan would not be able to reach the level of the United States. But he had no other way but to let Suan try. This time Suan brought all his hopes. After getting the parts, Suan assembled them himself. Director Peng called for help, and if Suan needed it, they would help him. When Suan assembled the machine, they didn't dare to breathe, for fear of disturbing Suan. In this way, Suan spent most of the day hammering and assembling, and finally Suan made the first machine. After assembling it, it was necessary to test its efficacy. I wonder if the machine designed and produced by Suan can compare with the one in the United States. Director Peng, please arrange for someone to try the effect of the machine. Director Peng nodded heavily. Okay, I'll go and try it. At this moment, Director Peng was very much looking forward to it, and wanted to know whether this machine would work more than Suan. Soon, Director Peng called the technicians to come over, and used the machine assembled by Suan to produce mechanical parts. When the machine was produced, Director Peng was stunned. The machine designed and assembled by Suan was indeed more advanced and easier to use than the one in the United States. He really didn't expect that Suan would succeed. He didn't know what to say about this girl. The country should gather such talents and conduct research, so that their China does not have to import advanced machinery and equipment from other countries, which can save a lot of foreign exchange. After testing the effect of the machine, Director Peng excitedly said to Suan, Comrade Su, the machine you made is better than the one in the United States. If I had known you were so good, I would not have purchased it from the United States. I would not only save money but also avoid being cheated by going directly to you. Suan said to the extremely excited Director Peng, "It's okay, Director, you can ask me first if you need a machine in the future. If we can produce it ourselves, we don't have to spend money to buy it from foreign countries. It's better for me to make money than for you to let foreigners make money, don't you think?" Director Peng was not stupid, and he understood what Suan meant. This girl was willing to help, but she certainly didn't want to help for free. They had to give her some benefits in their machinery factory. However, Director Peng thought Suan was right. It was better to let the Chinese people make money than to let foreigners make money. Moreover, Suan only wanted Chinese currency, which was better than US dollars. Foreign exchange was hard to come by now. Seeing that there was no problem with the machine, Suan assembled several other machines one after another. After several days of hard work, the problem was completely solved. The problem was solved, and Director Peng's heart disease was cured. To express his gratitude to Suan, Director Peng applied for a lot of bonuses and New Year's goods for Suan, so that Suan could have a good new year. Suan felt that this trip was worth it, although it was hard work, but he did earn a lot. After finishing all these, Suan went back to the production team of Yuto Village. She was away for a long time this time. Lu Jinting felt that he had been looking forward to it for a long time, and finally he looked forward to Suan's return. If Suan didn't come back, Lu Jinting felt that he couldn't hold it back and had to go to Suan in person. "Sister, and you are finally back." "Yes, sister, and you are finally back. We all miss you so much. And then why did you stay in the city for so long this time?" Suan met Lu Jinting's accusing eyes. This man looked like a resentful woman abandoned by a scumbag. "I have something to do this time, so I wasted a little more time. Fortunately, I am done with it, and I shouldn't leave for so long later. I am not here. Have you been okay in the production team during this time?" Several people said that it was okay and nothing happened during this time. The people in the production team were busy hoarding firewood, and when they were free, they would go up the mountain to pick up mountain products to prepare for winter. They have stored enough firewood and prepared a lot of game for the winter, so they don't have to worry about not having anything to eat during the winter. It hasn't snowed yet, but when it snows they can't go anywhere and can only stay at home to spend the winter. In fact, the weather is already very cold, but it hasn't snowed yet, so they can still go out and move around in thick clothes. Suan was relieved to see that everything was fine in the countryside. Because Suan was back, Sun Xinshin was busy preparing a few more dishes. In the evening, Sun Xinshin made sauerkraut stewed with blood sausage and sweet and sour pork. It must be said that this girl's cooking skills are really impeccable. After dinner, Suan went into Lu Jinting's room alone and asked about his recovery from his injuries. Lu Jinting was shot and was hospitalized in the hospital for treatment. When he was discharged, his wound had scabbed over. When Suan went to the city, the scab on his wound had not fallen off yet. "I don't know if it has fallen off now." Seeing that Suan cared about his injuries, Lu Jinting's depressed mood, which had been caused by Suan's abandonment of him for so long, has improved a lot. "And then I'm fine. The scabs have almost fallen off. You don't have to worry." Suan said, "Take off your clothes and let me see." Suan had to see it for herself before she could feel more at ease. When Lu Jinting saw Suan asking him to take off his clothes, his face suddenly became hot, and then this is not good. Suan knew that Lu Jinting was shy, so she rolled her eyes at him. "You are a grown man, what is there to be embarrassed about? I only want to see your upper body and I don't look at other places. Even if I look at other places it doesn't matter. You said your thing and your butt, which one have I not seen?" It would have been better if Suan didn't say it. After she said that, Lu Jinting's face turned redder. However, although Lu Jinting blushed at this moment, he honestly took off his shirt. Suan looked at Lu Jinting's wound, and it was indeed almost scab-free. After a few more days of rest, Lu Jinting should be able to be like a normal person. After looking at the wound, Suan called Lu Jinting to put on his clothes quickly. This guy has such a great body, and he appeared in front of her shirtless. Suan was really worried that she would do something to him if she couldn't control herself. "Okay, you have a good rest, I have to go to rest too." When Lu Jinting saw Suan was about to leave, he suddenly grabbed Suan's hand. "And then you left me for so long this time, and now you finally come back. Are you sure you don't want to compensate me?" Chapter 184. Chapter 184. Lu Jinting takes the initiative to kiss. Suan looked at Lu Jinting, wanting to know what compensation this guy wanted. Meeting Suan's questioning eyes, Lu Jinting directly pulled Suan into his arms, and then covered her with his soft lips. Suan. She was in such a hurry to leave because she was tempted by Lu Jinting's figure. But this guy came to seduce her again? Lu Jinting was the person she liked, so Suan did not refuse this guy's kiss. The two kissed for a while, and Suan felt that if this continued, something bad would happen, so she quickly slipped away. A few days after returning from the city this time, it began to snow in the Yuto Village production team. This was the first snow of the winter here. I have to say that the snow in the north is really heavy. This snow fell for several days and nights. When the snow stopped, the snow at the door was piled up very deep. Looking at such heavy snow, the team members were not very excited, but worried about how to survive. The weather was getting colder and colder, and many people had no warm clothes and bedding. In fact, this is secondary. The key point is that the snow is heavy and the snow is thick. Many families' thatched houses can't hold such thick snow. Since the snow fell, manhwa has told the team members to complete the cleaning work to avoid the collapse of houses. But even when everyone was paying attention, several families' houses still collapsed. Manhwa immediately summoned the team members to rescue the people in the accident. Suan, Lu Wanting and Guamiao all actively participated in the rescue operation. Lu Jinting wanted to participate in the rescue, but was stopped by Suan. After all, he was injured. Although he has recovered well, he is still not fully recovered and needs to continue to recuperate. It doesn't matter if he is missing one person. It's better for him to take care of himself first. Lu Jinting is also an obedient person. Since Suan didn't let him go, he didn't go obediently. It was not until Suan participated in the rescue that she knew what it meant to have a hemp rope broken at the tie. These families were already in financial difficulties, and they suffered such a disaster. The male owner of one family even had his leg broken. In this era, when the mainstay of a family falls, no one can earn work points or food, and life is not easy. Manhwa sighed repeatedly. There was nothing they could do when they encountered such a thing. The brigade was very poor and had no extra money to help the team members. This family had several children. After the accident, the women and children surrounded the man and cried. Manhwa called a meeting of the team members and asked if everyone could donate money to send this man to the hospital for treatment of his leg. If he was not treated, he would not be able to do farm work after his leg was broken, and the whole family would starve to death in the future. Manhwa's meeting was not very effective. Now every household was having a hard time. Even if the team members sympathized with such a plight, it was impossible to ask them to pay. If they couldn't even make ends meet, how could they afford to help others? Even if they did good things, they had to do it within their own ability. Manhwa saw that few people donated money and could not raise money at all. The brigade also had no money, so they could only let this man fend for himself. Anyway, he had done what he should do, and there was nothing he could do about the problem that he couldn't solve. Just when Manhwa gave up, Suan found him alone and said, "Captain, I will pay for the medical expenses of Comrade Wang Jian, but you have to keep it a secret for me. Don't let anyone say that I paid for it." Manhwa didn't expect Suan to offer money to treat this man's leg. This young Su Jiqing is really capable and kind. Manhwa knew that Suan was not short of money. The meritorious service reward from the public security alone was not small. Apart from other things, the reward Suan received last time alone was several hundred yuan. Others can't afford the money, but Suan can definitely afford it. Since Suan is willing to help pay, it is naturally the best. But Manhwa didn't understand why Suan didn't want others to know, but asked him to keep it secret. Facing Manhwa's puzzled eyes, Suan explained, "Captain, if I let others know that Comrade Wang Jian was rescued by me, I'm afraid that people with difficult families in the production team will have to come to me for help. I don't like trouble. It's best for me to keep this matter confidential. Anyway, I just want to do something simple, not for a reputation." Manhwa listened to Suan's words and immediately understood what she meant. Suan's concerns are not unreasonable. As long as she helped one person, there would be many people who would come back to ask for help. Manhwa didn't want Suan to get into trouble, so he agreed. "Okay, Xiao Su Jiqing, I agree to your request." Suan paid the money, and the man had medical expenses. Manhwa quickly arranged for someone to help send him to the county hospital. The snow hasn't melted yet, and the team members are stepping on the snow to carry people to the hospital. Fortunately, after sending them there, the results are good. Wang Jian's leg was saved, and it would be enough to rest at home for a few more months. Manhwa was very happy to know the result. Fortunately, there was the help of Xiao Su Jiqing. Otherwise, he didn't dare to think about how Wang Jian's family would live in the future. It must be said that Xiao Su Jiqing's action saved a family. Now Manhwa's impression of Suan is getting better and better, and he feels that their Yuto village production team is really lucky to be assigned such an excellent educated youth. Because the mountain was closed due to heavy snow, Suan and her friends stayed at home honestly. There are many people here, so they don't feel bored. Seeing that she couldn't go out, Sun Xinshin simply studied various delicacies at home. Suan saw that the weather was so cold it would be nice to have a hot pot. Thinking of this, Suan went to Sun Xinshin to study hot pot. There was no hot pot base in this era, so if you want to eat hot pot, you have to make the base yourself. Suan knew the approximate method of making hot pot base. After all, she had watched a lot of food shows in the future. Suan told Sun Xinshin about the method of making hot pot base, and waited for this girl to study and make it. Sun Xinshin was very talented in making food. After Jiangshu finished talking, she started to make it. Unexpectedly, she made the hot pot base in one go. Jiangshu tasted the taste of the hot pot base made by Sun Xinxin. It was really good. More fragrant than the base of many hot pot restaurants in the future. After the base was prepared, the next step was to eat hot pot. I don't know how the other people tolerate spicy food, so when eating hot pot, Suan asked for a shuangyang pot. Those who can eat spicy food can eat hot pot, and those who can't eat spicy food can just eat bone soup pot. Except for Suan, it was the first time for the others to eat hot pot. The hot pot with a spicy base made the tongue numb and spicy, and they all broke out in sweat in the middle of winter. However, they all felt that it was very comfortable to eat the spicy hot pot around the table. In this way, they ate several hot pots in the middle of winter. Chapter 185. Chapter 185. Lu Jinting is returning to the organization. Finally, after staying at home for half a month, the snow almost melted. Suan saw that she could go out, so she went into the mountains again. Although there was no shortage of meat recently, all he ate was pickled meat. Suan still wanted to eat fresh meat. It would be great if he could hunt some game after entering the mountains. Suan was lucky. He shot a wild goat as soon as he entered the mountains. In addition to wild goats, he also shot 2 pheasants. Seeing that the harvest was good, Suan carried the things down the mountain. There was a lot of meat from wild goats, dozens of kilograms. After Suan processed the mutton, he sent 2 kilograms to Wang Weihua's family, and also sent 2 kilograms to Aunt Zhang and Wu Mingzhong. Wu Mingzhong and his wife were so moved by the mutton sent by Suan that they didn't know what to say. This winter should be the best winter for the old couple since they were sent down. Because of the warm clothes and bedding that Suan had sent before, as well as firewood for the winter, they were not cold at all this winter. Now they can eat meat from time to time, and the old couple feel that their physical condition has improved a lot. If they can continue to live like this, Wu Mingzhong and his wife think they can survive until the day of redress. Suan and his friends processed the mutton, and they gathered together to eat a mutton hot pot. The tender mutton was blanched and paired with sesame paste. It was simply delicious. Lu Jinting and his friends felt that following Suan, they did not feel like they were going to the countryside, but like they were on vacation. Before they had a few happy days, Lu Jinting and Guamiao received news from their superiors that they were transferred from the Yuto Village production team. Their mission in the Yuto Village production team was completed, so now they had to continue with the next mission. The superiors asked them to return to the organization within half a month, which means that they can stay in Yuto Village for at most 10 days. In the past, the two of them were looking forward to completing the mission and returning early. But now it is different. Lu Jinting and Suan are in a relationship and are reluctant to leave. Guamiao is a foodie who always misses Sun Xinxin's cooking. After leaving the Yuto Village production team, it is not easy for him to enjoy Sun Xinxin's cooking. But the two had to obey the transfer order from the organization. Since they are members of the Special Operations team, they must obey the decision of their superiors. The organization also arranged for the two to return to the city. The team members in Yuto Village did not know that Lu Jinting and Guamiao were here to carry out the mission. Seeing that these two educated youth were suddenly arranged to return to the city, they were very curious about how they did it. Of course, the educated youths in the educated youth point envied Lu Jinting and Guamiao the most. They all looked forward to returning to the city, but they never had the chance. How come Lu Jinting and Guamiao got the quota to return to the city? There were also educated youths who directly asked Lu Jinting and Guamiao if there was a way to get a quota to return to the city. But the people who came to ask were asking in vain, and Lu Jinting and Guamiao certainly did not tell the real reason. Suan also knew that Lu Jinting was going to return to the organization. Lu Jinting is her boyfriend, and they just started dating and are still in the honeymoon period. Suan was a little reluctant to let Lu Jinting go, but she also knew that this was Lu Jinting's duty. I originally thought you could stay and celebrate the new year, but I didn't expect that you wouldn't be able to celebrate this new year. Suan said this with a hint of regret in his tone. Lu Jinting looked at Suan with guilt, and then I'll come to see you when I have time. Suan responded, okay. I'll come to see you when I have the chance. Lu Jinting was relieved when he saw that Suan didn't blame him. Because Lu Jinting was about to leave, the two of them didn't have much time to spend together. While Lu Jinting was still in Yuto Village, they had to cherish the time they had together. Lu Jinting suggested that the two of them go to the county town for a date, and Suan certainly had no objection. Like many couples, the two went to the cinema to watch a movie. After the movie was over, they had dinner together and then went to the photo studio to take pictures. Now they don't have a photo together, so they took this opportunity to take a photo together. The master of the photo studio saw Suan and Lu Jinting come in and was amazed by their looks. These two people are really good looking. He has taken pictures of many people, but he has never seen such good-looking people like these two. With such good looks, the master of the photo studio thought that the photos taken would definitely be good. Suan and Lu Jinting took 3 photos in total, 1 for each of them and then a group photo. No matter whether it was Suan or Lu Jinting, their looks were impeccable. After the photos were taken, the master of the photo studio said to them, "The photos are very good. You can come here to pick up the photos in 3 days." In the 1970s, people used film to take photos, and they had to develop them after taking them. Hearing the words of the master of the photo studio, Suan and Lu Jinting came to the photo studio to pick up the photos 3 days later. Seeing the photos taken by the two, Suan and Lu Jinting both thought they were good. The master of the photo studio even asked, "Comrades, the photos you took are really good. I wonder if our photo studio can hang your photos in the window? If you are willing, I can waive the cost of taking and developing photos for you." The master of the photo studio thought that the photos taken by Suan and Lu Jinting were very good. If they could be hung in the window, many people would definitely be attracted by the photos and come to their photo studio to take photos. This time, the total cost of taking and developing photos was several yuan. Ordinary people might agree to it, but Suan didn't care about these small things. She didn't like her photos to be used for publicity, so she directly rejected the kindness of the photo studio master. After Suan refused, the photo studio master felt a little regretful. It was rare for him to encounter such satisfactory photos, but the conditions he proposed were not attractive to him at all. After Suan and Lu Jinting took the photos, they left the photo studio. Lu Jinting put the photos away, and Suan's solo photo was directly placed in his wallet. When he left the Yuto Village production team, although he couldn't see Suan every day, it was good to take out Suan's photos every day. Lu Jinting and Guamiao didn't stay in Yuto Village for too long. After the news of the recall organization came, they only stayed for 10 days and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Sun Xinshin prepared a lot of delicious food for the two of them, but Suan the object didn't prepare anything for Lu Jinting. After all, she didn't have anything to show. She is not as good as Sun Xinshin in cooking, and she is even worse at making clothes and shoes. It is better not to embarrass herself. Lu Jinting and Guamiao were reluctant to leave, and Suan personally sent them to the city's train station. It just so happened that she had to replenish some goods for Lu Peng, so she sent them there by the way. When sending Lu Jinting to the train, Lu Jinting didn't care if there were people around, and kissed Suan on the forehead. Chapter 186. Chapter 186. Earning foreign exchange from the United States. Guamiao? Doesn't his brother treat him as a human being? He actually did not shy away from him. After Suan sent the two people off, she went directly to Lu Peng. Lu Peng has been doing quite well in the black market during this period, because he has a lot of goods in his hands, and even the one-eyed dragon dare not touch him, so those forces in the city who are jealous of him dare not act rashly. Lu Peng feels that if he continues to develop like this, the entire black market in the city will have to be controlled by him. Of course, even if Lu Peng is getting better and better, he knows that people cannot be arrogant. He knows very well how he got all this. It's all because of Suan. So when he saw Suan coming to him again, his attitude was as enthusiastic as before. Suan replenished Lu Peng's goods and took more fruits. The fruits in her space were almost full. If it weren't for the limited amount that Lu Peng could sell, Suan could have sold more. Suan also took several ginsengs in the space and gave them to Lu Peng, asking him to help sell them. Lu Peng was very excited to see Suan brought her another treasure. The price of these ginsengs of better years is not cheap. After Lu Peng got the goods, Lu Peng also paid Suan for the goods he sold some time ago. After Suan finished her work with Lu Peng, she went to the machinery factory again, mainly to ask about the performance of the batch of machines she made during this period. When Director Peng saw Suan coming, he entertained her even more warmly. If it weren't for this girl, he would be finished. Seeing Suan asking about the performance of this batch of machines, Director Peng smiled and said, "Very good, Comrade Su, your batch of machines are much better than those in the United States. Oh, I forgot to tell you one thing, these machines broke down before. Didn't I contact the manufacturer in the United States? They pretended to arrange a maintenance engineer to come over. When the engineer came, he saw the machines that you redesigned and made, and kept asking me if I had improved the machines. He said that your technical level is not reached in their country. If possible, can you transfer the technology to the United States? They will give generous rewards. The United States is rich and powerful, and the reward price they offered is not low, about 100,000 US. And judging from their intentions, there is still room for negotiation on the price. If Suan is willing to transfer the technology, she can get more compensation." Director Peng thought that he was cheated by the American people, but now because Suan improved the machine, the manufacturers there asked him to transfer the technology, and he suddenly felt proud. Suan didn't expect this. Can you earn foreign exchange by improving the technology casually? 100,000 US. She admitted that she was a little tempted. Suan asked Director Peng to contact the United States. If the price can be increased to 200,000 US, she is willing to transfer it. However, the machines that the manufacturer provided to the Chinese machinery factory last time were defective, and they must return the money they spent on the machines. The machines that the machinery factory bought last time were not cheap, and they spent a total of $150,000. 3 machines, $50,000 each. It may not be a big deal for the United States, but for the current economic level of China, the price is really not cheap. After hearing Su-An's request, the manufacturer in the United States readily agreed. Director Peng did not expect that there would be a result. The money that their machinery factory was cheated out of could actually be returned. And Su-An also earned foreign exchange from the United States. All of this was earned by Su-An with her own ability, so this money must be given to Su-An. Director Peng did not want this money to fall on the machinery factory. If it were not for Su-An, their machinery factory would not be able to get back the money that was cheated, and the production would be affected by this batch of machines. After the two parties agreed on this matter, Director Peng began to make arrangements. As soon as the foreign exchange from the United States was deposited into their factory account, Director Peng would help transfer the money to Su-An. Su-An once again lamented that the money was too easy to earn. She wondered if she should research something else and earn more foreign exchange from the United States. Now it is the United States that earns money from the Chinese because the Chinese technology in the 1970s was far behind the United States. Because China was suppressed by the United States, most of the machines that can be bought now are eliminated by the United States. For some high-tech products and equipment, the United States will not give China the opportunity to buy them at all, even if China is willing to spend money. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. If you want China to become stronger, technological progress is the key. This time, the harvest was fruitful, so Su-An was in a good mood after returning from the city. Originally, Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin were worried that Lu Zhenting was gone, and whether Su-An's mood would be affected, and whether she would be depressed for a while. Now it seems that their worries are completely unnecessary. Su-An didn't look sad at all. In Su-An's view, although men are important, they are definitely not as important as making money. After going through so much, Su-An understands one thing: it is better to rely on yourself than on others. Only what you have and can hold in your hands is the most real. Su-An didn't doubt Lu Zhenting's feelings for her, but she felt that even if Lu Zhenting might really like her, she must first focus on herself and make herself stronger. After Lu Zhenting left, it snowed again in the Yuto Village production team. The entire team of members stayed at home for the winter. Su-An, Sun Xinxin and the other two were the same. They couldn't go out and had to stay at home. Fortunately, Su-An bought a lot of books and the three of them were not idle at home. They looked at the textbooks of junior high school and reviewed their knowledge. In addition, Su-An was translating several books under the introduction of Chang Siyuan. When the books are translated, they can get a considerable reward. I was idle anyway, and I must not miss the opportunity to make money. In this way, I finally survived the day when the snow stopped. After the snow stopped, it was almost the end of the year. During the period when the road was blocked by snow, the production team was disconnected from the outside world. When the road was open, Su-An received a telegram from Beijing. Lu Zhenting and Guamiao arrived in Beijing safely, so Su-An didn't have to worry. In addition, Director Peng also asked Su-An to take time to go to the city. The money from the United States had arrived, and Su-An could go to the factory to discuss how to get the money. Su-An took some time to go to the city, just in time to replenish some goods for Lu Peng. After all, the new year is coming soon and everyone needs to buy New Year goods and they need a lot of things. Lu Peng's goods are limited, and Lu Peng probably sold most of what she sold last time. After Su-An took some time to go to the city, she first went to Lu Peng and replenished a batch of goods. Now Lu Peng's business in the black market is very stable. Even if he doesn't have Su-An's goods, he can go to other places to get them. Seeing that Lu Peng had a lot of good things, Su-An thought that she had to prepare some New Year goods on her side, so she simply bought a lot of things from him. Chapter 187. Chapter 187. Lu Zhenting writes a letter and sends something. Su-An bought a lot of New Year's goods. With these, she can have a good New Year with Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting. After finishing her work with Lu Peng, Su-An went to the machinery factory again. This time, Su-An's technology transfer fee and the cost of purchasing machines at the machinery factory last time totaled 350,000 yuan, and Director Peng gave all of it to Su-An. Su-An provided Director Peng with a private account and asked Director Peng to transfer the money to her private account. Director Peng asked Su-An, "Comrade Su, now our factory needs to purchase various advanced foreign equipment, and we are very short of foreign exchange. Look, can our factory only exchange these 300,000 US dollars into Huayuan for you?" Director Peng rubbed his hands when asking, a little worried that Su-An would refuse. Su-An also understood the current domestic situation. Domestic technology cannot compare with foreign countries, and many equipment needs to be purchased from abroad. But China's foreign exchange reserves are not good at this time. The country is short of foreign exchange, let alone their factories. Su-An is not going to the United States now, and it is really useless to ask for these foreign exchange. As long as the money is not less for her, it doesn't matter whether it is US dollars or Hwayuan. If the contributed US dollars can help the development of the country, Suan will feel very honored. After Suan thought about it, she nodded to Director Peng and said, "Okay, Director Peng, no problem. These US dollars will be given to the factory, and you can just give me the Hwayuan." Director Peng was very happy to see Suan agree to this. He originally thought that Suan would not agree so easily, but he didn't expect her to be so easy to talk to. 350,000 US dollars is a considerable amount. When their factory needs to purchase foreign equipment again, they can buy a lot of machines. Director Peng was very grateful to Suan. It was time for lunch, and Director Peng asked the chef in the factory cafeteria to prepare a few more delicious dishes for Suan. Suan had a beautiful lunch and went to Suwei again in the afternoon. The situation of these orphans is not bad. Suan came to visit them this time and gave them some New Year's goods so that they can have a good New Year. These orphans were very happy to see Suan. They haven't seen Sister Sue for a long time. Suan also likes these sensible and lovely children. Seeing that they were living well, Suan seemed to make up for her childhood. After finishing her work in the city, Suan returned to the production team in Yuto village. She probably wouldn't go out again before the new year. Just waiting to spend the new year in peace. Suan took out the things she brought back from the city. This time when she came back from the city, Suan just took a lot of fruits on the pretext. Suan took the most apples, which have a long shelf life and are crispy and sweet. The temperature in the northeast is low, and fresh apples will not go bad even if they are kept at home for a month. As for other fruits that are not easy to preserve such as bananas, Suan took less. In addition, bananas are tropical fruits, which are basically impossible to see in the northeast, so Suan didn't dare to take too many out. Seeing what Suan brought back, Lu Wanting and Sun Xinshin were very happy. How long have they not eaten fruit? Lu Wanting directly asked Suan where the big, crispy and sweet apples were bought. "I bought them on the black market. You can't buy them on the market." Hearing Suan say that they were bought in the city, Lu Wanting had an expression of "I see." A few days after Suan came back this time, she received a package from Jing City. It was sent by Lu Zhenting. Although Lu Zhenting was not with Suan, he always thought about her. Thinking that the new year was coming soon, Lu Zhenting also prepared a New Year gift for Suan in Jing City. In addition to the things sent, Suan also saw a letter written by Lu Zhenting. The content of the letter was very simple. Lu Zhenting reported Suan's return to the organization. After he returned to the organization, he trained in the organization when he was not on a mission, waiting for another mission after the new year. As for what mission to go and where to go, Lu Zhenting could not mention it to Suan because it was confidential. He only said that he was probably not in the country and might not be able to contact Suan for several months, so she should not worry when she couldn't contact him. Suan finished reading the letter and put it away. She would have to write a letter to Lu Zhenting and send it back. If Lu Zhenting hadn't taken the initiative to write a letter and send something to her, she would have almost forgotten Lu Zhenting. If this guy knew that she didn't think much about him, would he be angry? Suan wrote a letter to let Lu Zhenting know that she was actually thinking about him. Suan looked at the contents of the package again, wondering what Lu Zhenting had sent her. This was a large package full of things and there were quite a lot of things in it. Suan opened the package and took a look. There were 2 coats. The style of the coats was very nice. Even if it was judged by the eyes of later generations, the design of the coats was still very good. There were also 2 sweaters and the styles of the sweaters were also beautiful. Then there was a pair of leather shoes, a scarf, perfumes and lipsticks that girls liked. There was not much to eat, but there was a pack of donkey hide gelatin for women to replenish their qi and blood, and 2 boxes of imported chocolates. When Suan saw the things Lu Zhenting sent, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart, wondering how this straight man could give such good gifts and such good taste. It seemed that she had to get to know Lu Zhenting again. After looking at the gifts Lu Zhenting sent, Suan put them away one by one. Seeing that her brother was writing letters and sending things to Suan, Lu Wanting suddenly felt that her sister seemed worthless. How come her brother didn't even care about her? Fortunately, she also felt that Suan's position in his heart was higher than her brother's, so when she saw that her brother cared about Suan but not her sister, Lu Wanting was not angry. Suan wrote a letter to Lu Zhenting and went to the county town the next day. While sending the letter, she also sent the translation manuscript to Chang Siyuan and also sent some goods to Li San. After finishing these things, she probably won't go out before the new year, and will go out after the new year. Because the new year is coming soon, the production team has also started to get busy during this period. The team leader first called the team members to distribute food. The team members have been busy for a year, and what they are most looking forward to is the distribution of food and meat at the end of the year. After all, the food rations for the next year depend on the food distributed at the end of the year. This year, the harvest of the Yuto Village production team is not bad, and because of the advanced collective, their team has received many rewards from the commune and the county. They even got more food than in previous years. Since Soo-eun went to the countryside, she had been earning full work points, and she got a lot of food at the end of the year. But Soo-eun felt that the food was not enough, so she spent extra money to buy some from the brigade. Of course, most of what Soo-eun bought were fine grains, as she was not used to eating coarse grains. Chapter 188. Chapter 188. The situation of Sun Shinshin's family. The taste of coarse grains is much worse than that of fine grains. If you say that you can only eat coarse grains because you have no money, since she has enough money, she must buy more fine grains. Not long after the grain was distributed, the team began to kill the New Year pigs and distribute pork. Every year the team raises some task pigs, handing over a part to the commune, and the rest can be shared by the team members. This year, Yuto Village can kill a total of 6 pigs. 6 pigs are not a small number, but on average not much. According to the population of the team, each team member can get about 1 kilogram of meat. Those with fewer people in the family can get less meat, and those with more people in the family can get more. In addition, if there is any leftover pork from the New Year pigs, the team members can also spend money to buy it from the team without meat tickets. Because each person can only get more than 1 kilogram of meat, Soo-eun, Lu Wanting, and Sun Shinshin can only get 4 or 5 kilograms of meat together. During the new year, this amount of meat is naturally not enough. Just like buying grain, Soo-eun plans to buy some pork from the production team. The team bought meat at a good price, no meat coupons were needed, and it was 1 yuan per pound. Soo-eun thought that he would fry meatballs for the new year, so he had to buy more. So Soo-eun bought 20 pounds of pork in one go, plus half a pig's head. Seeing Soo-eun's generosity, the team members were not surprised. Who among the team members doesn't know that Soo-eun is rich? Since this girl is not short of money, it is normal for her to buy more pork. If they were not short of money, they would also buy more meat. After distributing the food and killing the New Year pig, the next step is to wait for the new year. Lu Wanting does not plan to go home for the new year this year. She was afraid that her parents would not let her go out again once she went back, and would nag her to get married soon. It was nice to celebrate the new year in the countryside. She had not experienced the feeling of celebrating the new year in the countryside. This time she could celebrate the new year with her 2 good friends, Soo-eun and Sun Shinshin, in the countryside. Lu Wanting felt that it was much more interesting than going home for the new year. Soo-eun had no home anyway, so it didn't matter where she went for the new year. This year, she was very happy to be in the production team with 2 friends. Sun Shinshin was in a similar situation to Soo-eun. Even if she was in the city, no one would accompany her for the new year. At least she had a companion in the countryside. Speaking of family, Soo-eun had not asked about the specific situation of Sun Shinshin's family. Although he knew that Sun Shinshin's family was sensitive, Soo-eun had never asked the little girl about the specific situation. Now that they were familiar with each other, Soo-eun felt that he could show some concern. Sun Shinshin did not hide the situation of her family. Her parents were sent down because of their class background. As for where they were sent down, Sun Shinshin herself did not know. If she knew where her parents were sent down to, Sun Shinshin could secretly send some things to them. There were also people sent down to the countryside in their Yuto Village production team. Seeing the situation in the cowshed, Sun Shinshin knew that her parents were in a similar situation. So it was okay when she didn't miss her parents, but when she thought of her parents, Sun Shinshin felt very uncomfortable and worried about the situation of her parents after they were sent down to the countryside. Sun Shinshin also had an older brother who joined the army in his early years, but there has been no news about him in recent years. Sun Shinshin didn't know if her brother died after joining the army. Anyway, her brother didn't contact her until her parents got into trouble, and her letter to the army never received a response. It was the first time that Soo-eun and Lu Wanting heard about the situation at Sun Shinshin's home. Both of them comforted Sun Shinshin first, and then Lu Wanting patted Sun Shinshin on the shoulder and said, "Shinshin, I'll ask my brother to help you find out about this matter later. Maybe he can find out about your parents and your brother." It is difficult for ordinary people to get this information, but their Lu family is not ordinary people. With the connections of the Lu family, it should not be difficult to help Sun Shinshin find out about these things. Sun Shinshin was so moved that she didn't know what to say when she saw that Lu Wanting and Soo-eun not only did not despise her background, but helped her in this way. If she could really find out the specific situation of her parents and brother, she would be relieved. As the New Year's Day was getting closer, the people in the team were getting busier and busier. Soo-eun began to prepare the food for the new year. They bought a lot of pork and Sun Shinshin took 5 pounds of pork to fry meatballs directly. After frying the meatballs, they can be kept longer and can be stored and eaten slowly. In addition to frying meatballs, Sun Shinshin also fried some melon seeds and made some peanut candy and sesame candy by herself. Sun Shinshin's cooking skills are really good. She can make many things that cannot be bought at the supply and marketing cooperative. Even if they can be bought, they are not as delicious as Sun Xinshin's own. In addition to them, other families are also preparing these foods. Look, Tao Danny sent over the dried sweet potatoes she made. Sweet potatoes are coarse grains and not valuable, but the dried sweet potatoes made by Tao Danny taste good, fragrant and sweet. In addition to the dried sweet potatoes, Tao Danny also sent a bag of pumpkin seeds. The pumpkin seeds were also fried by Tao Danny herself. Although they are not very good, they are really good to eat. Seeing that Tao Danny sent them something, Suan must give something in return. So Suan filled a big bowl of fried meatballs for Tao Danny, which made Tao Danny embarrassed. She sent cheap things, but Suan gave her meatballs. Meat is very expensive these days, and this bowl of meatballs is also expensive. But Tao Danny couldn't refuse Suan, so she had to accept the bowl of meatballs. By the way, Xiao Su, the educated youth, we are going to fish in the reservoir of our commune. Do you want to buy some fish? If necessary, I will ask your team uncle to bring you too. Or you can go and have a look and choose tomorrow morning. You don't need a ticket to buy this fish, and the price is relatively cheap, 30 cents per pound. Many people in our brigade plan to buy some fish to eat during the new year. Although fish meat is not as delicious as pork, it is still a meaty thing. People may not buy it at ordinary times, but basically every household will buy 2 fish during the new year. It's a big new year, and fish and meat are necessary. Fish is the same as surplus, and eating fish during the new year also has the meaning of surplus every year. Suan saw that Tao Danny specifically mentioned this matter, and thought it was really good to buy some fish. Okay, Aunt Danny, let's go over and take a look tomorrow. Okay. Lu Wanting and Sun Xinshin felt that there was nothing to do at home, so they planned to go to the reservoir together tomorrow morning. So the next morning, Suan set out with Tao Danny and other old ladies. Suan went out today wearing a coat sent by Lu Jinting and leather shoes bought by Lu Jinting. These leather shoes are lined with fur, so they are warmer than normal cotton shoes. With the scarf bought by Lu Jinting, Suan can be said to be fully equipped to go out. Even though it was windy outside, Suan didn't feel cold. Seeing Suan's new outfit today, many people were amazed. Chapter 189. Chapter 189. It's New Year. The main reason was that Suan's clothes looked good. The country folk had never seen such fashionable clothes. In addition, Suan had a good foundation and looked good. With such a dress, it was hard not to attract people's attention. Oh Su, the educated youth, you look really good today. Where did you buy this? Did you buy it in the city? The clothes in the city are different from those in our county. Suan heard the gossiping questions from the aunts, and she didn't mind showing off. No, this was sent to me by my girlfriend from Beijing. Now everyone in the Yuto village production team knew that Suan and Lu Jinting were dating. After hearing that these things were sent to Suan by Lu Jinting, everyone looked at Suan with envy. However, some people felt that although Lu Jinting was a good person and his condition seemed to be okay, he was not good in that aspect. Some old aunts even advised Suan to think about her relationship with Lu Jinting for Suan's sake. Before, Lu Jinting and Guamiao threw dirty water on themselves mainly to avoid trouble. They didn't want to be entangled by female comrades. Now that both of them have left the production team, there is no need to hide such things anymore. So Suan said to the old aunts who cared about her, "My boyfriend is in good health. I wanted to have some peace and quiet at the beginning, so I deliberately made up a story about myself saying that he was not good in that aspect." After Suan finished speaking, Lu Wanting added, "Yes, my brother is in good health." The old aunts in the production team realized that they were fooled by Lu Jinting at the beginning. So, what Guamiao said at the beginning was also false. Thinking that these two educated youths are very capable, and they have all returned to the city, the aunts in the team felt like slapping their thighs. If they had known that these two people were fooling people, they should have persuaded their daughters to be with them. Lu Jinting is dating Suan, but doesn't he still have Guamiao? That educated youth Gua is not bad either. It's a pity that now that everyone is gone, it's too late to say anything. Suan followed Tao Danny and the others to the commune reservoir. There are quite a lot of fish caught in this reservoir. The price was not expensive and no tickets were required. According to Sun Xinshin's idea, they bought 2 big black carps, 2 mandarin fish and a grass carp. After buying several fish, Suan went back with the aunts in the brigade. After arriving home, Sun Xinshin processed the 2 big black carps. 1 big black carp was used to fry fish pieces, which were coated with flour and fried. When you want to eat, you can roast a few pieces. The remaining big black carp was directly used to make fish balls. The taste of fish balls is not worse than meatballs, and they can be eaten for a long time after they are made. Especially the taste of fishball soup is very delicious. Because they made more fish balls, Suan sent some to the aunts in the brigade who had a good relationship with them. Aunt Zhang's family and Wu Mingzhong's family both had some. The things at home were almost ready, and soon it was the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Every household in the production team had to prepare spring festival couplets. In previous years, the people in the brigade asked the educated youth to write spring festival couplets, and this year was the same. Generally, when the people in the brigade asked the educated youth to write spring festival couplets, they would give them something in return. For example, they would give them some sweet potatoes and vegetables. In any case, they would not ask the educated youth to help them for nothing. The educated youth were very happy to help the team members write spring festival couplets. After all, they could get some benefits after helping. In previous years, the team members liked to ask Lin Aodong to help write spring festival couplets, because Lin Aodong's handwriting was the best. But this year Lin Aodong returned to the city, so they went to Suan to help write. Su Jiqing is so good, and it is estimated that his calligraphy must be good. But Suan was not willing to write. So many people asked her to write for them. Wouldn't her hands be sore? The first couplet she helped write, the handwriting was only mediocre, but Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin wrote better than her. So more people asked these two girls to write spring festival couplets than her. The 29th day of the 12th lunar month passed quickly, and near dusk, people came from the educated youth point. The ones who came were Chan Ping and Li Chunling. Seeing the two people coming, Suan asked Chan Jiqing, Li Jiqing, what are you doing here? Chan Ping directly stated the purpose of his coming today. Su Jiqing, we came here this time to ask you. Do you want to celebrate the new year with the other educated youth tomorrow? After all, they are all educated youth who went to the countryside and they are a group. At such an important time as the new year, it would be best to get together to celebrate the new year. The two came here specially to ask Suan and the other three what they thought. Suan didn't want to go to the educated youth point, where there were many people and it was not quiet. It was better to stay at home. So in response to Chan Ping's inquiry, Suan directly refused. No, the three of us will celebrate the new year here, not with everyone. Hearing Suan's words, Chan Ping and Li Chunling were a little disappointed, but they could understand. Okay, we got it. When the two returned from Suan, the other educated youth asked about this matter. Will Su Jiqing and the others celebrate the new year with us tomorrow? Chan Ping shook his head and said, Su Jiqing said that he will not celebrate the new year with us. Hearing Chan Ping's answer, Zhang Liping curled her lips and said, we are all educated youth who went to the countryside, but he doesn't celebrate the new year with us. There is no sense of community at all. Do you think Su Jiqing looks down on us? He built a house and moved out to live alone, thinking that he is so great. No one dared to respond to Zhang Liping's words. Now everyone in the Yuto Village production team knows how powerful Suan is, but Zhang Liping is so good that she directly speaks ill of Suan. She is really not afraid that Suan will retaliate behind her back. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, Zhang Liping muttered a few words and felt that it was meaningless. After the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, the next day was New Year's Eve. Every household started to get busy on New Year's Eve. Suan also posted spring festival couplets, and the house was suddenly filled with the atmosphere of the new year. Suan likes the present day very much, so he is more looking forward to this year. After a busy day, the three girls sat at the dining table in the evening and had the New Year's Eve dinner. The New Year's Eve dinner was very sumptuous, and Sun Xinxin cooked a lot of delicious dishes. Needless to say, this girl's cooking skills are very satisfying, and their stomachs are almost full. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the three girls decided to stay up together. If they did nothing and just stayed up until midnight, they would definitely be too sleepy. So Suan suggested that the three of them play poker together. This poker was obtained by Suan from Lu Peng when he went to the city last time, and it was just right to play now. Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin had never played poker before, but after hearing Suan introduce the rules, they quickly got the hang of it. Maybe it was their first time playing, so the two of them were a little addicted. Chapter 190. Chapter 190. Director Peng asked her to go to the beautiful country. The time spent playing cards seemed to pass much faster, and before they knew it, it was 12 o'clock in the night. Suan yawned twice, and went back to his room with Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting to rest. When Suan woke up the next day, he found that Sun Xinxin had already prepared breakfast. Suan was a little impressed by Sun Xinxin's energy. She slept so late last night, why didn't this girl sleep in and get up so early? According to the tradition in the north, everyone eats dumplings on the first day of the new year. Sun Xinxin made two kinds of dumplings, one with pork and cabbage, and the other with pork and sauerkraut. Both dumplings tasted good, and Suan liked them very much. While eating dumplings, Suan found that he had bitten into something hard. After waiting for Suan to spit it out from his mouth, he found that it was a coin. Seeing Suan eating the coin, Sun Xinxin immediately congratulated him and congratulations on eating the coin. You have a good start in the new year. Suan's mood improved after Sun Xinxin said that. I hope it's a good start, so that she can earn more money this year. On the first day of the new year, the team members went to each other to wish each other a happy new year. Suan only went to the team leader's house and a few other families with whom she had a good relationship. There were also children from the team who came to her to wish her a happy new year. Suan would basically give some candy to those children who came to her to wish her a happy new year. The new year passed quickly. After the new year, everyone can still rest for a while in the production team, and they will have to get busy when spring comes. Suan went to the mountains after the new year and brought back more game. During the new year period, she rarely went into the mountains and she consumed a lot, so there were not many things left at home. After going into the mountains, Suan brought back a lot of game before giving up. Thinking that she hadn't been to the city for so long, she had to go to the city to supply Lu Peng and send some meat to Su Wei. These children are estimated to be going to school soon, and Suan has to ask about their situation, whether their studies have been settled, and whether they can successfully register for school. Suan went to Manhwa to get a letter of introduction and went to the city. After delivering the goods to Lu Peng, Suan went to Su Wei. After the new year, the children looked much better, and they were not so dry. Seeing Suan sending meat, the children were very happy. They had eaten most of the meat Suan sent before the new year, and now Suan has given them more, and they can eat meat again. Compared with the previous days, these children feel that they are living in heaven now. Su Wei has taught them a lot, waiting for everyone to grow up, have a promising future, and have the ability they must repay Suan. After Suan saw the children, seeing that it was too late to rush back to the production team today, Suan simply went to the machinery factory. Suan pretended to be concerned about the situation in the factory, but actually wanted to come to the factory for a meal. Unexpectedly, Suan, who came under the name of a free meal, hit the mark this time. Seeing Suan coming over, Director Peng said happily, "Comrade Xiaosu, you are here? You are here just in time. I have something to ask you for help. I was planning to send you a telegram tomorrow." Seeing that Director Peng had something to ask him, Suan asked Director Peng, "What do you want to ask me for?" Director Peng asked Suan to sit down and talk slowly. This time the factory plans to import a batch of new equipment from the United States. But after the lesson of the last time when the manufacturer in the United States cheated people, Director Peng became more thoughtful and hoped that Suan could go to the United States to help inspect the goods. In fact, asking Suan to go to the United States to help them check the equipment is secondary. Director Peng has a deeper calculation. He thought that Suan was so powerful. If she could go to the factory in the United States and study more advanced machinery and equipment in the United States, if she could crack their production technology like last time, they would be able to produce these machinery and equipment themselves, saving the money to buy equipment from the United States. When Suan heard about Director Peng's plan, she had to admit that he had really made a lot of calculations. Suan thought that the United States was so far away, and it would be troublesome to go there by herself. Just when Suan was struggling with this matter, Director Peng said again, "Comrade Su, if our country purchases machines from the United States in a regular manner, it will require a lot of foreign exchange. It's better to let you make this money than to let those people in the United States make it. Originally, our factory planned to spend $200,000 to purchase the batch of machines from the United States. If you can go there and crack the production technology of the equipment, we will give you half of the money originally needed to purchase the equipment. In this way you can make money, and our factory can save half of the foreign exchange. What do you think?" Suan was originally quite entangled, but when she heard Director Peng say that he could give her a reward of $100,000 this time, she was immediately moved. $100,000 is not a small amount. After getting this money, she can buy a few more courtyard houses in Beijing. Just when Suan was hesitating to agree, Director Peng said, "Comrade Su, if you can crack more production technologies of American equipment this time, then our factory can also produce and sell them. The machinery and equipment of the American country are the most advanced in the world. Not only do we Chinese need them, but other countries in the world also need them. If our city machinery factory can produce them and sell them to other countries, it can also help our China make money. At that time, I will apply to the higher authorities, and I will give you a share of the profits for all the machines produced with the technology obtained from you. What do you think?" Suan was more willing to do so when he heard Director Peng say so. The $100,000 was just a one-time reward, but the profits from the subsequent production of machines were endless. Suan admitted that she was cliched. Under the temptation of Director Peng's money, she was moved. "Okay, Director Peng, for our city machinery factory and for the level of machinery manufacturing in our China, I am willing to go to the American country." Although it was for money, Suan could not say that she went there for greed, and had to make herself sound more noble. When Director Peng saw Suan agreed, he immediately said happily, "Okay, Comrade Su, it's great that you are willing to go to the beautiful country. I will arrange the procedures for you to go to the beautiful country and notify you when the time comes. I estimate that I will have to leave in a week at most, so today is a good time for you to deal with the things you need to do." Suan had a meal at the machinery factory, and then returned to the guest house. The next day, Suan got on the bus back to the county. This trip to the beautiful country may take more time, and Suan has to go to Manhwa to ask for more vacation time. Wang Weihua saw that Suan directly asked for a month's vacation. If it were other educated youth they might not agree, but Suan was different. He approved it readily. Chapter 191. Chapter 191. Arrival at the beautiful country. Suan was away from the production team for such a long time this time, and the people she was most worried about were Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin. So before leaving, Suan assembled 2 anti-wolf batons for the two. Lu Wanting's own skills are good, and with Suan's anti-wolf batons, if they stay in Yuto village and don't go far, they should not encounter any danger. With the lesson of Shunrui kidnapping Sun Xinxin, Suan told them not to be deceived. The last time Sun Xinxin was kidnapped by Shunrui's people was because she was not careful. At that time someone told Sun Xinxin that Suan and others had an accident in the mountains, and asked her to go over and take a look. When she heard that Suan and others had an accident, Sun Xinxin followed the person who notified her without thinking. Looking back now, it was because she was too defensive at the time. If you think about it carefully, you won't be fooled. With this lesson, she will definitely be careful about being deceived in the future. As for why Suan left for so long this time, Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting were very curious, but they didn't ask much. Suan must have something serious to do. If she didn't take the initiative to say it, they couldn't ask about Suan's privacy. While she was at home these few days, Suan not only made an anti-wolf electric baton, but also went into the mountains to hunt a lot of wild game. In this way, Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin would not lack meat to eat during her absence. The members of the Yuto village production team also got a bargain. Suan hunted several wild boars, and the team members also shared a meal of pork. After Director Peng notified Suan that the procedures for going abroad had been completed, Suan went to the city. Coincidentally, before leaving, Suan also replenished some goods for Lu Peng. Su Wei and other children are living well now. Suan left them some money and tickets, and also left them some wild game that she had hunted during this period. The children have now entered the city's primary school. Su Wei also specifically mentioned in front of Su and that these children are very serious in their studies. After things here were arranged, Suan set off for the beautiful country under the arrangement of Director Peng. In the 1970s there were few opportunities to go abroad. It was difficult for ordinary people to go abroad. Basically, only those assigned by the unit had the opportunity to go abroad. The current aircraft conditions are not as good as those in later generations. When Suan set off for the United States, she took a total of more than 20 hours of flight. Waiting for Suan to get off the plane, my back and waist ached all over. This time, Director Peng originally planned to arrange an assistant for Suan. After all, Suan was a lesbian, and Director Peng was somewhat worried about her safety in the United States. However, Suan directly refused Director Peng's kindness. It's so troublesome to bring an assistant. If she really encountered danger, Suan would definitely be able to get away by herself rather than with an assistant. If she brought an assistant, she would have to take care of the assistant's safety. Moreover, the assistant is a gay man, and Suan is a lesbian, so it is inconvenient to be together. Suan prefers to be free. When she comes to the United States alone, she may be able to do other things besides doing the things that Director Peng asked her to do. Whether it is the United States in the future or the United States now, it is the most powerful country in the world. Suan thought that if she wandered around the United States, she might have a chance to make a fortune. After getting off the plane, Suan wanted to find a hotel to stay in and have a good rest. As for other things, she would wait until she had a good sleep. Suan just left the airport, and the weather outside was good, with the sun shining brightly. Although Suan was not familiar with the United States, there were various signs at the airport, and there were many staff here, so Suan left the airport smoothly and got on the bus to the city. While riding in the car, Suan looked at the city construction outside. The United States in the 1970s already had the shadow of the city in the future, with all kinds of high-rise buildings. If it weren't for knowing that this was in the United States, Suan would have to doubt whether he had returned to the future. After Suan arrived in the city, he found a hotel and stayed there. Suan knew English and her English was quite authentic, so there was no problem communicating with the people of the United States here. After finding the hotel, Suan settled down comfortably. She went to the room, boiled hot water first, and took a hot bath. After taking a hot bath, Suan felt that the whole person was relaxed a lot, so she slept comfortably all night. This sleep took a long time, and Suan slept for more than 10 hours before getting up. After getting up, Suan went to find a Western restaurant for a meal. Since traveling to the 1970s, Suan has not eaten Western food. After not eating for so long, it feels good to eat a Western meal. After eating and drinking, Suan went to the machinery factory on the American side according to the address provided by Director Peng. Suan took a car to the machinery factory on the American side. Because Director Peng had contacted this side in advance, the manufacturer on the American side received Suan. Suan could clearly feel the arrogance of the manufacturers on the American side. Yes, these American people are high and mighty, thinking that they are the most awesome, and no one looks down on them. Naturally, they look down on the Chinese. Now Suan asked to see the products and equipment they were going to supply to China, but these American people directly refused. Suan had no problem seeing these equipment, and China had to confirm the purchase. Not to mention paying the full amount, at least they had to pay a deposit to let Suan see these machines and equipment. Director Peng's purpose was to get the technology for free. A 20% deposit was also 40,000 yuan. How could he give it to the American side for free? It is said that foreigners have simple minds, but Suan does not think so after dealing with them. How can these people be considered simple minds? They are so defensive, even smarter than the Chinese. Without seeing the machine, Suan can't research a machine out of thin air no matter how awesome she is. But since Suan is here, she will definitely not be willing to go back without getting some technology. Since the manufacturer of the United States does not want her to see the equipment, Suan plans to choose a time to see it herself. It is not convenient to move during the day, and it is easy to be discovered, so it is better to come at night. Thinking of this, Suan decided to come to the machinery factory again at night. It was still early, so Suan went to the surrounding area of the machinery factory in the United States first. There are many factories here, and Suan also found the automobile factory and military factory of the United States not far from the machinery factory here. Everyone knows that the military technology of the United States is the world leader. When Suan saw the military factory of the United States, he couldn't help but want to get some wool. Since he came here, why not get some military equipment from the United States before leaving? At that time, we will directly contribute it to China, allowing the Chinese military to slowly study it and enhance China's military strength. Chapter 192. Chapter 192. Lu Xinting also came to the United States to perform a mission. Military strength is now part of national strength. Only when the military strength is strong, other countries will not dare to provoke you, and the international status can be improved. Now China's military strength is not as good as that of the United States, so if we can get some weapons from the United States and bring them back to the country for research, China's military strength can be strengthened and improved. Suan thought so beautifully, and praised herself in her heart. China is really lucky to have someone with patriotic feelings like her. It is not convenient to do things in broad daylight, so Suan is not in a hurry and waits to take action at night. Taking advantage of this time, Suan can just go shopping in the United States. This time, Suan brought a sum of foreign exchange out of the business trip. Although the money is not much, it is enough for food, accommodation and buying clothes. Suan went to a shopping mall first. The shopping malls in the United States already have the prototype of the future, and there are many goods in the mall. Suan looked at it and found that many things are not available in China at present. The styles of those clothes are very trendy, and this kind of clothes cannot be bought in China at present. Suan picked a coat, a sweater and a skirt. What surprised Suan was that the cosmetics here have developed quite maturely. Domestic cosmetics are very simple, not as rich as those in the beautiful country. After Suan met them, she bought a set of cosmetics. Although her face doesn't need much embellishment of cosmetics, women all love beauty. Who doesn't want to become more beautiful? Suan was shopping in the mall, and when she saw something good, she would also bring some for Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin. For example, lipstick, perfume, silk scarves. The ones in the beautiful country are much better than those in China. After shopping for a while, Suan's hands were already full of big and small bags of things. Suan couldn't help complaining about herself. Once she started buying, she couldn't stop. Sure enough, women love shopping. Fortunately, Suan is not short of money now, so it doesn't matter if she buys more things. Just when Suan was shopping in the mall, not far away, Lu Xinting and Guamiao were also here. This time they were carrying out a task assigned by the above to bring a Chinese chip expert detained by the United States back to China. This task is very difficult. In order to hinder the development of Chinese technology, the United States tried to prevent this chip expert who wanted to return to China for development from leaving. At present, this chip expert is imprisoned by the Research Institute of the United States. In addition to this chip expert, his family is also one of the targets that Lu Xinting and others need to bring back to China this time. Unlike this chip expert, his family is not imprisoned in the Research Institute, and they can move freely outside. But the United States has arranged soldiers to keep an eye on their whereabouts. It doesn't matter if the family of this chip expert stays in the United States and does not leave the country, but if they leave the country, they will be blocked. Lu Xinting and Guamiao's current mission is to first remove the chip expert's family from the surveillance of the United States, and then find a way to rescue the chip expert from the Research Institute. At this moment, the chip expert's family came out to the mall, and Lu Xinting and his team were trying to complete this mission. When Guamiao saw a familiar figure flash by, he couldn't help but whispered in Lu Xinting's ear, "Ting, brother Ting, I think I saw Sister N just now." When Lu Xinting heard Guamiao's words, his body was stunned. Suan. Since leaving the Yuto Village production team, Lu Jinting hasn't seen Suan for a long time. Thinking of Suan, Lu Jinting's heart was filled with longing. Did you see it wrong? Lu Jinting replied. Although he wanted to see Suan very much, Lu Jinting felt that the probability of seeing Suan in the United States was still very low. After all, Suan should be in the production team of Yuto Village now, and it is impossible for her to come to the United States for no reason. It is not easy for people in China to go abroad now, unless there is a special mission to be done. Suan is just an educated youth in the production team of Yuto Village, so naturally he has no chance to come to the United States. Guamiao thought about it and felt that it was possible. It should be that I am dazzled. Maybe I miss Sister N and the others and have hallucinations. Well, continue to wait for these people. Okay. Both of them increased their attention and looked for opportunities to rescue the family of the chip expert. Suan, of course, Lu Jinting and Guamiao would be in the same mall with her. After she bought a lot of things in the mall, she went to have a Western meal. The Western restaurant Suan chose was not bad, and she had an authentic Wellington steak. The steak was medium rare, and the meat was very tender. Suan would hardly find such delicious steak in China even in the future. After eating the steak, Suan also ordered a vegetable salad, an ice cream, and a glass of happy water. Suan, who was full and satisfied, leaned back in his chair. The material conditions in the United States at that time were much better than those in China. Take the happy water for example. China has not introduced it yet, but it is a very common drink in the United States. Suan thought that if he went back from the United States, he would have to stock up on some Coke. After all, it is not available in China. When she wants to drink it, she can take it directly from the space. Her space is very large, so it is no problem to stock up more supplies. If she still has enough money at that time, she will also stock up some other delicacies here. The fried chicken burgers here are actually good, and she can also buy a few more steaks. Suan, who was full and satisfied, carried the trophy she bought today back to the hotel. After returning, Suan rested for a while to replenish her physical strength. After all, she had to go to the machinery factory in the United States at night. Suan slept for about 3 hours. When she woke up, it was already very dark outside. Taking advantage of this time, Suan got up and rushed to the machinery factory in the United States. But before going out, Suan put on makeup and changed her clothes. After all, she was going to do something dishonorable, and she couldn't let people see her true appearance. She couldn't take a car at night, so Suan walked all the 5 kilometers. Although Suan didn't feel very tired after walking there, he thought that his physical strength should not be wasted on this. If he could get a car or a motorcycle from the United States, it would be much more convenient to travel. Thinking of this, Suan decided to go back and find an opportunity to get one. Arriving at the machinery factory on the outskirts of the city, Suan went directly into the factory park. It was the middle of the night, and it was less likely to attract people's attention than during the day. However, because there were many advanced equipment in the machinery factory, the factory still arranged security patrols. Suan tried his best not to alarm these security personnel. With the cheating artifact of space, Suan covered herself well, and finally entered the workshop where the equipment was stored smoothly. Suan thought that it would take too much time to study these machines one by one and then crack the technology. Chapter 193. Chapter 193, The Beautiful Country H Gang. She still chose the fastest way to take them away directly. She took one of each machine and put it in the space, waiting to slowly study and crack the technology after returning to China. There are still many types of equipment here. Even if Suan can collect them directly into the space, it still took more than an hour to collect all the equipment of each type. After finishing all these, Suan planned to leave directly. Avoiding the security, Suan's journey was smooth, and she left the machinery factory quickly. Suan looked at the time. Taking into account the time difference, it should be a little after 1 in the middle of the night in the beautiful country. Thinking that there was still 5 kilometers to walk back, Suan sighed. Forget it, I'd better ride a bicycle. Although it's a bit slow, it's not as strenuous as running. Suan, who successfully completed the task, was in a good mood, so when she rushed to the hotel, she whistled a cheerful little song all the way. Just as Suan was on her way to the hotel and was about to approach the city, several motorcycles rushed towards her at a high speed. Fortunately, Suan dodged in time. If it was later at night, she would have been beaten to death by these people. Seeing these people being so excessive, Suan immediately felt furious. How dare they be so fast in racing? If it weren't for her today, anyone else would have lost their lives. Suan cursed these speed racers, bitch. Not knowing whether these people heard it, the car that had rushed out turned around and returned to Suan. Suan soon saw several motorcycles parked in front of her. Then she saw the people in the car clearly, several burly men. Seeing these burly men, Suan narrowed her eyes. Haha, no wonder they are so rampant, they really look fierce. These burly men stared at Suan and scanned him up and down. Then Suan heard them say in English, "This is a foreign girl, she looks pretty good." Yes, although she is a foreign girl, she looks quite pure. I'm afraid she is a virgin. It must be a different taste to play with her. Or we can take her back. In addition to playing with us, let our boss also taste this Asian girl. Haha, the boss has never played with such a woman. He will definitely like it. If the boss is happy, maybe he can reward us. Suan couldn't stand the dirty words from these people. If other women stood here at this moment, they would probably be scared to death. But she didn't think there was anything wrong. If these people dare to make plans for her, Suan will make them pay the price for coveting her. Haha, do you really think that their ability and skills can deal with her? Girl, do you want to leave on your own initiative? Or do we have to tie you up and leave? We are all gentlemen, and we don't want to lay hands on women. Suan found it ridiculous to hear these burly men call themselves gentlemen. She had roughly judged from their words just now that they were members of the American Mafia. How could such people be worthy of calling themselves gentlemen? If Suan could just deal with these people without any effort, she could solve the problem in just a few moves. However, Suan wanted to go inside the Mafia. Since they dared to target her, she would just take them down all at once. Suan knew that the Mafia must have made a lot of money. Now that she had come to the beautiful country, how could she leave without getting some benefits? Suan said to these burly men, "I am willing to follow you on my own initiative. As long as you don't hurt me, I will definitely serve you well." Hearing Suan's answer, these burly men were very satisfied. "Haha girl, as long as you know what's good for you, we promise not to hurt you." Suan smiled sweetly, making these Americans feel that Asian women are even more special. Suan got on the motorcycles of these burly men directly. When she got on the motorcycle, she heard a rumbling sound, and the motorcycle quickly jumped out, leaving a long line in the night. Suan only felt the wind whistling in her ears, and the feeling of racing was really cool. With the comparison of motorcycles, Suan suddenly felt that the bicycles of China were not so attractive. This time when she went to this gang in the beautiful country, Suan must take away a few more motorcycles. Well, it would be even better if there were cars. She would take away a few more cars, whether she used them herself or sold them later, it would be a good choice. Suan followed these burly men in a car race for nearly 20 minutes before arriving at the destination. This is a base on the outskirts of the city, and there are no people around. The gang base is very spacious, about 1,000 square meters. There are several buildings and there are iron walls around them. There seemed to be a lot of things inside. After Suan saw the many supplies here, her eyes began to light up. It's rich, it's going to be rich again this time. Several burly men parked their motorcycles and got off. Suan followed them obediently. These burly men felt that Suan was very sensible and saved them a lot of sins. They like obedient women the most, and Suan's performance undoubtedly made them very satisfied. There were people guarding the door of the base with machine guns. The burly men who brought Suan were gang members, so there was no obstruction when they entered. When they took Suan in, they chatted with the guard for a few words. "Who is this?" "This is an Asian girl we met." "How about it? Doesn't she look good?" "Well, it's really special." "Haha, we brought it back for the boss to play with. After the boss has played with it, we can also play with it. It must be a different taste." "That's right, our local beauties have played too much. Don't you want to change your taste? Compared with our beautiful country, this Asian girl is really petite. It's exciting to play like this, like playing with a young girl. Doesn't our boss like this?" Suan felt even more disgusted when she heard these people's dirty words. The boss of this gang is really a piece of shit. He even plays with young girls. Isn't it disgusting? Suan feels that there is no need to live for such a scum. Just kill him directly when the time comes. It's just right to treat it as getting rid of harm for the people. Okay, you guys go in quickly. First give the boss a good treat, then enjoy yourself. I have to be on duty today, so I won't join in. Otherwise, I will definitely have to do something and have fun. Several burly men took Suan to continue walking in. Suan walked while observing the situation around. These people all had guns, and there were always patrols in the gang with a total number of about 100 or 200 people. So it was not an easy thing for Suan to take action here. But she had superpowers, and with superpowers, Suan was still confident that she could deal with a team of 100 or 200 people. Chapter 194. Chapter 194. Dealing with the boss and looting. Fortunately, this place is far away from the city and there are not many people. Suan doesn't have to be afraid even if he makes any noise. If it were in the city, he would have to be more cautious. After all, if the military of the United States is alarmed, Suan can't say that he has a chance of winning in the face of thousands of troops and various high-tech advanced weapons even if he has superpowers. Suan, led by several burly men, quickly arrived at a house. The house was well built and decorated luxuriously. As soon as Suan entered the house, he heard dirty sounds between men and women. It seems that this gangster boss really likes to play with women. But for those rich and powerful men, There are few who don't like to play with women. After waiting for Suan and the others to enter, several burly men knocked on the door a few times. The sound inside did not stop immediately, but stopped after a while. Come in. Hearing the people inside asking them to come in, several burly men took Suan in. After Suan entered, he saw a black man inside, who looked quite like a gangster boss in the movie. It seems that the movie is also part of realism. This gangster boss is very violent, and it is estimated that many of his hands have caused deaths. If an ordinary person came here, he would definitely be afraid of this gangster boss. But Suan stood there calmly. Not only was he not afraid of this gangster boss, but he was directly observing this man. He opened his arms and hung a thick gold chain around his neck. There were some dirty marks on his shorts. And next to this gangster boss were two blonde foreign women. At this moment, he held the beauties in his arms, one in each hand. The two foreign women were not wearing any clothes, and they were wearing bikinis covering the 3 points. Suan glanced at the figures of the two beauties, which were really hot. Not to mention that the gangster boss liked it. Suan also liked it. TSK, it's a pity that she is not a man, so she can only go back to find a handsome brother with abdominal muscles. Boss. Unlike when facing Suan, these burly men were very respectful when facing the gangster boss. The gangster boss leaned on the soft sofa and asked the few people who came over, "Do you have anything to report?" "Boss, we got an Asian girl back today. Do you want to try it?" The gangster boss glanced at Suan, who was following behind them. The little girl looked delicate and small, with a rather skinny figure, and was definitely not as good as the hot girl next to him. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of this gangster boss, Suan was a bit bland. But Suan's eyes were very beautiful, and her temperament was also very different. Looking at Suan standing calmly in place, the gangster boss looked Suan up and down, and finally raised a lewd smile at the corner of his mouth. "Jerry's, Andrew, Wilton, you all did a good job. This Asian girl looks very nice." Although the gangster boss usually eats a lot of good food, people who are used to eating big fish and meat also hope to eat some side dishes to relieve the greasiness. Suan is such a side dish to relieve the greasiness. Hearing the boss's praise, these burly men were very happy. They knew that the boss would definitely like it. Made the boss happy, and they would definitely benefit from it. After the gangster boss became interested in Suan, he pushed aside the two blonde beauties beside him and walked towards Suan. Suan stood there, looking at the gangster boss who was walking towards him. Suan did not retreat, but looked at him with a smile. "Girl, are you not afraid of me?" The gangster boss was a little curious when he saw Suan's reaction. The women they had kidnapped before, let alone a thin Asian girl, even their local girls were already trembling with fear. Now Suan's reaction is naturally puzzling. Suan smiled and said, "Why should I be afraid of you? I don't think there is anything to be afraid of." The gangster boss stared at Suan and touched his chin with interest. "Girl, you are very good like this. As long as you serve me obediently and make me happy, I will definitely not treat you badly. No man doesn't like obedient women. Although they are gangs, their gang members are not bad to women. They have never been stingy with giving benefits to those women who are obedient and serve them." Hearing the words of the gangster boss, Suan raised the corners of her mouth. "Don't worry, I will definitely serve you well, sir," Suan said, and took the initiative to approach the gangster boss. The people here only think that Suan is a thin woman who has no ability to resist. In addition, Suan has been very well behaved and cooperated from beginning to end, without any resistance, so they have no defense against her. At this time, Suan suddenly took out a small pistol from the space, and banged twice at the heart of the gangster boss, and directly solved the man. This pistol was taken from Huang Zhong last time, so she had a batch of weapons in her space which could be used at critical times. The gangster boss was shot dead by Suan, and everyone was caught off guard. When the people in the room reacted, Suan had already taken the pistol and solved all the people inside. The people outside heard the movement inside and hurried over with weapons. Suan had taken advantage of this opportunity to carry several machine guns in the room. Anyone who rushed in was shot dead by Suan. Suan had space and her shooting skills were amazing. These gangsters were no match for Suan. The two sides fought fiercely for about half an hour, and all the gangsters were killed by Suan. In order not to expose herself and not let these gangsters go, Suan spent an hour checking again. Only after confirming that all the gangsters were killed did Suan take the next step. The gangs had a lot of supplies here, especially various advanced weapons. Suan took hundreds of machine guns alone. After searching for military weapons, Suan continued to search for other things. Unexpectedly, a batch of DU drugs were found during the search. These white powders are harmful things. They are not common in China, but they are very rampant in the United States. Suan felt that this might be the price of freedom. Don't think that freedom abroad is good. Under freedom, the masses need to sacrifice more. The prosperous appearance of the United States cannot cover up the dirtiness inside. Suan knew that white powder was harmful to people, and these things could not be kept. There was no point in keeping these things for her, so Suan simply destroyed them on the spot to prevent them from flowing out and harming people. Chapter 195. Chapter 195. Rescue in the basement. After destroying the drugs, Suan also looted a lot of US dollars and gold bars, as well as a box of loose diamonds. Suan looked at them and estimated that there were hundreds of diamonds, all of which were more than 1 carat. These diamonds alone could be sold for a large sum of money in the future. Suan also counted the US dollars here, a total of 3.22 million. Suan estimated that they must have money in the bank, and this was just a part of their hoard. It was not convenient for Suan to take out the money in the bank, but just looting the cash here was not a small amount. Millions of US dollars in cash, this wave made her rich. Suan has already started thinking about what she plans to buy with so many US dollars. Well, it's not easy to come to the United States, so I have to buy more things, otherwise it will be a big loss. The gang also has a lot of gold bars, 2 large boxes. Suan looked at these gold bars and also thought about making a fortune. So many gold bars can also be worth a lot of money. Profit, profit. Fortunately, she met those burly men this time, otherwise she would not have been able to make this wave. Since Suan came to the gang, she was reluctant to leave a single hair behind, and took away everything that could be taken away. Suan searched dozens of motorcycles alone. There were also more than 10 cars and off-road vehicles. There were also a lot of food here, mostly beef and a lot of wine. Suan collected as he walked, and stuffed everything that could be used into the space. Finally, when Suan was about to leave after collecting almost everything, she heard a cry for help from the basement. Is there anyone in this basement? Think about it, the gangs in the United States may be doing all kinds of evil, so it is normal to kidnap someone. Suan is not a good person, but since he met him, he should go and help. So Suan took a machine gun and pointed it at the door lock of the basement with a bang, and the lock on it was directly penetrated. Then Suan kicked the door of the basement open. After waiting for the door to open, Suan found that there were 3 men in the basement. All of them were very young, probably in their 20s or 30s. The 3 men were all blonde and blue-eyed, and one of them was very handsome. Suan stared at the most handsome man for a few seconds. Well, he was better looking than the male stars in Hollywood movies. Not only was he handsome, he also had an aristocratic temperament. But when Suan looked at this man, she was just admiring him and had no other thoughts. After all, she had a partner, and her partner was not bad, so there was no need to covet other handsome guys. When Steven saw the door of the basement was opened, he thought it was the police. He just heard the gunshots, wondering if his family knew about his disappearance, so the police investigated the gang and came to rescue him. He made a noise just now to let people know that he was in the basement so that they could rescue him. But unlike what Steven imagined, it was not the police who came to rescue him, but an Asian woman. This Asian woman was different from the Asian women Steven saw on weekdays. She was very beautiful. She was obviously a delicate and weak body, but she seemed to have huge energy. She just kicked the door of the basement away with 1 foot. She was carrying a machine gun in her hand. With such a thin body, he didn't know why she could carry such a heavy thing with 1 hand. She just stood there quietly, looking more imposing than the gangster boss. Steven found that when he was looking at Suan, the woman was also looking at him. The sights of the 2 people intertwined. Suan looked at the 3 men in the basement who were tied up, thinking that they were probably captured by the gangs, not in the same group as the gangs, so she didn't plan to attack them. She stepped forward and said to Steven, "Were you captured by the gangs?" Steven saw Suan asking him, and immediately reported his identity. Steven's family is a well-known capitalist in the United States. They are wealthy and can be said to control a large part of the wealth in the United States. This time, the gangs took advantage of Steven's unpreparedness and kidnapped him. The gang did this just to ask his father for a huge kidnapping fee. But before the gang leader started asking for the kidnapping fee, Suan wiped him out. Suan heard Steven's explanation, thought for a while and said, "Oh, so you have a grudge against these gangsters?" Steven nodded hurriedly, "Yes, wait for me to get out safely. I will make them pay the price, and my father will not let them go." Steven's family is powerful. Even if these gangs are powerful, if they set their sights on him, Steven's family will definitely make them pay the price. Suan said to Steven, "I have helped you deal with these gangsters, Mr. Steven. I can let you go now and save your life, but you must agree to one request of mine." Steven asked hurriedly, "Miss, you said?" "I will try my best to satisfy you if I can promise you." Steven's family is rich, so there is no shortage of money. As long as there is something in the world that can be settled with money, he can help Suan do it. What Steven didn't expect was that Suan didn't ask for anything material. Instead, she looked at him and said, "Mr. Steven, I don't want to cause any trouble for myself. Now I have helped to deal with the gangsters. The police in the United States will definitely be involved in the investigation. If you leave here, when the police come to investigate you, I hope you won't tell them that I have been here. Suan said, and then said, if I don't want to cause trouble for myself, I will just deal with the three of you now, and no one will know that I have been here. Since I have spared your lives, it shouldn't be too much to ask you to do this, right? Stephen naturally knew that the police would definitely come here to conduct a thorough investigation. The gunshots outside were so intense just now, and Suan could come here smoothly at this moment. It is estimated that those gangsters have been dealt with by Suan. So many people were killed and injured. Even if these were the most vicious gangsters, the police in the United States would definitely investigate. If they explained Suan's whereabouts, it goes without saying that Suan would definitely be in trouble. It is reasonable for Suan to make such a request now, and Stephen will certainly satisfy her. Stephen nodded heavily and said, "Okay, miss, I can meet your request. I will not let my other two bodyguards mention seeing you here." Suan nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, Mr. Stephen." Chapter 196. Chapter 196. Falling in love with this Asian woman. As Suan was talking, she began to help Stephen untie the ropes tied around him. In addition, Suan also helped the other two men, Stephen's bodyguards, to untie the ropes. After Stephen was untied, he said to Suan with great gratitude, "Miss, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for Suan, Stephen would not have been saved this time." Although the gangsters kidnapped him for the kidnapping fee, the gangsters were extremely vicious. Who knows if they would kill him after receiving the kidnapping fee. Suan really saved him this time and prevented him from being harmed by the gangsters, so Mr. Stephen must remember Suan's life-saving grace. Suan said to Stephen, "It's okay. I'm not trying to save you. You're just lucky to have met me. Okay, Mr. Stephen, let's say goodbye now. From now on, just pretend you didn't see me. I've already dealt with the gangsters for you. Just go out. I'll leave you two motorcycles. You can go back by yourselves. I also need to go back to rest," Suan said, without saying much to Stephen, and strode out of the basement. Stephen stood there, looking at Suan's back as she left, a little dazed. He seemed to be attracted to this Asian woman. Maybe he had never seen a woman as special as Suan. With Stephen's status and family background, there was no shortage of beauties around him. But he had never looked at any woman straight in the eye. Stephen sometimes doubted his sexual orientation. But today he seemed to feel moved. This Asian woman really made people's hearts beat. Turns out that falling in love with someone feels like this. Unfortunately, Stephen didn't even know Suan's name, or her specific situation. Knowing that Suan was unwilling to expose herself too much, Stephen knew that even if he asked Suan just now, Suan would probably not tell him her information. In this case, he could only shut up and not ask more questions. After Suan left the basement, he took out two motorcycles from the space, which were left for Stephen and his bodyguard. Fortunately, Suan had looted dozens of motorcycles this time, so it was not too painful to take out two for Stephen. Suan also rode a motorcycle and drove away quickly. The moment he rode the motorcycle, Suan felt very happy. On the highway at night, Suan flew by on the motorcycle. At this speed, Suan estimated that it was almost 200 yards. Compared with the speed of the bicycle, the speed of the motorcycle was still smooth. Because he wasted a lot of time with the gang, Suan looked at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. It would be dawn soon. Suan, who had not slept all night, was a little sleepy at this time. So after arriving at the hotel, Suan went straight to the room and fell asleep, and quickly caught up on his sleep. At the same time, Stephen also came out of the basement and saw the situation at the gang station. Stephen never expected that all the 100 or 200 people at the station had been dealt with. Can Suan, a woman, really deal with so many people? But Stephen didn't see anyone else except Suan. Stephen looked at the gangsters in the station, and they looked miserable. He couldn't help but sigh that Suan's strength was too strong. He seemed to be more and more interested in that woman. He didn't know if he would have the chance to see Suan in the future. After Stephen looked at the situation at the gang station, he didn't stay here for long. Because there were other people in the gang, not all of them were here. If other people came back, Stephen might be in danger. So what Stephen had to do was to leave here quickly. Stephen and his two bodyguards quickly rode on the two motorcycles that Suan left for them, and then quickly left the gang station. Suan was busy all night and slept until the afternoon of the next day. After a nap, Suan felt that although his mental state was much better, he was still a little sleepy. After a yawn, Suan got up to wash up, and drank some spiritual spring water, and his energy was completely restored. If she hadn't been so hungry, Suan could have slept for a while longer. But she was so hungry that she couldn't fall asleep even if she wanted to. So Suan struggled to get up, washed up, left the hotel and found a restaurant to eat. There were many restaurants in the United States and Suan found a Western restaurant. The environment of the restaurant was good. After Suan went there, she ordered 5 steaks, a pizza, a pasta, 2 ice creams and a cup of Coke. Seeing Suan ordering so much food, the waiter in the restaurant couldn't help but remind her, Miss, are you eating alone? Suan nodded. Yes, I am eating alone. Is there any problem? The waiter reminded, but miss, if you eat alone you order too much. I see that you are quite thin and you can only eat 2 steaks at most and you can't eat so much. Suan said, a little unhappy, I know my appetite better than you do. Since I ordered these things I can eat them naturally. The waiter continued to nag, but miss, so many things cost a lot of money. Are you sure you can afford so much money? The waiter was worried that Suan deliberately ordered a lot at one time, and took it away directly after ordering. The restaurant has encountered such people before, who deliberately ordered too much, ate and took away directly, and ran away without paying the bill. Suan is an Asian woman, and the waiter suspected that she had no money and wanted to run away. Facing the waiter's questioning and scrutinizing eyes, Suan was immediately unhappy. What kind of person is this? Does she look like someone who eats without paying? Who are you looking down on? Suan took out a stack of $10,000 bills from her pocket and slammed it on the table. She pointed to the thick stack of bills on the table and asked the waiter, here's the money. You see, do you think I can afford the food here with this money? The waiter looked embarrassed when Suan took out so many dollars. She saw that Suan didn't look like a rich person, so how could she have so much money? Knowing that she had misunderstood someone, the waiter had to say, Miss, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I misunderstood you. Please go ahead and order. Although Suan was unhappy, she saw that the waiter had a good attitude in admitting his mistake, so she didn't bother to argue with such a shallow-minded person. Chapter 197. Chapter 97. He also seems to have an illusion. After the waiter stopped talking, her order was soon served to the table. Suan was eating Western food. This medium-rare steak was really tender. Compared with domestic steaks, foreign steaks are more authentic. When she returns to China, it will be difficult for Suan to eat such delicious steaks again. This time she got so much money from the gangster boss. Before leaving the United States, Suan thought that she could order more steaks from the restaurant here, and put them in the space to bring back to China. In this way, when she wants to eat, she can just take it from the space. So it's better to have money in hand. If it weren't for the large amount of foreign exchange she collected this time, Suan really wouldn't be able to buy much with the little foreign exchange that Director Peng gave her. Suan was full and touched her stomach. Well, this feeling is really good. After resting for a while on the back of the chair, she left the restaurant. After going out for a walk, Suan found that the incident of the gang in the United States last night caused quite a stir. Many TV stations here are reporting on the investigation of the American police to the gangs. Suan solved the famous gang in the United States last night, the Scorpion Gang. In addition to the Scorpion Gang, there are many other powerful gangs in the United States. This time, the Scorpion Gang's base was directly annihilated, and the boss was killed, which caused a huge sensation. The police are investigating who did it. They suspected the Blood Gang, who had an old grudge with the Scorpion Gang. After all, how can people without some strength deal with so many people in the Scorpion Gang? But when the police went to investigate, they didn't have many clues. Suan dealt with these gang members, so naturally he would not leave any clues for the police to catch. As long as Steven didn't say it, the police in the United States would not suspect her, a Chinese comrade. Who would believe that a Chinese woman could directly overthrow a big gang in the United States? Although the police have placed their suspicion on the Blood Gang, the members of the Blood Gang know very well that the Scorpion Gang being wiped out this time has nothing to do with them. Even the boss of the Blood Gang is confused. He has tried many times to deal with the people of the Scorpion Gang, but he has no chance. Which big boss is so powerful that he killed all the people of the Scorpion Gang overnight? It is not easy for the Blood Gang to deal with such a capable person. The boss of the Blood Gang is now worried that he may be in trouble with the police in the United States. They did not do it, but they have to bear the blame. Being targeted by those people in the police, even if the Scorpion Gang cannot find them this time, they will still be greatly affected. For example, the Blood Gang and the Scorpion Gang are both doing white powder business in the United States. If they are targeted by the police, their white powder business will be difficult to do, and they will lose a lot of profits. Suan naturally didn't know that his appearance had brought so much trouble to the Blood Gang. At this moment, Suan was thinking about what to do next. Let's go shopping. Anyway, the remaining actions can only be carried out at night. Suan was thinking about going to the military factory in the United States in the evening. She planned to get some weapons from the United States back so that China could refer to them for research. However, unlike the machinery factory, the military factory in the United States is more strictly guarded, and tonight's operation will definitely not be as smooth as last night at the machinery factory in the United States. Even if it is not smooth, Suan must still go there. Otherwise this trip to the United States will not be a loss. Suan has money in her hands now, and she is more confident when shopping. After a round of shopping, Suan has bought a lot of things and put them in her space. Waiting to return to China, she will not lack steaks, cola and the like. When it was evening, Suan continued to find a restaurant and had dinner. This time Suan did not go to a Western restaurant, but to a Japanese restaurant planning to have a Japanese meal. The business here in the United States is developed, and there are many delicacies from other countries. There are Korean and Japanese food. Although Suan didn't like country are, it was okay to eat its delicacies occasionally. After a delicious meal, Suan was not in a hurry to act. She planned to sleep in the hotel first, just like last night, and then act in the middle of the night. After thinking about this, Suan went back to the hotel. On the way back to the hotel, Suan didn't expect to continue to pass by Lu Jinting and Guo Miao. Lu Jinting felt that he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It seemed to be his Anan. Thinking of Guo Miao's mention of seeing Suan yesterday, Lu Jinting suspected that he might be dazzled. Suan couldn't appear here. It could only be that there was something wrong with his eyes. Lu Jinting thought that maybe he missed his wife a little because he heard Guo Miao mention Suan yesterday. After returning from this mission, Lu Jinting planned to ask the organization to approve a few days of vacation and go directly to the Yuto Village production team to see Suan. Seeing Lu Jinting looking a little flustered, Guo Miao couldn't help asking Brother Ting, "What are you looking at?" Lu Jinting came back to his senses when he heard Guo Miao's question. "I didn't see anything. I was like you. I seem to see Anan just now, but it's impossible to see her here. It must be my illusion." Guo Miao looked at Lu Jinting with understanding. "Brother Ting, you must miss Sister An. Let's hurry up and complete the task smoothly. You will have the opportunity to visit Sister An. I will accompany you then, He didn't miss Suan but purely missed the food made by Sun Xinshin. Thinking of the food made by Sun Xinshin, Guo Miao was very greedy. After leaving the Yuto Village production team, he never had such delicious food again. After the two talked about this, they immediately focused on the movements of the chip expert's family. They have not yet found an opportunity to help the chip expert's family avoid the tracking and surveillance of the American soldiers. Suan returned to the hotel and lay on the bed to make up for his sleep. This sleep Suan slept for about 3 hours. When Suan woke up, it was already past 11 o'clock. It was time for everyone to sleep and rest. Suan put on a simple makeup so that people would not know her true appearance. Then she left the hotel and rode her motorcycle towards the beautiful military factory on the outskirts of the city. This time with a motorcycle the speed was much faster than before. Not long after, Suan rode the motorcycle to the vicinity of the military factory. Worried about attracting other people's attention, Suan rode the motorcycle to the vicinity of the military factory and put the motorcycle into the space directly after a distance. Chapter 198. Chapter 198. Encountering Lu Jinting in the beautiful country. After parking the car, Suan went straight to the military factory. Unlike the machinery factory, the security here is much stricter. The patrols and gatekeepers here all carry guns. If Suan goes in and is accidentally discovered, it is likely to lead to danger. However, Suan relies on her supernatural powers and the space, and she is careful and there is no big problem. Suan carefully bypassed these patrols and finally entered the factory. After waiting to go in, Suan realized that it was not only difficult to enter this place because there were some patrols outside. Even if you get in, there are many locks inside and there are several password doors alone. If it were an ordinary person, whether they could avoid the patrols outside would be a problem. The password door inside would be able to stop people. Fortunately, Suan is still an expert in this area, and patiently cracked the password door. She used her supernatural powers, and as the lightning current passed through the password door was opened with a click. After all, these password doors are controlled by machines. This kind of electric password door can be easily cracked with the thunder power and her technical foundation. But the purely mechanical password door without electricity may be difficult to crack with the thunder power. Suan opened 3 doors in a row. But after opening the 3 doors and finally entering the interior of the warehouse, the sound of the alarm outside began to be heard. As the alarm sounded, Suan's heart also skipped a beat. Suan soon heard many people running towards the warehouse. So she had to make a quick decision. When people came, she would not be able to collect weapons from the beautiful country. Suan looked at the military equipment and weapons stored in the warehouse. With just a thought, all these things were transferred from the outside to Suan's space. Waiting to put these equipment into the space, Suan hurriedly left the warehouse. Seeing the footsteps getting closer and closer, if Suan came out directly, he might bump into these people coming in. Suan was not in a hurry to go out, but entered her own space. After waiting for these people to leave, she came out of the space again, and then found an opportunity to leave the military factory. The next second after Suan entered the space, hundreds of people with guns rushed over outside. Seeing that their password defense door was directly cracked, the man who came in first muttered directly, "It's over, our warehouse door has been cracked. I don't know if the weapons and equipment inside are lost. Don't worry, it's only a short while. Even if a person with great ability comes, there is no chance for him to take away all the things in our warehouse." Another man took over. But the next second he was slapped in the face by his own words. When they entered the warehouse, they found that their warehouse full of weapons was directly emptied. All the weapons and equipment stored in it were gone. The people who came in were stunned. How could it be? Where are the equipment in here? Why are they all gone? Fuck, who could move all the weapons and equipment in the warehouse without making any noise? Oh my god, what's going on? Who did it? Where are the things in our warehouse? It's over, it's over. If the higher-ups hold us accountable, we'll all be finished. Oh my god, what's going on? Why were all the things in here moved away? We came in to check half an hour ago. Who could take everything away right under our noses in such a short time? Those who broke in to guard the weapons and equipment were stunned by the situation before them. Compared with other places, their military factory can be said to be the most strictly guarded place. As a result, someone could move things away right under their noses, which was really unbelievable. Soo-eun heard the howling of these people, but the corners of her lips slightly raised. Most people really can't do this, but she is different. She has a space and can take as much as she wants. The people who broke into the warehouse checked here and didn't see anyone, so they hurried out again, worried that the person who stole their weapons and equipment had not left yet, and they had to chase them quickly. After it was quiet and no one was there, Soo-eun left the space. After Soo-eun emptied all the weapons and equipment stored in the warehouse, Soo-eun planned to leave. Waiting for these people to come to their senses, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to get away, so it's better to get away as soon as possible. Now that everyone's attention was diverted, there were fewer guards at the warehouse, so Soo-eun left smoothly. After leaving the military factory, Soo-eun did not ride the motorcycle for the time being, fearing that it would attract attention. After leaving the military factory and walking a distance, Soo-eun rode the motorcycle. With the roar of the motorcycle, Soo-eun sped handsomely on the highway of the beautiful country. Just when Soo-eun was about to reach the city, he suddenly heard gunshots. Soo-eun quickly stopped the car, wanting to know what was going on. She was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business, but at this moment her intuition told her that the gunshot might be related to her. Sometimes a woman's sixth sense is very accurate, and Soo-eun believes in her sixth sense very much. Soo-eun got out of the car and looked in the direction of the gunshot. Sure enough, Soo-eun's sixth sense was really accurate. Soo-eun saw two familiar figures. These two people were none other than Lu Jinting and Guo Miao. At first, Soo-eun wondered if he had seen it wrong. How could he see these two people in the United States? But when Soo-eun looked closely, weren't they these two guys? As for why Lu Jinting and Guo Miao appeared in the United States, Soo-eun was not too surprised. Because of their profession, they may often need to perform various tasks. Last time, Lu Jinting mentioned that he was going to perform a mission, and might be away for a long time. Soo-eun might not be able to contact him, so she asked her not to worry. Now think about it, these two guys may have come to the United States to perform a mission. Lu Jinting and Guo Miao were fleeing hard in front, followed by several soldiers from the United States. Did these two people provoke the pursuit of the soldiers from the United States? Soo-eun felt that these two people were really lucky. The last time he was chased by spies in China, he met her. Unexpectedly, he met her again in the United States this time. Since he met her, Soo-eun must save her. Even if Lu Jinting was not her target, as long as he was from China, Soo-eun would lend a helping hand. Of course, except for the bad guys, Soo-eun would definitely not save the bad guys. Soo-eun thought about the weapons and equipment that she had just looted from the military factory, and immediately took out a machine gun. With the machine gun in her hand, she shot at the American soldiers who were chasing her. Soo-eun's shooting skills were very accurate, and basically one shot could kill one. Chapter 199. Chapter 199. Informing the mission. The American soldiers pursuing them all fell to the ground with a series of bangs. Lu Jinting and Guo Miao thought they were going to die in America. They had been discovered by American soldiers while trying to rescue the family of the chip expert. Now they were being chased by several soldiers. They had run out of bullets and food, and their hope seemed to be fading. Just when they accepted their fate, the American soldiers were attacked. Gunshots rang out, and the soldiers were knocked down. Lu Jinting and Guo Miao felt a surge of relief, saved from a desperate situation. They looked towards the source of the gunfire, curious to see their savior. But what they saw shocked them. Brother Ting, even though I can't see this person's face clearly, why do I feel like this figure is very similar to Sister N? Guo Miao exclaimed. Lu Jinting felt the same. Though the faces were different, the figure and temperament were strikingly similar to Soo-eun. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be Soo-eun? No, it couldn't be. His girlfriend shouldn't be in the United States. As they were stunned, Soo-eun put away her machine gun and straddled her motorcycle. She started the engine, and the motorcycle roared to life, stopping in front of Guo Miao and Lu Jinting. Lu Jinting, Guo Miao, get on, Soo-eun said. Hearing her familiar voice, Lu Jinting and Guo Miao realized it was indeed Soo-eun. But why was she here? Why had she changed her appearance? And most importantly, how did she end up in the United States? Despite their questions, they knew they had to get out of there first. They quickly hopped onto the motorcycle, and Suan sped away. Suan took them directly to her hotel. She wasn't sure if they were being watched, and going back to her hotel might not be safe. But they had nowhere else to go. Suan needed to understand their situation before deciding on their next move. Fortunately, the hotel room was booked in her name, and no one noticed them in the middle of the night. Suan successfully took Guamiao and Lu Jinting to her room. Once inside, Suan went to the bathroom and washed her face. As the makeup came off, her true face was revealed. Guamiao and Lu Jinting were overjoyed to see her. And is it really you? Lu Jinting asked, his eyes burning with excitement. Guamiao stared at Suan, muttering, "Sister, and I thought I was imagining things, but it's really you. Sister, and how are you in the United States? What's going on?" Lu Jinting echoed her question. "Yes, and how did you end up here?" Suan didn't hide her situation. "I'm here on a business trip, helping the city's machinery factory purchase equipment in the United States." Lu Jinting knew Suan worked part-time as a technical consultant for the city's machinery factory. He hadn't expected her to come to the United States for work. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so worried about her coming alone. But without her, he and Guamiao might have died. Being in a foreign country, Lu Jinting never expected his partner to come and save him. Maybe this was fate. But why are you out in the middle of the night? Lu Jinting asked. Even if she was on a business trip, she didn't need to be out at this hour. Suan didn't want to reveal her space ability, so she said, "I went to a machinery factory in the United States to steal technology. Our factory wants to import equipment from the United States, but foreign exchange is hard to come by. So I came here to see how their machinery is designed and manufactured, and then I'll steal the technology and bring it back. That way we can save a lot of foreign exchange. It's not convenient to act in broad daylight, so I went out at night." Lu Jinting and Guamiao looked at her in amazement. Could she really steal technology? It was a bit immoral, but they couldn't help but feel good about it. It would save China a lot of foreign exchange and make the United States earn less. Suan felt embarrassed under their gaze. She looked at them and changed the subject. "Are you here on a mission?" They both nodded. Suan was smart, she knew they were on a mission without them saying it. The mission was confidential and they couldn't tell Suan. But now they were being chased and it seemed necessary to tell her. Lu Jinting hesitated for a moment, discussed with Guamiao, and decided to tell Suan about their mission. They couldn't handle it, but maybe Suan could. They had seen her strength, and she was capable of things they couldn't do. Lu Jinting sat down and explained their mission. Their Chinese chip expert wanted to return to China to help develop their chip industry. But the United States blocked him and wouldn't let him go back. So the country sent them to the United States to bring the chip expert and his family back. Today, Lu Jinting and Guamiao had failed to rescue the expert's family. They were discovered by American soldiers and they were being chased. Fortunately, Suan had shown up in time, otherwise they might have been dead. Chapter 200. Chapter 200. Help complete the mission. Suan couldn't help but frown when she heard what the two said. To help the chip expert return to China? Suan remembered that China's chip industry technology had always been lagging behind, which had also caused many things in China to be stifled by foreign countries. China had suffered a lot in chip manufacturing in the future, probably because of the lack of relevant talents and experts to do research in these fields. If this chip tycoon could be successfully sent back to China this time, China's chip field might be different from the history she knew. China could become strong in the chip field. Other scientific and technological fields could be developed. Suan was Chinese, so naturally she hoped that her country could become strong. Because only when the country was strong could the people live a good life. After listening to the two people's tasks, Suan said, "I'm done with my work here. If you don't mind, I can cooperate with your actions in the next period of time. I don't know what I can do." Hearing Suan's words, Guamiao said excitedly, "Sister, and you are so powerful. There will be no problem with you." Suan smiled and responded, "I will do my best to help you. I am also a member of China. Although this is not my task, I hope that my help will make our country better and better." Lu Jinting looked at Suan with burning eyes. Although he felt that there were many suspicious points about his partner, he knew that Suan really wanted to contribute to China. Those spies from our country were also solved by Suan. Ouch! Guamiao suddenly shouted. His sudden shout startled Suan and Lu Jinting. Both of them immediately became alert, and then looked at Guamiao, wondering if this guy suddenly yelled because he found danger. Guamiao pointed to one of his arms and said, I seem to be injured." Guamiao was so nervous before that he didn't feel any pain when he was injured. After relaxing, he immediately felt a pain in his arm. Guamiao touched the painful area and found it was bleeding. When Suan saw Guamiao say he was injured, he immediately looked at his arm. In fact, blood cannot be seen too much on black clothes, but his arm was already soaked with blood. Suan immediately went to get the first aid kit. If you are injured, just bandage it, it's no big deal. Suan asked Guamiao to roll up his sleeves to reveal the wound inside. Guamiao's arm was indeed injured, but the injury was not very serious. There was only one scratch on his arm, and the bullet should have grazed his arm when it flew out. However, such scratches cannot be ignored, and they must be bandaged quickly to avoid infection. Suan first took out the disinfected iodine tincture to help Guamiao wipe the wound. Although Suan is usually violent, he is very gentle when helping people treat wounds. Guamiao felt that Suan, who was helping him treat the wound, was not the same person as usual. Just when he was about to sigh at how gentle Suan was at the moment, Lu Jinting said, "And then let me help him treat his wound." Seeing his partner helping another man treat his wound, Lu Jinting felt a little jealous. Although this man was his good brother and he knew there was nothing between the two of them, Lu Jinting was still unwilling. Suan saw Lu Jinting taking the initiative to help Guamiao treat his wound, and he didn't have any objections. It didn't matter who did it, as long as the wound was treated well. Compared with Suan, Lu Jinting's actions were definitely much rougher. Guamiao cried out in pain several times. If possible, he wanted Suan to help him deal with it. But seeing that Lu Jinting seemed to be a little jealous, Guamiao didn't dare to mention it. After Lu Jinting helped Guamiao deal with the wound, Suan said, "Should we leave here? It may not be safe here because I don't know if you have been targeted. Should we change positions?" What Suan proposed was also considered by Lu Jinting and Guamiao. Lu Jinting said, "Okay, let's change places together. We have a safe place in the United States." Yeah. Suan saw Lu Jinting say this and hurried to pack his things. There were not many things, just a few clothes. Suan rested in a few minutes. After waiting for the things to be packed, the three of them left the hotel together. Suan continued to ride the motorcycle, carrying Lu Jinting and Guamiao. While riding in the car, Guamiao kept saying that the motorcycles in the United States were so cool, and when would they have such motorcycles in China? Under Lu Jinting's guidance, the three of them rode a motorcycle and arrived in front of a small villa. Most of the villas in the United States are single-family villas, and only the urban area has more high-rise buildings. Compared with those pigeon cages, Suan still thinks that this kind of single-family villa is more comfortable to live in. After Lu Jinting entered the villa first, he knocked on the door. The people inside did not let them in immediately, but exchanged secret signals first. After Lu Jinting exchanged the secret signals, someone inside opened the door. "Deputy Captain, how is the situation over there?" A young man opened the door. Lu Jinting said, "Let's talk after we go in." "Okay." Guamiao and Suan followed them into the house. As soon as they entered, the other people who were carrying out the mission this time came out of the room and went to the living room. Seeing Lu Jinting and Guamiao coming back, these people did not feel any reaction. But when they saw Suan in the two bodies, they cast their eyes on her. At this time, a man in his 30s walked up to Lu Jinting, pointed at Suan and asked, "Who is this woman?" They couldn't just bring anyone here casually when they were on a mission this time. If they were exposed, not only would everyone be in danger, but the mission would also fail. The mission they needed to carry out this time was taken very seriously by the top leaders of the country, and they would not tolerate any carelessness. So when a stranger came here, Lu Changming, who was leading the mission this time, was a little nervous, and his eyes were full of vigilance when he looked at Suan. Lu Jinting hurriedly replied to Lu Changming, "Captain Lu, this is my target, Suan." After hearing Lu Jinting's introduction, Lu Changming frowned even tighter, and there was a hint of anger on his face. He said to Lu Jinting in a serious tone, "Deputy Captain Lu, I have always thought that you are a very cautious person. You take the tasks assigned by the organization very seriously, and you are not the kind of person who does things recklessly. But now tell me, what is wrong with you? We are here to carry out an important mission in the United States this time, not for you to have a romantic relationship. But you are so good, aren't you worried about the risk of us being exposed? You actually brought your partner here casually." Chapter 201. Chapter 201, Don't Trust Her. Seeing Lu Changming's anger, Lu Jinting hurriedly explained, "Captain Lu, listen to my explanation. I asked my girlfriend to come here not to talk about love with me, but I need my girlfriend to help us complete this mission better." It would have been better if Lu Jinting hadn't explained. After this explanation, Lu Changming felt even more outrageous. He looked at Lu Jinting and said to him with an indescribable expression, "Deputy Captain Lu, listen to what you say yourself. Is it reliable? Can such a woman help us complete the mission? If you find other reasons, I can still believe you. But listen to what you say and ask others if they believe it." Lu Changming knew Lu Jinting's ability. Usually Lu Jinting's ability was not bad. Otherwise he would not have sat in the position of deputy captain of the special operations team. But at this moment, Lu Changming felt that Lu Jinting seemed to be a little love-brained. Does he have a filter for his girlfriend so he thinks how capable a little girl can be? For this mission, the country dispatched their special operations team members. Each of them is an elite, not just someone who came to perform the mission casually. After Lu Changming finished speaking, Guimiao helped Lu Jinting to clear his name and said, Captain Lu, Brother Ting is not joking. Sister An does have this ability. You may not know that the last time Brother Ting and I carried out a mission, it was thanks to Sister An's help, otherwise the two of us would have been killed by the enemy spies. The last time Huang Zhong and his men were captured by Sister An. If it weren't for Sister An, these people would have run away. And this time, if it weren't for Sister An, Brother Ting and I would have been killed by the soldiers of the United States. And now we might not have the chance to stand here. Don't look at Sister An as a female comrade, but I can pat my chest and guarantee that Sister An's ability is better than Brother Ting and me. No one here can match Sister An. Hearing what Guimiao said, the other members of the special forces looked at Suen, and they were still a little bit unconvinced. She looks so delicate, is she really as capable as Guimiao said? Suen saw Lu Changming's distrust, then raised his eyebrows and said to Lu Changming, Captain Lu doesn't believe what Comrade Gua said? If you don't believe it, we can have a competition. Lu Changming snorted, I don't want to bully a female comrade. Suen's mouth curled up with a mocking smile. Captain Lu is not disdainful. You don't even have the chance to get close to me. You little girl, you are really arrogant. I have the capital to be arrogant. Suen said, and in front of Lu Changming, she flashed behind him at a very fast speed. Then, before everyone could see her operation clearly, Suen had already taken out a pistol from Lu Changming's waist and put it against his forehead. Suen's skills undoubtedly shocked everyone present. Lu Jinting and Guimiao were not surprised, after all. They had known that Suen's skills were always strong. Now seeing Suen's performance, they naturally would not be as shocked as others. Lu Changming felt the cold pistol against his forehead, and only then did he feel the pressure. Although he didn't want to believe how powerful a little girl like Suen could be before, he realized at this moment that Suen was indeed very skilled. There were not many people who could take away his pistol before he could react and threaten his life. This little girl was not as weak as she looked. After Suen put the gun against Lu Changming's head, he put it down and put it back on his waist. Then Suen sat on the sofa, looked at Lu Changming with a somewhat arrogant look, and asked Captain Lu, how about it, can I help you with my skills? Lu Changming met Suen's gaze. For some reason, Suen was obviously not very old, but his aura made him feel pressured. You know, there are not many people who can make Lu Changming feel this kind of pressure. Lu Changming pursed his lips. Even if you are good at fighting, you are not one of us. Lu Changming said, looking at Lu Jinting, Deputy Captain Lu, you are a member of the Special Operations Team and also the Deputy Captain. I believe you know more about the rules of our Special Operations Team than most people. Our Special Operations Team does not allow others to join casually. Our tasks and plans cannot be disclosed casually. As a result, you brought an outsider to help us perform the task, which completely violates the purpose and principles of our Special Operations Team. Even though Suen proved his ability, Lu Changming did not think that Suen could help them complete the task. Suen was a little unhappy when she heard what Lu Changming said. She stared at Lu Changming and sneered, Captain Lu, you are really old-fashioned. Rules are dead but people are alive. Without my help, you may not be able to complete the task. Is it necessary to abide by those broken rules? If Suen had not wanted to help her target, she would not want to meddle in Lu Changming's affairs just because of his behavior. After Lu Changming was confronted by Suen, his face was very unhappy. Suen was just a little girl, but such a little girl dared to talk about him. Isn't this very embarrassing for him? I am old-fashioned, and I am also responsible for our China. Who knows whether you are reliable or not? We can't bet on the future of China. Suen heard what Lu Changming said and sneered, you are right. You can indeed doubt me. If it weren't for my girlfriend, do you think I would get involved in this matter? If you have the ability, I can stay out of this matter. The problem now is that it seems difficult for you to complete this task. In addition to choosing to believe me, what else can you do? If I want to do something to you, I can wipe you out now without waiting. Suan's arrogant words made Lu Changming's face flush. You little girl, are you too arrogant? Who said we can't complete this mission without you? Seeing that Lu Changming was still stubborn, Suen had to say, forget it, since you are trying to stop me and don't want me to participate in this matter. Then forget it. I don't want to participate. I just hope you remember your words and don't come to beg me later. After Suen finished speaking, she stood up and said to Lu Jinting, since your captain doesn't want me to participate in this matter, I won't get involved. You should pay attention to safety. Complete the mission as soon as possible and return home as soon as possible. We'll also stay in the beautiful country during this period. I will still live in the same hotel as before. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Lu Jinting could only sigh. He wanted to keep Suen to help them carry out the mission together. But Lu Changming disagreed, and he had no choice. Chapter 202. Chapter 202. Muddy waters in the beautiful country. This time, all the special forces had to listen to Lu Changming. Lu Jinting trusted his partner, but he could understand Lu Changming's distrust of Su-eun. After all, Su-eun was not a member of their special forces, and Lu Changming could not trust her without knowing Su-eun. Now that Su-eun was leaving, Lu Jinting did not stop her. Okay, and you should be careful by yourself. Su-eun patted Lu Jinting on the shoulder and said, "It is you who should be careful. Don't worry, with my ability, I will not let myself get hurt." Lu Jinting thought of Su-eun's skills and knew that she was telling the truth, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I will also pay attention to my own safety, and you don't have to worry too much about me." Su-eun saw that Lu Changming did not welcome her to stay here, so she did not stay here for long. After saying hello to Lu Jinting, she rode her motorcycle directly back to the hotel. After Lu Changming waited for Su-eun to disappear in the courtyard, he said to Lu Jinting, "Deputy Captain Lu, you brought your partner here so casually. You have to pray that nothing will happen to us in the future. If we are exposed because of your fault, the organization will hold you accountable." Lu Jinting looked at Lu Changming's condemning eyes and said, "Captain Lu, I trust my partner very much. Don't worry, if we are exposed because of me, I will definitely take responsibility to the end." Guo Miao looked at Lu Changming with an expression that was hard to describe. "Captain Lu, I think we will definitely ask Sister Eun for help. Although you don't trust Sister Eun, I can be sure that when we can't perform the mission, we can only ask Sister Eun for help." After Guo Miao finished speaking, he didn't say much to Lu Changming. He believed that the facts would prove everything at that time. Lu Changming was different from them. He didn't know Su-eun, so he was unwilling to believe Su-eun. But those who knew Su-eun would know that Su-eun was not the kind of person who could not be trusted. She could help catch spies, at least she was wholeheartedly for China. People who can consider the interests of the country will definitely not do anything to harm China. Su-eun didn't care about the situation here. After returning to the hotel, Su-eun washed up and lay down on the soft big bed to sleep. This mattress is really comfortable to sleep on. When she returns to China, she will buy a few mattresses to take back. In China, people can only sleep on plank beds, which are hard and not as soft as the mattresses here. In the next few days, Lu Jinting and his team will have to perform tasks in the United States. Su-eun thinks that if she has nothing to do, she can stock up more goods here. Now there are all kinds of advanced electronic products in the United States which are good products that are hard to buy on the market. In addition, Su-eun can also stock up more mechanical raw materials here. When she wants to assemble something, she can make it herself if she has the raw materials. Su-eun was busy until almost dawn before going to bed, so she slept until the afternoon. After a good sleep, Su-eun was full of energy. When Su-eun woke up, she found that because of the incident she caused yesterday, the police in the United States were looking for the thieves who went to the military factory last night and stole weapons and equipment. The police in the United States were almost busy these 2 days. First, the machinery factory reported that some equipment was lost. However, the situation at the machinery factory was not serious. Basically, only one piece of equipment was lost. Therefore, the American police did not pay much attention to the situation at the machinery factory. Later, the Scorpion Gang had an accident. So many people from a gang lost their lives, and the American police had to pay attention to it. Although the Scorpion Gang is a gang, as long as the citizens of their country are in trouble, the police here have to help investigate and deal with it. In the past 2 days, the police of the United States have not found any useful information in the investigation of the Scorpion Gang. The matter of the Scorpion Gang has not been resolved yet, but something happened again at the military factory in the United States last night. Compared with the destruction of the Scorpion Gang, the situation at the military factory is more valued. After all, this is related to the national security of the United States. Their military factory has lost a large number of weapons and equipment. Who knows what will happen next? This has to make people worried. The police of the United States have now stepped up their investigation into the military factory, but there is still no clue. After all, the security of the military factory is so strict. Who or what kind of force can transfer so many military weapons and equipment in the military factory arsenal in an instant? Even if the most powerful special forces of their country come here, they can't do this. The theft of the military factory in the United States naturally caused a huge sensation in the country. Now several media in the United States are reporting on this matter. So when Su-eun got up and turned on the TV, she saw these news reports. Seeing that the government and people of the United States began to be terrified, Su-eun was very happy. She came to the United States to muddy the waters in the United States. The more chaotic the United States is, the less energy it will have to target China. Moreover, during this period of time, Lu Jinting and others were carrying out tasks in the United States. If they could muddy the waters here and divert the government's attention, they could create more opportunities and conveniences for their actions. Su-eun read the news report and then went downstairs to eat. After being busy for so long last night, Su-eun was a little tired. At this moment, she just felt very hungry and wanted to eat more. Suan got a lot of money from the Scorpion Gang and is not short of money now. Because of this, Suan can eat as much as she wants. After eating and drinking, Suan did not forget to go shopping. She bought everything she liked and put it into her space. After shopping around, Suan bought about 100 color TV sets. Although there are TV sets in China now, color TV sets have basically never appeared. But at that time in China, color TV sets were very common. After buying a color TV set, Suan also bought 200 black and white TV sets. The electronic watches here are very cheap, but Suan knows that this kind of electronic watch is a very rare thing in China. She doesn't mind buying more and waiting to take them back to Lu Peng, so that Lu Peng can resell them. After shopping for an afternoon, Suan had dinner before returning to the hotel. After arriving at the hotel, Suan curled up on the soft sofa and started watching TV. The news on TV was still focusing on the destruction of the Scorpion Gang and the theft of the military factory. Some media even began to make up stories. Suan couldn't help laughing when she saw the media's speculations and the stories they made up. They probably never knew that she was the only one who destroyed the Scorpion Gang and moved the warehouse of the Air Force factory. When Suan was watching TV programs in the hotel, Lu Jinting and others were also watching TV. Chapter 203. Chapter 203, Lu Changming's face hurts. Lu Jinting and his friends were watching TV. Not for entertainment. They were watching TV mainly to keep an eye on the latest developments in the United States. When they saw the news report that the warehouse of the military factory in the United States was inexplicably emptied by someone, as Chinese, they couldn't help but feel happy. Guamiao even said, "I don't know which hero did this, it's so cool." Haha, it turns out that the United States has this day. It seems that the seemingly powerful United States is not indestructible and can be stolen from behind. Haha, I'm laughing to death. Seeing Guamiao laughing so happily, Lu Jinting didn't know why he thought of someone, that is, his girlfriend, Suan. Lu Jinting's sixth sense felt that the theft of the military factory in the United States this time seemed to be related to his girlfriend. But after this idea came into Lu Jinting's mind, Lu Jinting felt that it seemed a bit outrageous. Although Suan's skills are indeed amazing, the military factory in the United States is heavily guarded, and it seems difficult for Suan to do such a big thing alone. Regardless of the reason, this time the warehouse of the military factory in the United States was emptied, and such a large amount of weapons were lost, which was enough to make the United States chaotic for a while. And this time they came to the United States to carry out the mission. The more turbulent the United States was, the more turbid the water was, and the more convenient it was for their actions. So on Lu Jinting's side, Captain Lu pulled their group of people who were carrying out the mission together to discuss the next countermeasures, hoping to find a better way to rescue the chip expert and her family. On Suan's side, after returning at night, because he didn't have to go out to do big things in the middle of the night, he simply lay down on the bed and slept obediently. After a nap, Suan got up early the next morning. Suan, who had nothing to do, continued the big purchases for the next day. Suan bought a lot of home appliances and raw materials, and stocked up a lot of various materials. At this time, China lacked the most food and meat, but the price in the United States was still cheap. The United States is not only a technological power but also has developed agriculture. The yield of rice, white flour, and soybeans here is very high. So the price of grain and oil here is not expensive. Buy more of these things and you won't have to worry about selling them in China. In addition, Suan will also purchase some shampoo, shower gel, perfume, and cosmetics here. These things are even rarer in China, so if Suan buys these things and takes them back, she can also make a lot of money. In this way, in the next 2 days, Suan was doing all kinds of shopping. I don't know what the situation is with Lu Jinting. Lu Jinting hasn't contacted her yet, which means there is no progress there. A pity that Lu Changming is stubborn and unwilling to accept her help. If she were to join, the mission would probably have been solved by now, so why waste time in the United States? Lu Jinting didn't complete the mission, but Suan was not in a hurry. It's a rare trip to the United States, so it doesn't hurt to do more things and go back. That day, when Suan went out to the mall, she happened to meet Lu Changming, who was on a mission again. This time Lu Jinting was not there, and Lu Changming personally brought several other members of the special forces to rescue the family of the chip expert. Lu Jinting and Guamiao were on the mission before, but the two failed. If Suan hadn't appeared in time, the two might have been injured and sacrificed. In addition, they were already exposed, so Lu Changming had to go into battle himself. Lu Changming is the captain of the Special Operations Team. He has joined the team for so many years and has performed many tasks, so he has more experience than Lu Jinting and Guamiao. So what Lu Jinting and Guamiao could not do, he might be able to successfully complete. This time, the family of the chip expert came out under the name of shopping as usual, just to create a rescue opportunity for the rescuers on the Chinese side. As the family of the chip expert, their actions are under the surveillance of the United States. If they want to leave the United States, they must first avoid surveillance. Lu Changming led the team to lead away these American soldiers and find an opportunity to take away the family of the chip expert. But this time Lu Changming still failed. Not only did he fail, but he was also shot in the arm by a soldier from the United States. As for him and his teammates, after being exposed, they were chased by these American soldiers and could only flee in a hurry. It was at this time that Suan encountered the sound of gunfire in the mall and found Lu Changming's team. Although he didn't like Lu Changming, he was a Chinese after all. Internal conflicts can be resolved by themselves, but when facing external conflicts together, they are still a family. Suan thought of Lu Jinting and then thought of the purpose of their mission this time. Forget it, she still helped. She was not doing it for Lu Changming, she was doing it for the sake of her partner and for the future of China. Suan immediately entered the space, changed her clothes, put on a mask, covered her face, and only left a pair of eyes exposed. She did this mainly because she was worried about being seen and exposed. After dressing up quickly, Suan took a gun and dealt with several American soldiers who were chasing Lu Changming and others. Then Suan hurried to Lu Changming, "Follow me." Lu Changming knew that if it wasn't for this person, several of their teammates might have to explain here. Originally, he was curious about who saved him. But after hearing Suan's voice, he looked at Suan in surprise. "You are Suan?" Suan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Changming. "Yes, it's me." If it weren't for the emergency situation, Suan would definitely ridicule this man. Doesn't he look down on her? Doesn't he doubt and distrust her? Is he still relying on her to save him? When Lu Changming knew that he was rescued by Suan this time, he felt very uncomfortable. Thinking of his previous words against Suan, he felt a little painful on his face. He had offended her, but when he was in danger, Suan was willing to jump out to save him. So from the beginning he was too narrow-minded, wasn't he? Seeing Lu Changming looking at her in a daze, Suan's expression became a little more impatient. "Why are you looking at me like this? Why don't you leave quickly?" Seeing that the American soldiers who were chasing him were all dealt with by Suan, Lu Changming now deeply realized how powerful Suan was. Now is a good opportunity to rescue the chip expert's family. Why not take this opportunity to ask Suan to help take them away from the surveillance of the United States? Chapter 204. Chapter 204. Suan successfully rescued his family. So Lu Changming looked at Suan and begged, "Comrade Su, I apologize to you for what I said before, but now I hope you can do us a favor." Lu Changming said, and took out a photo and handed it to Suan. "Comrade Su, the people in this photo are the family members of our chip expert comrade Hu Xiun. This is Professor Hu's wife Li Mingfang. This is Professor Hu's daughter Hu Yu. The two of them are now at the mall. I hope you can help us lead them to safely avoid the surveillance of the United States. You don't have to worry about me, just rescue them first." Suan looked at the photo and remembered the appearance of Li Mingfang and Hu Yu. This mother and daughter are both very beautiful, and their looks are easy to remember. Seeing that Suan didn't speak, Lu Changming thought that Suan was going to refuse him. After all, he didn't trust her in various ways before, but now he asked her for help. But at the level of national interests, Lu Changming felt that it didn't matter if he was embarrassed. As long as Suan could help complete their mission, he would apologize to Suan for this matter. Just as Lu Changming was nervously waiting for Suan's answer, Suan responded, "Okay, I'll try." Suan was not so petty as to argue with Lu Changming over such a small matter. Now that the man has taken the initiative to apologize, if there is anything, wait until the important things are resolved first. Lu Changming was relieved when he heard Suan agreed to help. Fortunately, Suan was willing to help and did not refuse him. Suan left Lu Changming and hurried to rescue Li Mingfang and her daughter. Suan was not worried about Lu Changming's situation. She had helped him solve several American soldiers who were chasing him. As long as Lu Changming and his group were not useless, they would definitely be able to ensure their own safety. Suan remembered Li Mingfang's appearance and searched for the mother and daughter from the mall. Soon, Suan found them at the exit of the mall. Two American soldiers were beside the mother and daughter, urging them to leave the mall quickly. Seeing that there were not many people guarding the mother and daughter, it was much easier for Suan to rescue them. Suan quickly took out his pistol and aimed at the two American soldiers. Bang! Bang! 2 shots. With 2 shots, the 2 American soldiers fell to the ground. Li Mingfang and her daughter were obviously frightened when they saw the American soldiers falling beside them. Because they had never seen a headshot before, such bloodiness could easily make people uncomfortable. Suan took advantage of this opportunity to ride a motorcycle and quickly flashed in front of the mother and daughter. "I am the person arranged by China to rescue you. Come and follow me." Li Mingfang and her daughter came back to their senses. Hearing that it was arranged by China, Li Mingfang did not hesitate to quickly carry her daughter to the motorcycle first, and then she also got on the car. Seeing Li Mingfang so neat, Suan couldn't help but look at her more. This woman looked delicate. and her temperament and appearance were a little inconsistent. Suan waited for the mother and daughter to get on the car and reminded them, "Sit tight, I'm going to leave now," Suan said, and quickly started the motorcycle. With a few boom sounds, the motorcycle rushed out, leaving only a trail of afterimage. Suan had to leave here as soon as possible, because there was such a big commotion in the mall. The police of the United States must have arranged police forces to come here. Once they were locked by the police, it would not be easy for them to leave. Especially Li Mingfang and her daughter. After 2 consecutive accidents, it is estimated that the United States will not give them the opportunity to go out again, but will imprison them. By that time, it will be more difficult for China to rescue the mother and daughter. Suan's motorcycle drove for about 10 minutes and stopped at the suburbs. However, Suan still did not dare to relax, but quickly took out 2 sets of clothes from the bag, in fact from the space, and let Li Mingfang and her daughter change. If they wear the clothes they are wearing now, it is easy to be targeted. Only by changing clothes and dressing can the risk of being caught up can they be reduced. Li Mingfang and her daughter followed Suan's instructions and quickly put on the clothes she took out. Then Suan took out 2 wigs and asked the mother and daughter to wear them on their heads. Suan took out the cosmetics and put on a simple makeup for the mother and daughter. So the mother and daughter quickly changed from Asian women to blonde and blue-eyed American women. I believe that the American side would not have thought that Li Mingfang and her daughter could have a big change of head. Facts have proved that Suan is still very far-sighted. Soon they met the American police who stopped them on the road. Seeing that they were all dressed in blonde and blue-eyed clothes, they did not stop them. Suan easily took Li Mingfang and her daughter away. After waiting to avoid danger, Suan took Li Mingfang and her daughter to the place where Lu Zhenting and others were hiding. Lu Changming and others had already evacuated back. After waiting to come back, Lu Changming has been worried about Suan's situation. He asked Suan to take Li Mingfang and her daughter away, but he didn't know if she could complete the request smoothly. Although Suan is really powerful, this time she alarmed the American police, and it might not be easy for Suan to bring them here smoothly. After waiting anxiously for half an hour, they heard a knock on the door. Who? After hearing the knock on the door, Lu Changming and his companions asked a few questions inside. It's me, Suan. After hearing Suan's answer, Lu Changming opened the door. As a result, after waiting for the door to open, he found 3 blonde women. No, to be precise, there were 2 women and a little girl. Lu Changming was stunned, wondering if the police from the United States had investigated here. Just when Lu Changming was puzzled, Suan said, "It's me, we are wearing makeup." Lu Changming came back to his senses and understood what was going on, so he immediately let the 3 of them into the house. Looking at Suan's makeup, Lu Zhenting didn't recognize her. After Suan and Li Mingfang's mother and daughter came, they washed their faces first, and then washed off all the makeup on their faces. When waiting for them to appear in front of everyone with their true faces, Lu Changming and others suddenly became excited. I didn't expect Suan to really bring Li Mingfang's mother and daughter here. It's really great. Now that Li Mingfang and her daughter have been rescued, we will find a way to rescue Professor Hu Xiuan. This time the mission has been perfectly completed. Lu Changming came to Suan and thanked him solemnly, and apologized for his previous words and deeds. Comrade Suan, thank you very much for your help this time. I was wrong before and said some excessive words to you. Thank you very much for not holding it against me. Chapter 205. Chapter 205. Suan is a bit like his sister. Suan sat directly on the sofa, looking at Lu Changming with some contempt, and said with a slight smile on his lips, "I am not doing this to help you. I am purely doing this to help my girlfriend in Huagua. If it were because of you, I would never help this time." Suan spoke without giving Lu Changming any face. She is like this, if others don't give her face, she won't give face to others either. Lu Changming didn't expect Suan to say that, and his face suddenly felt hot and painful. But at this moment, facing the rampant Suan, Lu Changming would not say anything excessive. Their mission has not been completed yet, so Lu Changming still wants Suan to continue to help him. At this time, even if Suan rides on his head and shits, he can't say a word. Since there is still a mission pointing to him, it will be difficult to deal with the next thing if he offends him. Lu Changming continued to apologize sincerely. "Comrade Su, I know everything you said, so I have to apologize for my previous recklessness. This time you were able to help rescue Professor Hu and her daughter. I believe that you are considering the interests and overall situation of our China, and are a trustworthy person." Suan sneered. "Captain Lu's mind changes really quickly. I haven't heard you say that before. I thought too much before, Comrade Su. I wonder if you are willing to continue to help with the next mission?" Suan glanced at Lu Zhenting and then said, "Okay, for the sake of my boyfriend, I'm willing to help. But we have agreed that if I help you complete this mission, your internal rewards will include a share of my boyfriend. Although I am not a member of your special forces team, my boyfriend is, so the credit for him must not be less." When Lu Changming heard Suan's request, he agreed without hesitation. Comrade Su, don't worry, I can promise you this. Lu Jinting looked at Suan with emotion. Guimiao looked at Lu Jinting with envy. Brother Ting, look at how lucky you are, sister. And is so good to you. She even helped you to earn credit. Such a person is rare. Oh, I am so envious. Why don't I have such good luck as you? Lu Jinting was even more proud when he heard Guimiao's envy. After Lu Changming decided to let Suan join, he pulled her to discuss the next action. While discussing, another person came here. In addition to the experts of the Special Operations Team, there are also domestic technical engineers who came to rescue Professor Hu Shiyuan this time. Because Professor Hu Shiyuan was imprisoned in the Research Institute of the United States, the Research Institute arranged security surveillance and set up various password obstacles. They, the Special Operations Team, are not relevant experts and cannot solve the technological obstacles. Therefore, when rescuing Professor Hu, relevant technical engineers must be assisted. The name of this technical engineer is Shun Xiaochen. When Suan heard this name, she felt a little familiar. But she didn't know where this familiarity came from. She just searched in her mind for a while, but couldn't remember anything, and quickly forgot about it. But when Shun Xiaojie saw Suan, he couldn't help but stare at Suan for a few more times. For some reason, Shun Xiaojie felt that Suan had a sense of familiarity. Why did this girl look a bit like his parents and also a bit like him? Shun Xiaochen suddenly had an idea in his mind. Could Suan be his sister? There is a magical blood bond between relatives. Although it was the first time Shun Xiaochen met Suan, when he came into contact with Suan, he had an inexplicable sense of closeness, as if Suan was the child of their Shin family. Thinking of his sister who had never been found and was wandering outside, Shun Xiaochen was even more excited. If he could find his sister, his parents would definitely be very happy. Seeing Shun Xiaochen staring at Suan in a trance, Lu Jinting was suddenly a little unhappy. Comrade Shun, it's not good for you to stare at my object like this? Lu Jinting's impression of Shun Xiaochen was not good. The reason why he didn't like Shun Xiaochen had to start with Shun Rui. Lu Jinting had investigated Shun Rui before. Shun Rui was the child of the Shun family and Shun Xiaochen's biological sister. But later, I don't know what happened to the Shun family. They directly refused to recognize Shun Rui and drove her out of the Shun family. This led to Shun Rui going to the production team of Yuto Village, and then subsequent events happened. Lu Jinting heard some rumors that Shun Rui was not the real child of the Shun family, and that the real daughter of the Shun family was actually living outside. No matter what the specific situation of the Shun family is, Shun Rui grew up in the Shun family and is inseparable from the people of the Shun family. They raised a vicious woman like Shun Rui, so Lu Jinting naturally didn't have a good impression of them. Now Shun Xiaochen is even more excessive. A gay man stared at Suan for a long time. Doesn't he think it's very rude? Even if Suan is not a person who already has a partner, if she is an ordinary girl, Shun Xiaochen should not stare at her like this. Shun Xiaochen came back to his senses when he heard Lu Jinting's questioning. His sight shifted from Suan to Lu Jinting. Lu Jinting looked at him with some hostility and vigilance. Shun Xiaochen knew that Lu Jinting had misunderstood. He probably thought that he fell in love with Suan, but in fact Lu Jinting didn't have such an idea at all. Shun Xiaochen hurriedly explained to Lu Jinting, I think Comrade Su looks very familiar. A bit like my sister. Hearing what Shun Xiaochen said, Guimiao sneered. Comrade Shun, come on, your sister is very different from my sister and not at all. Thinking of Shun Xiaochen actually comparing Suan and Shun Rui and saying that they look alike, Guimiao couldn't help but get angry. Although Suan is not his girlfriend, she is his idol and goddess. Guimiao doesn't want to see others insult Suan. Shun Xiaochen continued, don't you think Comrade Su and I look a bit alike? The Special Forces team members only then noticed the appearance of Shun Xiaochen and Suan. If Shun Xiaochen hadn't said it, no one would have noticed it. After he said that, everyone looked more and more alike. Although Shun Xiaochen and Suan did have some similarities, Lu Jinting said in a deep voice, there are many people who look alike in the world. Comrade Shun, don't come to claim relatives randomly, and don't stare at my girlfriend for no reason. Shun Xiaochen saw that Lu Jinting was angry, so he had to say, okay, maybe I'm overthinking it, sorry. Then Shun Xiaochen didn't continue to stare at Suan, and Lu Jinting put away his prejudice. They continued to discuss the plan to rescue Professor Hu. After waiting for a while, they planned to make a quick decision. The longer they delayed, the more difficult it would be to rescue Professor Hu, so they just took action tonight. Chapter 206. Chapter 206. Going to the Research Institute. After discussing the countermeasures, they are now waiting to go to the Research Institute together in the evening. While waiting, Suan prepared something delicious for herself before the action. Only when she is full can she have the strength to work. This time there is a comrade in the Special Operations team who can cook, and he cooks quite well. Although he is not as good as Sun Xinshin, he can be regarded as a half-professional chef. Suan has been eating Western food all this time. It is not bad to eat Western food occasionally to change the taste. But if you eat it for a long time, you will definitely not be able to stand it. Suan has been eating Western food for so long in the past few days since she came to the United States. After not eating Chinese food, she has been missing Chinese food. Now that she can eat good Chinese food, she can't help but eat more. While eating, Suan also praised the cooking skills of this special operations team comrade. Seeing that Suan can eat so much, except for Lu Jinting and Guo Miao who are calmer, everyone else has a surprised expression. They can't figure out why a female comrade can eat so much? Deputy Captain Lu, fortunately your family is well off. If your family is not well off, most people really can't afford to support such a partner. Well, anyway, if it were me, I would definitely not be able to support her. A member of the Special Forces team whispered in Lu Jinting's ear. Although Suan is very beautiful, it is really hard for him to enjoy such a gluttonous partner. After hearing his teammate's words, Lu Jinting replied directly, "Do you think my partner needs me to support her with all her abilities?" Lu Jinting wanted to be a man who could support Suan and support her. The problem is that Suan herself is quite capable, and doesn't need him to support her at all. With Suan's abilities, she is more than enough to support herself. The current situation is that he can't support Suan, but Suan has become his support. He knows how powerful Suan is. Suan has helped him out of danger several times. When Lu Jinting's teammate heard his words, he felt that there was some truth in them. Other female comrades have their own abilities and don't need to rely on men. In the end, he is superficial. After a full meal, Suan set out with several members of the Special Forces and Lu Changming at night. This time Lu Changming did not follow, mainly because he was injured in his arm and was hit by a bullet. In the case of his injury, it might affect the execution of the mission. So this time Lu Changming did not lead the team, but handed the task of leading the team to Lu Jinting. But Lu Changming did not stay and did nothing. Once Suan and his team succeeded in their operation, Lu Changming had to lead people to complete the transfer quickly. They had to leave the United States as soon as possible and successfully bring Professor Hu and his family back. In the middle of the night, Suan and his team went to the research institute. Because of what happened during the day, the guards at the research institute were even stricter. Looking at so many guards at the research institute, it was not easy for them to sneak in at this time. A team member asked Lu Jinting, "Deputy Captain Lu, what should we do now?" Lu Jinting did not speak, but looked at Suan. For some reason, Lu Jinting felt that Suan might have more ideas, and he inexplicably believed in the ability of his object. Suan saw Lu Jinting looking at her, so she thought for a moment and said, "First, arrange a few people to lure the tiger away from the mountain. We have to divert some of the attention away so that we can proceed with the next action." Lu Jinting listened to Suan's suggestion and thought it made a lot of sense. So Lu Jinting quickly arranged 3 team members to lead away the guards at the door of the research institute. Diverting attention was indeed effective. Soon, most of the guards around the research institute were diverted. Taking advantage of the fact that there were few people at this moment, Suan, Lu Jinting and Shen Xiaochen hurriedly took action. It might not take long outside, so she had to make a quick decision here. The 3 of them quickly sneaked into the research institute. When they sneaked in, they met the patrolling guards after a while. However, the 3 of them were all good at it, and they quickly dealt with the few people guarding this side. Suan couldn't help but look at Shen Xiaochen more. "Aren't you a researcher? How come you are so good at it?" Shen Xiaochen said. "Who said that those who are engaged in technology and scientific research can't practice a few tricks?" Suan felt that what Shen Xiaochen said made sense. There was no regulation on which industry one could practice martial arts in. The 3 of them didn't waste much time before they sneaked directly into the research institute. Sure enough, after the people outside were dealt with, the situation inside was even more difficult. There are several protective doors inside the research institute, and it is not easy to break through these protective doors to get inside. Moreover, these protective doors cannot be dismantled by force because they are equipped with alarm devices. Once their operation is not good and the alarm is set off, it will soon alert the guards. At that time, the guards outside will rush here, let alone rescue Professor Hu. They may be caught together. Shen Xiaochen quickened his pace and hurried to crack these protective doors. Seeing that Shen Xiaochen was a little slow, Suan said, "Let me join in." Shen Xiaochen looked at Suan in surprise. "Do you know how to crack it?" Suan snorted. Who is he looking down on? What's so difficult about this? Is there any problem if I understand it? Shen Xiaochen shook his head. "No problem, since you understand it too. Then let's do it together." Shen Xiaochen didn't know whether Suan had some basic knowledge or was an expert. But since Suan said he could do it, Shen Xiaochen would definitely give him a chance if he wanted to try. So the 2 of them started to dismantle it together. With Suan's help, Shen Xiaochen didn't expect that they would dismantle it so quickly. The first defense door was successfully cracked by them. Shen Xiaochen knew that the first defense door could be cracked so quickly because of Su An's contribution. Now Shen Xiaochen was more and more curious about Su An. Why was Su An's skill in this area better than his? He was already an expert in this area in China, but Su An was younger and more powerful than him. Coupled with Su An's talents in other areas, Shen Xiaochen was very curious about Su An. Chen just felt that this girl's ability was too amazing. Thinking that Su An might be his sister, Shen Xiaochen became even more excited. How great it would be if he had such an excellent sister. When he returns to China this time, he must investigate Su An thoroughly to make sure whether Su An is his sister, and whether she is the child of their Shen family. Su An and Shen Xiaochen did not waste time. After the first defense door was dismantled, the second defense door was also dismantled. After dismantling 4 defense doors in total, they finally arrived at the research institute. In addition to Professor Hu, there were several other scientists inside. Seeing someone suddenly break in, these scientists from the beautiful country exclaimed and asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 207. Chapter 207. Take Su An as the backbone. Su An and his men did not give the scientists a chance to question them, and they started to fight directly. Except for Hu Shiyuan, all the other scientists in the laboratory were knocked unconscious by Su An and his men. After waiting for these scientists to be dealt with, Lu Jinting strode to Hu Shiyuan and said to him, "Professor Hu, we are the people arranged by China to take you back." Professor Hu's eyes were hot when he saw Lu Jinting and his men. He knew that China had not given up on him. This time he could go back to China so that he could contribute to the development of science and technology in his motherland. Before leaving, Hu Shiyuan asked Lu Jinting, "My wife and my daughter?" Knowing what Hu Shiyuan was concerned about, Lu Jinting hurriedly said, "Professor Hu, don't worry, we have rescued your family members and have placed them in a safe place now." Hearing Lu Jinting's words, Hu Shiyuan felt more relieved. China really did not let him down. This time, it was able to break through the confinement of the research institute to rescue him and take his family members away with him. Knowing that time was urgent, Hu Shiyuan quickly put away several important scientific research materials here, and then said to Lu Jinting and others, "Okay, let's go quickly. Alas, there are still many scientific research materials here, and we can't take them back together." This is a scientific research institute in the United States, where many excellent scientific research experts are gathered. Because of this, there are many research materials in the field of science and technology. If these scientific research materials can be brought back, it will definitely be of great help to the development of science and technology in China. But now it is not easy to arrange Hu Shiyuan to return to China, and these scientific research materials will definitely not be taken back together. Hearing Hu Shiyuan's words, Lu Jinting and Shen Xiaochen also felt sorry. Yes, it's a pity that so many materials cannot be brought back to China. But the current situation is urgent, and they can't expect to take these materials with them. Complete the task first and it will be good to be able to bring Hu Shiyuan back to China. Su An heard Hu Shiyuan's words, but she was reluctant to let go of these scientific research materials. For Su An, taking these scientific research materials is a matter of convenience. If it can help the development of science and technology in China, she will definitely be happy to see it happen. Su An thought so and said to Lu Jinting and Shen Xiaochen, "You take Professor Hu away first, I will cover you." Hearing Su An's call, Lu Jinting did not hesitate at all. Okay. He believed in Su An's strength, and she would be responsible for covering the rear. Shen Xiaochen looked at Su An worriedly. "Comrade Su, be careful." Although it is not yet confirmed that Su An is his biological sister, Shen Xiaochen has always believed in his sixth sense. Since the sixth sense feels that Su An is his sister, Shen Xiaochen naturally does not want her to get into trouble. If Su An has any kind of mistake or accident, her parents will definitely not accept it. After knowing that Shen Rui is not the real daughter of the Shen family, his parents have been thinking about this child who is wandering outside. Su An responded, "Okay, you just protect yourself, don't worry about me." After Lu Jinting and Shen Xiaochen took Su An away first, only Su An and the scientists who were stunned were left in the laboratory. Su An saw the information in the research room, and in just a thought he put all the information into the space. After collecting all the scientific research information here, Su An hurried out and caught up with Lu Jinting and others. Because Professor Hu is a scientist after all, his physical strength is not as good as those professionally trained people. So after running for a while, he was exhausted and out of breath. Lu Jinting simply carried Hu Shiyuan on his back and ran, so the speed was faster. Hu Shiyuan was embarrassed and felt that he had really troubled the soldiers of their country. If he was in better health, it would save people a lot of trouble. Su An was guarding beside Lu Jinting. Because Lu Jinting needed to carry Hu Shiyuan on his back, he couldn't deal with the counterattack. Su An had to protect his safety closely to prevent Lu Jinting and Hu Shiyuan from being attacked by the pursuers. Although Su An and his team successfully rescued Hu Shiyuan from the research institute, they were still not smooth. Because the situation in the research institute quickly alarmed the police of the United States. The police quickly arranged personnel to chase them. Suan and his team fled for a long time and finally met up with Lu Changming. Seeing that Suan and his team successfully brought Hu Shiyuan out, Lu Changming breathed a sigh of relief. However, they couldn't relax completely at this moment. They had to hurry up and leave the United States. Now that the police of the United States have been alerted, it may not be easy for them to leave the United States. A team member asked Lu Changming, "Captain Lu, what should we do now? The police of the United States have begun to investigate. We may encounter various obstacles if we want to leave the United States smoothly." "Yes, Captain Lu, we are afraid that we have been exposed. Should we change a place to hide for a while, or what should we do? If we want to leave the country now, it will be very difficult." Lu Changming was also having a headache about this matter. There is danger whether to leave or not. I don't know why Lu Changming's eyes couldn't help but cast towards Suan, wanting to ask Suan's opinion. He had a hunch that maybe Suan had a way to help them. This woman is very powerful. Because of her, they were able to complete 2 consecutive tasks so smoothly. Seeing Lu Changming staring at him, Suan knew what he meant. Suan thought it was a little funny. At first, Lu Changming didn't trust her and was wary of her. Now he wants to ask her about everything, as if he regards her as his backbone. Fortunately, Suan has no other thoughts, and really wants to help these people complete the mission. If they meet someone with ulterior motives, their mission this time will be severely damaged. Suan said to Lu Changming, "The longer we stay, the greater the risk of our exposure. So leave here as soon as possible and leave the country as soon as possible." After hearing Suan's suggestion, someone immediately raised concerns. "But now the police in the United States are investigating so vigorously, how easy is it for us to leave as soon as possible?" Suan pondered for a while and said, "It's really not easy, but it's not impossible for us to leave. Let's muddy the water here first. The more chaotic it is, the less distracted they will be, and the easier it will be for us to leave. Comrade Su, what do you want to do?" Lu Changming looked at Suan with some expectation, always feeling that Suan wanted to do something big. Suan said, "Don't worry about what I do. You should prepare first and rush to the airport first. If you can leave, find a way to leave first and I will take care of the rest." Chapter 208. Chapter 208. Bombing the base, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Changming did not hesitate. "Okay, Comrade Su, I'll listen to you." Yeah. Lu Jinting was also very curious about Suan's plan, and wanted to know what Suan was going to do. But seeing that Suan was unwilling to say it, he could only forget it. No matter what Suan was going to do, they should know it later. After discussing the countermeasures, Suan and Lu Changming and others split up. Suan went to stir up the muddy waters of the United States, while Lu Changming and others looked for an opportunity to avoid the police investigation of the United States and hurried to the airport. After separating from Lu Changming and others, Suan got on the motorcycle and the car rushed out quickly. The speed of the motorcycle was very fast, and Suan catalyzed his wind power again, making the speed of the motorcycle even faster. After a while, Suan's motorcycle stopped near the military factory of the United States. Because of the theft last time, the military factory of the United States is now more strictly guarded. But Suan didn't want to go in and steal things today, so it didn't matter even if the guards here were stricter. After Suan arrived at the military factory, he began to act according to his plan. The weapons that were looted from the warehouse of the military factory in the United States can be used now. However, before using them, Suan hesitated. Since he was going to deal with the United States, he might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone and bring our country together. In recent years, the United States has supported the development of our country and suppressed China. If these 2 indestructible allies are alienated, China can also steal some development opportunities. Suan thought so, and quickly took out the advanced weapons from our country that he had looted from Huangzhong last time from the space. Well, although using our country's weapons cannot prove that the incident was done by our country, it is also good to arouse suspicion from the United States. Suan selected a few bombs with very strong explosive power. After pulling the plate buckle above, the grenade in Suan's hand flew directly out of her hand. Because Suan used supernatural powers when throwing the grenade, the trajectory of the grenade flying out at this time was somewhat unreasonable. Under normal circumstances, human power certainly cannot throw a grenade so far. After waiting for Suan to throw the grenade, he immediately turned around and rode away at high speed on his motorcycle. When Suan turned around on his motorcycle, the military factory on the United States side was accompanied by a loud boom, and the military clothing factory here was bombed tragically. Leaving the military factory, Suan went to several important military bases on the United States side and continued to start the bombardment mode. Wherever Suan went, sparks would explode in the sky soon, like gorgeous fireworks. Lu Jinting of course also saw these movements. Seeing that many places in the United States were bombed, they were all stunned. Guo Miao even muttered directly in Lu Jinting's ear, "Fuck, brother Ting, these couldn't be all done by Sisterin?" Lu Jinting remained silent, But she also felt that it might be Suan who did it. Before Suan left, he said that he was going to cause trouble. It has only been a short time, and so many places in this state of America have been bombed. It is definitely not a coincidence. But Suan's performance really shocked people. I really don't know how she did it. How could those places be easily bombed? It is difficult for ordinary people to get close, but Suan was able to blow them up directly. And where did Suan get the weapons and equipment to bomb various bases in America? Thinking of the theft of the military factory in the United States, Lu Jinting felt that it might be related to Suan. Regardless of whether Suan did it, the United States is indeed in chaos at the moment. The main focus of the police in the United States has changed from chasing and blocking Hu Shiyuan to counter-terrorism. Their military factories and military bases have been bombed, seriously threatening the security of the United States. Whether Hu Shiyuan can leave the United States is not a big deal compared to the security of their country. Because Suan has muddied the water, Lu Changming's side has also been much smoother. On the way to the airport, they did not encounter police investigation. In this way they came to the airport smoothly. After arriving at the airport, they quickly bought tickets and arranged the fastest flight back to China. Waiting to get on the plane, this mission was successfully completed. But after Lu Changming and his party arrived at the airport, Suan had not come yet. Lu Jinting couldn't help but worry about Suan's situation. Not only Lu Jinting was worried about Suan, but Shun Xiaochen was also concerned about Suan's situation. I hope everything goes well for Suan, and that she can meet up with them as soon as possible. Lu Changming and his friends waited at the airport for half an hour before boarding time came. Seeing that the time was up, Lu Changming urged everyone to get on the plane and leave as soon as possible. However, Lu Jinting looked in the direction of the entrance and did not see Suan. Lu Jinting was definitely worried about leaving like this. But Suan said that if she didn't have time to come, let them go first. It would be easier for her to get away if she stayed here alone. Although he was worried about Suan, Lu Jinting knew that staying here would only be a burden to Suan. Suan had finally bought them time to leave, and they must cherish it. After struggling for a moment, Lu Jinting decided to leave with the team. Just as they were lining up to check in, Suan appeared at the airport. Guo Miao saw Suan and happily took Lu Jinting's hand and said, "Brother Ting, that's great, sister-in is here, sister-in is here." When Lu Jinting saw Suan rushing over, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Yeah, just in time. Suan came to the airport, quickly bought a plane ticket, went through the formalities and boarded the plane with Lu Jinting and the others. Suan smiled and said, "I'm lucky I got there just in time." In fact, it doesn't matter even if Lu Jinting and the others go back first. After all, it's easy for Suan to get away here alone and she can leave at any time. Although these things are caused by her, the people of the United States will definitely not think that a little girl like her can cause so many things. Before Suan came to the United States, she came under the name of imported equipment. Her identity was reasonable, and it was difficult for the United States to check her out. So compared to Lu Jinting and the others, it is much easier for Suan to leave the United States. Although it will be easier, it is definitely best to leave now. Yes, sister, and you got there so well. If it's a little later, we won't be able to go together. And then I'll help you with your luggage. Lu Jinting saw Suan carrying 2 large packages, so he took her luggage on his own initiative. Suan didn't refuse and gave the 2 packages to Lu Jinting. Their team finally boarded the plane smoothly. Chapter 209. Chapter 209. Returning home safely. As the plane took off, the people sitting in the plane finally let go of their nervousness. They should have succeeded and could successfully leave the United States. The happiest ones were naturally the Special Forces members who were carrying out the mission this time. They thought that the mission assigned to them by the superiors would end in failure this time, but they did not expect to make a comeback in the end. Although the process of carrying out the mission was a bit tortuous, at least the result was good. But everyone knows that they can successfully complete the mission this time, and they still have to thank Suan. Without Suan, their Special Forces would not be able to bring Professor Hu and his family out. Without Suan, they would not be able to hold back the United States police, and they would definitely not be able to board the plane to China smoothly at this moment. Suan is not a member of the Special Forces, but he has made the greatest contribution. Lu Changming felt that he must make it clear to the superiors when he returns to China this time. Since Suan has made such a great contribution to their China, the superiors must reward Suan. In addition, Lu Changming felt that it would be great if talents like Suan could be absorbed into their team. With Suan here, I believe she will be able to complete similar tasks well in the future. Of course, Lu Changming wants talents like Suan to serve the country and recruit her into the special operations team. But the premise is that Suan is willing. If she is unwilling, he can only think about it. After the plane took off steadily, Suan looked outside. The plane flew higher and higher, and the ground was getting farther and farther away. Sitting on the plane, they could see more clearly that many places on the United States side were burning, which were the places where Suan bombed just now. Looking at the fire outside, Guo whispered to Suan's sister, and tell me, so many places in the United States were bombed just now. Was it your handiwork? Although Guo felt that Suan was most likely the one who did it, but thinking about it, it was a bit outrageous that Suan could do these things alone, so Guo couldn't help asking this question. Facing Guo gossiping eyes, Suan smiled and replied, what do you think? Is your intuition that this is my work? Sister, and I think it must be your work, but I'm very curious, how did you do it? Of course, Suan would not tell that she had superpowers. Not to mention telling Guo, Suan would not even tell Lu Jinting. No matter how much she loves and trusts someone, she will not show her cards. This can't be said, keep it secret. Seeing that Suan was unwilling to say it, Guo did not ask any more. It doesn't matter if Suan doesn't want to say it. Anyway, they just need to know that Suan helped them complete the task this time. As for how she took action against the United States and let the base on the United States be bombed, this is not the point. Seeing that Suan was unwilling to say it, the others did not ask any more questions. At this moment, everyone's tense mood was relaxed a lot, and they felt a little tired. Especially Suan went to bomb so many military bases which consumed a lot of superpowers, and his body felt even weaker. At this moment, Suan just wanted to have a good rest and recover her strength. Suan didn't need to do anything at the moment, so it was okay for her to rest. Lu Jinting just stood by quietly, watching Suan close her eyes and fall asleep. Lu Changming asked others to take a rest, but not everyone could rest at the same time. Someone had to be arranged to be on duty in case of any unexpected situation so that they could be discovered in time. They couldn't relax before arriving in China. So the Special Forces team began to take turns sleeping. After Suan fell asleep, Lu Jinting was worried that Suan would catch a cold, so he took off his clothes and covered Suan. Suan originally slept against the backrest of the airplane seat, but after sleeping for a while, she felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lu Jinting was right next to her, so Suan continued to sleep against Lu Jinting's shoulder. Seeing Suan falling asleep against his shoulder, Lu Jinting didn't dare to move. Seeing Suan sleeping so soundly, Lu Jinting felt a little sorry for her. Suan must have been very tired just now. If it weren't for him, Suan would never have gotten involved in this matter. It was because she wanted to help him complete the task as soon as possible that Suan got involved, causing him to suffer. Suan slept for several hours and her physical strength was finally restored. As for Lu Jinting, he moved his body after Suan woke up. But because he maintained the same posture for a long time, his body was a little numb at this moment. Hearing the sound made by Lu Jinting, Suan hurriedly asked Lu Jinting, what's wrong with you? Lu Jinting hurriedly said, nothing, just a little uncomfortable. Where do you feel uncomfortable? My body is a little numb and it's nothing. Suan suddenly knew the reason why this guy's body was numb. It must be because he didn't dare to move just now and kept the same posture. Suan couldn't help but said, your body is numb, why didn't you wake me up? And then, I'm fine, you have a good rest is the most important thing, I saw you sleeping too soundly just now, I didn't have the heart to wake you up. Suan didn't know what to say. I can only say that this man is stupid, and he actually values her so much. Seeing that Lu Jinting treats her so well, Suan is naturally moved. Which woman doesn't want to find a partner who treats her well? This time she has done a lot for Lu Jinting. It seems that her efforts this time are not in vain, at least this guy has seen it. After Suan made up for her sleep and recovered her strength, she urged Lu Jinting to take a break. What did Lu Jinting's dark circles look like at this moment? Not only Suan and Lu Jinting worked hard, but also the special forces who performed the mission during this period. Fortunately, when they return from this mission, they will have a holiday to relax. At this moment, the plane has flown out of the territory of the United States. After leaving the United States, everyone on the plane knew that they were completely safe this time. For the next trip, everyone was more relaxed. It's just that the journey from the United States to China is too far. They took more than 20 hours just by plane. Suan thought if there is a portal it would be great. If you want to go to the United States you can go directly there without having to sit on the plane for so long. After sitting on the plane for 20 hours, they finally arrived at the China airport. The moment the plane landed, everyone looked at the familiar land with tears in their eyes. They are back. They arrived in China safely. Hu Shiyuan's family was the most excited. They haven't been to China for many years. Hu Shiyuan's daughter Hu grew up in the United States and has never set foot in China. Although Hu Shiyuan has been in the United States for so many years, he has always been thinking about his motherland. Chapter 210. Chapter 210. Apply for reward for Suan. When he went to study in the United States it was to revitalize China. He learned scientific research and technology from the United States so that he could better serve China. However, for so many years the United States has been restricting the development of China. As a scientist in the field of chips, Although Hu Shiyuan wanted to return to serve his motherland and help the development of China, his freedom was restricted and the United States did not give him the opportunity to return home. Fortunately, his country did not give up on him and arranged for people to go to the United States to pick up their family and return home. When he stepped on this land again, Hu Shiyuan knew that his chance had come. He must make good use of what he learned in the United States to help his country's scientific and technological progress. Suan sat for a long time and felt sore all over. After getting off the plane with great difficulty, she quickly stretched her muscles. Although she didn't leave China for a long time this time, she went to the United States to do a lot of things. After getting off the plane, Suan could leave alone, but the special forces had to contact the upper level first, and wait for Hu Shiyuan to find someone to take over and place him, and their mission would be completely completed. In addition, as a member of the special operations team, Lu Jinting and Guo Miao had to go back to the organization first and make a report on this mission before they could move freely. As soon as Lu Changming got off the airport, he immediately contacted the Chinese organization and the Chinese senior officials. Now they stayed at the airport, had a good rest, and waited for the people arranged by the senior officials to come and take over. The mission was successfully completed, and Lu Changming was very relaxed. He looked at Suan and expressed his gratitude to Suan again. This time I really have to thank this girl well. Seeing Lu Changming thanking her, Suan said in a light voice, Captain Lu, I think your verbal thanks are not as good as applying for more bonuses for me. Lu Changming didn't expect Suan to be so direct. However, Lu Changming felt that Suan's request should be met, so he smiled and said to Suan, okay, Comrade Su, don't worry, I will report this matter to the government later, and your reward will definitely not be less. Even if the government does not give Suan a reward, just for Suan's efforts this time, Lu Changming will have no problem paying for Suan's reward out of his own pocket. With Lu Changming's words, Suan felt relieved. Lu Jinting was standing aside, and after hearing Suan's words, he looked at his girlfriend with some pampering. This girl is a real money grubber. After knowing that Suan likes money, Lu Jinting decided to hand over all his savings to Suan later. Since she likes money, he would let her keep all his money, and let Suan count the money every day, which would definitely make her happier. Suan naturally didn't know what Lu Jinting was thinking at the moment. At this moment, she was thinking about whether to follow Lu Jinting and the others, or to act freely on her own. She was not a member of the special forces, so it seemed unnecessary for her to stay. So Suan proposed to Lu Changming that if there was nothing else, she would leave first. Lu Changming thought that Suan had helped them successfully bring Hu Shiyuan's family back to the country. Now she wanted to leave, and there was no reason for her to stay and continue to accompany them. As for the specific situation of their execution of the mission this time and the contribution made by Suan, he would report to the higher-ups. Thinking of this, Lu Changming agreed to let Suan leave first. Lu Jinting left Suan a phone number and address, and asked her to find a guest house to settle down first and then contact him. He would go to find her as soon as he was done with his work. Suan nodded, okay, I'll contact you then. Suan was at the airport in Jing City at the moment. Since she went to the countryside, Suan hadn't been to Jing City for a long time. After all, this was where Suan had lived for many years, so after coming back, Suan was very familiar with everything here. She thought that since she was already in Jing City, it would be nice to stay here for a few days. Jingshi is the capital of the country, and many things can only be bought in Jingshi. For example, the styles of clothes and shoes here are better than those in other places. Suan thought that he could stock up some things in Jingshi and sell them in Liao province. The things here will definitely sell well. However, Suan will temporarily put the matter of buying things aside for later. At this moment, Suan must find a state-owned restaurant to have a meal, and then find a guest house to rest. Suan went to a state-owned restaurant in Jingshi and ordered a table of dishes. This time he stayed on the plane for so long, and the meal was unpalatable. Suan must order a few more delicious dishes at the state-owned restaurant. Suan, a female comrade, ordered a table of dishes, which naturally attracted attention again. At this time, many guests who were eating in the state-owned restaurant were curious. Can Suan, a girl, really eat so many dishes? In the eyes of everyone's curiosity, Suan calmly finished a table of dishes. After Suan finished her meal and left, the guests of the state-owned restaurant who had witnessed Suan's appetite started to discuss. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a lesbian eat so much. Yeah, this is also the first time I've met a lesbian who eats so much. How can she eat so much? TSK, who can support such a woman? Isn't it? A normal worker's monthly salary is not enough for her to eat. The girl looks pretty, but I didn't expect her to eat so much. We can't afford to support her in a family like this. Suan didn't know that someone was talking about her behind her back. If she knew, she would probably laugh a few times. Who says that women have to rely on men to support them? It's better to rely on yourself than on anyone else. Suan's ability not only allows her to support herself, but also allows her to support herself very well. Suan found a guest house and moved in. Because she didn't rest well on the plane. After all, you can't sleep on the bed on the plane, so as soon as she arrived at the guest house, Suan fell asleep on the bed. This sleep Suan slept directly from the afternoon to the next morning. Suan, who had a good sleep, felt refreshed. This time when she returns to the Yuto Village production team, she will definitely take a good rest for a few days. Damn, it was so tiring to go on a long journey, and it basically used up all her energy. After Suan got up, she went to the state-owned restaurant for breakfast. The breakfast in the state-owned restaurant in Jing City is quite rich, with soy milk, fried dough sticks and steamed dumplings. Suan ordered several breakfasts, and after a delicious breakfast, she called Lu Zhenting. Lu Zhenting was still organizing at the moment, and he would come to see her after the task report was completed. Suan was not in a hurry, just waiting for Lu Zhenting to come to her. She left Lu Zhenting the address of the guest house where she was currently staying. After calling Lu Zhenting, Suan planned to go to the department store to make some purchases. On the Special Operations Team side, Lu Changming had already reported on the execution and organization of this mission. Chapter 211. Chapter 211. Inviting Suan to join the Special Forces team. Lu Changming asked an outsider to join and assist the Special Operations team to complete the mission. The organization did not agree with his decision. However, considering the special circumstances at the time, and the fact that the mission was completed smoothly, the top leaders of the organization did not accuse Lu Changming of doing something wrong this time. On the contrary, the organization had to praise Lu Changming and others for successfully completing such an important mission this time. Hu Shiyuan is an expert in chips. The country can rescue such talents back to China, which is of great significance to the development of science and technology in China. Therefore, the members of the Special Operations team who completed this mission naturally made a great contribution. After Lu Changming's report on what Suan did this time, the organization was very interested in talents like Suna. It would be great if their Special Operations team could absorb such talents. So Lu Zhenting, who was Suan's partner, was called in by the top leaders of the organization to talk, and asked Lu Zhenting to help invite Suan and ask if Suan was willing to join their team. Lu Zhenting was not surprised by the decision of the top leaders. His partner was so outstanding, it was normal for the top leaders of the organization to be interested in her. In his heart, Lu Zhenting certainly hoped that Suan could join the Special Operations team. Their Special Operations team often has to take on various missions, and it may take a long time to complete a mission. If Suan does not join the Special Operations team, when Lu Zhenting is on a mission, he will not be able to meet Suan during this period. But if Suan joins the Special Operations team, the situation will be different. They can apply to perform missions together, so wouldn't they be able to see each other every day? So when the top management brought up this matter, Lu Zhenting agreed, okay, I will ask my partner about this matter, but I can't guarantee that she will definitely join our team. She may not be interested in our Special Operations team. Although the Special Operations team really wants to recruit Suan, they also know that if Suan is not interested, they really can't force her to join. But with Lu Zhenting's persuasion, the chances of Suan joining the Special Operations team will be greater. In addition to the situation reported by Lu Changming, China also received some information from the United States and the international community today. After Suan bombed the military factories and military bases of the United States launched an investigation into this matter. Soon, they found out that the weapons used to bomb the military factories and military bases of the United States came from country R. So the United States cast its suspicious eyes on the R country, thinking that these things were done by the R country, and asked the R government to make an explanation for this matter. The matter was not done by the R government, and the R country would naturally not admit it. Because of this matter, the two countries are now arguing. No matter whether it is the United States or the R country, they never thought that Suan did it. After all, they would not believe that China could do such a great thing. On the other hand, the Chinese high-level officials learned the truth of the matter from Lu Changming, and knew that the unrest in the United States was all caused by their China. So now not only the special forces are interested in Suan, but many other departments in China are also interested in Suan. Such talents, everyone hopes to be included in their own team. Suan naturally didn't know that the things she did in the United States made her a hot commodity, and was remembered by many departments in China. At this time, Suan had already arrived at the department store to pick things. Suan planned to buy a few sets of clothes for Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting from Beijing City. After all, it's almost spring, and it's the season of changing seasons, so they have to buy some new clothes. Thinking of this trip to the beautiful country to plunder so much wealth, Suan was still willing to spend more money for his friends and bring them gifts. Just when Suan was choosing clothes, he heard a light mocking voice. Oh, isn't this Suan? Classmate Su, did I recognize the wrong person? Is it you? Suan heard the voice and looked in the direction of the voice. The person talking to her was a woman. She was not very old, probably about the same age as Suan. Suan knew this person, but her memory of this woman was a little distant. If she hadn't had a good memory, she would have forgotten this person long ago. This woman was Suan's high school classmate, named Chang Mengping. When she was in school, Chang Mengping had targeted Suan a lot. Because Suan was good-looking and beautiful, she was liked by many male classmates in the class and school. Chang Mengping looked average, but her family conditions were good. Her father was the director of the steel plant, and her mother was the leader of the district government. Chang Mengling is usually praised by others, but she was overshadowed by Suan in school, so she was very jealous and looked for opportunities to target Suan. Later, Suan graduated and left school, and the two stopped interacting. What Suan didn't expect was that he would meet Chang Mengping again at this moment. In the past, Suan was suppressed by the Su family and was humble and honest. At that time, she didn't dare to resist at all when she was oppressed and bullied by Chang Mengping. But now it's different. Suan is no longer the person who can be bullied at will. If Chang Mengping wants to bully her now, she has to consider whether she has the strength to do so. Suan raised the corner of her mouth with a sarcastic smile. It's me, I didn't expect that classmate Chang still recognized me. Long time no see. Chang Mengping couldn't help but snorted when she heard Suan admit her identity. This woman actually dared to respond. Isn't she worried about being laughed at by her? Chang Mengping walked up to Suan, scanned her body, and then said, Student Su, I haven't seen you for so many years. You have changed a lot, and you dare to go shopping in the department store. The things here are not cheap, can you afford it? If you can't afford it, don't go shopping around and don't touch the clothes. If they get dirty or damaged, you can't afford it. Chang Mengping knew that although Suan's family conditions were not bad, she was not liked by her parents at home. When she was in school, Suan was sucked dry by her family, eating the worst food and drinking the worst water. She was treated like a maid by Su Chang, and even if she earned money, she had to give it to her family. She definitely didn't have any money in her hands. That's why Chang Mengping deliberately mocked and ridiculed Suan and said such contemptuous words to her. As soon as Chang Mengping finished speaking, the salesperson in the department store looked at Suan with some scrutiny and dissatisfaction. They were worried that Suan was really like what Chang Mengping said, and couldn't afford the clothes in their store. If she couldn't afford it, then Suan couldn't touch it casually. Student Chang, do you know me so well? How do you know I can't afford it? Who are you looking down on? Suan spoke with a hint of coldness in her tone. Chapter 212. Chapter 212. 5,000 yuan in one hand. After being rebuked by Suan, Chang Mengping's face was ugly for a moment, and then she stared at Suan and said, Student Su, don't be stubborn. It's not that I look down on you, but you really can't afford the clothes here. Who doesn't know your family's conditions? Your family favors boys over girls, and you are not valued. Didn't you pick up clothes that your younger brother and sister-in-law didn't want to wear before? How can you afford new clothes with your conditions? The salesperson in the department store looked at Suan with a strange look at this time, and then reminded her, Comrade, if you can't afford our clothes, please don't look at or touch them randomly. If you damage our clothes, you have to pay compensation. After the salesperson finished speaking, Chang Mengping looked at Suan complacently. Suan didn't waste time talking to these people, and directly took out a few stacks of big unity from his pocket. There were a total of 500 pieces and 5,000 yuan. Seeing such a large stack of big unity from Suan's pocket, not only Chang Mengping was stunned, but also the salesperson in the department store was stunned. How could Suan have so much money? How is this possible? Chang Mengping was in disbelief. Is this still the Suan she knew? Is this still her poor classmate? As for why the salesperson in the department store was so shocked, it was because they had never seen anyone come to buy something with so much cash in hand. Suan was really brave. Wasn't he afraid of having his money stolen? After Suan took out the money, he looked at Chang Mengping and the salesperson in the department store with a sneer. Now you know whether I can afford it or not, right? The salesperson in the department store had a completely different attitude from before. He looked at Suan with a bit of flattery and said, Comrade, you can look around and choose whatever you want. Suan didn't care much about the salesperson in the department store. To put it bluntly, he had seen too many people like this. At this time, the salespersons in state-owned units had similar attitudes, all flattering the powerful and trampling the weak. If Suan cared about this kind of person, he would continue to be upset if he met this kind of person again. Chang Mengping was reluctant to admit that Suan suddenly became rich, so she questioned Suan, Student Su, with your family's conditions, how could you get so much money? Where did you get this money from? Hearing Chang Mengping's question, Suan sneered, Student Chang. Who do you think you are? Where did I get my money from? Do I need to explain to you? Chang Mengping didn't like Suan's attitude when talking to her now. In the past, when she was in school, every time she bullied Suan, Suan lowered her head and dared not resist at all. But now Suan is completely different from before. When she talked to her, Suan dared to resist her. Chang Mengping stared at Suan and said, "Student Su, you don't want to say it. Then it must not be the money you got by the open way. I now reasonably suspect that all your money was stolen or obtained by improper means." Suan heard Chang Mengping's rumors about her and immediately got angry. She naturally would not indulge this woman and let Chang Mengping throw dirty water on her for no reason. Suan came directly in front of Chang Mengping and slapped her in the face. Well, it is better to be rough with such a foul-mouthed person. Give her a big slap and see if she will continue to complain. Suan's strength is not small, so Chang Mengping's face was swollen after this slap. After Chang Mengping was slapped, she didn't react at first, and then she felt a burning pain on her cheek. Then she looked at Suan in disbelief. Suan, this bitch not only dared to talk back, but also dared to hit her. Is this woman crazy? When facing Suan, Chang Mengping felt that the current Suan was completely different from the previous Suan, and she was simply a different person. If it weren't for the fact that the face was still somewhat similar, Chang Mengping really couldn't find any similarities between the current Suan and the past. "Suan, you bitch, you slut, you dare to hit me." Chang Mengping covered her swollen face and looked at Suan angrily. After Suan heard the insults that came out of Chang Mengping's mouth, she immediately slapped her with a big cunt. "Classmate Chang, it seems that you still don't know how to control your mouth. If you can't control it again, I don't mind giving you a few more big cunts anyway, I have the strength." Suan said these words with a smile. Although she was laughing at the moment, Chang Mengping could feel the chill in Suan's eyes. She originally wanted to curse Suan a few words, but after being slapped by Suan twice, Chang Mengping finally became honest. She knew very well that her strength was far inferior to Suan. If she still went to trouble Suan now, she would be the only one who would suffer. There was really no other way, so Chang Mengping glared at Suan fiercely. "Okay, Suan, you wait for me. If you hit me, I won't let you have an easy time." After Chang Mengping finished speaking, she quickly ran out of the department store, running faster than a rabbit, for fear of being caught up by Suan. Looking at Chang Mengping, who was fleeing in a panic, Suan's sarcastic smile on her face became even stronger. "Haha, coward." She said so toughly, but her body was very honest. Suan didn't take Chang Mengping's words seriously at all. She might not want her to have an easy time, provided that Chang Mengping had the ability to deal with her. But at present, Suan hasn't met anyone who can make her suffer. Now that Chang Mengping is gone, Suan's mood has also become much happier. Otherwise, if that woman hangs around in front of her, Suan will not only be annoyed, but also will be reminded of some unpleasant memories because of Chang Mengping. The salespersons in the department store were shocked to see Suan being so rude. Fortunately, they didn't offend Suan like Chang Mengping just now, otherwise if Suan was furious, they would definitely have to pay a big price. The salesperson who was waiting to come to his senses looked at Suan with more fear and flattery in his eyes. Suan continued to choose clothes and finally chose a few sets of spring clothes and a few pairs of shoes. "That's it, calculate for me, how much is the total?" "Okay, comrade, we will calculate the price for you right away." The salesperson in the department store quickly calculated the price of these clothes and shoes for Suan. Clothes and shoes are not cheap now, but for Suan it's really nothing. Although it cost several hundred yuan this time, Suan didn't feel any pain at all. Suan paid the money readily, and then left the department store with the things. It might be troublesome to carry all the things he bought back by himself. Suan plans to purchase more things in Jingshi, and mail them directly from Jingshi to the production team in Yuto village. Anyway, it's not spring yet, and we have to wait for a few days. It's just right to wait for spring, and these clothes will be delivered soon. Chapter 213. Chapter 213. Suan was arrested for intentional injury. As a result, not long after Suan walked out of the department store, she saw Chang Mengping and several police officers coming to find her. When she saw Suan, Chang Mengping immediately pointed at Suan and said, "Comrade police, it was that woman who attacked me." So the police officers walked towards Suan. Suan saw the police officers blocking her way, and her brows knitted tightly. She was originally wondering what kind of trouble she had gotten into. But when she saw Chang Mengping following behind the police officers, Suan understood what was going on. It must be this woman, Chang Mengping, who reported the case. Sure enough, these police officers came to Suan and said, "Comrade, someone has reported a case. You are suspected of provoking trouble and intentionally injuring and beating others. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation." When Suan heard this, of course he was unwilling to cooperate. She sneered, "Looking for trouble? Comrade, you got the wrong person, didn't you? The person who started the trouble was this comrade Chang Mengping, not me. She first spread rumors that I had no money and couldn't afford the things in the department store. When I took out the money, she spread rumors that my money came from an unclean source. If she hadn't started the trouble first, I wouldn't have done anything to her. So I don't want to admit the crime of looking for trouble that you put on me. Also, I remember that in our Chinese law, intentional injury must reach the level of light injury to be considered. But I only slapped this comrade Chang Mengping twice, and she is standing here now, which definitely does not meet the standard of light injury, so it is definitely not intentional injury. In this case, what reason do you have to ask me to cooperate? Although Su-an's words were reasonable, it was a pity that the leaders of these people knew Chang Mengping's mother. Don't say so much, this time you are suspected of intentional injury, come back with us quickly. Several police officers said to Su-an with a serious face. Chang Mengping looked at Su-an with some complacency. This woman wants to fight with her? She is far from it. She will make Su-an regret attacking her. Su-an is such a powerless person, she thought it would not be too easy to deal with her. This time, a charge of intentional injury is enough for her to stay in prison for several years. Su-an knew the trick when she saw Chang Mengping's smug look. Even if what she said was reasonable, these police officers would not let her go. As long as Su-an didn't want to, these police officers would naturally not be able to take her away. But if she dared to resist, she would fall into these people's trap. Originally, she didn't have to worry about any charges, but if she attacked the police, she would be charged with assaulting the police, which was not a light charge. Su-an glanced at Chang Mengping, and the coldness in her eyes became stronger. Very good, this woman has provoked her. Chang Mengping wanted to teach her a lesson, and Su-an would also make this woman regret everything she did to her. Su-an looked at the police officers and said, I am a law-abiding citizen. Since you guys said so, I will cooperate with the investigation and go to the police station first. Su-an said, and followed the police officers very obediently. Chang Mengping was a little disappointed to see Su-an cooperate like this. She originally thought that she could see fear in Su-an's eyes, and she hoped to see her resist. But there was none. Chang Mengping snorted in her heart. This woman was very arrogant when facing her, but she didn't expect that she would be so cowardly when facing the police. Bully the weak and fear the strong. Now Su-an can cooperate to go to the police station, and then she will find a chance to deal with her. Su-an followed several police officers to the police station obediently. As soon as she entered, these police officers interrogated and investigated her. Su-an naturally insisted that she did not provoke trouble, and also insisted that her injury to Chang Mengping did not constitute intentional injury. However, after the interrogation, the police did not release her immediately, but said, Comrade Chang Mengping will issue an injury report at that time. Whether it constitutes a minor injury or not, we have to wait until the hospital makes a diagnosis. It is not up to you. When Su-an heard this, she knew that there must be something fishy in the middle. As long as Chang Mengping's family has connections, it is not difficult to go to the hospital to make a minor injury certificate. After having a minor injury certificate, Su-an can be formally convicted of intentional injury. Su-an's eyes became even darker. Since it is obvious that they want to deal with her, of course there are various ways. After the interrogation, Su-an was not released, but was detained first, and the rest were waiting for further investigation and conviction. After Su-an knew the reason for the police's handling arrangement, she did not resist, but made a reasonable request, Comrade from the police, I came to your place suddenly and can't go home. At least I should inform my family, right? Otherwise they don't know where I went and must be worried about my situation. The police also agreed to Su-an's request. Of course, Su-an didn't really call her family but called Lu Jinting. With the relationship of the Lu family, it would be easy to get her out. Su-an knew Chang Mengping's family background very well. With her family's conditions, it's okay to bully ordinary people, but it's still far behind the Lu family. The phone number Lu Jinting gave was from the Special Forces. After Su-an got through the phone, she said that she was looking for Lu Jinting, and the other side called Lu Jinting to answer the phone. Lu Jinting was still thinking about contacting Su-an and looking for her, but she contacted him first. And where are you now? I'll go find you. Su-an. In the Public Security Bureau of District B, Beijing City. Lu Jinting was stunned for a moment. Ah? Why are you there? Su-an briefly explained the situation. After listening, Lu Jinting immediately clenched his fists. Good, very good, she actually dared to bully her boyfriend. Lu Jinting said to the other end of the phone. And wait, I will arrange someone to take you out immediately. Okay. Su-an was not in a hurry, just wait slowly at the Public Security Department. But Lu Jinting was very anxious. He was mainly worried about whether Su-an would be bullied by the Public Security Department. He had to act faster and let her come out earlier to avoid being hurt. Lu Jinting quickly found a connection. Relying on the power of their Lu family, this kind of thing is not too easy to arrange. Soon, the leader here received a call from the upper level, asking him to release Su-an quickly. The leader's forehead was sweating coldly. The fact that his superiors called him personally showed that Su-an was not an ordinary person. It's over. This little girl he provoked this time is not someone he can afford to offend. He will definitely be punished this time. If he had known Su-an's background, he should not have agreed to Chang Mengping's help in catching her. Chapter 214. Chapter 214. Make Chang Mengping apologize. Although he had some friendship with Cheng's mother, it was far from enough to affect his future. The leader here was named Jiang. After receiving the phone call, Director Jiang immediately went to his subordinates and asked them to release Su-eun. The subordinates were still a little confused. Didn't the director ask them to arrest Su-eun? Why was she released so quickly? But these people must listen to the orders of the leader, and they will not ask too much about the reasons. Director Jiang thought about it and decided that it would be difficult to offend the people above Su-eun, so he should go in person to release him. He must apologize to this comrade and show his sincerity. Otherwise, if Su-eun holds a grudge and comes back to trouble him, his career will be over. Director Jiang's subordinates were even more curious when they saw the leader come in person to release people. What is the background of this comrade Su-eun they arrested this time? Needless to say, it must be extraordinary. Su-eun sat leisurely with her legs crossed. Unlike other detained people, she was not nervous or afraid at all. Comrade, why are you so relaxed? You're not nervous at all, just like you're here for fun. Another young man asked Su-eun as she sat with her legs crossed. He was also imprisoned for getting in trouble, but he was extremely scared, completely different from Su-eun. What he was most worried about was that he would be convicted. If he was convicted and imprisoned, life inside would be difficult. Su-eun heard the man's question and replied with a smile, I didn't get in trouble, I can definitely get out, so why should I be nervous? Comrade, you may not know that since you're in prison, you probably won't get out, so don't be too optimistic. The young man thought that Su-eun was just a little girl who seemed to know nothing. But after his reminder, Su-eun still looked relaxed and said, Oh? Really? I think I'll be able to get out soon. Comrade, you're too confident. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he saw several police officers coming over. The leader was still the leader here. Director Jiang immediately arranged for someone to open the door for Su-eun, and then with a smile on his face, he said to Su-eun, Comrade Su, hello, I have understood this matter clearly. You are not guilty of intentional injury, and you can leave now. We did not investigate this matter clearly, and I am very sorry for this. Don't worry, I will arrange professional training and education for my subordinates, and I will not make such mistakes again in the future. The young man who just spoke to Su-eun was a little dumbfounded. Damn, who is this little girl? She came in so quickly and was able to leave again. It was the leader who personally let her go and apologized. Now he understood why Su-eun was so leisurely and not in a hurry at all. Because she has a background, she naturally doesn't have to be afraid. Su-eun heard what Director Jiang said but did not get up immediately. I won't go out for the time being, wait a minute. When Director Jiang heard what Su-eun said, cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. Is Su-eun angry? Probably. With such a background and such an injustice, she will definitely not take it lightly. Director Jiang had to continue to smile. Comrade Su, why? Since you can't constitute intentional injury, there is no need for you to stay here. How bad is the environment here? Don't you think so? You'd better come out early. Su-eun said in a calm voice, but I still have to wait for my partner. I will come out when he comes to pick me up. Director Jiang knew that Su-eun was deliberately making fun of Chow. Simply lowered his posture again. Comrade Su, it's okay for you to wait for someone in our bureau. You can go sit outside. The benches outside are comfortable. Let's go outside and wait slowly. What do you think? After hesitating for a while, Su-eun finally nodded. Okay, just do as you said, I'll go outside and wait slowly. After saying that, Su-eun got up and slowly walked out of the detention room. Director Jiang was relieved that Su-eun was willing to come out. The fact that this girl agreed to come out means that there is still room for maneuver. If Su-eun insisted on not coming out, it meant that she definitely wanted to investigate the matter in depth. Su-eun was invited to Director Jiang's office, and then Director Jiang asked his men to quickly make a cup of tea for Su-eun and bring it over. Su-eun looked at Director Jiang's actions and found it a little funny. Haha, she was not treated like this when she came. Now he is so polite to her. Su-eun immediately sighed. It turns out that you have to have power and rely on others so that they dare not bully you casually. Director Jiang said a few more words to Su-eun, and called the person in charge of this time to come and apologize to Su-eun. Su-eun looked at Director Jiang lazily. Comrade Chang Mengping spread rumors and slandered me before, and I didn't intend to bother with her, but since this has happened, I will also report it to the police. I hope you can handle it impartially and deal with her slander against me personally. Director Jiang is a smart person, and he understands what Su-eun means. If this matter wants to be resolved properly, he cannot protect Chang Mengping. Okay, we will immediately notify Comrade Chang Mengping. We will ask her to apologize to you for her rumor-mongering and defaming your personal reputation. Director Jiang quickly called Chang Mengping over. Chang Mengping received Director Jiang's notice and thought that Su-eun's case had been dealt with. She came excitedly, but what she waited for was not Su-eun's conviction, but the news that she was asked to apologize to Su-eun. and Suan was directly released. No punishment at all. Chang Mengping looked at Director Jiang in disbelief. Uncle Jiang, she hit me, which means she hurt me. Why doesn't she have to be locked up? Director Jiang said with a stern face, your injury does not constitute intentional injury at all. According to your report, it can be regarded as a false accusation against Comrade Suan. Now you should apologize to him quickly. Director Jiang said, and gave Chang Mengping a hint with his eyes. Chang Mengping guessed that something must have happened suddenly, so Director Jiang changed his mind. Originally, Chang Mengping thought that Suan was still as powerless as before, but now it seems that Suan has a backer behind him. Moreover, this backer is very powerful, and even Director Jiang cannot shake it. Chang Mengping thought about the money Suan took out today. It is impossible for her, a female comrade without a good job, to suddenly become rich for no reason. Then there is only one possibility, Suan is hooking up with rich and powerful people. Looking at Suan's pretty face, it seems that it is not difficult for her to hook up with rich and powerful people. After all, she despised Suan. Although Chang Mengping was unwilling to apologize to Suan, she had to bow her head in the current situation. She couldn't afford to provoke him, so she could only lower her attitude. Chapter 215. Chapter 215. Suan is not with an old man. Chang Mengping said to Suan, Su, I'm really sorry. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have said that to you. Please forgive me. Chang Mengping's apology was not sincere. When apologizing to Suan, Chang Mengping clenched her fists, her face full of unwillingness. Suan knew that Chang Mengping was not apologizing sincerely, but she had to make her apologize to her, let her bow her head, and let Chang Mengping know that she was not easy to provoke and bully now. I am a generous person and don't want to argue with others. Since classmate Chang has apologized, let's forget about this matter. However, I hope you will pay attention to your words and deeds in the future, and don't talk nonsense again. If you talk nonsense again next time, I won't forgive you so easily. Chang Mengping's face turned green when she heard Suan's words. This bitch, isn't it because she hooked up with a rich and powerful person that she is so arrogant now? How dare she? She is so shameless at such a young age. Now Chang Mengping began to imagine that Suan was hooking up with an old man. Only someone with a family background like Suan could degenerate. If it were her, she wouldn't have to sacrifice her body to serve an old man in exchange for a good life. But just as Chang Mengping was imagining this, Lu Jinting hurried over. When he saw Suan appearing in front of him, Lu Jinting was relieved. Anan, are you okay? Did they not do anything to you? Lu Jinting asked Suan as soon as he came up. Suan shook her head. No. China is in accordance with laws, regulations and systems. Even if Chang Mengping has connections, the public security can't directly punish her outside the law. This time, Chang Mengping found the hospital to issue a fake injury report, and the public security can detain Suan according to the procedure. Well, that's good, Lu Jinting said, and planned to take Suan away. As for the rest of the things, he will definitely not be so kind. If anyone wants to bully his target, he will definitely clean it up. Chang Mengping looked at Lu Jinting, and when she saw the close relationship between Lu Jinting and Suan, her mind exploded. Chang Mengping originally mocked Suan for finding an old man, but what was the situation in front of her? Suan not only did not find an old man, but also a young talent. Lu Jinting is very handsome. At least Chang Mengping has never seen a man who is better looking than Lu Jinting. The problem is that Lu Jinting is not only good looking, but also very temperament. According to Lu Jinting's temperament and dress, it can be seen that Lu Jinting is not an ordinary person, and his family background should be very good. It is impossible for someone who can easily suppress Director Jiang to be an ordinary person. If Lu Jinting is Suan's partner, Chang Mengping feels that she is jealous to death. Why? Why does this bitch Suan have such a good life? Just when Lu Jinting was about to leave with Suan, Chang Mengping stopped Suan. Student Su, wait a minute. Suan looked at Chang Mengping and asked with a hint of impatience, is there something? Chang Mengping glanced at Lu Jinting and asked, what's your relationship with this comrade? Suan originally wanted to say, it's none of your business. But she suddenly thought of something, so she smiled and said to Chang Mengping, this is my boyfriend Lu Jinting. Sure enough, after Suan said this, Chang Mengping's face became even uglier. Chang Mengping looked at Suan with eyes full of jealousy. Why is Suan so lucky to have found such an excellent partner? Facing Chang Mengping's face that was almost twisted with jealousy, Suan was in a good mood. Then Suan took Lu Jinting's arm and they left the police station together. Looking at Suan's departing back, Chang Mengping was so jealous that her nails almost dug into her flesh. At this time, she didn't know that her family would soon be in trouble. After Suan and Lu Jinting left, they planned to go to the state-owned restaurant for a meal. Suan was a little hungry at this time and wanted to eat more. Lu Jinting naturally accompanied his partner. It just so happened that Lu Jinting had something to say to Suan. When the two of them ate, they could chat while eating. Suan and Lu Jinting went to the state-owned restaurant and ordered several dishes. Suan ordered the most distinctive roast duck in Beijing. The roast duck at this time was still very authentic and tasted very good. Suan thought that when she returns to the production team of Yuto Village, she must bring some for Sun Xinxin and Lu wanting to try. However, these two girls were also from Beijing before, and they probably ate a lot of it. In comparison, Suan's childhood was far worse than theirs. Although the conditions of the Su family were not bad before, because she was not a child of the Su family was reluctant to spend money on her, let alone let her eat good food. As for roast duck, let alone, even if the family bought it, there would be no share for her. At this time, Suan ate a whole roast duck by herself, and a sense of happiness suddenly arose. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. She started to rely on herself to have such a good life now. Seeing that she had eaten the whole roast duck, but Lu Jinting didn't eat much, Suan asked Lu Jinting, don't you like roast duck? Lu Jinting smiled and said, I'm fine, and then if you like it you can eat more, it doesn't matter whether I eat it or not. Okay. Suan was not polite to Lu Jinting, and she almost finished the whole table of dishes by herself. After Lu Jinting saw that Suan's table of dishes was gone, he looked at her with more doting in his eyes. Originally, he was going to talk about business with Suan while eating, but seeing that Suan was eating so happily, Lu Jinting planned to wait until Suan finished eating. She was so happy to eat, and he really didn't want to disturb her interest. After Suan was full, she leaned back in her chair with satisfaction. Seeing Suan like this, Lu Jinting asked with a smile, "And are you full?" Suan nodded, "Yes, I'm full." Lu Jinting then took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of Suan's lips. Suan didn't even know that his mouth was dirty from eating. The two of them were not in a hurry to leave after eating. Suan's stomach was bloated at the moment, so he just wanted to take a break. Lu Jinting also took advantage of the break and said to Suan, "And there is something I want to ask your opinion on." Suan looked at Lu Jinting. "Well, you say. This time you helped our special operations team complete the task perfectly. The senior leaders of our special operations team saw your strength and hoped that people like you could be absorbed by our team. So my leader asked me to ask you, are you interested in joining the special operations team?" Suan is a Chinese and has some understanding of the special operations team. Those who can enter this team are all top talents. Chapter 216. Chapter 216. I want to take Suan to meet my parents. Moreover, every time the special operations team carries out a more difficult task. However, if you can join the special operations team, your future prospects are limitless, and the benefits and rewards in all aspects are very generous. Suan did not expect that the special operations team would actually set their sights on her. However, they have a good vision. If someone like her can be absorbed into the team, it is indeed a great help. Don't consider it. Suan thought about it and directly rejected the invitation. She still likes freedom, but she doesn't like being bound. Once she joins the special operations team, she may accept various tasks. Suan still feels that the life of playing badly in the production team of Yuto Village is more comfortable. After experiencing the end of the world, Suan understands a truth. In the short decades of life, the most important thing is to live comfortably. At present, she feels that the most comfortable state is to stay in the production team of Yuto Village. Of course, she has no interest in joining the special operations team. Seeing Suan's refusal without hesitation, Lu Jinting felt a little disappointed. But before asking Suan, he almost guessed that Suan would most likely not agree, so he could accept it more or less after being mentally prepared. Lu Jinting naturally respects Suan's decision. Regardless of whether Suan is willing to join the special forces or not, he respects her own ideas. The flash of disappointment in Lu Jinting's eyes naturally fell into Suan's eyes. Suan asked him, "Lu Jinting, do you want me to join the special forces?" Lu Jinting nodded and responded, not hiding his thoughts, "And I think if you join the special forces we can go out on some missions together so we don't have to separate. But if you don't want to join, it doesn't matter. I will find you when I have a vacation. In fact, it's a good thing that you don't join. No matter what, there will always be various risks in the mission. At least you are safe in the production team." Thinking of this, Lu Jinting felt that it seemed better for Suan not to join the special forces. Compared with letting Suan accompany him, Lu Jinting hoped to see Suan safe and sound. Suan thought about it and said, "I don't know if this is okay. I won't join your special forces because I don't want to be bound. But if you encounter some difficult tasks, you can call me. Or like this mission, notify me first, I can choose whether to participate or not." Suan just doesn't want to be bound, but if she can be given the right to make her own decisions, she can accept it. When she is bored, she can help the country do something. If she wants to rest, she can go back to the Yuto Village production team and lie down. Lu Jinting was stunned. Is it possible? The special forces either join or not, and no member can choose the task freely, as Suan said. However, the leaders above Suan may give certain privileges to special talents, and her requests may not be rejected. Lu Jinting responded, okay, I will report this to the superiors and ask if they can agree. After saying this, Lu Jinting rubbed his hands again and looked at Suan expectantly. And then I have some things to deal with in the next 2 days. I can take a vacation after I finish my work. Before I accompany you back to the production team in Yuto village, can you meet my parents? I will take you to meet my parents. This time when Lu Jinting came back, he was faced with his parents urging to get married. So Lu Jinting mentioned to his family that he was already in a relationship. But the family didn't believe it, thinking that he was fooling them. There was no way. Lu Jinting had to take out the photos of himself and Suan to prove it. But the Lu family didn't even look at the photos, insisting that he must have asked someone to cooperate in taking photos to deceive them. Lu Jinting was speechless and could only take the real person back. After Lu Jinting asked Suan's opinion, he was worried that Suan would not be happy, so he added, and then if you feel embarrassed about this, you don't have to force yourself to agree. After all, he and Suan have not been together for a long time, and it is a bit anxious to expect the girl to meet his parents with him in such a short time. It is normal for Suan to be unwilling. Suan thought about it. Since she and Lu Jinting are dating, and she is not just playing with him, then it's okay to meet his parents. It just so happens that she also wants to know how Lu Jinting's family is. If Lu Jinting's parents are very good, Suan will continue to go with him. But if Lu Jinting's family is difficult to get along with, even if she thinks Lu Jinting is a good person, she still has to consider the relationship between the two. If two people are simply in love, they don't have to consider so much, but once it comes to marriage, there are more things to consider. The other party's family, the other party's parents, the character and personality of the family members, all aspects must be considered. After thinking about it, Suan gave Lu Jinting a very straightforward answer. Okay, I will go with you to meet your parents when the time comes. Lu Jinting didn't expect Suan to agree directly. Happiness came too suddenly. Looking at the smile on Lu Jinting's lips, Suan's lips also rose unconsciously. Okay, and then I will arrange for you to meet in 2 days. Yeah. Lu Jinting accompanied Suan for a while and sent her to the guest house. He still has some follow-up matters to deal with. He plans to report to the higher-ups about Suan's decision. As for whether the higher-ups can agree to Suan's request, it will be decided by the upper level, and he can't interfere. As for the situation with Chang Mengping, he had to investigate and arrange it carefully, so that the person who bullied his girlfriend would learn a lesson. Suan naturally didn't know that Lu Jinting had gone to Chang Mengping's house to settle accounts. She returned to the guest house to rest. Taking advantage of the fact that she had nothing to do in the past 2 days, Suan planned to sell some of the materials in her space. Last time she bought a lot of materials in the United States. She bought about 100 color TVs and 200 black and white TVs. These foreign TVs are better quality and rarer than domestic TVs, so they can make a fortune if they are sold. Suan can also leave some of these materials for Lu Peng, but the entire Qingyang city may not be able to consume this batch of materials. At this time, everyone's material conditions are limited. Even though the entire Qingyang city is not short of rich people, there are not many who can afford to buy a TV. A TV without a ticket, the lowest price on the black market is 600 to 700, 700 to 800. This is still the second-hand price. If this is a brand new good quality TV, it is estimated that it can be sold for thousands of yuan. Therefore, Qingyang city cannot consume so many TV sets, so there is no need to leave so many for Lu Peng. And there is another point: scarcity makes things valuable. If there are too many TV sets on the market in Qingyang city, they will be worthless. Chapter 217. Chapter 217. Shen Xiaochen investigates Suan. At least if Lu Peng wants to sell it, he can sell it at a very high price. Jingshi is the capital of the country. If there is a place with the most rich people at this time, it must be Jingshi. No other place can compare to Jingshi. Jingshi has a large market, and Suan can sell more supplies here. In addition to TV sets, Suan can also sell food and meat in the space. The United States is a big agricultural country, and the prices of food and meat are cheaper than those in China. Suan planned this and waited to go to Jingshi the next day to find a black market dealer to transfer the goods in his hands. While Suan was lying on the bed in the guest house planning this, Shen Xiaochen had already obtained Suan's information on the other side. After guessing that Suan might be his sister and the real daughter of the Shen family who was lost, Shen Xiaochen investigated Suan's situation. Only by getting Suan's information can we know whether Suan is the real child of the Shen family. Shen Xiaochen got the investigation information. Except for Suan's information, the information of all members of the Su family is in his hands. In order to confirm whether Suan is the child of Su's parents, Shen Xiaochen further investigated and inquired about this matter with the neighbors and relatives of the Su family. With the power of the Shen family, these things are naturally easy to find out. After 2 days of investigation, Shen Xiaochen is more certain that Suan may be the child of their Shen family. Because Suan is not the biological child of the Su family parents, and Suan's age and the time when he was adopted just matched the time when his biological sister abandoned him. Shun Xiaochen waited for all these things to be investigated and confirmed that Suan is the child of the Shun family before he could mention this matter to the Shun family. After all, the more expectations, the greater the disappointment. The last time he knew that Shun Rui was not the child of the Shun family, his mother was already deeply shocked. According to his mother's state, giving her hope and then hitting her again, it is estimated that she can't bear it even more. Shun Xiaochen got the information and planned to find Suan in person and mention this matter to Suan. At that time, let Suan cooperate and give him a hair, and Shun Xiaochen can ask his friends in Hong Kong to do a paternity test for Suan and his parents. Waiting for the results of the identification to come out, if Suan is really the child of the Shun family, they can arrange for the recognition of the relatives. If the result of the identification is not, it can avoid the mother's hope and disappointment. Suan lay in the guest house for a night. The next morning, Suan got up early and went to the state-owned restaurant for breakfast. She still has things to do later. Lu Jinting also reported Suan's reply yesterday to the top of the Special Operations Team. Regarding Suan's decision, the top of the Special Operations Team also discussed and studied together. Before Suan made this request, there was no such precedent in the Special Operations Team. Suan's request can be said to have broken the rules of the Special Operations Team. However, considering the task that Suan helped them complete this time in her own strong strength, the Special Operations Team was reluctant to miss such a talent. In the future, if there are such difficult tasks, Suan's strength can be said to be a great help. If more tasks of this kind can be successfully completed, their country of China will be able to rise better. The top leaders of the Special Operations Team discussed and studied together, and the final result of the discussion was to agree to Suan's request. The Special Operations Team cannot restrict Suan, so that she can choose whether she is willing to accept the tasks assigned by them. Seeing that the top management agreed to Suan's request, Lu Jinting sighed that his girlfriend was much more attractive than him. He had been in the Special Operations Team for several years, but he could not get the same treatment as Suan. Oh no, let alone him. Lu Changming had been in the team longer than him. But didn't he have the same privileges as Suan? Knowing the decision of the top management, he would inform Suan about this matter, and bring Suan to the Special Operations Team to handle some formalities. The members of their Special Operations Team all have work certificates. Because they perform various tasks, as long as they produce their work certificates, the local public security will generally cooperate with their actions unconditionally. Since Suan is going to join the Special Operations Team, the organization will issue a work certificate to Suan. In case Suan has something to do in the future, she can take her work certificate to ask the public security or other government departments to cooperate with her. Lu Jinting did not forget to deal with Chang Mengping's situation at this moment. This time, the Chang family suffered because of Chang Mengping. Lu Jinting asked someone to investigate, and soon found out that Cheng's father was corrupt and Cheng's mother also used her power for personal gain. Director Zhang naturally couldn't hide, all because of his own problems. As long as Lu Jinting intervened, these three people would naturally not be able to avoid punishment. All three were suspended from their duties. After the Chang family's disposal, Chang Mengping was directly stunned. The family was suddenly hit by such a blow. How could she not guess who did it? It must be Suan and his partner. Suan's boyfriend is not simple at first glance. She just offended Suan, and these things happened to her family. How could it be such a coincidence? If she had known that Suan was so powerful, she would never have offended her. But there is no regret medicine in the world. Even if Chang Mengping regrets it now, there is no way to change anything. Suan naturally doesn't know about these things in the Chang family. At this time, she was contacting a trader in Beijing. Suan changed her clothes to find this trader. Originally, she was a girl, but after changing her appearance, Suan turned into a young man. When going out, it is more convenient for a man to do some things than a woman. So Suan showed himself in men's clothes to avoid being remembered. The trader that Suan went to find was very famous in Beijing and did a big business. Others called him Master Wei. Master Wei was probably in his 50s and a bit old. When Suan saw him in person, she felt that he was just a thin old man, not much different from ordinary people. But this Master Wei's eyes were very bright, revealing a shrewd look. When Master Wei saw Suan, he looked him up and down. The young man was small and thin, and he didn't look special. Master Wei asked Suan, "You want to do business with me? I wonder what you plan to get for me?" Master Wei had a big business in Beijing, so he was not short of goods. Hearing Master Wei's question, Suan said, "I have a batch of grain, some meat, and some color and black and white TVs, all foreign goods. I wonder if you are interested." Master Wei originally thought that Suan would definitely not get him anything good, but when he heard the supplies that came out of Suan's mouth, his eyes widened. Grain and meat are actually nothing because Master Wei can get them. But TVs are rare. Black and white TVs are not common anymore, let alone color TVs. Chapter 218. Chapter 218 Shipment from Beijing City. So Wei Yi, who didn't take Suan seriously at first, now treats her differently. Wei Yi looked at Suan excitedly and asked her little brother, "Do you really have a TV? Are you kidding me? Are you sure you have a color TV?" Suan nodded, "Yes, sure, why would I fool you with this? You will know when you see the goods." Wei Yi felt that what Suan said made sense. Yes, whether Suan has a TV or not, we will know when she takes it out. Well, little brother, how many do you have and how much is it? Suan didn't say how much she had, but quoted the price first. I have a color TV for 2,000 yuan and a black and white TV for 800 yuan. How many do you need? Suan's price was not expensive. Black and white TVs are very rare in China now, let alone color TVs. Hers is a foreign product, a brand new color TV. Suan wants 2,000 yuan, and Wei Yi can sell it for 2,500 yuan. As for the black and white TV, it would not be a problem for Wei Yi to sell a brand new one for 1,000 yuan. In this way, he could earn 200 yuan for a black and white TV alone, which was naturally very cost-effective. Wei Yi often worked in the black market, so he knew that the price quoted by Suan was reasonable. Since the price was so cost-effective, how could Wei Yi have any objection? But Suan's tone made him a little unpredictable. It was not easy for ordinary people to get a few of such good things, and she should not have too many. But from Suan's tone, it seemed that she had no shortage of TVs. Could it be that she could give him as many as he wanted? Little brother, I naturally want the more the better. I will buy as many as you have. Suan heard what Wei Yi said and laughed. Wei Yi, I'm worried that I have too much goods and you may not be able to eat them all at once. Suan planned to leave 20 color TVs and 50 black and white TVs for Lu Peng. Even if she left so many, Suan could still give Wei Yi 80 color TVs and 150 black and white TVs. According to the price Suan quoted, if Master Wei wants to swallow her goods this time, he must prepare 320,000. More than 300,000 can be considered a lot of money in the future, not to mention in the 1970s. So Suan reminded Master Wei now, letting him know that it might be difficult for him to swallow all her goods in one go. When Master Wei heard Suan's tone, he became even more curious about how many goods this kid had. These are color TVs and black and white TVs, not cabbages. Can she get dozens or hundreds of them? But since she said so, Master Wei planned to ask how much Suan could get for him. Little brother, tell me how much you can give first so that I can know if I can eat it all in one go. Suan did not hesitate with Master Wei. I can give 80 color TVs and 150 black and white TVs. Hearing Suan's answer, Master Wei immediately gasped. No wonder this kid said that he might not be able to eat so many goods in one go. It takes a lot of money to eat such a large amount of goods in one go. But if this batch of goods is sold, the profit will be huge. Wei Yi felt that this was a good opportunity for him to make money. Since he had come across it, he couldn't miss it. So Wei Yi looked at Suan and said, young man, you do have a lot of goods, but I can barely get together 300,000. So, you prepare 300,000 worth of goods for me. I may not have the money to afford the rest. Suan thought that it was not bad to sell 300,000 goods, just a few less. So Suan nodded to Wei Yi, okay, if you need 300,000 goods, then I will prepare 300,000 goods for you. How many color TVs and black and white TVs do you need? Just tell me in advance. So, Wei Yi reported the quantity he needed. At this moment, Wei Yi regretted that he did not have enough money, otherwise he could buy all these goods. After all, the profits of reselling color TVs and black and white TVs are very large, and they are still in short supply. In addition to the black market in Beijing, he has ways to sell them in some nearby cities. His plate is so big that it is impossible to find Suan on credit. He can only take as much goods as he wants. Seeing that Wei Yi can only take out 300,000, Suan did not ask him whether he wanted food and meat. It did not affect Suan much if he did not sell food and meat, because these were necessities, and he could just give them to Lu Peng to sell slowly. After the two sides negotiated the deal, Suan agreed on the time and place of the transaction. As for whether she would be cheated by Wei Yi, Suan did not consider it. After all, if Wei Yi wanted to cheat her, Suan could teach him a lesson. The last person who dared to cheat Suan was Li San. What was Li San's fate in the end? Didn't he still be subdued by Suan? However, Suan felt that Wei Yi would not do such a thing. Because before Suan found Wei Yi to do the deal, she had inquired about Wei Yi's specific situation. Although Wei Yi was shrewd, he still followed the rules of the black market when doing black market business. So anyone who had goods outside liked to find Wei Yi to make a move. If Wei Yi really wanted to cheat Suan, he would definitely not say that he could only take 300,000 goods. He could just say that he could take all of them, let her take out all the goods, and then cheat all of them. Suan left Wei Yi and went to have lunch. Their transaction was tonight, And now Suan only had to wait until tonight to complete the transaction. After lunch, Suan went to the department store again in the afternoon and bought some things. In the evening, Suan took the goods to find Wei Yi. Suan had a lot of TV sets, so the delivery filled several carts. Wei Yi had been waiting for Suan to come. After the two met, they counted and checked the goods. After confirming that the number was correct and the quality of Suan's products was also good, Wei Yi took out the 300,000 yuan he had collected. Brother, we had a pleasant cooperation this time. I am a straightforward person and I don't have so many thoughts. It is definitely more secure for you to trade with me than with others. If you have such goods next time, come to me directly and I will take them all. Suan also felt that it was good to trade with someone like Wei Yi, who did not cheat her. The first cooperation was pleasant, so Suan certainly didn't mind the second cooperation. But the premise of the second cooperation must be that she has enough goods. Suan thought that maybe China would have a mission to go abroad next time, and it would be a good opportunity to go abroad to stock up some good things and make a fortune at that time. Chapter 219. Chapter 219 Beating Cheng Mengping. Suan was in a good mood after earning 300,000 yuan at one time. On the way back to the guest house in the middle of the night, Suan even hummed a cheerful little song. With the wool Suan got from others, Suan now has a lot of money in her hands. If this money is kept in the space, it will be a pile of waste paper. Suan thought it would be better to buy some fixed assets and keep them in her hands. The courtyard houses in Beijing are so cheap now, and the shops are also very cheap. With the money she has now, it is enough to buy a few more courtyard houses in Beijing and store them. If she can buy a few more courtyard houses now, they will be worth a lot in the future. Even if she doesn't sell this house, she can rent it out and collect a lot of rent. Thinking of this, Suan waited to go to Beijing tomorrow to walk around and ask if there are any families who want to buy a house. She will take advantage of this time to stay in Beijing for a few days to buy a few more houses. When Suan returned to Beijing, it was already very dark. Suan fell on the bed ready to sleep. But suddenly she thought of something, and Suan left the guest house and went directly to Chang Mengping's house. Suan didn't want to take it easy for Chang Mengping to do what she did to her. So she took advantage of the night to sneak into Chang Mengping's house, and Suan beat the woman into a pig's head before leaving. Chang Mengping was almost crying to death. Her parents lost their jobs and they might go to jail and face lawsuits. She was beaten up again. Will God let her live? Chang Mengping was very sad, but Suan was in a good mood. After returning to the guest house, Suan fell asleep and slept very well. The next day, Suan slept until more than 8 o'clock. Fortunately, the state-owned restaurant still had supplies. After breakfast, Suan planned to go to Jingshi to buy her courtyard house. But on the way to find a house, Suan suddenly heard someone shouting anxiously, "Hey, rob money, someone robbed my things." Suan looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a young man running in front with a bag in his hand, and a middle-aged beautiful woman was chasing him breathlessly. When Suan heard that there was a thief, he thought that since he had encountered it, he must help. When you see injustice, draw your sword to help. Suan hates this kind of petty thief the most. Why do you have to steal other people's things when you can do something else? How wicked it is. Suan chased the young man directly. So the middle-aged beautiful woman saw a little girl helping her catch the thief. The little girl was very beautiful and looked very delicate, but she ran very fast. I don't know why a little girl can run so fast. Although someone was willing to help her catch the thief, the beautiful woman was very happy. But seeing Suan's petite and thin body, she was a little worried that Suan would not be able to beat the thief even if he caught up with him, and would be hurt instead. After Suan caught up, he stood directly in front of the thief. Put your things down. The thief was a little disdainful when he saw that the person who blocked him was a little girl. He was a grown man. Could it be that he couldn't beat a little girl? Get out of my way or don't blame me for hitting you. The thief threatened Suan. Suan saw that the thief had a fierce look on her face and wanted to scare her, but she didn't take it seriously. Then you can try to see if you can hurt me. The thief thought that Suan was a little girl, and she was really arrogant. Soon he took out a dagger from his clothes. Will you get out of the way or not? Seeing the dagger, many people around were shocked. Not only were the people around them shocked, but the beautiful woman who was about to catch up was also terrified. She looked at Suan nervously, and then shouted to Suan, "Little comrade, don't stop him, let him rob, you can't let yourself get hurt." The middle-aged beautiful woman felt that although there was some money in her bag, and her 2 pieces of jewelry, but compared to Suan's life, this little money was really nothing. If Suan was really hurt because of helping her catch the thief, the middle-aged beautiful woman would feel bad. Suan was unmoved and did not move away. Although she was afraid of the dagger, she was not. Very good, he dared to use a knife. This thief is not just stealing. Such a scourge cannot be left in society, and must be sent to reform. Seeing that Suan did not move away, The thief was also forced into a hurry and directly stabbed in the direction of Suan with the dagger in his hand. Seeing the thief about to use a knife on Suan, the beautiful middle-aged woman shouted nervously from behind, "No, comrade, run quickly." The people watching the excitement around were also worried that Suan would be hurt. The little girl is beautiful and so enthusiastic. It would be a pity if she was hurt. But just when everyone was hanging their hearts, Suan calmly faced the thief who was stabbing her. Suan raised his foot and kicked the dagger in the thief's hand away. Then Suan did another roundhouse kick, and a tall and big man was knocked down by Suan. After the thief fell to the ground, Suan stepped forward and stepped directly on the thief's chest. The thief was controlled by Suan's foot and couldn't move at all. The people around were stunned. They all thought Suan would be hurt. Who would have thought that the person who was hurt in the end was not Suan, but the thief lying on the ground? This girl is really too fierce. And the beautiful middle-aged woman whose things were stolen also looked at Suan in surprise. My goodness, the little girl is really amazing. She is beautiful and has such skills, which is really admirable. The beautiful middle-aged woman has already calculated in her mind that if her son can find such an excellent partner, she will be satisfied. However, based on the dull look of her boy, the beautiful middle-aged woman thinks that Suan must look down on her son. Oh, forget it, what good things is she thinking about? As long as her son can bring her a partner back, she will be very happy, and she doesn't even expect to be as good as Suan. After the people around reacted, they all applauded and said, "Good, good, good little comrade, you are really amazing. You dealt with this thief so easily. Little comrade's skills are really good. I guess the soldiers don't have such good skills as you. It was so cool to see you deal with the thief just now." Hearing the cheers from the people around him, Suan enjoyed this feeling very much. While doing good things needs to be affirmed. At this time, the beautiful middle-aged woman also came to Suan. The beautiful woman hurriedly said to Suan, "Little comrade, thank you so much. I saw the thief using a knife on you just now, and I was almost worried to death. I didn't expect you to be so awesome and easily subdue this man." The beautiful woman looked at Suan with gratitude in her eyes. Suan handed the bag he snatched from the thief to the beautiful woman. Learn from Lei Feng's good example. I'm just helping you. You're welcome. Chapter 220. Chapter 220 Bought to Sihiyuan. Even though Suan said you're welcome, the beautiful woman was still very grateful to her. Although Suan subdued the thief, this man was aggressive and could not be taken lightly. Suan pretended to take out a rope from her bag, but actually took it out from the space, and tied the thief with her backhand to prevent him from struggling to escape or accidentally hurting someone. Then Suan said to the enthusiastic people around her, "I have subdued this thief. I have other things to do now. I wonder who can help send him to the police." If Suan was not planning to buy a courtyard house later, she would have gone to the police in person. After all, she caught the thief, and if she sent him to the police, she might get some rewards. Hearing Suan's inquiry, people immediately stood up and said enthusiastically, "I'll send him there. I just happen to have nothing to do now, so I can send the thief to the police. I have time too, and I'm not afraid of making a trip." As a beautiful middle-aged woman whose things were stolen, she definitely needs to go to the police station. She has to find the police to explain the situation and convict and punish the thief. This time the thief did not just steal things. He also used a knife. Although Suan was not injured, it was considered an attempted intentional injury. The crime of intentional homicide is much worse than theft, and the crime is also more serious. Before going to the police to explain the situation, the middle-aged beautiful woman grabbed Suan, who was about to leave. "Comrade, wait a minute." Suan looked at the beautiful woman and asked, "Sister, is there anything wrong?" The middle-aged beautiful woman smiled more when she heard Suan calling her sister. In fact, she is not young anymore, probably older than Suan's mother. But Suan called her sister, which means he thinks she is young. Which woman doesn't like to be called young? So when she heard Suan calling her sister, she was very happy. "Little comrade, tell me what your name is and where you live. I will thank you later." Suan said hurriedly, "Sister, no need. I told you that this is a piece of cake for me. You really don't need to take it to heart. I don't need any thanks." Suan said politely, "Sister, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." The beautiful middle-aged woman saw that Suan was determined not to thank her, and was not polite to her, so she had to give up. However, he was impressed in his heart that this young comrade's ideological awareness was really too high. Doing good things without leaving a name means that you want to help people but don't seek rewards. After Suan left here, he began to inquire whether there was anyone selling a quadrangle in Beijing. Suan asked so much and really found out. There was a family with a quadrangle or two quadrangle with two entrances, and they were going to sell it. Their family had some connections there, so they were not affected in the past few years. But the situation in recent years is still scary. Their family happened to have relatives in Hong Kong. So they thought about selling the property in Beijing, and going directly to Hong Kong to seek refuge with their relatives. Compared with China in the 1970s, Hong Kong was indeed developing better at this time. Because they were in a hurry to sell, the prices of the 2 courtyard houses were very cost-effective. 2 sets of 2-entry courtyard houses with good locations and well-preserved courtyards only cost 200,000 yuan in total. Sue-an thought about the price of courtyard houses in Beijing in the future, and compared it with the price at this time, and suddenly felt that the courtyard houses in the 1970s and 1980s were as cheap as cabbage. Of course, saying that it was as cheap as cabbage was a bit exaggerated. She just wanted to express the cost-effectiveness of the current housing prices. Although she felt it was cheap, Sue-an still bargained. Then both parties were very straightforward, and the owner directly reduced the price by 10,000 yuan, and the 2 courtyard houses were settled at a price of 190,000 yuan. Both parties wanted to close the deal as soon as possible, so they quickly completed the transfer registration procedures for the house. And Sue-an also paid the landlord 190,000 yuan for the house. This time she spent most of the 300,000 yuan she earned from Master Wei in one go. Although she spent a lot of money in one go, Sue-an didn't feel bad at all. Because she bought fixed assets, not just spent them casually. She made a lot of money whether she rented or sold 2 sets of 2-entry courtyard houses in Beijing. After buying these 2 houses, Sue-an went to have lunch again. After lunch, Sue-an continued to buy houses in the afternoon. But her luck in the afternoon was not as good as in the morning. Not only did she not buy a 2-entry courtyard house, she didn't even encounter a 1-entry courtyard house. But overall it was not particularly bad. Although she didn't buy a courtyard house, she bought 2 shops. The shops that Sue-an bought are all in the core area of Beijing. When the business environment is good in the future, her shops will be worth every inch of land. With a shop like this, Sue-an can relax in the future. Sue-an enjoys the feeling of making money to shop. By the time Sue-an had almost finished the procedures for buying the house and the shop, it was almost evening. Sue-an thought that she had to meet Lu Jinting's parents tomorrow, and wondered if this guy had come to see her, so she hurried back to the guest house. Sure enough, when Sue-an went to the guest house, she saw Lu Jinting waiting for her at the door of the guest house. This guy must have been waiting for her for a while. Sue-an walked towards Lu Jinting. Lu Jinting, are you waiting for me? Been waiting for a long time? Lu Jinting looked at Sue-an who was coming over and nodded. Well, not long. And have you eaten? Sue-an shook her head. Not yet. How about you? Lu Jinting also shook his head. I haven't eaten either. Then let's go eat together. Okay. The two went to the state-owned restaurant together. After finishing the meal, Lu Jinting said, Anan, I'll pick you up at the guest house tomorrow morning and take you to meet my parents. Sue-an responded, okay, no problem. Okay. Go to bed early tonight. Lu Jinting came to find Sue-an. Actually, there was nothing else to do. He just told her that he would take Sue-an to meet his parents tomorrow and asked Sue-an not to forget. Sue-an would naturally not forget. After Lu Jinting sent her back to the guest house, Sue-an wondered whether she should bring some gifts to the Lu family tomorrow. Gifts are necessary when meeting the other party's parents for the first time, but she had to think carefully about what to prepare. Lu Jinting's father is a soldier, and he probably has little interest in those material things. Sue-an thought about it and prepared a Swiss Army knife for Lu's father. This army knife was bought from the United States. It is very sharp and it is not easy to buy in China. In addition, Sue-an also prepared a set of tea sets and some fine tea. These teas and tea sets were all materials that Sue-an had taken from Huangzhong. Unexpectedly, they came in handy at this time. In addition, Sue-an also took a ginseng of good quality. Tonics are good gifts for parents. Since she has planted a lot of them in the space, she will prepare one for Father Lu. Chapter 221. Chapter 221. Don't scare your future daughter-in-law. As for Lu's mother, it was easy to deal with. She bought a lot of things that girls like from the United States. For example, perfume, lipstick, and silk scarves. In addition, there are all kinds of jewelry in Sue-an's space. These jewelry were all snatched from Huangzhong. Sue-an felt that jade jewelry was too expensive and gold jewelry was too high profile, so it was better to give a low-key gift. So Sue-an picked a pearl necklace. Pearl necklaces are not too ostentatious, very suitable for middle-aged women to wear, and can also enhance temperament. I heard that Lu Jinting has 2 twin brothers, who are not very old and have just entered junior high school. For such young guys, Sue-an directly prepared 2 foreign Parker pens and 2 electronic watches. They may not like pens, but young guys of this age will definitely not be able to resist the temptation of electronic watches. At this time, mechanical watches are popular in China. Sue-an is not sure if there are electronic watches, but she has never seen one. After preparing the gifts for the meeting, Sue-an went to bed happily. After a busy day today, Sue-an was a little sleepy and fell asleep as soon as she lay down. On the other side, Lu's family. Hearing Lu Jinting say that he will bring his girlfriend over tomorrow, Lu's father Lu Chongbang and Lu's mother Chan Shui both looked incredulous. What? Jinting, you are going to bring your girlfriend back? Are you kidding? Lu Jinting actually mentioned this to his family 2 days ago. But Lu Chongbang and Chan Shui didn't take it seriously. They thought that Lu Jinting must have fooled them. Where would he get his girlfriend? But now that Lu Jinting said it again, it didn't seem like a joke. Lu Jinting felt that his parents' reaction was really speechless. He said that he had a girlfriend and would bring her back. Why didn't they believe it? Is it so unbelievable? I'm not kidding, I really brought my girlfriend back to show you. Don't you believe that I have a girlfriend? I will bring her back to you, you should believe it. Hearing Lu Jinting say this, Lu Chongbang and Chan Shui began to look forward to it. Their son really has a girlfriend. How come this is like a dream? But whether it is true or not, we will know tomorrow. Thinking of meeting their future daughter-in-law, Lu Chongbang and Chan Shui naturally took it seriously. Chan Shui planned to have someone send more food tomorrow, so that the future daughter-in-law could not be too shabby to entertain. In addition, Chan Shui reminded Lu Chongbang, our Jinting's girlfriend will come to visit tomorrow. You must not have a stern face like usual. Okay? Your stern face is scary. If it scares our future daughter-in-law, your son will be a bachelor. As parents, don't they know what kind of personality Lu Jinting has? He is just a blockhead and has no interest in women. If Lu Jinting wants to get married, there are countless girls from good families in the whole city of Jing waiting in line to marry him. As parents, they didn't interfere too much in Lu Jinting's marriage. If it were other parents, Lu Jinting would definitely have married and had children, and they would have grandchildren. Now it is not easy for Lu Jinting to meet a girl he likes and take her home. So Chan Shui felt that they, as parents, must behave well and satisfy the girl so that they can see their son marry her earlier. When Lu Chongbang saw that he was named, the corner of his mouth twitched. Do I look serious and scary at ordinary times? Chan Shui responded without hesitation, yes, of course, you don't know what people outside say about you, saying that you are a cold-faced devil who doesn't know how to smile at all. With you, do you think you will scare the little girl? It's okay for you to be serious to outsiders, but you can't treat our future daughter-in-law like this. After all, Jinting's partner is not a soldier under your command, so don't be stern. Lu Chongbang really didn't realize his problem. Now that he has been reminded, Lu Chongbang will naturally pay attention when he turns back. So Lu Chongbang nodded and said, okay, I know. Chan Shui thought of other things that should be prepared and arranged them one by one. Chan Shui was quite looking forward to her son bringing a little girl back tomorrow. She wondered what kind of little girl her son would bring back. Chan Shui suddenly thought of the girl who helped her catch the thief today. That girl was really outstanding, good-looking, and good at fighting. If her son could find such an outstanding partner, she felt that she would have no regrets. But Chan Shui knew very well that such an outstanding partner was not easy to find, and it was not easy for her son to find such a partner. Not to mention being as outstanding as that girl, she would be satisfied if she could find someone who was half as good as that girl. In fact, as long as her son could bring a girl back, they would have no objection to her poor conditions. As long as she was of good character, they as parents would definitely not interfere with their children's love. Suan had a good night's sleep. The next day, Lu Jinting came to the guest house as soon as Suan got up in the morning. Lu Jinting came to see her, but he did not take Suan to the Lu family immediately. Instead, he took Suan to the state-owned restaurant first and had breakfast. There was no rush to go to the Lu family, and there was no need to go there early in the morning. After they had breakfast, Suan took the gifts prepared for the Lu family and rushed to the Lu family with Lu Jinting. Seeing that Suan had prepared so many gifts for his family, Lu Jinting hurriedly said, "Anan, you just need to go to my house for a meal and meet my parents and family. Why do you need to prepare so many gifts? And how much do you have to spend on so many things?" Suan hurriedly said, "It's okay, I have money, these don't cost me much. It's my first time to your house, I must prepare some gifts. This is a matter of etiquette." Lu Jinting thought about it, it seems to be like this. If he went to Suan's house, he would definitely give something to his parents when he met them for the first time. However, according to Lu Jinting's investigation data on Suan, it is estimated that he did not have the opportunity to give gifts to Suan's parents. Because Suan had severed relations with his parents, and the two were locked up, Suan could not take him to see them. The two took about half an hour to get to the place by car. The Lu family lives in the compound. Both Lu Jinting's grandfather and Lu's father held high positions, so Lu Jinting grew up in the compound. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be a little nervous when he came to such a place. But Suan came here for the first time, and he was not nervous or afraid at all. After all, Suan had experienced the end of the world. For someone who had experienced the end of the world, what big scenes have they not seen? It's just a trip to the compound, what's there to be nervous about? Although Lu Jinting's family conditions are good, Suan does not think that he is unworthy of him. Chapter 222. Chapter 222. What a fate! If we simply consider the family conditions, without the support of the Shen family, Su-an's conditions are indeed not as good as Lu Jinting's. But Su-an's own conditions are excellent and outstanding. When one is strong enough, one will have the confidence and will not worry about the influence of the family. Lu Jinting originally thought that Su-an would be nervous when she came here for the first time. After all, many people who came to the compound for the first time seemed very cramped. But he looked at Su-an's reaction, and she looked relaxed and did not show any abnormality. His girlfriend is indeed experienced, and coming to a place like the compound did not affect her mood at all. Lu Jinting led Su-an all the way to his home. At this time, the Lu family was already waiting for Su-an's arrival at home. Knowing that Su-an was coming to the house for the first time today, the Lu family also dressed up specially to avoid looking sloppy. Especially Lu Chongbang, he even shaved his beard specially. Lu Jinting's two younger brothers, Lu Zhenyu and Lu Zhonchao, were waiting at the door. They were both very curious about what their future sister-in-law looked like. The person that the eldest brother likes should not be bad, right? They waited at the door for a long time, and then saw Lu Jinting and a female comrade walking towards their home. As the two got closer, Lu Zhenyu and Lu Zhonchao also saw Su-an's appearance clearly. Oh my, is this their future sister-in-law? This is just like a fairy. Su-an is really beautiful. Lu Zhenyu and Lu Zhonchao have never seen a female comrade more beautiful than Su-an. Because Su-an met Lu Jinting's parents for the first time today, she naturally wanted to leave a good impression on them. So when she went out today, Su-an specially dressed herself up. She had a good foundation and didn't need to put on makeup. She just simply drew her eyebrows and braided her hair. The whole person looked beautiful and beautiful, more beautiful than the female stars in the movies. When Lu Jinting went to the guest house to pick up Su-an today, he was fascinated by his object. In fact, as long as Su-an didn't act rough outside and didn't show her true strength, she looked gentle and pleasant on the surface. Anyone who came to see Su-an would think she was a quiet and virtuous girl. Lu Zhenyu and Lu Zhonchao came back to their senses from Su-an's beauty, and shouted to the house, "Dad, Mom, big brother and sister-in-law are here. Big sister-in-law is so beautiful, just like a fairy in the sky." Big brother doesn't know where he got the shit luck to find such a beautiful partner. Although their big brother is very powerful, as younger brothers, they all think that Lu Jinting's character is still a little dull, and not popular with women. For such a big brother to find such a big sister-in-law, isn't it just shit luck? Hearing the shouts of Lu Zhenyu and Lu Zhonchao, Chan Shui and Lu Chongbang, who were waiting in the house, also became energetic. Chan Shui immediately stood up and followed to the door to see what the partner her eldest son brought back looked like. Lu Chongbang was actually very curious, but when he was about to stand up, he felt that he seemed a little unstable. Thinking of this, Lu Chongbang continued to sit back in his chair. Forget it, let's just sit and wait. The whole family is reckless, so don't let the little girl laugh at you. When Chan Shui was about to reach the door, Lu Jinting had already brought Su-an into the house. So Chan Shui and Su-an bumped into each other. The moment she saw Su-an, Chan Shui was stunned. Oh my goodness, isn't this the girl who helped her catch the thief? Before, Chan Shui thought that it would be great if her son could find a partner like Su-an. Unexpectedly, her son brought the girl back to her directly this time. Chan Shui wondered if she was dazzled and blinked hard, then opened her eyes to look at Su-an. It was still this girl, she was not mistaken. The moment Su-an saw Chan Shui, she was also a little confused. Isn't this the beautiful woman who helped catch the thief and snatch back the things? Why did she appear in Lu Jinting's house? Could it be Lu Jinting's mother? Isn't this too coincidental? When the two saw each other, they asked at the same time, "Little comrade, is it you? Sister, is it you?" Hearing the two asking each other at the same time, the other people in the Lu family were a little confused. What's the situation? Did these two know each other before? But that's not right, how could the two have known each other before? Lu Jinting said, "Mom. And do you know each other?" Hearing Lu Jinting's question, Chan Shui's smile became brighter after she confirmed that her son's partner was the little girl who helped her catch the thief. Because she likes Su-an very much, and is very satisfied with this little girl. How could she not be happy when her son brought back a little girl that she was very satisfied with and liked? This surprise came so suddenly that Chan Shui even doubted whether she was dreaming. She knows me, how could I not know her? Jinting, your girlfriend is a heroine. You don't know that when Mom went out on the street yesterday morning, a thief robbed Mom's things. If your girlfriend hadn't stepped forward, Mom's things would have been robbed. After hearing what Chan Shui said, Lu Chongbang hurriedly asked, "She is the girl you mentioned yesterday, who is very skilled and enthusiastic?" Chan Shui nodded, "Yes, that's her. I didn't expect that she and our family have such a fate. She is Jinting's girlfriend." Lu Chongbang is a soldier, so he admires people with good character, ability, and sense of justice the most. Yesterday, when Chan Shui mentioned that there was a little girl who saw injustice on the road, he also admired her very much. I never thought that this little girl who made me admire her was the girlfriend of their son. Lu Jinting didn't expect this incident to happen. But seeing the reaction of his parents, are they very satisfied with his girlfriend? It is naturally the best thing for your partner to be liked by your parents. After Chan Shui finished talking to her man, she looked at Suan again. Little girl, we are really destined to meet. Now that Suan knew Chan Shui's identity, she could no longer call her sister, but had to call her aunt. Having said that, Chan Shui's maintenance is really good. Her son is so old now, but Chan Shui doesn't look that old. It is really rare to be in such a state after being pregnant with 3 children and giving birth to 4 children. Especially the 1970s are different from later generations. In this era, women don't have too many skincare products. Mother Chen can maintain herself so well, a big part of it is a genetic problem. Looking at Mother Chen's beautiful face, Suan finally understood why Lu Jinting can look so good. With such a mother with good genes, how can Lu Jinting not look good? Father Lu Chongbang also looks good with sword eyebrows and star eyes. He must have been handsome when he was young. Chapter 223. Chapter 223. The Lu family attaches great importance to her. Therefore, among the children of the Lu family, not only Lu Jinting is good-looking, but Lu Wanting is also good-looking, and even Lu Jinting's 2 younger brothers can be seen to be extremely handsome when they grow up. Yes, auntie, we are quite predestined. Chan Shui likes Suan very much, and now she is busy pulling her to sit down. Then Chan Shui hurriedly asked the nanny to bring tea to Suan. Lu Jinting was watching his parents' operation on the side. The smiles on their faces have already shown their thoughts. They like Suan very much. He even felt that his parents seemed to like Suan more than him. Jinting, why don't you help introduce them? Lu Chongbang looked at Lu Jinting and felt that his son was stupid and stupid. How could he be worthy of such a good girl? Lu Jinting came back to his senses at this time and began to introduce the 2 parties. And these 2 are my parents. This is my younger brother Lu Jinyu and this is my younger brother Lu Jinhao. After Lu Jinting finished the introduction, Suan greeted the Lu family very politely. Hello, Uncle Lu. Aunt Lu, Brother Jinyu, Brother Jinhao, hello. Suan is good-looking and has a sweet voice, which makes people feel close to her. Chan Shui was even more satisfied with Suan when she saw that Suan was still so polite. At this moment, she had an unreal feeling and wondered if she was dreaming. But everything felt so real it shouldn't be a dream, right? As for Lu Chongbang, he usually had a stern face when he was in the army, and he was always a strict father to the younger generations in the family. But now, even without Chan Shui's deliberate instructions, when he saw his satisfied daughter-in-law, Lu Qingbang's face also showed a kind smile. After introducing his family, Lu Jinting said, Mom and Dad, this is my partner Suan. The Lu family also greeted Suan one after another. Just as the Lu family finished greeting, Suan took out the gifts prepared for the Lu family. Today is the first time I meet Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu and my 2 brothers. I brought you some small gifts. Suan said it was a small gift, but when she took out the gift she prepared for the Lu family was shocked. Because the gift Suan prepared was not very expensive, but it could be considered valuable. No matter who she prepared the gift for, the recipient liked it very much. Lu Chongbang liked to drink tea, and Suan's set of tea sets and tea leaves could be said to have touched his heart. Not to mention Chan Shui, there is no woman who doesn't love beauty. Suan gave her good things that could not be bought in Beijing, and she couldn't put them down. Lu Jinyu and Lu Jinhao liked the electronic watch Suan gave them very much, which looked much cooler than a mechanical watch. I don't know where Suan bought it from, they haven't seen such a watch in Beijing. In a moment, the hearts of Lu Jinting's 2 younger brothers were won over by Suan. Lu Jinting saw that the family couldn't put down the gifts Suan gave, and he admired Suan even more. How come his girlfriend is so powerful that she can control him even with a gift? Lu Jinting clearly felt that after Suan gave out these gifts, her parents and family seemed to be more satisfied with Suan. Although the gifts Suan gave were very expensive, Chan Shui and Lu Chongbang still kept complaining that Suan wasted money. How much did it cost to buy these things? How embarrassed is it that a little girl came to their house for the first time and spent so much money on them? Fortunately, Chan Shui also prepared a gift for Suan. Their Lu family couldn't take advantage of a little girl. Chan Shui immediately went to the house and took out the gift that Suan had prepared. And then this is a gift for you prepared by our Lu family. You keep it. Chan Shui took a jewelry box and saw that it should be a bracelet. Sure enough, Suan opened the jewelry box and it was indeed a bracelet. But when he saw what was inside, he opened his mouth wide. There was an imperial green bracelet in it, and the color and water quality were very good. If such an imperial green bracelet was taken to the future, it would be no problem to sell it for hundreds of millions. As a result, she came here for the first time and people gave her such an expensive gift. In addition to this imperial green bracelet, Chan Shui also gave her a big red envelope. Although Suan didn't know how much money was wrapped in it, it was a thick stack, and there must be a lot of money in it. Suan was a little embarrassed to accept the gift. If she had given her something cheap, it would have been fine. But the imperial green bracelet was so valuable. If she didn't marry Lu Jinting, she would lose a lot. So Suan felt that she shouldn't have accepted the gift from the beginning. If Chen Shui wanted to give it to her, she had to wait until she and Lu Jinting were engaged and confirmed to get married before she could accept it. Suan returned the imperial green bracelet to Chen Shui and explained her thoughts. Chen Shui smiled and held Suan's hand and said, Anan, you don't have to feel pressured. Auntie likes you very much. Whether you and our Jinting will succeed in the future or not, it won't affect you. If you can succeed, you are the daughter-in-law of our Lu family, and it is natural for you to accept this bracelet. If not, you will be Auntie's goddaughter. It's not too much for Auntie to give you a bracelet, right? Suan stopped being hypocritical when she saw Chen Shui say that. Okay, Auntie Lu, I'll accept this bracelet. Just based on the things the Lu family gave her, Suan could see how much the Lu family valued her. The Lu family didn't look down on her just because of their good family background. Suan felt that no matter what her conditions were, she had to be treated with basic respect when she came to her husband's family. If the Lu family didn't have basic respect for her, she wouldn't be with Lu Jinting even if she liked him. Chen Shui asked about Suan's specific situation again. As the future daughter-in-law of the Lu family, Chen Shui certainly had to care about the family and work of the future daughter-in-law. Suan didn't shy away from her family situation and told it in detail. Although the situation of the Su family was not glorious, Suan felt that there was nothing to hide. If the Lu family could accept it, they would accept it. If not, she would break up with Lu Jinting. If the Lu family had such a prejudice against family background, Suan felt that there was no need to marry into this family. After listening to Suan's explanation of her family situation, when she explained the reason for breaking off relations with her parents, Lu Chongbang was so angry that he slammed the table. As the leader of the army, Lu Chongbang had a strong aura. His cold face and slamming the table looked very serious and scary. Seeing Lu Chongbang like this, Chen Shui and the others were shocked. Suan, who was used to big scenes, didn't think anything of Lu Jinting's actions. Chen Shui hurriedly said to Lu Chongbang, "What are you doing? Don't scare Anan." Chapter 224. Chapter 224. Supporting Suan's breaking off relationship. Facing Chen Shui's blaming eyes, Lu Chongbang quickly put away his anger. Then Lu Chongbang immediately forced a smile on his face. "Anan, Uncle didn't scare you, did he? Uncle was just so angry when he heard you say that your parents were so excessive." Lu Chongbang felt that he was also a parent. Although he was a little strict with his own children, he was not like Suan's parents at all. Are Suan's parents qualified to be parents? They can treat their own children so cruelly. Are they sure that Suan is their biological child? Suan met Lu Chongbang's apologetic eyes and smiled. "Uncle, I'm fine, I'm not scared." Chen Shui sighed, looked at Suan and said, "Anan, I didn't expect you had such a hard time when you were a child, and I didn't expect your parents to do such an excessive thing. It's right for you to break off relations with them. There's no need to have any contact with such parents." Chen Shui said, and then said, "You are Jinting's partner now, and you will be the daughter-in-law of our Lu family in the future. This is your home. Don't worry, with Uncle and Aunt here, you will never be wronged. Uncle and Aunt will definitely treat you well in the future." Chen Shui felt very sorry for Suan, and now she just wanted to quickly make up for the fatherly and motherly love she lacked. Suan originally thought that after she told the specific situation of her family, the Lu family would dislike her family background. But the Lu family didn't. Not only did Lu's father and mother not dislike her, but they felt even more distressed for her. After a few greetings and comfort, Chen Shui knew that Suan probably didn't want to say more about such a family, so she quickly changed the subject and asked Suan what she was doing now. If Suan is having a hard time now, the Lu family can arrange a good job for Suan with their connections. Speaking of Suan's current situation, Lu Jinting said to Chen Shui, "Mom, Anan has gone to the countryside now." "What? Going to the countryside? Life in the countryside is so hard, why did Anan choose to go to the countryside?" After hearing this, Chen Shui was anxious and distressed. Originally, this girl's parents were unreliable, and she had a hard time before. Now she has gone to the countryside again. There is nothing in the countryside, and she still has to do farm work. Chen Shui thought about finding an opportunity to help Suan return to the city. Relying on the connections of their Lu family, it is not difficult to bring Suan back to the city. Suan said, "Aunt Lu, I think it's good to go to the countryside. I live much better in the countryside than in the city." Lu Jinting nodded and agreed, "Mom, Anan is right. Anan is capable. Capable people can live well anywhere. If it weren't for Anan, your precious daughter wouldn't be living so comfortably in the countryside now." Chen Shui felt a little confused when she heard Lu Jinting's words. How did Suan's going to the countryside have to do with Lu wanting? Lu Jinting briefly mentioned the situation in the countryside. Chen Shui then realized that her daughter had known Suan for a long time, and was still living in the house built by Suan. The girl had not contacted her family since she went to the countryside, and her family didn't know what was going on with her at all. Chen Shui originally thought that Lu Wanting would suffer more after going to the countryside, and she would be honest after suffering more. Who knew that she didn't suffer much in the countryside, and from what Lu Jinting said, she was still living a prosperous life in the countryside. No wonder she hasn't come back yet. Thinking of Suan's extra care for her daughter during this period, Chen Shui felt that their Lu family and Suan were more destined. Chen Shui pulled Suan again and said some words of thanks. Suan smiled and said, "Aunt Lu, you are polite. Wanting is also my good friend. It is normal for friends to take care of each other," Chen Shui said, and then asked if Suan had any idea of returning to the city. If Suan wants to return to the city, their Lu family can help arrange it. Suan refused. She felt that life in the countryside was very good now, and there was no need to return to the city now. And in a few years, she will have the opportunity to return to the city. At that time, she can take the college entrance examination by herself and return to the city directly by going to college. Seeing Suan's decision, Chen Shui naturally didn't say much and respected the child's own decision. Lu Jinting said, "Mom, although Anan went to the countryside, she is not without a job. She has joined the special forces like me. But what is different from me is that Anan does not have to do the tasks assigned by the organization, but can choose to do the tasks by herself." After hearing what Lu Jinting said, Chen Shui and Lu Chongbang looked at the two in surprise. How could they not know how difficult it is to join the special forces? As a result, Suan, a little girl, can not only join the special forces, but also have such privileges. Seeing that Lu Chongbang seemed curious and wanted to ask what was going on, Lu Jinting told Suan's record in the United States. Of course, Lu Jinting only talked about what he could say and did not mention what he could not say. Especially the bombing of the United States military base by Suan, the international community now thinks that it was done by our country. They can't spread this news and say that Suan did it. If the news leaked out, Suan would definitely be listed as an assassination target by the United States. But even so, Chen Shui and Lu Chongbang were still shocked by what Suan did. Originally, they thought that Suan was already very good at catching thieves, but now they were told that Suan slaughtered those American soldiers as easily as cutting leeks. This girl is really strong. Seeing Chen Shui and Lu Chongbang stunned, Lu Jinting couldn't stop talking about Suan's deeds, including the fact that Suan helped them catch spies in the production team of Yuto village. These facts were really too outrageous, and Chen Shui and Lu Chongbang were stunned just like listening to a book. The two boys Lu Jianyu and Lu Zhenhao became more and more excited as they listened. I really didn't expect that their future sister-in-law would be so awesome. Now the two boys looked at Suan with respect. After Lu Jinting finished talking about Suan's deeds, Chen Shui and Lu Chongbang understood why the special forces allowed Suan to join, and why they gave Suan privileges. With her strength, she can indeed enjoy some privileges. Seeing that the family members were still in shock, Lu Jinting stopped talking. The Lu family calmed down for a while. Chen Shui and Lu Chongbang felt that their son was awesome this time. How could he bring such a powerful daughter-in-law back to their family? The Lu family's nanny had just prepared the meal and came to ask if they wanted to eat. The Lu family then hurriedly invited Suan to sit at the table to eat. At this moment, the Lu family, impressed by Suan's strength, treated her more enthusiastically. Even the usually strict Lu Chongbang looked much kinder and more enthusiastic than usual. He was a soldier and appreciated Suan, a capable comrade, more than others. Chapter 225. Chapter 225. Let Suan cooperate with the paternity test. He probably doesn't like the kind of delicate daughter-in-law, but he is very satisfied with the one who is more powerful than his son. Suan felt the enthusiasm of the Lu family. Suan also had a good impression of the Lu family for this visit. Only if the man is good and the in-laws are good, Suan can consider continuing to be with Lu Jinting. In the afternoon, Lu Jinting did not send Suan back immediately, but took her to the special operations team and helped Suan to get a work permit. After Suan went to the special operations team, she also met the senior leaders here. The senior leaders of the special operations team were quite surprised to see Suan in person. The little girl looks petite and beautiful, and it is really hard to imagine why she can have such strong strength. However, there is no rule of judging people by appearance in their special operations team. Since Suan has this strength, they are naturally willing to let her join and work for the country. Suan and Lu Jinting got their work permits and returned to the guest house. Now that the things in Jing City are almost dealt with, Lu Jinting also took Suan to meet his parents, and they can almost return to Liao province. So Lu Jinting asked Suan when she planned to leave for the production team. Suan said, "Let's prepare tomorrow and go back the day after tomorrow. Let's go to Jing City tomorrow to see if there is anything we need to buy." Lu Jinting nodded, and naturally had no objection. Lu Jinting sent Suan to the guest house and went home. As soon as Lu Jinting left, Suan heard a knock on the door. At first, Suan thought that Lu Jinting had forgotten to tell her something and turned back. But when she opened the door, she found that the person standing at the door was not Lu Jinting, but Shan Xiaochen. Seeing Shan Xiaochen standing in front of her door, Suan frowned slightly and asked him, "Comrade Shan, why is it you? What do you want to see me for?" It was almost dark now, and Suan felt that it seemed inappropriate for a gay man to come to a lesbian at this time. In fact, Shan Xiaochen came here during the day. But when Shan Xiaochen came during the day, Suan was not here. Shan Xiaochen waited for Suan for several hours, but did not see Suan come back. There was no other way. Shan Xiaochen had to go back first, but asked the front desk here to help keep an eye on it. If Suan came back, call him to inform him. Now that he knew that Suan had returned to the guest house, Shan Xiaochen hurried over here. Shan Xiaochen nodded. "I do have something to talk to you about. Why don't we go downstairs and sit down to talk?" Without knowing whether Suan was his biological sister, Shan Xiaochen felt that it was inappropriate to enter Suan's room. If he dared to bring it up, he would probably be regarded as a hooligan by Suan. Suan nodded, okay. Although he didn't know what Shan Xiaochen wanted to talk to him about, since he came at this time, it was probably something important, so Suan could listen to what he said first. The two of them went to the bottom of the guest house together. There was a small flower bed next to the guest house. The two sat down next to the flower bed. Suan looked at Shan Xiaochen and said, "Comrade Shan, if you have anything to say, just tell me." Shan Xiaochen said, "Comrade Su, this is my investigation information on you, take a look." Shan Xiaochen said, and handed the investigation information to Suan. He was worried that Suan didn't know her life experience and didn't know that she was adopted by the Su family, so he gave her this information. After Suan understood this, he could tell her that she might be the lost child of their Shun family. After Suan took the information and read it, her face suddenly darkened. "Comrade Shun, are you investigating me?" Suan looked at Shan Xiaochen with a very cold gaze. Shan Xiaochen met Suan's eyes, and his heart couldn't help but feel cold. She was obviously a little girl, and Shan Xiaochen didn't understand why Suan's aura was so strong. Even he felt deeply oppressed in front of Suan at this time. Shan Xiaochen hurriedly explained, "Comrade Su, I didn't mean to investigate you. You listen to my explanation first." Suan stared at Shan Xiaochen, wanting to know what this man meant. Shan Xiaochen did not waste time and explained the situation clearly. "I originally had a sister. She was a girl who was raised by our Shin family. But not long ago, our family found out that this child was replaced, and my own sister is missing. Our Shin family has been looking for my real sister. But after searching for so long, our family still hasn't found where this sister is. My mother is worried about my sister and has become ill. Now her health is not very good. The last time I saw you, I felt familiar. I thought you might be the child of our Shin family. That's why I investigated you. You have also seen these investigation materials. You are not the child of Su Guohua and Chanai Mei. And your age and the time when you were adopted are about the same as the time when my sister was replaced. That's why I suspect that you might be the lost child of our family." Suan frowned even more tightly when she heard Shan Xiaochen's words. Shin family? The Shin family in Jing City? Her real biological parents' home? No wonder when she first met Shan Xiaochen, she also felt familiar when she heard his name. It turned out that he was a member of the Shin family. Thinking of everything she had experienced in her previous life, how could Suan easily forgive them? If they hadn't been careless, would she have suffered so much in the Su family? What did they do later? They didn't find her when she died, and even recognized Suyu so that the Su family lived a good life. So after rebirth, Suan would take revenge on the Su family. As for the Shun family, she had hatred and resentment. Because they didn't do any direct harm to her, Suan could not retaliate against the Shin family. But she would never forgive the Shin family and recognize the Shin family. Suan just didn't expect that she would be found by Shan Xiaochen in this life. Can't she and the Shin family live well on their own? What do these people come to her for? Seeing that Suan didn't speak, Shan Xiaochen continued to tell the specific situation of the Shin family and the purpose of his visit today. He hoped that Suan could cooperate and give him a few of her hairs. He would arrange for friends in Hong Kong to help with paternity testing. It's a pity that there is no technology for paternity testing in China. Otherwise, if it could be done in China, it would be faster to determine whether Suan is the child of the Shin family. Originally, Shan Xiaochen thought that after he said this, Suan would agree to cooperate with the paternity test. After all, the Shin family is so well off. With such a family background, who wouldn't want to become a member of the Shin family? Suan's family background is ordinary. If she could have such a good family, it would be even more powerful for Suan and allow her to live a better life. Unexpectedly, Suan's decision was different from what Shan Xiaochen expected. Chapter 226. Chapter 226. Suan refuses to recognize. Suan looked at Shan Xiaochen and replied calmly, "I'm sorry, I don't think I have any relationship with the Shin family. Whether I am a child of the Shin family or not, I don't want to recognize it. So, forget about the paternity test. Shen Xiaochen stared at Suan with his eyes wide open. He had never considered that Suan would refuse. Now that he was rejected by Suan, Shen Xiaochen was stunned for a while, then looked at Suan in confusion and asked why? Suan sneered, why? I was going to ask why I should recognize the Shin family. I have never come into contact with you. Even if I am a child of the Shin family, I have no feelings for you. Shen Xiaochen choked. Yes. Suan did not grow up in the Shin family. Even if she is a child of the Shin family, she has no feelings for anyone in the Shin family. So she is unwilling to recognize the Shin family, and she does have her reasons. But Shen Xiaochen really hopes that this sister will recognize it, because his family misses her very much. How can they let the children of their Shin family be left outside? Shen Xiaochen said hurriedly, if you are our Shin family's child, you have never had contact with us before, but we can cultivate feelings in the future. Feelings can be cultivated as long as you cultivate them carefully. When you return to the Shin family according to the conditions of our Shin family, you can live a good life. Hearing Shen Xiaochen's words, Suan sneered. Feelings are cultivated from childhood, but they can't be cultivated now. I can live well on my own now, without the help of your Shin family. Comrade Shen, if you come to tell me this today, then I can tell you clearly that no matter whether I am a child of the Shin family or not, I will not recognize you. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. I need to rest and have no time to accompany you. Suan said, and got up and went back to the guest house. Shen Xiaochen looked at Suan's back as he left, and sat there in a daze. He could see from Suan's performance that Suan was very repulsive to him and the Shen family. Shen Xiaochen thought carefully and seemed to understand Suan. According to his investigation data on Suan, it can be seen that this sister has a very difficult life in the Su family and has suffered a lot since childhood. If it weren't for their negligence, Suan wouldn't have to go through all this. She should have lived a life of Shunrui, being held in the palm of the Shun family's hand. So Suan may have attributed the suffering she had endured over the years to the Shun family, and was unwilling to recognize them. It's not Suan's fault for having this idea, but it's indeed their fault. Although Suan refused to recognize him, Shen Xiaochen felt that he had to think of a way. Suan returned to the guest house, washed up and went to bed to rest. Because of Shen Xiaochen's behavior, Suan was in a very bad mood. The appearance of the Shen family undoubtedly reminded her of her previous life, and many bad memories were pulled out. Suan didn't want to think about those things, so she didn't want to face the Shen family. In the future, she hoped that the Shen family would not get close to her. Although she didn't plan to take action against them, if those people continued to pester her, Suan wouldn't mind taking action to deal with them. Suan's mind was in a mess, and she didn't know how long it took her to fall asleep. When she got up early the next morning, Lu Jinting came to her side. Lu Jinting planned to have breakfast with Suan, and then go shopping in Jingshi together to buy some more things they needed. They had to go back to the production team in Yuto village tomorrow, so they didn't have much time to stay here. When Lu Jinting came over and saw Suan's condition at this time, he asked with concern, "N, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night? Why are your dark circles so heavy?" At this time, Suan looked a little vicissitudes and tired because he had insomnia yesterday, and the two dark circles were very obvious. Facing Lu Jinting's concerned eyes, Suan didn't want to talk about his bad things, so he said to him, "I'm fine, I just thought about going back to the production team soon, and I was so happy that I couldn't sleep last night." Lu Jinting thought Suan was telling the truth, so he didn't think about it anymore. "Well, you will be able to go back soon. You should have a good rest these days and don't think too much." "Okay," the two said, and Suan and Lu Jinting went to the state-owned restaurant together. After finishing breakfast, Suan and Lu Jinting went to the department store together. Seeing the clothes, shoes and accessories in the department store, Lu Jinting kept asking Suan if she wanted to buy any, and stuffed them into Suan's hands. Suan looked at Lu Jinting with some amusement. "I have enough of these things, I don't need them, and you don't have to think about buying them for me." Lu Jinting disagreed, and I'm your boyfriend, it's my duty to buy things for you," Lu Jinting said, and suddenly thought of something, and took out a passbook from his pocket for Suan. "And even if you don't buy these, you can take this passbook. You can use the money in it as you like, buy whatever you want." Lu Jinting thought, although he wanted to be good to Suan and wanted to buy Suan all kinds of things, but sometimes the things he wanted to buy for Suan might not be liked or needed by her. It's better to just give her the money directly. Suan can buy whatever she wants. Knowing that his boyfriend likes money, he gave all his savings over the years to him, hoping that Suan would feel more secure with the money. Suan was stunned when she saw the passbook that Lu Jinting handed over. "We haven't gotten married yet, why are you handing over the passbook to me now?" Suan was reluctant to accept it. After all, she was not with Lu Jinting for his money. Now that Lu Jinting had handed over the passbook, Suan felt that she had taken advantage of him. Lu Jinting looked at Suan very seriously and said, "And we are not married yet, you can still keep the passbook. I don't spend much on my own and I don't need this money. So I give it to you, buy whatever you want." Afraid that Suan would not agree, Lu Jinting said, "And I am your partner, and it is my duty to treat you well. You don't have to bear any burden. Even if we don't get married in the future, it will not prevent me from treating you well and spending money on you now. These are all my own will. If you accept it, I will be happier." Hearing Lu Jinting's words, Suan felt a warm current in her heart. In fact, handing over the passbook itself is not important. What is important is Lu Jinting's attitude and attention to her. A man who is willing to hand over all his money to you must be sincere to you. As the saying goes, where a man's money is, there his heart is. Although Suan didn't need Lu Jinting's money, she had to accept Lu Jinting's kindness. After thinking for a while, Suan took the passbook from Lu Jinting and said, "Okay, since you said so, I'll take your passbook." Chapter 227. Chapter 227. Accepting Lu Jinting's passbook. Seeing Suan accept the passbook, Lu Jinting was very happy. "And then you can use the money here freely, don't save it for me. Even if the money is spent, I can earn more. My monthly salary and allowance in the Special Operations Team are not low. And there are rewards for every mission. Especially this time, the mission we are going to the United States is very important, so the rewards sent from above are not small." Lu Jinting's monthly salary in the Special Operations Team is 200 yuan, plus various tickets. At that time, the monthly salary of ordinary workers was only 30 or 40 yuan. In comparison, Lu Jinting's salary can be said to be very high. The reward for going on a mission is higher and more generous than the salary. For example, last time he went to the Yuto Village production team, after successfully completing the mission, Lu Jinting received a reward of 1,000 yuan. The reward for going to the United States this time has not been issued yet, but according to the reward system for registration and division by the Special Operations Team, the mission they are going to the United States is considered S-level. For successfully completing an S-level mission, the reward from the Special Operations Team is 2,000 yuan. If someone is injured or sacrificed during the mission, there will be a higher subsidy. In addition, those who perform particularly well in the mission will also receive additional rewards. Suan has just joined the Special Forces, but she helped complete the mission to the United States. Although Suan was not a member of the Special Forces before, the higher-ups decided to give her a reward this time. In view of Suan's outstanding performance this time, the Special Forces will probably arrange a bonus of 3,000 yuan. Don't look at the high salary and rewards of the Special Forces, they deserve it. Compared with other professions, the Special Forces may bear greater risks and do more difficult things than ordinary professions. The rewards are equal to the ability, and those who join the Special Forces are carefully selected elites. Not ordinary people can enter. Suan looked at the amount on Lu Jinting's passbook. It would have been better if she hadn't looked at it, but she was choked after looking at it. More than 20,000? Lu Jinting, are you so rich? Suan knew that Lu Jinting's conditions were good, but she didn't know that Lu Jinting's conditions were so good. More than 20,000 yuan was a huge sum of money in the 1970s. She really couldn't tell that the person she was looking for was actually a diamond bachelor. Lu Jinting said hurriedly, "I don't spend much personally. I have saved my salary and bonuses over the years, so these are not much. And then you spend it first and we'll talk if it's not enough." Suan was not polite to Lu Jinting. Since this guy can't spend this part of the money in the passbook is just a number, so it's better for her to help Lu Jinting invest. When she has the opportunity to come to Beijing next time, Suan will buy a few more houses and shops. The houses and shops bought with Lu Jinting's money will be registered in his name. Suan has her own money and doesn't bother to spend Lu Jinting's money. The two continued to walk around the department store. Suan, who didn't plan to buy much, bought some under Lu Jinting's persuasion. She bought herself 2 sets of spring clothes. It happened that it was spring now, and she could buy clothes for the changing seasons. For shoes, Suan bought a pair of small leather shoes and a pair of white sneakers. In fact, Suan thinks that the most comfortable shoes are the cloth shoes she made herself. It's just that the style of cloth shoes is not good-looking, not as good-looking as these finished shoes. Suan bought some vanishing cream, accessories and the like. After buying 2 large packages of things, Suan gave up. "Hey, I've bought enough. Let's leave it at that for now. Otherwise, if we buy too much, it will be difficult to carry the luggage when we go back tomorrow." Fortunately, Suan had mailed everything she bought before. If she didn't choose to mail it, plus the things she bought this time, it would be a bit difficult to carry so many things back. Seeing that Suan had indeed bought a lot, Lu Jinting nodded in agreement. The two planned to send the things they bought back to the guest house first, and then go to the state-owned restaurant for dinner. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to carry so many things. Just when Suan and Lu Jinting returned to the guest house, they met Shen Xiaochen again. Seeing Shen Xiaochen coming again, Suan frowned unhappily. Not only was Suan unhappy to see Shen Xiaochen, But Lu Jinting was also unhappy when he saw Shen Xiaochen. Lu Jinting stared at Shen Xiaochen and asked, "Comrade Shen, why are you here?" At this moment, Lu Jinting was on guard against Shen Xiaochen, as if he were his rival in love. He didn't believe Shen Xiaochen's explanation at the time, and felt that this man was just scheming against his partner. Shen Xiaochen looked at Suan and replied to Lu Jinting, "I'm here to see Comrade Su. What are you looking for my partner for?" After hearing this, Lu Jinting frowned even more solemnly. Shen Xiaochen did not answer Lu Jinting but said to Suan, "Comrade Su, I really hope you can cooperate with me to make an identification. If you are my sister, dad, mom, and other people in the Shen family would like to see you. Mom has become ill because of missing you. If you can go home, everyone doesn't have to worry about you all the time. Mom's health will definitely get better. I know that you have suffered a lot outside these years, but it was really not your parents who lost you on purpose. If you are really my sister, when you return to the Shen family, your family will definitely make up for the grievances you have suffered over the years." Shen Xiaochen knew that Suan had a gap in her heart with their Shen family. But seeing that his mother was always worried and depressed because of his sister's affairs, Shen Xiaochen decided to fight for it. Facing Shen Xiaochen's pleading eyes, Suan sneered, "I'm living a good life now. I don't need your family to make up for anything. Just be well in the future. Also, your mother's illness due to worry is none of my business. If I am really the child of the Shen family, you lost me due to your own negligence. No matter what happens, it is your own responsibility. I don't need to understand. Comrade Shen, I have made it very clear. I will not cooperate with the identification, and I am not interested in recognizing my ancestors. I hope you will not disturb my life again." Lu Jinting, who was standing aside, heard the conversation between Suan and Shen Xiaochen and was a little confused. What the hell? What identification? What Shen's child? How did Suan and the Shen family get involved? According to what Lu Jinting had inquired before, Shen Rui was not the child of the Shen family. The real daughter of the Shen family might be living outside. In the current situation, it seems that his partner might be the real daughter of the Shen family who is living outside. But judging from her partner's attitude, she doesn't want to recognize the Shen family. Lu Jinting didn't know the situation and planned to ask Suan again. After seeing Suan's attitude, Shen Xiaochen's heart sank. He didn't expect Suan to be so determined not to recognize the Shen family. Chapter 228. Chapter 228. Let Lu Jinting stay overnight. Shen Xiaochen opened his mouth to say something, but Suan impatiently urged him, "Comrade Shen, I'll remind you one last time, don't show up in front of me, otherwise I can't guarantee that I won't do anything to you." Seeing that his girlfriend was very reluctant to see Shen Xiaochen, Lu Jinting also stepped forward and warned, "Comrade Shen, did you hear what my girlfriend said? Please leave quickly and don't force me to do anything to you." As Lu Jinting said this, he made a crunching sound when he twisted his fingers. Shen Xiaochen saw that Suan was so repulsive to the Shen family and him, and was also worried that if he continued to press step by step, Suan would be more disgusted. It seems that this matter still needs to be planned slowly. Shen Xiaochen had no choice but to say, "Okay, I'll leave now." After Shen Xiaochen left, Suan's frown was relaxed. Lu Jinting was full of doubts, but he knew that this matter could not be explained in a few words. So Lu Jinting took Suan to the guest house. After the two entered the house, he asked Suan, "And did Shen Xiaochen find out something and say that you might be the lost child of their Shen family? Now Lu Jinting is her boyfriend. If they get married, she will tell him sooner or later." So Suan did not intend to hide it from Lu Jinting. "Yes, Shen Xiaochen investigated my information. I am not the biological child of the Su family. According to the time, it is very likely that I am the lost child of the Shen family." In fact, Suan knew very well that it was not possible but that she was. It's just that Suan will never recognize the Shen family in this life, and she is unwilling to have any contact with them. After knowing this, Lu Jinting was somewhat shocked. No wonder Suan and Shen Xiaochen look a bit alike. They are siblings, so it's normal to have some similarities. The Shen family has a lot of power in Beijing. If Suan can recognize the Shen family, Suan's future will definitely be easier. With the protection of the Shen family, ordinary people really dare not bully Suan casually. But Suan was unwilling to acknowledge them back. No matter how good the Shen family was, Lu Jinting would not force her. And Lu Jinting could understand Suan's grudge very well. If it weren't for the negligence of the Shen family, Suan would not have suffered so much over the years. Whether they were unintentional or not, they were responsible for Suan's suffering. Thinking of the information he had investigated about Suan before, and thinking of how difficult Suan's childhood was, Lu Jinting felt even more distressed. So Lu Jinting said to Suan, "And since you don't want to recognize them, then don't recognize them. I support you." Suan didn't expect Lu Jinting to say that. She thought Lu Jinting was like most people and felt that it was wrong for her to not even recognize her own biological parents. But she didn't expect that Lu Jinting respected and supported her decision. What Suan needs is a man who can stand firmly behind her and protect her no matter what happens, no matter whether she does the right or the wrong. Suan looked at Lu Jinting. Lu Jinting, thank you for supporting me. Facing Suan's serious look, Lu Jinting touched Suan's head lovingly. I am your partner, so I naturally have to stand by you and support you in everything you do. By the way, Anan, there is another coincidence I want to tell you. Suan looked at Lu Jinting, wanting to know what he wanted to tell her. Do you know? Shen Rui, who came to the countryside from our production team before, was raised in the Shen family. It should be that her identity as a substitute for you was discovered, so she was driven out by the Shen family, and then she went to the countryside and happened to go to the Yuto village production team. Suan was stunned when she heard the news. It is indeed a coincidence. Who would have thought that Shen Rui was the fake daughter of the Shen family who replaced her? However, Suan was quite surprised by the Shen family's actions. When she was reincarnated in the 21st century, she had read a lot of melodramatic novels. In general novels, parents like the fake daughter who has been raised by their side, and do not feel sorry for the real daughter. As a result, the Shen family, who had raised the fake daughter for so many years, drove her out. The Shen family is not stupid, at least they know that they can't help others raise children. After chatting with Lu Jinting for a while, seeing that it was getting late, Lu Jinting planned to leave the guest house. Seeing that it was so late, Suan said directly, why don't you sleep here tonight? Don't go back, otherwise how long will it take to get home? You can't rest well at night. Lu Jinting never thought that Suan would let him stay overnight. Although the two are lovers, they are not married yet. If they stay in the same room, it is somewhat inappropriate. Lu Jinting is a little worried that it will affect Suan's reputation. Lu Jinting stuttered, and isn't this good? When he spoke, a lot of messy things appeared in his mind at the same time. Thinking of those messy things, Lu Jinting's face turned redder. Suan felt a little embarrassed to see Lu Jinting like this. She, a lesbian, didn't think it was a big deal, so why couldn't he, a grown man, let go? It's nothing wrong, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Suan acted like a gentleman and straightened his chest. Seeing that Suan misunderstood, Lu Jinting was even more embarrassed. No, Anan, I didn't misunderstand what you were going to do to me, it was me. I was worried that I would do something to you if I became a beast. Thinking of living in the same house with the woman he loved, Lu Jinting, as a normal man, really couldn't hold back. Suan. Okay, she misunderstood. But Suan continued to say indifferently, it's okay, I'm not afraid, you can't beat me. Lu Jinting. Although Suan was telling the truth, she said it so bluntly, didn't he have any face? Since Suan didn't care, Lu Jinting didn't act pretentiously. Okay, then I'll listen to you. After Lu Jinting chose to stay, Suan saw that it was getting late, so she went to wash up first. After Suan washed up, she changed into pajamas and let her hair, which had been tied up, fall down. Waiting for Suan to come out of the bathroom, Lu Jinting was stunned. Suan looked more innocent and charming with her hair down. The point is that the collar of Suan's pajamas is relatively low, and when Lu Jinting saw the collar of Suan's pajamas, he immediately felt his blood boiling. Such a partner is really too tempting. As soon as Suan came out, she met Lu Jinting's eyes staring at her. This guy's eyes seemed to be glued to her. Suan couldn't help but feel a little funny. Lu Jinting, why are you looking at me like that? Am I so good-looking? Lu Jinting nodded heavily. Good-looking, my partner is the best-looking. Hurry up and wash up. It's getting late, go to bed early. Chapter 229. Chapter 229. Sleep a few more times and you will get used to it. Lu Jinting did not hesitate, and immediately went to wash up at Suan's urging. Soon Lu Jinting finished his shower. After waiting for the shower, Lu Jinting obediently came to Suan's side, ready to take a quilt to the bed and make a bed. Seeing Lu Jinting preparing to make a bed, Suan hurriedly said, you want to sleep on the floor? Lu Jinting was stunned by Suan's question. Yes, and then of course I sleep on the floor, I can't let you sleep on the floor. Suan looked at Lu Jinting with a hard word. In fact, we don't have to sleep on the floor, just sleep on the bed. Lu Jinting was stunned again. We all sleep on the bed? Suan. Why does Lu Jinting always react like this? Wouldn't other men be happy? I said, don't worry, I won't touch you, don't treat me like I want to eat you. After being disliked, Lu Jinting suddenly felt that if he continued to hesitate, he would not be like a man. Suan didn't mind a lesbian, so why should he mind? As long as the two of them don't do anything, sleeping in the same bed won't affect anything. With this in mind, Lu Jinting didn't sleep on the floor, but lay on the same bed with Suan. However, after getting on the bed, Lu Jinting was very honest. He lay straight on the bed, with his hands directly on his lower abdomen. He didn't dare to get close to Suan, nor did he dare to flirt with Suan. Seeing this guy like this, Suan couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, the men of this era are different from the men of the 21st century. They are obviously much more innocent. Suan saw that Lu Jinting didn't get close to her, so she naturally wouldn't force him. She didn't plan to do anything to Lu Jinting. Although this man is beautiful, these things should be discussed after the two get married. After running all day, Suan felt tired, so she lay on the bed and fell asleep quickly. Lu Jinting, on the other hand, couldn't sleep. It was difficult for Lu Jinting to be calm when lying on the same bed with Suan. He didn't fall asleep, but after a while he heard the even breathing coming from Suan. Lu Jinting couldn't help thinking in his heart that Suan slept really well. She really didn't worry about him doing something to her, and she could sleep so soundly. After Suan fell asleep, her hands and feet became restless, and one leg was directly placed on Lu Jinting's waist. Lu Jinting. When Suan touched his body, Lu Jinting's body couldn't help but tense up. He tried to move Suan's legs away, but just as he moved Suan's legs away, he saw Suan's arms coming towards him again, just around his neck. Suan's breath also sprayed over and sprayed directly on Lu Jinting's ears. Lu Jinting's face became even hotter after being treated by Suan. At this moment, Lu Jinting felt very uncomfortable all over, but Suan was sleeping soundly. In this way, Lu Jinting slept with Suan all night in agony. When he woke up the next day, Suan was full of energy and slept well last night. But compared to Suan's energetic appearance, Lu Jinting was in a completely different state. When Suan woke up, she saw Lu Jinting's dark circles. Seeing Lu Jinting like this, Suan asked with concern, "Lu Jinting, what's wrong with you? Did you not get enough rest last night? Look at you, the dark circles under your eyes are too serious." At this time, Lu Jinting's dark circles were very obvious. Lu Jinting nodded a little embarrassedly. "Yes, I didn't sleep well last night." Suan guessed that Lu Jinting was not used to sleeping with her for the first time, but he would get used to it after sleeping with her a few times. Suan told Lu Jinting to get up and wash up quickly. They would have breakfast later, and then go to the train station to buy tickets back to Liao province. They had bought almost all the things they needed yesterday and could go back. Suan was still thinking about Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin. She wondered how the two girls were doing in the Yuto Village production team. Lu Jinting responded and went to the bathroom. After they washed up, they had breakfast first, then packed up and waited for Guamiao to come and go to the Yuto Village production team together. Guamiao followed to the Yuto Village production team purely to get some free food. He missed the food made by Sun Xinxin very much after being away from the Yuto Village production team for so long this time. It just so happened that since Lu Jinting had to accompany Suan back to the Yuto Village production team, he had nothing to do in Beijing City during his vacation, so he might as well go with them. Suan naturally didn't mind Guamiao going with them. It was just a matter of adding an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks. She had money and didn't mind having more people to eat. But even if Guamiao went, he didn't plan to just eat for free, but prepared money and tickets. Like Lu Jinting, he was a member of the special operations team, so he had a lot of salary and benefits every month, so of course he couldn't do things like eating for free. The three of them went to the train station together and bought train tickets back to Liao province. Lu Jinting was worried that the train ride would be too long and it would be tiring to sit for a long time, so he bought a sleeper ticket when he went to Liao province. Taking a train in the 1970s and 1980s was a bit different from later generations. The price of a sleeper ticket at that time was not only high but also, it is not something that ordinary people can buy easily. Lu Jinting also bought the sleeper ticket by relying on the relationship of the Lu family. Compared with the seat ticket, it is much more convenient for the three of them to go back to Liao province with the sleeper tickets. There is a sleeper berth where you can lie down and take a nap to reach your destination. It takes a day and a night to take a train from Beijing to Liao province. If you get on the train now, you will arrive tomorrow morning. Suan is not in a hurry and just waits slowly on the train. Lu Jinting is even less anxious. As long as Suan is there, he thinks they can go anywhere. The only one who is anxious is Guamiao. He can't wait to go back to the Yuto Village production team immediately, and let Sun Xinxin prepare some delicious dishes for him. The three of them got on the train and then the train started with a clang. On the Shun family's side, Shun Xiaochen thought about it and decided that he must let his only sister recognize him. He felt that Suan was not accepting the Shun family was probably because she blamed them for their negligence that caused her to suffer so much. Now that she has endured all the hardships, there is naturally no need to recognize her as a family member. But although this matter was the negligence of the Shun family, it cannot be entirely blamed on the family. None of them thought that someone would be so bold as to swap the children of their Shun family. After knowing that Shen Rui was not the daughter of the Shun family, they were also actively looking for her. Everyone in the Shun family cares about her very much, and it is definitely not what Suan misunderstood. But the damage has been done, and Suan is unwilling to accept the compensation from the Shun family. Shun Xiaochen can only take it step by step, and let people know how much their family cares about her. After thinking about it, Shun Xiaochen directly found his fifth brother, Shun Xiaoqi, the youngest son of Uncle Shun and Aunt Shun. Chapter 230. Chapter 230. Shen Xiaoqi goes to the countryside. Shen Xiaoqi is 19 years old. 1 year older than Suan. This age is just right for going to the countryside. The rest of the family is either too young or married, so Shen Xiaoqi has to go to the countryside. According to Shen Xiaoqian's plan, he intends to let Shen Xiaoqi go to the countryside to the production team where Suan is. After he goes there, he can take care of his sister more in the future. It would be great if Suan could see the Shen family's care for her, and was willing to accept the Shen family. Shen Xiaoqian talked to Shen Xiaoqi about this matter alone, and had no plans to tell other people in the Shen family for the time being. Shen Xiaoqian didn't say it firstly, although it is 90% certain that Suan is the child of the Shen family. It cannot be guaranteed that Suan is definitely the child. At least a paternity test must be done to confirm it. Secondly, Suan does not accept the Shen family for the time being, and it will be useless even if he tells the Shen family. If Xiao Qingyue knew about Suan's existence, but was refused by Suan, it would be even more difficult to bear the blow. Shen Xiaoqi was stunned after listening to Shen Xiaoqian's explanation. Fourth brother, what did you say? Have we found our sister? Shen Xiaoqian nodded, yes, but I'm not sure yet. I can only say that it is very likely that she is a child of our Shen family. Shen Xiaoqian said, and showed Shen Xiaoqi Suan's information. After seeing Suan's information, especially after seeing Suan's photo, Shen Xiaoqi said excitedly, fourth brother, I'm sure this is our sister. She looks like a member of our Shen family. When Shen Xiaoqi saw the photo of the sister he had been looking for, and the whole family cared about, he was very excited. He wanted to see his sister in person right away. Shen Xiaoqian responded, well, I also think she must be our Shen family's child. My intuition should be correct. But she is unwilling to cooperate with paternity testing, and she is unwilling to recognize our Shen family. Shen Xiaoqi was stunned. Ah? Why? Our Shen family is so well off. When she comes back, we will treat her well. Isn't it good for her to recognize the Shen family? Shen Xiaoqian sighed. Maybe she blames us for letting her wander around and suffer a lot. I tried to persuade her twice, but it didn't work. So I hope you can go to the countryside to take care of her, and at the same time show her that our Shen family cares about her and cares about her. After hearing the reason Shen Xiaoqian explained, Shen Xiaoqi agreed to go to the countryside without hesitation. This is their Shen family's girl, and they must strive to get her to recognize her. Thinking of his delicate sister, Shen Xiaoqi couldn't bear to let her suffer in the countryside. His sister is so beautiful, and there is no one to protect her. What if she is remembered or bullied by some wild boy? Okay, fourth brother, then I'll go to the countryside. When I get there, I'll definitely take good care of my younger sister. Seeing that Shen Xiaoqi agreed, Shen Xiaoqian nodded and said, okay. You prepare as soon as possible. Tomorrow, a group of educated youth will go to Qingshui County, Liaoning Province, and I'll arrange for you to go with them. Hearing that they were leaving tomorrow, Shen Xiaoqi felt that although the time was a little too tight, for the sake of their younger sister, they had to go early. Fourth brother, I'll listen to you. I'll go home and get ready now. Shen Xiaoqian saw that Shen Xiaoqi was about to leave, and immediately stopped him. Wait. Shen Xiaoqi looked at Shen Xiaoqian and asked, fourth brother, do you have any other instructions? Don't tell anyone about this. For now, only the two of us know about it. I'm worried that the more people know about it, the easier it will be for us to let it slip. You also know my mother's current situation. She can't stand the slightest blow now. Okay, fourth brother, I know that second aunt's situation is indeed not very good. Then wait until my sister is willing to recognize our Shen family, and tell the family about this after the results of the paternity test come out. Well, the two of them had discussed it, and Shen Xiaoqi went home and used the excuse of responding to the country's call to go to the countryside, without telling anyone in the Shen family the real reason for going to the countryside. Shen Xiaoqian prayed that everything would go well for Shen Xiaoqi. Suan was his sister, a child of their Shen family, and he would never give up on her no matter what. As for Suan, after having a sleeper berth, she felt it was much more comfortable than sitting on a hard seat when she first went to the countryside. She could just lie down when she was tired, so the time on the road passed quickly. A day and a night passed, and the next morning Suan and others arrived in Qingyang City, Liao Province. After arriving in the city, Suan did not return to the production team immediately, but proposed to Guamiao and Lu Zhenting that they should stay in the guest house in the city today, as she had some things to do in the city. Lu Zhenting and Guamiao naturally had no objection, and it would not be too late to return to the production team after Suan had finished her things here. Suan brought Lu Zhenting and Guamiao. The three of them first found a guest house to stay. After finding a place to stay, Suan went to the machinery factory. This business trip is quite long, and Director Peng must have been waiting for her good news. Suan went to the machinery factory now to bring him the good news. Director Peng was at the machinery factory and was really thinking about Suan. However, Director Peng felt that Suan was on a business trip to the United States and would definitely not be able to come back so soon. He prepared that Suan would need a month to prepare for the business trip, but he did not expect Suan to come back earlier than he expected. Director Peng was very excited to see Suan coming back, and then hurriedly asked Suan how this trip to the United States went. Facing Director Peng's expectant eyes, Suan leaned on the sofa, leaned over and said, "Director Peng, if I go out in person, what can't be done?" This time it was very successful. "Don't worry, I not only got the technology from the United States but also improved the machine. This is the design I drew with the parts and materials needed. Please help prepare it first, and I will come to the city to assemble it after it is ready." Director Peng saw the detailed design that Suan handed over, and the parts and materials needed were clearly listed on it. In addition, Suan also gave some finished product technologies of some materials that have not been mastered in the country. With Director Peng's connections, he must be able to find a professional factory to produce the required materials. Director Peng got these, and his hands were almost shaking with excitement. He knew that he had not made a mistake. Comrade Su was really amazing. How much foreign exchange would she help China save on this trip to the United States? And how much expenses would she help their machinery factory save? Thinking that the machinery factory would master the production technology of many machines in the United States in the future operating efficiency would definitely be greatly enhanced. Not to mention other municipal machinery factories, even provincial machinery factories might not be able to compare with them. By then, as the director of the machinery factory, he would definitely receive a lot of rewards and praise from above. Chapter 231. Chapter 231. Eat and drink with Sister N. Director Peng was increasingly excited, feeling that his chance to become rich was right in front of him. "Comrade Su, you've really outdone yourself with this machine. I'll arrange production of these parts later," he said, taking the design drawing Suan handed him. Suan estimated that it would take a while for this batch of parts to be produced, so she informed Director Peng that she would be notified to come to the city once they were ready. Naturally, Director Peng had no objections. He also told Suan to rest well when she returned home, as she had been abroad for a long time and it must have been tiring. Besides urging her to rest, Director Peng also expressed his gratitude profusely. Seeing Director Peng's almost ear-to-ear grin, Suan wasn't shy about making a request. "Director Peng, if you really think I've worked hard, arrange a welcome party for me and ask the canteen chef to cook a few extra dishes at noon." Director Peng readily agreed. "Of course, no problem. It's the least we can do. You've made such a great contribution to our machinery factory. Even if you came to eat every day, it wouldn't be a problem." Suan then added, "Well, Director Peng, I might have to bring 2 friends to eat together, do you mind?" She couldn't eat at the machinery factory and leave Lu Jinting and Guo Miao to fend for themselves. The canteen chef's cooking skills were far superior to those of state-owned restaurants, so she figured they would enjoy it. Without hesitation, Director Peng agreed, "Of course not. I'll ask the chef to add a few more dishes later." "Okay," Suan replied. After speaking with Director Peng, Suan returned to the guest house and called Lu Jinting and Guo Miao to join her at the machinery factory. Following Director Peng's instructions, the canteen chef showcased his skills and prepared several of his specialties. Lu Jinting and Guo Miao had no idea that Suan was so highly regarded. They were surprised to see a large table filled with dishes, like a full banquet. Director Peng personally welcomed them and invited them to join the feast. Guo Miao felt incredibly lucky to be with Suan. The canteen chef's cooking skills were far superior to those of state-owned restaurants. After enjoying their free meal, Director Peng, with a bright smile, asked Suan, "Comrade Su, are you going to come to the canteen for dinner tonight? If you have time, I'll ask the chef to prepare another table for you." Suan wouldn't miss the opportunity to eat another delicious meal. "Since Director Peng said so, I can't refuse your kindness. Let's have another meal in the evening." Lu Jinting was confused. Kindness? He didn't see it. Guo Miao was delighted to hear about another free meal. Sister N was truly amazing. Following her meant delicious food and drinks. Suan had other things to do in the afternoon, so she didn't stay at the machinery factory for long. However, she would return for dinner with Lu Jinting and Guo Miao. As they left the machinery factory, Guo Miao curiously asked, "Sister N, why is the director of this machinery factory so nice to you? He's so enthusiastic, right?" Suan calmly replied, "Why? Because I'm awesome. I can bring benefits to their machinery factory and save them expenses, so he has to praise me a little." She looked a bit shy. If someone else said this, Guo Miao would probably be annoyed. But coming from Suan, it felt different. Sister N was truly amazing and awesome, and he wanted to carry her banner. Lu Jinting asked curiously, "Were you on a business trip for this machinery factory this time?" Suan didn't hide it. "Yes, I went to the United States. Originally, I was helping the machinery factory purchase machines, but the machines in the United States were too expensive, so I disassembled the technology myself and brought it back for our own production." Lu Jinting and Guo Miao were speechless. How could this be? Now they understood why Director Peng treated Suan like his own daughter. This girl was truly invincible. She could easily disassemble machinery technology from the United States, so what else couldn't she do? Seeing their wide-eyed disbelief, Suan didn't say much and let them digest it. They would get used to it with time. You go back to the guest house and rest. I still have some things to do. Lu Zhenting and Guamiao didn't ask what she was going to do and followed her instructions, returning to the guest house to rest. Suan went to see Lu Peng first. She had to give him both the black and white TV and the color TV she had brought back. She also gave him some of the food and meat she had obtained from the United States. It had been a while since they last met, and Lu Peng seemed more high-spirited than before. However, he remained humble in front of Suan. He could be arrogant with others, but he had to lower his attitude in front of her. He couldn't forget that Suan had saved his life and that he had everything he had today because of her. Seeing the goods Suan had brought him this time, Lu Peng gasped. Sister, so many TVs? My goodness, this is too much, right? It would have been fine if Suan had brought him a few televisions, but this time she had brought dozens. The department store could only supply a few of these in-demand products a month, but for Suan they were like cabbages. Previously, Suan had brought him second-hand televisions, but now these were brand new. Brand new televisions were much more expensive. Suan saw Lu Peng's shocked expression and said with a smile, "What's the difference? Among this batch of televisions there are more than 20 color TVs." Lu Peng was even more shocked when he heard this. "What? Sister, there are color TVs?" "Yes, these are all color TVs," Suan pointed out the color TVs. Lu Peng was so shocked he didn't know what to say. After a long time he finally uttered, "Sister, did you rob the TV factory? We are living a good life now, and we can't do such a criminal thing." Suan couldn't help but laugh at his words. "Don't worry, these are all obtained in a legitimate way, not stolen or robbed. You can sell them with confidence." Lu Peng quickly responded, "Okay sister, that's good." Chapter 232. Chapter 232. Sometimes you have to be selfish. Televisions were expensive and in short supply, making them highly profitable. A brand new television yielded even more profit than a second-hand one, easily fetching a few hundred yuan on the black market. Color televisions were especially rare in China, making them even more sought after. Suan had acquired so many televisions for herself, and Lu Peng thought he had struck gold. His surprise didn't stop there. Suan had not only brought him dozens of televisions but also a large amount of food and meat. Food and meat were the easiest goods to sell. While the profit margin wasn't as high as televisions, they had quick turnover. Suan had brought Lu Peng a substantial amount of goods, ensuring he would make a lot of money. "I'll give you these for now, and I'll send you more next time I'm in the city." "Okay, I'll leave now if there's nothing else." Lu Peng urged Suan to stay for a meal before leaving, but she declined. After leaving Lu Peng, Suan went to see the children at Su Wei's place. It had been a while and she wanted to check on them. The children who were already in school had gone to school, leaving only the younger ones at home. Su Wei had chosen not to go to school to take care of them. Suan asked him, "Su Wei, why didn't you go to school? The children all went to school, why didn't you go with them?" Su Wei explained that although Suan had hired someone to take care of them, the children would inevitably face various situations. As the oldest, if he also went to school, some things would be left unattended. Knowing Suan was worried about him, Su Wei assured her that he hadn't given up learning. The children who went to school came back every day and told him what they had learned. Suan felt distressed seeing Su Wei's maturity. He reminded her of her own childhood, burdened with too much responsibility, keeping himself tense. She patted his shoulder and said, "Su Wei, you have to remember that you're also a child. Sometimes you don't need to shoulder so much responsibility and pressure. Put yourself first, then others. It's okay to be a little selfish sometimes. If there's anything here that you can't let go of, you can talk to me, and I'll help you solve it." Su Wei was silent for a while before nodding. "Okay sister, I know." Suan took out the gifts she had brought for the children from the United States. She had bought a lot of colorful fruit candies, chocolates, and biscuits, asking Su Wei to share them with the children when they returned. Food and meat were also essential. They were all growing up and needed more meat and nutrition for healthy growth. Suan also brought out several cans of milk powder. Milk powder was expensive and rare in China, but it was readily available and affordable in the United States. Thinking of the situation in China, Suan had bought extra milk powder. Su Wei was speechless seeing all the wonderful things Suan had brought. Even their biological parents couldn't do as much for them. Some of these children had been abandoned by their parents, so their parents couldn't compare to Suan's efforts. Suan delivered the gifts, expressed her concern, and returned to the guest house. In the evening, she went to the machinery factory for dinner with Lu Zhenting and Guamiao, and they all returned to the guest house early to rest. Suan had a room to herself, while Guamiao and Lu Zhenting shared a room. Lu Zhenting didn't want to share a room with Suan at night. The last time they slept together, he had been too tired to hold back. If they slept together again, he was worried he might have some problems. The three of them stayed at the guest house for one night. The next morning, they went to the state-owned restaurant for breakfast and planned to take a bus to the city. If they were quick, they could get home and have lunch by noon. But if they were delayed, it would be afternoon. The bus from the city to the county didn't take long, and they arrived quickly. Unexpectedly, they ran into an old acquaintance in the county town. Wang Weihua, the team leader. Wang Weihua wasn't alone this time, but with the old man who drove the ox cart. Seeing the ox cart, Suan and the others felt lucky. They could ride the ox cart back to the production team, saving them from walking. If it weren't for Guamiao and Lu Jinting, Suan could have taken her bicycle out of her space, but their presence made it difficult. Wang Weihua was also happy to see them. "Hey little Su educated youth, you're back?" Suan had been gone for a long time, and Wang Weihua had missed her. He treated her like his own child. Although he didn't know why she had left, he had been looking forward to her return. Suan nodded, "Yes, Captain. I'll come back to the production team after I finish my work." Wang Weihua then noticed Guamiao and Lu Jinting. He also had a good impression of these two capable young men. Lu Jiqing. "Oh no, Comrade Lu and Comrade Guo are here too?" He greeted them. He wasn't surprised by their presence, as Lu Jinting was Suan's boyfriend, and Guamiao was a friend. Lu Jinting and Guamiao also liked Wang Weihua, so they smiled and responded. They had prepared gifts for him but couldn't give them now, so they would send them when they returned to the production team. It was a thank you for his care while they were in the production team. Lu Jinting also had another reason for the gift. Suan might be living in the production team most of the time, and he couldn't be with her all the time. He wanted Wang Weihua to take care of her. The whole production team knew about their relationship. Seeing the gift, Wang Weihua would definitely pay more attention to Suan's affairs. Chapter 233. Chapter 233. I finally met my sister. "Captain, can we follow the ox cart back to the production team?" Suan asked, mainly concerned that there might be too many people coming to the county town and they wouldn't all fit. "Yes, you can, but you might have to wait a while," Wang Weihua replied. "Hey, I'm here to pick up the educated youth today, and the higher-ups have arranged for another batch to go to the countryside." Wang Weihua frowned as he spoke. He didn't dislike the educated youth, but life in the countryside was tough. They didn't have enough food to eat, and with each new educated youth they had to provide more. These city-bred individuals had never done farm work or suffered, and they were completely unfamiliar with the countryside. It was a struggle getting them to help with farm work, and it was a blessing if they didn't cause trouble. Most of the educated youth were difficult to deal with, causing problems all day long. Very few were as capable as Suan and could contribute to the production team. Suan frowned upon hearing about the new batch of educated youth. She understood Wang Weihua's annoyance. Too many educated youth wasn't a good thing. For example, Shen Rui had caused a lot of trouble in the production team last time. If another person like her arrived, they wouldn't have a peaceful life again. However, Wang Weihua couldn't do anything about it, and it wasn't something a young educated youth like her could decide. Suan and the others waited with Wang Weihua for the new batch of educated youth. While waiting, Suan learned about the current situation in the production team. Spring had begun, and spring plowing was on the agenda. During Suan's absence, the Yuto village production team had completed the farming tasks, and were now cultivating seedlings, preparing for rice transplanting. With the start of farm work, everyone had to work harder. Now, a new batch of educated youth had arrived just in time for spring planting, and it was likely their bodies wouldn't be able to handle it. They waited on the ox cart for about half an hour before the new batch of educated youth arrived. Wang Weihua got off the ox cart first and went to the youth educated office. The county office arranged for the new batch of educated youth to be assigned to villages. This time, only 3 people were assigned to the Yuto village production team. 2 male comrades and 1 female comrade. Seeing that there were only 3, and only 1 female, Wang Weihua felt relieved. If there had been more, he wouldn't have been happy. After looking at the male educated youth, he was even more satisfied. One of them, named Shen Xiaoqi, was tall and strong, and it was clear he was physically capable. You couldn't expect much work from such an educated youth, but he wouldn't be a burden. After receiving the new educated youth, Wang Weihua said, "Shen Xiaoqi, Huang Lekong, Shi Xiangqin, the 3 of you follow me." The 3 new educated youth walked towards him. Shen Xiaoqi nodded to Wang Weihua and said, "Uncle, hello." Wang Weihua, already impressed by Shen Xiaoqi's physique, was further pleased by his polite greeting. He nodded back and introduced himself. "My name is Wang Weihua, and I am the team leader of the Yuto village production team. You just follow me. By the way, this is your subsidy for going to the countryside. Take it." He gave each of them 50 yuan. The 3 of them put the money away. Shen Xiaoqi, from a well-off family, didn't react much to the 50 yuan. Huang Lekong, however, was from a less fortunate background and was happy to receive it. Wang Weihua led the way and soon brought Suan and the others to the ox cart. As they approached, Shen Xiaoqi saw Suan sitting on the ox cart. The moment he saw her, he was excited. He hadn't expected to see his sister so soon. He had seen photos of her, but there was a difference between photos and real people. The Suan in the photo was already pretty, but she seemed even prettier in person. Her fair and tender face made him want to pinch it. He couldn't wait to openly rub his sister's face once she recognized him back in the Shen family. Seeing Shen Xiaoqi staring at Suan, Shi Xiangqin felt jealous. She thought Shen Xiaoqi, being from Beijing and good-looking, was from a wealthy family, and she had been hoping to be with him. Now, seeing him staring at Suan, she wondered if he was fascinated by her. Shi Xiangqin glared at Suan and said, "Hey, where did this capitalist daughter come from? She's dressed so ostentatiously. I thought she was out to seduce men." Suan had bought some new clothes in Beijing, which were more fashionable and beautiful than those in other places. She was good-looking, and the clothes made her stand out from the girls in smaller towns. Shi Xiangqin's words drew stares from everyone on the ox cart, including Wang Weihua and Shen Xiaoqi. They thought she was crazy. What was she talking about? Shen Xiaoqi, thinking of Suan being a child of their Shen family, was so angry that he yelled at Shi Xiangqin, "Shi Jiqing, are you mentally ill? If you are, go get treatment immediately and stop talking nonsense." Hearing Shi Xiangqin's rumors and slander, Suan got off the ox cart without any courtesy, walked directly to her, and slapped her across the face. Shi Xiangqin screamed in pain, feeling numbness and pain on half of her face. She glared at Suan angrily. "You dare to hit me?" Suan sneered and looked at her with an arrogant expression. "What's wrong with hitting you? Do I need to choose a day to hit you? I let you talk nonsense, and since you can't control your mouth, don't blame me for hitting you. I'm not only hitting you this time, I'll hit you again next time I see you making up stories about me. You're ugly and you're unhappy seeing me beautiful, right? But it's useless to be unhappy. With your face there's no hope. You should be glad there's an old bachelor who wants you. Who would dare to marry you normally? I'd be scared to death if I saw your face at night." Chapter 234. Chapter 234. I am your fifth brother. While Shi Xiangqin wasn't exactly beautiful, Suan's description of her as ugly was an exaggeration. She wasn't that hideous. Suan was simply deliberately trying to provoke her. Of course, compared to Suan's beauty, Shi Xiangqin did pale in comparison. So, in that sense, Suan wasn't wrong to call her ugly. Shi Xiangqin had never been verbally abused like this, especially regarding her appearance. As a girl, she was very conscious of her looks. Suan's insults were unbearable, and she glared at Suan with murderous intent. Those around them, except for the new educated youth, reacted calmly. Suan had lived in the production team for a while, and everyone knew her character. She was usually easygoing, but if anyone crossed her, she wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. Those who provoked her in the production team never had a good ending. No one thought Suan had gone too far in slapping Shi Xiangqin, and no one sympathized with her. After all, Shi Xiangqin had started the whole thing. If she hadn't spoken so rudely, Suan wouldn't have hit her. It was entirely her fault for not controlling her mouth. Shen Xiaoqi looked at Suan with newfound admiration. He had thought she was just a delicate girl, but he was surprised by her toughness. He found her handling of Shi Xiangqin refreshing. He had disliked Shi Xiangqin for a long time. She was ugly, but she had no self-awareness and constantly clung to him. On the train, she had bumped into him several times, making him disgusted. Although he was a boy, he didn't want to be touched by a girl. Seeing no one helping her, and feeling humiliated by Suan's insults, Shi Xiangqin decided to fight back. If she was bullied now, others would walk all over her in the future. "It's fine if you hit me, but you called me ugly. I'll fight you," she said, charging towards Suan, her fingernails aimed at Suan's face. This bitch was only arrogant because of her good looks. If Suan's face was scratched, she would see how arrogant she could be. Once Suan was disfigured, Shen Xiaoqi would definitely look down on her. Unfortunately, Shi Xiangqin was kicked by Suan before she could reach her. Shi Xiangqin fell to the ground, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. She glared fiercely at Suan, but she didn't dare to act anymore. She realized the gap between them. She couldn't beat this woman. If she fought back, she would only suffer. She was unwilling to be beaten for nothing. After the pain subsided, she looked at Wang Weihua with a grievance. "Captain, you saw it with your own eyes. This comrade actually hurt me. I'm an educated youth who came to build and support the countryside. You can't let people bully us." Wang Weihua looked at her as if she were a fool. He had already had a bad impression of her because of her lack of manners. Now, hearing that she was not honest and wanted to cause trouble, his impression of her worsened. This whole thing was her fault. Now she was complaining after suffering a loss, wanting him to help her. What a waste. Not to mention Suan and Wang Weihua's good relationship. Wang Weihua valued talented individuals like Suan. Even if they had a normal relationship, he wouldn't help Shi Xiangqin today. This kind of person couldn't be spoiled. If he helped her now, she would continue to cause trouble in the future. If the Yuto Village production team allowed such behavior, it would be chaotic. So from any angle, Wang Weihua wouldn't help her. Instead, he scolded her. Shi Jiqing, since you're here to build the countryside, be honest and do your job. Don't cause trouble and disrupt the unity of our countryside. This is your fault. If you hadn't started trouble, would anyone have attacked you? You still have the nerve to complain to me. I'm lucky I didn't make you reflect on yourself. Don't be fooled by Wang Weihua's usual friendly demeanor with Suan. He was a stern leader when needed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control the production team for so many years. Shi Xiangqin was shocked that Wang Weihua scolded her instead of helping her. Her face turned even uglier. Suan sneered and sat back on the ox cart. Seeing that his sister was innocent, Shen Xiaoqi was happy. He looked at Suan with even more admiration. As expected of a child of their Shen family, she was so cool and awesome. Her temperament made him feel that his fourth brother's worries were unnecessary. Ordinary people couldn't bully his sister. Seeing Shen Xiaoqi staring at Suan, Lu Zhenting and Guimiao were unhappy. Where did this young man come from, staring at Suan so directly? Didn't he know it was rude for a man to stare at a woman like that? Before Lu Zhenting could speak, Guimiao warned Shen Xiaoqi, "Why are you looking at my sister and haven't you seen a beautiful woman?" Shen Xiaoqi came back to his senses and ignored Guimiao. He smiled at Suan and said, "This comrade is Suan, right?" Suan frowned, "Do you know me?" Lu Zhenting and Guimiao also frowned. Who was this guy? How did he know Suan? Shen Xiaoqi didn't hide his identity and introduced himself directly. "Sister, I am your fifth brother, Shen Xiaoqi." Hearing this, Suan's brows furrowed into a frown. The Shen family was like a dogskin plaster that wouldn't come off. She had finally gotten rid of Shen Xiaoqin, but now another one had appeared. After Lu Zhenting heard that Shen Xiaoqi was a member of the Shen family, he no longer considered him a rival. But knowing that Suan was unwilling to acknowledge her relationship with the Shen family, he had to be more cautious around him, so as not to affect his partner's mood. Chapter 235. Chapter 235. Don't make random connections. Guimiao didn't know that Suan was the real daughter of the Shen family, so he was confused when he heard Shen Xiaoqi's claim. What the hell? When did sister and have a biological brother? Is this kid trying to make connections? He thought. Suan looked at Shen Xiaoqi coldly. Don't talk nonsense. Your last name is Shen and mine is Su. I'm not your sister. If you're trying to make connections and talk nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Shen Xiaoqi was a little disappointed by her cold attitude. Fortunately, Shen Xiaoqin had warned him that Suan was unwilling to acknowledge the Shen family, so he was somewhat prepared for her reaction. He knew it would be a long road to get her to accept the Shen family, but he could take it slow while in the countryside and slowly build a relationship with his sister. He believed that one day she would accept them. So he wasn't angry at her warning. He grinned and said, "Okay, I won't make random connections, and I definitely won't say anything nonsense in the future." Seeing that he was tactful, Suan just snorted and ignored him. Wang Weihua, relieved that the farce was over, urged the new educated youth, "Okay, put your things in the car. Let's go back to the production team early." It was getting late, and he hadn't eaten lunch yet. Even if he rushed back now, it would be past lunchtime, and his stomach was rumbling with hunger. After Wang Weihua's urging, Shen Xiaoqi and Huang Lekang put their luggage on the ox cart, ready to follow him back. But when Shi Xiangqin saw the ox cart, she frowned in disgust. "How can I ride in such a broken and dirty car? What if my clothes get dirty?" she complained. Although she knew conditions in the countryside were tough, she didn't expect them to be this bad. If she had known, she would have asked her family to prevent her from going to the countryside. After all, her parents favored boys over girls. They wouldn't let her brothers suffer, but they were willing to let her. She would remember everything they did to her and retaliate. Once she found a man with good conditions to marry, she would live a good life. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Shen Xiaoqi more. She would find an opportunity to take him down once they arrived at the production team. Hearing her disgust, Wang Weihua wasn't surprised. Many female educated youth had reacted the same way when they first arrived. Didn't Shen Rui, the previous educated youth, also dislike the ox cart? The old ladies on the ox cart were immediately unhappy. This girl not only disliked the dirty and broken ox cart, but also them, the country people. What's so great about city people? Are they qualified to look down on us? If it weren't for us country people working hard to grow crops, what would city people eat and drink? They eat the crops and vegetables we grow, but they end up looking down on us, one of the old ladies said sarcastically to Shi Xiangqin. What's the connection? When you go to the countryside, you'll have to go to the fields with me to plant rice. There's so much mud in the fields. If you look down on it like this, you won't get any work done. If you can't adapt, then go back to where you came from. Team leader, please send her back to the youth league office. Our production team can't afford such a delicate youth. Wang Weihua looked at Shi Xiangqin unhappily. He didn't say anything about returning her to the youth office, mainly because he couldn't even if he wanted to. The office wouldn't want her back. If he could, he would be the one wanting to return these educated youth the most. After all, they were a lot of work and only a few like Suan contributed to the production team. Shi Jiqing, if you dislike the dirty and broken ox cart, you can choose not to sit. No one is forcing you. You can just walk back from the county town. He then ignored her. She was spoiled. Uncle Wang, let's go, the old man driving the ox cart said, raising his whip and driving towards the Yuto village production team. Shi Xiangqin was dumbfounded. She never thought that these country people would treat her like this. Thinking about her experience today, she almost cried. Life in the countryside was already hard, and everyone she met bullied her. She might have to stay in the countryside for a long time, and the thought made her despair. After the ox cart set off, Shi Xiangqin could only follow behind. She had disliked the ox cart because it was dirty and broken, but after walking for a while she couldn't take it anymore. Her feet hurt. Seeing that the journey was endless, she didn't know how many miles she would have to walk to reach the production team. So she gave up. Captain, my legs and feet can't take it anymore. I'd better take a car, she said, not mentioning her dirty clothes. Seeing that she wanted to take a car, Wang Weihua stopped the cart and let her get in. But what he did was to teach her a lesson. He wouldn't spoil her. If she caused any trouble in the future, he wouldn't fall for it. After learning her lesson, Shi Xiangqin was much more obedient when riding in the car. The ox cart started to shake. Riding in it wasn't very comfortable. The bumpy road made her but sore. Suan sighed that bicycles were better. Of course, bicycles were not as good as motorcycles. Motorcycles were more comfortable and faster. The distance between the Yuto village production team and the county town was about 10 or 20 miles. If you rode a motorcycle, you could get there in about 10 minutes. Suan planned to find an opportunity to take a motorcycle out of her space in the future. She had collected several cars and even more motorcycles during her trip to the United States. It would be a waste to leave them in her space. After bumping along for over an hour, the ox cart finally arrived at the Yuto village production team. The few people who were used to riding ox carts felt it was okay, but the 3 new educated youth were all a little dizzy. Life in the countryside was really too hard, and they had never suffered such hardship before. The ox cart stopped at the production team, and Suan and the others got off, preparing to go home. Wang Weihua couldn't go home for dinner right away because he had to settle these new educated youth first. Chapter 236. Chapter 236. A rich man came to the production team. Just as he did with other educated youth, Wang Weihua first took the new arrivals to the brigade headquarters and provided them with advance food rations. The brigade's economic conditions weren't good, so he gave them coarse grains. It was good to have enough food. In those days, it was difficult for rural people to eat fine grains. Even in the city, most families couldn't afford fine grains for every meal, and mostly ate coarse grains. Seeing the food provided, Shen Xiaoqi, uncomfortable with coarse grains, asked the brigade leader, Captain, can I buy some food with my own money? I want to buy some fine grains. Wang Weihua had no objections as long as it wasn't on credit or for free. Sure, how much fine grain do you want? Shen Xiaoqi, without even asking the price, said directly, Captain, please give me 30 kilograms of rice and 20 kilograms of white flour first. Wang Weihua nodded, packed the fine grains Shen Xiaoqi needed, and quoted the price. Shen Xiaoqi then took out a wad of money directly from his pocket. Everyone present was stunned. The money in his hand was estimated to be 1,000 yuan, each bill bearing the words unity. Who would carry that much money around in those days? Seeing the money, Wang Weihua sighed silently, thinking that a rich man had come to the production team. Rich educated youth were definitely better than poor ones. Even if rich educated youth didn't do much work and didn't earn enough work points, it wouldn't affect the production team. They had money to buy food and didn't need the team to help them. But poor educated youth were different. They might not earn enough work points and might not have money to buy food. In that case, they could only buy on credit from the production team. Since these educated youth had come to the countryside, even if the team itself was struggling, they couldn't let them starve. Otherwise, the team's reputation would be tarnished, and people would say they weren't united. But if the educated youth had too much credit, the team members would complain. Knowing that Shen Xiaoqi was rich, Wang Weihua's impression of him continued to improve. The other 2 educated youth were wide-eyed when they saw the money. They were all educated youth who went to the countryside, so why was Shen Xiaoqi so rich? He could have taken out that much money and not gone to the countryside. He could have bought a job in the city. But considering the tight job quotas in the city, even with money, you might not have the opportunity to buy one. Shen Xiaoqi must be the kind of person who had a rich family but no chance to buy a job quota. After learning that Shen Xiaoqi was rich, Shi Xiangqin looked at him with a more determined look. If she could hook up with him, she wouldn't have to worry about having a good life in the countryside. She had to seize this opportunity. After taking out the money, Shen Xiaoqi said awkwardly to Wang Weihua, Captain, I'm sorry, I don't seem to have change. How about I give you 10 yuan and you give me the change? He took out a 10 yuan bill and gave it to Wang Weihua. Wang Weihua was speechless. The big boss didn't even have change. The smallest bill he had was 10 yuan. He didn't say anything. No, you give me 10 yuan. I don't have money to give you change. You owe me this money first, and when you have change you can give it to me. Shen Xiaoqi nodded. Okay, Captain, then I'll do as you said and I'll give it to you when I have money. After the 3 new educated youth received their food, Wang Weihua took them to the educated youth point. They were once again shocked by the environment of the production team. Although they knew the countryside was poor, they didn't expect it to be this bad. So many educated youth lived in such a broken house? Shi Xiangqin felt even more cheated. The city had advertised that life in the countryside was good, and many production teams built small Western-style buildings for the educated youth. But what was this? The place they were living in was so broken and small. It was probably better than the pig pens in the city. She complained directly, Captain, are you going to let us live in such a house? Can such a house even be lived in? Wang Weihua was fed up with her. After hearing her complaints, he said in a bad temper, if you want to live here, live here. If you don't want to live here, get out. Our countryside has such conditions. We asked you to come to build the countryside, not to enjoy it. It's good enough to have a place for you to live, but you still complain about this and that. With your mindset, how can you help the countryside progress? After being scolded by Wang Weihua, Shi Xiangqin's face turned red. She was angry. Why did Wang Weihua, a country person, treat her like this? Was it because he was the captain? After she was scolded, Huang Lekong didn't dare to speak anymore, fearing he would be scolded too. Shen Xiaoqi was much calmer. He knew that life in the countryside was hard, so he was mentally prepared. Besides, he came here to help take care of his sister, not to enjoy himself. Seeing the environment of the educated youth camp, and thinking of Suan being an educated youth and living here, he couldn't help but feel distressed for his sister. He couldn't let her suffer here. Only by getting her back to the Shen family could she live a good life. After sending the 3 educated youth to the educated youth camp, Wang Weihua called Chen Ping and asked him to settle them. Chen Ping was now the captain of the educated youth camp. Seeing that there were new educated youth, he naturally had to take charge. Okay, Captain, I got it. It was already time for dinner, and Wang Weihua's stomach was rumbling with hunger, so he didn't worry about the situation anymore. After handing the 3 new educated youth to Chen Ping, he left. As soon as Wang Weihua left, Shi Xiangqin started to complain. We, the educated youth who went to the countryside, came to support rural construction. Why does he treat us like this? After she finished complaining, Chen Ping didn't agree with her, but reminded her, you, the educated youth, should be careful with your words. Since we've gone to the countryside, we'll listen to the team leader in the future. It'll be bad for us to offend him. Shi Xiangqin's face changed. She didn't expect that Chen Ping, also an educated youth, wouldn't help her. It was clear how difficult life in the countryside would be. Chen Ping didn't pay any more attention to her, but introduced the situation of the educated youth point. Chapter 237. Chapter 237. He also built a house himself. Hearing about the crowded youth camp, the faces of the new educated youth fell. Shen Xiaoqi felt sorry for Suan. How much suffering would his younger sister have to endure in such an environment? The new educated youth disliked the cramped youth camp, but the old ones also disliked it seeing the new arrivals. It was already crowded, and now more people were coming. If Lu Zhenting and Guomiao hadn't left and given the house they built to the production team, and if a few of the other educated youth hadn't moved into that house, the youth camp definitely wouldn't have enough space for everyone with the new arrivals. As Chen Ping continued to introduce the situation, Shen Xiaoqi learned that his sister didn't live in the youth camp. She had built her own house and moved out. He was happy and disappointed at the same time. He was happy that she had built her own house and moved out, so she didn't have to suffer in the crowded camp. It was good to live by herself, instead of being squeezed into a house with so many people. But he was disappointed that she had moved out, reducing his chances of interacting with her. According to his and his 4th brother's plan, Shen Xiaoqi had gone to the countryside to have more contact with Suan and slowly develop feelings for her. Once she knew how much the Shen family cared about her, she would naturally be willing to recognize them. Now that she didn't live with them, and they had fewer opportunities for contact, wouldn't it be harder for them to be together? Shen Xiaoqi thought about going back to ask the team leader if he could apply for a piece of land next to Suen's house, and he would also build a house himself. Living closer to her, he would naturally have more opportunities to develop feelings for his sister. With this plan in mind, his disappointment somewhat subsided. Suen, Lu Zhenting, and the other two returned to their residence. Seeing Suen coming back, Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin both screamed with excitement. Suen hadn't said hello in advance, intending to surprise them. They were also happy to see Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao behind her. But what made them happiest was seeing Suen, not the two men. Suen looked at the two girls and saw that they had gained some weight recently, indicating they were living well in the production team. She was relieved to know they were doing well. Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting also looked at Suen. She didn't look thin, but she was a little darker. She must have been working hard on her trip. Fortunately, she had a good foundation. Her skin was only a little darker but still very white, especially compared to the country people. It was so white that it glowed. And have you eaten? Are you hungry? Sun Xinxin asked. Suen and the others suddenly felt their stomachs growling with hunger. We're hungry. We haven't eaten yet, they replied. Without Suen's special instructions, Sun Xinxin excitedly said, "And I'll go cook for you." Okay, Suen replied. Cooking noodles was quicker, so Sun Xinxin planned to make some for them. At noon, Sun Xinxin stewed a pot of fish soup. She and Lu Wanting hadn't finished it at noon and had planned to drink it in the evening, but now that Suen and the others had returned, Sun Xinxin used the fish soup to make noodles for them. The noodles were fried with 2 golden eggs on both sides, then added with a handful of green vegetables and chopped green onions. They were very fragrant when they came out of the pot. Compared to noodles cooked in clear water, noodles cooked in fish soup tasted much better. Suen and the others were already hungry, and Sun Xinxin's cooking skills were good, so they ate the noodles with gusto. Suen drank 3 bowls directly, but still wasn't completely full. Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao also ate a lot. After eating, Guo Miao touched his stomach with satisfaction, a happy expression on his face. He had been craving Sun Xinxin's cooking for so long. It was a pity he couldn't live in the Yuto village production team, otherwise he would be happy to eat her cooking all the time. The 3 full and satisfied people leaned back on their chairs and chatted with Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting. During the time Suen had been away, there had been a lot of gossip, but it was all about family matters. Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting's life here was good. They lived comfortably. With the captain's care, ordinary people didn't dare to mess with them. It was just that spring planting had started recently, and life had become busy. After chatting for a while, Suen took out the gift she had brought back, mentioning that she had also sent a package from Beijing City, which was expected to arrive in 2 days. Then the 2 girls would have gifts too. Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting were touched that Suen hadn't forgotten to bring them gifts after going out. She was so good to them. After distributing the gifts, Suen yawned and hurried back to her room to take a nap. Although she had been away for a while, Sun Xinxin had helped to tidy up her room every day, often taking out the quilt to dry. So her bedding was clean and warm. Perhaps because her heart was calmer after returning home, Suen felt her nap was sweeter. She stretched lazily when she woke up. When it was time to get off work, Sun Xinxin cooked at home while Suen went to the captain's house. She had to bring gifts to manhwasummary for approving her long leave. When she arrived, she brought a bottle of wine, a box of chocolate candies, and a pound of peach cakes. The things weren't many, but they weren't shabby either. For country people, these were rare treats. Suen explained her purpose directly. Seeing the gifts, Wang Weihua and Tao Danny felt a little embarrassed. The young educated youth Su was too thoughtful. It was really unnecessary. They hadn't done anything, so how could they accept it? Both sides declined back and forth. Seeing that they didn't want them, Suen just dropped the things and ran away. Captain Aunt Danny, if you don't want to accept them, just throw them into the river. I won't take back the things I give away. Seeing her running away, Tao Danny muttered to Wang Weihua, Hey Weihua, look. This young educated youth Su is so polite. We accepted these things, and we won't have anything good to return to him in the future. Wang Weihua smiled and said, just accept them. You can help that girl more when you have the chance in the future. Tao Danny nodded. This was the only way. Chapter 238. Chapter 238. He wants to build a house together with Suen. Suen had just left when Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao arrived, also carrying gifts. Seeing them come to give gifts, Wang Weihua and Tao Danny were even more confused. It was fine if Suen had come, as she lived in the Yuto village production team and might need their help. But Guo Miao and Lu Zhenting had already returned to the city and wouldn't be of any use in the future, so why were they giving gifts? Lu Zhenting explained that they were thanking the team leader for taking care of them, and asked Wang Weihua to accept their small kindness. This made Wang Weihua even more embarrassed, but he was happy in his heart. These 2 comrades were good people. No wonder Suen liked Lu Zhenting. After giving the gifts, Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao went back. Just as they left, There was another knock on Wang Weihua's door. Tao Danny muttered, "Oh my god, what a ghost. Why is it so endless today? Someone is coming again. Could it be another person coming to give gifts?" If that was the case, they really received a lot of benefits today. The things Suen and the others brought were all good things, precious goods that they, the country people, couldn't afford. Although she was muttering this, Tao Danny still went to open the door. After opening the door, she saw a strange face. Thinking of the 3 new educated youth who had arrived today, she guessed that the young man standing in front of her must be one of them. Tao Danny couldn't help but look at him a few more times. He was really tall. She estimated he was 1.9 meters tall. Even Lu Jinting wasn't that tall. As for the men in their village, their height was generally not tall. Most men were about 1.7 meters tall. Those who were 1.7 meters tall or above were considered relatively tall, and those who were less than 1.7 meters tall were the most. The living conditions in the countryside were poor. Many families didn't have enough to eat and their nutrition was insufficient, so it was difficult for people to grow tall. Anyone who was 1.8 meters tall was definitely considered tall in the countryside. And a guy who was 1.9 meters tall was definitely the tallest in their Yuto village production team, whether now or in the future. Seeing that the young man was tall and strong, Tao Danny was naturally pleased. It was good to be taller because taller people could be more capable. "Are you the new educated youth, Shen?" she asked. Shen Xiaoqi smiled and replied, "Yes, auntie, do you know me?" Tao Danny saw him smiling at her, thinking that he looked very polite, a good young man. No wonder her husband praised him as soon as he came back. "I don't know you, but my husband said that among the new educated youth in our production team, there is a good young man, and it should be you. Now I see it. Oh, my husband is right." When Tao Danny said this, she looked at Shen Xiaoqi with admiration. The last person she admired so much was Suen. Shen Xiaoqi never thought that the team leader would praise him. After knowing Tao Danny's identity, he said, "Aunt, I came to see the team leader." Tao Danny immediately welcomed him into the house. "Well, then you come in quickly." Shen Xiaoqi followed her into the house, saw Wang Weihua, and gave him the gift he had prepared. Wang Weihua was impressed. This guy was really rich. Among the gifts Shen Xiaoqi sent, there was a big front door, a bottle of white wine, 2 bottles of canned pork belly, a bag of brown sugar, and a can of malted milk. Shen Xiaoqi took the things and went straight to the point, saying to Wang Weihua, "Captain, I'm new here and don't know the situation. I'm sure I'll need your help in many places in the future. These things are my small gifts. I hope you can accept them and take care of me in the future." Wang Weihua knew the purpose of his visit and accepted the gifts. "Okay, then I'll accept these. As long as you work hard in the countryside, I will definitely take care of you in any way I can. But let me be frank in advance. I can't take care of things that are not in accordance with the rules. After all, our production team has its own rules." "Okay, thank you, Captain. And Captain, I have something I want to trouble you with. I wonder if I can," Shen Xiaoqi said, rubbing his hands. Wang Weihua didn't agree immediately but asked first, "Tell me first, what do you need my help with? I can only help if I can. If it is beyond my scope, I can't do anything." Wang Weihua had principles. Although he accepted Shen Xiaoqi's gifts, it didn't mean he was willing to help with everything. He could help with things within his ability, and without affecting the interests of the production team. Shen Xiaoqi said, "Team leader, I want to build a house in the production team and move out to live alone. I wonder if it is okay?" Hearing his request, Wang Weihua wasn't surprised. This kid had good conditions. He was fully capable of building a house by himself. The conditions at the educated youth site weren't very good. Building a house alone was much more comfortable than squeezing together with many educated youth. This wasn't something that couldn't be agreed upon. After all, Wang Weihua had agreed to Suen and Lu Jinting to build a house alone before, and Shen Xiaoqi wasn't the first one to go out to build a house. In fact, for the team, it was actually eager for these educated youth to build their own houses, so that the housing pressure at the educated youth site could be alleviated. When these educated youth returned to the city, the houses could be left to the production team, increasing their property. "Okay, but there is one thing I must make clear to you. If you want to build a house in the production team, when you return to the city, the house you build must be left to the production team as a public asset." Shen Xiaoqi, not short of money, thought the team leader's request was nothing at all. "Okay, team leader, that's no problem. I wonder if I can choose the land for building the house myself." Wang Weihua nodded, "Sure. Which piece of land do you want to choose?" He held out a map of the production team for Shen Xiaoqi to see, circling out the vacant plots of land that could be used to build a house, letting him choose. Shen Xiaoqi didn't even look at the plots of land, but asked Wang Weihua, "Captain, is there any land next to Suansu's educated youth home?" Wang Weihua nodded. "Also, do you want to build your house next to Su's educated youth home?" Shen Xiaoqi smiled and said, "Yes, Captain, we are all educated youth who went to the countryside, so it's easier for us to communicate. Living together can help us take care of each other." Wang Weihua heard his explanation and felt that it made sense. It was definitely better for educated youth to live with other educated youth, and it wasn't easy to get along with the team members. Chapter 239. Chapter 239. Shun Xiaoqi becomes the object of competition among female educated youth. Okay, then let's take this piece of land, which is closest to Su Jiqing's home, Shun Xiaoqi said. He only wanted to live close to Su En and had no other requirements. After confirming the land, Shun Xiaoqi asked Wang Weihua to help him find workers to build the house. He said he could pay more wages, just asking that the house be built as soon as possible. The house he wanted to build wasn't big, just a 2-bedroom and 1 living room. It was small, and it would only take a week to find a few more workers. But now the production team was in the busy season of spring planting, and they might not be able to spare so many people. Wang Weihua could only promise to build it earlier, but didn't guarantee how much time it would take. After they finished talking, they went back. Thinking that he could see Su En every day in the production team, Shun Xiaoqi was happy. When he returned to the production team, he took out 2 cans of meat and handed them to Chen Ping. Chen Jiqing, you treated us new educated youth to lunch at noon, and I will treat you to dinner in the evening. Take this can of meat and give everyone some meat. Seeing the 2 cans of pork belly, Chen Ping's eyes lit up instantly. It wasn't easy for these educated youth who went to the countryside to eat meat. If Su En hadn't gone hunting and occasionally brought them wild boar meat, they wouldn't have eaten meat for several months. They usually ate bland food, so seeing canned meat, they couldn't help but be greedy. Chen Ping didn't bother to be polite with Shun Xiaoqi, took the can of meat and said, okay, Shun Jiqing, thank you. Thinking of Shun Rui, who also came from Beijing and seemed to have a good family background, but wasn't as generous to them, the old educated youth at the beginning, he was impressed. This newcomer Shun Xiaoqi was really good, treating everyone to meat as soon as he arrived. People couldn't be compared. If the new educated youth could be like Shun Xiaoqi, the old educated youth would definitely welcome them. Chen Ping took the 2 cans of meat and asked the female educated youth who was in charge of cooking today to cook. When the old educated youth heard that Shun Xiaoqi invited them to eat meat, they were all excited. They all wanted to eat meat. The female educated youth happily discussed Shun Xiaoqi together. They felt that his conditions were impeccable. Not only was he rich and generous, but he was also tall and handsome. The female educated youth who hadn't thought about getting married thought that it would be great to marry Shun Xiaoqi. Few of these female educated youth who went to the countryside were willing to marry local team members. They felt that they were city people, so they naturally couldn't marry a country bumpkin. If they married a country bumpkin, they would face a lot of trouble if they could return to the city in the future. It was okay when they were single, but if they had a child, they couldn't leave the child behind and go back to the city alone, right? But they felt unwilling to stay in the countryside for the rest of their lives. So they couldn't marry a country bumpkin from the beginning. Some female educated youth could choose to marry the male educated youth who went to the countryside with them. But there were no cases of male and female educated youth getting married in their Yuto village production team. The female educated youth in the production team felt that few of the male educated youth were suitable. It wasn't easy for them to live in the countryside, so they were definitely looking for a partner who could be relied on. But the conditions of these male educated youth weren't very good. It wasn't easy for them to support themselves. If they got married, how could they afford to raise children? Shun Xiaoqi was different. He seemed to have good conditions. If you really married him, you definitely wouldn't have to worry about not having a good life. Several female educated youth who originally had no intention of getting married began to get close to Shun Xiaoqi. When Shi Xiangqin saw these old educated youth getting close to Shun Xiaoqi, she was immediately unhappy. Shun Xiaoqi was the one she liked first, so how could she let these old educated youth get there first? She directly sarcastically said to these old educated youth, "You are so old, can you be worthy of Shun Xiaoqi? What a beautiful dream. Before showing your courtesy to Shun Xiaoqi, shouldn't you take a look at yourself in the mirror first?" Her words naturally annoyed these female educated youth. Several female educated youth had indeed been in the countryside for several years, and they were a bit older, but they weren't much older, at most a few years older. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than her husband is worth a fortune. What's the big deal about being a few years older? She wasn't 10 or 8 years older. So, these old educated youth had a fight with Shi Xiangqin. Seeing that the fight was getting too fierce, Chen Ping had no choice but to notify Wang Weihua and let the team leader handle the matter. After hearing the news, Wang Weihua hurried to the educated youth point. These new educated youth were causing trouble on their first day in the countryside, which was a headache. After arriving, he saw that it was Shi Xiangqin who had caused the trouble again, and his impression of this new female educated youth worsened. He thought Shenrui was weird enough before, but Shi Xiangqin seemed to be even weirder. When would they arrange a few educated youth with normal brains to come to their Yuto village production team? Wang Weihua naturally criticized the female educated youth severely, and then asked them to write a self-criticism letter. Although several female educated youth were reluctant, they didn't dare to go against his wishes. Although the people who fought were punished and no one dared to fight again, several old educated youth planned to isolate Shi Xiangqin. A newcomer didn't know how to restrain herself and actually provoked them. They had to let Shi Xiangqin know how powerful they were. Shen Xiaoqi saw these fighting female educated youth, and didn't know that it was all because of him, the beauty who brought disaster. Instead, he sighed in his heart that the fight between these female educated youth was too fierce. Sure enough, there couldn't be too many women, and where there were too many women there would be war. His sister was so smart that she built a house and moved out early, avoiding these intrigues. On Suan's side, Sun Xinxin prepared a large table of dishes, and several people sat around the table and started to eat. Because Suan wasn't at home, there wasn't much prey to eat. But she had come back from hunting before, and she had made bacon, sausages, and dried mutton. Sun Xinxin tried to prepare more dishes with the ingredients at home. Now that spring had arrived, there were many bamboo shoots on the mountain. Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin had dug a lot of spring bamboo shoots. The spring bamboo shoots were directly stewed with bacon, which was very tender and delicious. At this time of year, in addition to the Chinese cabbage grown at home, there was also lettuce and mushrooms, and shepherd's purse could be picked in the mountains. Sun Xinxin's cooking skills were good, and even if there were no meat dishes on the table, the few people were very happy to eat. In addition to the food cooked by Sun Xinxin, Suan also took out 2 roast ducks brought back from Beijing. The roast ducks were placed in her space. Otherwise, even if the temperature wasn't high now, if they were left for several days, they might become tasteless. Chapter 240. Chapter 240. I'm afraid he's here to snatch her sister-in-law. Fortunately, the others didn't notice this problem. Otherwise, Suan would have a hard time explaining why the roast duck didn't taste bad. She couldn't say it was because she had a fresh keeping space. After they had eaten and drunk enough, Suan washed up early and went to rest. Since she had returned to the production team, Suan didn't plan to seek privileges. She planned to rest for another day, and go to work the day after tomorrow. The team leader had given her such a long vacation. Now that she was back and didn't go to work, she was afraid that others would gossip. The team leader gave her convenience, and Suan wouldn't make things difficult for him. After a nap, when Suan woke up the next day, she felt full of energy. The cute little Sun Xinxin had thoughtfully prepared breakfast, which was very rich. In this way, Suan lay at home for another day. After breakfast on the third morning, Suan, Sun Xinxin, and Lu Wanting went to work in the fields together. Because Lu Jinting and Guamiao weren't members of the production team, they didn't need to go to work like the team members. Although the two didn't go to work, they didn't plan to be idle. They planned to go hunting in the mountains and bring back some game to add to their meals so that their friends could eat more good food. Lu Jinting and Guamiao were both members of the special forces, so Suan didn't have to worry about their safety. After breakfast, the few of them went their separate ways. When Suan came out, the members of the brigade also came out of their homes to work. So many people saw Suan, who had returned to the production team. Seeing her coming back, many team members greeted her. Hey little Su educated youth, you're back. Little Su educated youth, when did you come back? Great, little Su educated youth is actually back. Suan had won a lot of honors for the Yuto village production team, and took them to eat a lot of hui meat, so most of the members of the brigade really liked her and were very happy to see her back. Suan responded with a smile to these aunts, who greeted her warmly. I came back 2 days ago, but I just haven't come out since then. The children in the production team also liked Suan. When they saw her, the children and adults were almost the same, and they all greeted her. When Suan saw the children in the production team, she directly took out 2 candies from her pocket. She would give 2 or 3 to each child, and the children were even happier when they got the candies from her. Sister Suan is really nice to us. Sister Suan is a very good person. For Suan, such a small amount of candy was really nothing, but after seeing the children's pure smiles, she could be infected by their emotions and her mood became happy. Shen Xiaoqi was working with the educated youths at the educated youth point at this time. He just bumped into Suan. Seeing that the team members' attitude towards her was very kind and enthusiastic, which was completely different from their attitude towards other educated youths, he sighed in his heart that she was worthy of being his sister and was as likable as him. Seeing Shen Xiaoqi's eyes staring at Suan again, these female educated youths wondered if he liked her. They weren't surprised that he might like her. Suan was pretty and capable. Not only Shen Xiaoqi but many young men in the production team liked her. But because she was too strong, the young men who really liked her only dared to think about it in their hearts, knowing that they weren't worthy of her. Shen Xiaoqi's conditions weren't bad, but it was a pity that she was already dating Lu Jinting, so he had no chance. Shi Xiangqin didn't know the specific situation. When she saw Shun Xiaoqi staring at Suan, she frowned unhappily. Shun Xiaoqi was hers, and she couldn't let Suan snatch him away. Suan followed the team members to the rice field. The team leader began to distribute farm work. Wang Weihua was worried that the new educated youth wouldn't be able to endure hardship, so he first distributed some leisurely farm work. Originally, when Suan was away, Sun Xinxin was assigned light farm work such as picking pig grass. But Suan had come back, and she could help with Sun Xinxin's share, so he asked Wang Weihua to distribute the key farm work. The work points for easy farm work would be less, and the work points for key farm work would be more. Although Suan and the others weren't short of money now, they didn't need to rely on earning work points to support themselves. But sometimes if the work points were less, they would be regarded as hedonism by the team members. After the farm work was distributed, Suan and the other two took farm tools to work. They were now assigned to the work of reclaiming the land. Now that spring had arrived, rapeseed had to be planted. They had to loosen the soil in rows to make it easier for rapeseed to be planted. Such work might be a bit hard for ordinary people, but for Suan this kind of work was easy. Shun Xiaoqi was assigned the work of weeding today, which happened to be next to Suan's field. Seeing that she was assigned the work of reclaiming the land, Shun Xiaoqi suddenly became uneasy. Suan is a girl, how hard is it to do such a job? Girls are meant to be pampered, how can she be allowed to suffer like this? He thought. Thinking of this, he walked directly in front of her and said, Su Jiqing, let me help you dig the ground? Such hard work, how can a girl like you do it? As he said that, he stepped forward and prepared to grab the shovel in her hand. He was tall and strong and had great strength. He was the most suitable person to do this kind of work. Seeing him approaching her, Suan hurriedly took a step back. Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting, who were standing by, were puzzled when they saw him offering to help. Although neither of them knew Shun Xiaoqi, they knew that there were several new educated youths in the production team this time, and it was estimated that he was one of these new educated youths. Lu Wanting saw that he was tall and handsome. Seeing this man being attentive to Suan, she was a little worried that he was here to steal her sister-in-law. Who are you? My sister-in-law doesn't need your help, she said. Shun Xiaoqi was stunned when he heard her words, and then asked back, Who are you? How did Su Jiqing become your sister-in-law? His sister was so young. Had the little cabbage been taken away by the pig? This explosive news made him a little unacceptable. Lu Wanting snorted, and is my brother's girlfriend, isn't she my sister-in-law? I tell you, with your conditions, you are far worse than my brother, so don't set your sights on my sister-in-law. Shun Xiaoqi's face turned black. It's over. His sister was taken away by a pig. If he had known about his sister's existence earlier, he might have been able to prevent this. Who is your brother? Can he be worthy of Su Jiqing? She is not someone that any cat or dog can match, he said. He felt that the one who could be worthy of their Shun family's daughter must be a child of destiny. Chapter 241. Shun Xiaoqi was hit. How can you talk like that? My brother is better than you anyway, he's more handsome, and he's more capable than you. Suan saw that Lu Wanting had misunderstood, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Suan said, glancing at Shun Xiaoqi, and said in a cold voice, Shun Jiqing, I don't need your help. Please stay away from me. After Suan finished speaking, Lu Wanting immediately became arrogant, put her hands on her waist and said to Shun Xiaoqi, Do you understand what I'm saying? My sister-in-law told you to get out of here. Don't be so shameless and get close to my sister-in-law. Shun Xiaoqi saw that Suan had a cold face and was unwilling to help him or get close to him, so he didn't insist. He knew that some things should be done in moderation. If you try to get close to others when they dislike you, it will only cause them to dislike you more. Shun Xiaoqi took a few steps back. Suan saw that Shun Xiaoqi was far away, so she started to work with a grunt. But when Shun Xiaoqi saw how Suan worked, he was stunned. Originally, he felt sorry for his sister and wanted to help her with some work, but now it seems that there is no need for this at all. It was obviously heavy work, but Suan did it without any effort at all. She took the shovel and dug a ridge of land quickly. After digging a ridge of land, Suan started to dig the next ridge. Seeing Suan's efficiency at work, Shun Xiaoqi was instantly abused. With his little strength, he was only slightly better than ordinary people, but in front of his sister it was not enough. Think about it, he just offered to help his sister with the work, and if he really did it, he didn't know how his sister would despise and laugh at him. Shun Xiaoqi was a little shocked. Not only Suan is amazing, Shun Xiaoqi also found that Lu Wanting is amazing. Obviously, a little girl can do heavy work with ease, but he, who is 1.9 meters tall, seems to be not as good as the two female comrades. Suan and Lu Wanting cooperated and quickly completed their farm work today. After completing their tasks, they called the scorekeeper over and gave them full work points. As long as Suan is there, the three of them always get full work points. After finishing the work, Suan and the other two went back directly. The members of the production team and the old educated youth have long known that Suan is capable, so they are not surprised now. But the three new educated youth were really shocked. Seeing that Suan was so powerful, Shi Xiangqin wondered if she could not easily provoke her in the future. If she did, would Suan beat her to the ground? But thinking that Shen Xiaoqi was fascinated by Suan, Shi Xiangqin was very unwilling. After Suan and the other two returned home, they just rested for a while at home when they saw Guimiao and Lu Zhenting also coming back. The two people had a good result in going up the mountain this time. When they came back, one of them was holding a wild rabbit in his hand. In addition to the 2 wild rabbits, there was also a pheasant and 2 wild ducks. With so many things, they can have a good meat meal at noon. After the game was brought back, Lu Zhenting and Guimiao were responsible for cleaning it first, and then Sun Xinxin took it to the kitchen to cook. Sun Xinxin planned to roast the rabbit meat of the 2 wild rabbits. As for the pheasants brought back, they can be fried with fresh bamboo shoots. The pheasant meat, fresh bamboo shoots and some dried chili peppers are added, and the taste is excellent. The other 2 wild ducks were directly stewed into soup, and the taste of the fresh duck soup was also good. With several meat dishes, Sun Xinxin fried 2 more vegetables to relieve the greasiness, and the lunch was very sumptuous. Although there were many dishes, Sun Xinxin knew that with Suan, Guimiao, and Lu Zhenting around, they could eat as many dishes as they wanted. Fortunately, they weren't short of money, otherwise they couldn't eat so much. Ordinary families couldn't afford such expenses. Before the meal, Lu Wanting quietly pulled her brother and said, "Brother, I have something to remind you." Seeing Lu Wanting so serious, Lu Zhenting asked, "What is it?" "Brother, someone wants to steal your partner. Don't let them succeed. It's the new educated youth Shen, who deliberately approached my sister-in-law today and wanted to show his courtesy to my sister-in-law." When Lu Zhenting heard the first half of the sentence, his heart tightened. But when he heard the second half, he suddenly felt that it was nothing. "Oh, him? If it's him, then you don't have to worry. He's not here to snatch my girl." Seeing Lu Zhenting's certainty, Lu Wanting was still very confused. "Brother, are you sure you don't want to be careful? I think you'd better not underestimate the enemy. He's taller than you and his face isn't much worse than yours. If your sister-in-law falls in love with him, you'll cry. He might be an aunt's relative. Don't think about these messy things." "What? Sister-in-law's relative?" Lu Zhenting knew that Suan didn't want to recognize the Shen family, so he didn't explain much to Lu Wanting about this matter. "I can't tell you the details. Anyway, you just remember that it might be your sister-in-law's relative. Don't tell anyone about this." Lu Wanting couldn't digest such a heavy news. But Lu Zhenting asked her not to tell anyone, and she would definitely not say anything about this matter. Now that she knew that Shen Xiaoqi wasn't here to snatch her sister-in-law, Lu Wanting was relieved. Sun Xinxin prepared lunch, and the 5 of them ate together at the table. After eating and drinking, Suan decided to go to the mountains again in the afternoon. If she was idle at home, she could get more game. If she could kill more game, she could send some to Aunt Jiang and Wu Mingzhong. Seeing that Suan was going up the mountain, Lu Zhenting, Guimiao, and Lu Wanting all planned to follow her. Lu Wanting hadn't practiced for a long time, and this time she could practice with Suan up the mountain. Otherwise, if it took too long, the skills she learned from Suan would probably become rusty. Lu Wanting didn't go up the mountain during this period, but she still did not interrupt her training at home every day. Now her skills were obviously much more agile and her strength was much greater. If she continues like this, Lu Wanting felt that sooner or later she would be able to join the special forces. The 4 of them walked towards the mountain together. This time up the mountain, the 4 of them killed a few more rabbits and pheasants, but they didn't encounter wild boars. Hunting in the mountains also requires luck. If you can meet them, you can get them. If you can't meet them, there is nothing you can do. But being able to hunt a few pheasants and hares would at least be enough to supplement their meals. After hunting, the 4 of them went down the mountain together. It happened that the 3 of them came back from hunting and ran into Shi Xiangqin and several other old educated youth. Seeing the game in the hands of Suan and others, Shi Xiangqin's eyes lit up immediately. Her family was not well off and she wanted to eat meat. Now that Suan and others were holding pheasants and hares, how could she not be greedy? Shi Xiangqin said directly to Suan, "Su educated youth, is this the game you hunted?" Chapter 242. Chapter 242. She must be full of shit in her head. Suan saw Shi Xiangqin staring at the game in their hands, and immediately understood her thoughts. "If we didn't kill it, how could you have? If you want to eat it, go to the mountain and kill it yourself, don't think about other people's." Shi Xiangqin's thoughts were exposed and her face flushed. "Su Jiqing, why are you like this? You have killed so many game, what's wrong with sharing some with us? We are all educated youth who have gone to the countryside. Don't you know how to show the spirit of unity and friendship?" As soon as Shi Xiangqin said this, the eyes of others looking at her were hard to describe. Lu Zhenting. This woman must be full of shit in her head. Lu Wanting. What are you dreaming about? Guo. You are dreaming. Seeing that Suan didn't say anything, but just looked at her with a sneer, Shi Xiangqin suddenly felt scared. So Shi Xiangqin immediately said to the old educated youth who were traveling with her, "Do you think I'm right? We are all educated youth who went to the countryside. Why can't Su Jiqing share some of the meat with us? She has so much game. How selfish is it to eat it all by herself? She doesn't know how to show the spirit of friendship and mutual assistance. It shows that there is something wrong with her ideological awareness." The old educated youths saw Shi Xiangqin pulling them along, and their faces suddenly became uglier. It would be fine if this woman had this idea herself, but why did she drag them into it? This woman with a problem in her brain is deliberately trying to hurt them and implicate them together. Shi Jiqing, don't drag us into this. We don't have such an idea. It's your business if you want to eat. We didn't say anything. The wild game was hunted by Su Jiqing and his men. There is no reason to give it to us for free. The person who spoke was none other than Wang Zhaodi. Wang Zhaodi was really afraid of Suan. After all, among these educated youths, Wang Zhaodi's big cunt was beaten the most. Although she also wanted to eat the wild game that Suan brought back, how could she dare? Is it so easy to get Suan's things? If you dare to think about her things, you can wait for a beating. Shi Xiangqin had just gone to the countryside and didn't know how powerful Suan was, so she was a little ignorant and fearless. After she suffered a few lessons at the hands of Suan, this woman naturally became honest. After Wang Zhaodi finished speaking, Tao Xiangqin followed. That's right, Shi Jiqing, if you want to eat it yourself, don't bring us with you. We don't think so. It's Su Jiqing's own ability to hunt prey. If you want to eat it, you go up the mountain yourself. Why should he give it to you for free? Is it because you are thick-skinned and have a big face? You are so old but you still don't know how to wake up all day long. What kind of sweet dreams are you dreaming about? Shi Xiangqin originally thought that these old educated youth would agree with her. After all, who doesn't want to eat meat? Who knew that these old educated youth would not help her at all? Looking at the game in Suan's hand, Shi Xiangqin was still a little unwilling. Don't I just want some game? Since Su Jiqing has so much, why can't he share some with us? He is so stingy. Seeing that Shi Xiangqin was still like this, Suan was no longer polite to her. He went straight up and slapped her in the face. I gave you face, right? You are still thinking about my things? If you keep nagging me, I will continue to slap you. Shi Xiangqin's face did not recover well after being slapped by Suan last time. Now, after being slapped again, half of her face was swollen. Seeing Shi Xiangqin being beaten up, the people present were not surprised. The old educated youths even gloated over her misfortune. This Shi Xiangqin had shit in her head. Why did she have to provoke Suan when there were so many other people to choose from? Didn't she know how powerful Suan was? But it didn't matter, she would know later. Shi Xiangqin didn't expect Suan to hit her again, and she burst into tears. Su Jiqing, how can you hit someone? Don't go too far. No one around stood up to speak for Shi Xiangqin. Finally, Chan Ping couldn't stand it anymore and warned her. Shi Jiqing, please don't make trouble again. The team leader asked you to make a self-criticism yesterday. Have you not reflected on it well? I tell you, if you piss off the team leader, you can't stay in the production team and will be sent to the farm for reform. You should know what kind of life you will have then. Shi Xiangqin was scared when she heard what Chan Ping said. She wanted someone to help her out, but now she couldn't complain to the team leader after being beaten. Covering half of her face, she ran away crying. Watching her leave, Suan and the others had indescribable expressions. Lu Wanting complained directly, is this new educated youth she crazy? Guo nodded in agreement, most likely he is. I thought Shenrui was weird enough, but I didn't expect someone even weirder. Lu Wanting felt upset at the thought of having such a weirdo in the production team. It's okay. Next time she dares to provoke us, just keep beating her. Suan said indifferently. She didn't believe that there were things that couldn't be solved with fists. With the game in hand, Suan and the others went home. Since they had game to eat, they continued to have a good dinner. When Shi Xiangqin arrived at the educated youth point, she started crying and complaining about how excessive and rampant Suan was. But no matter how much she complained, no one at the educated youth point paid any attention to her. Just kidding, who would offend Suan for a new educated youth? Shen Xiaoqi frowned after listening to Shi Xiangqin's complaint. What? My sister went up the mountain to hunt? How dangerous must it be? Thinking that his sister might have to go up the mountain to hunt because she wanted to eat meat, Shen Xiaoqi felt distressed again. If his sister could recognize the Shen family, why would she have to suffer so hard? At that moment, Shen Xiaoqi was pondering what he could do for his sister, but it seemed that he couldn't do anything. He had no shortage of money and tickets. If he gave money and tickets directly to his sister, she would definitely not accept them. Forget it, let's take it slowly. Some things can't be done overnight. Suan and the others had a satisfying breakfast and went to rest. The next day, Suan went to work as usual and returned to rest. In the afternoon, she went to the mountains to hunt again. This time their luck was better than yesterday. They encountered 3 big wild boars and 2 small wild boars. It was a big harvest, and several people happily carried the wild boars down the mountain. With so much wild boar meat, the villagers of the Yuto village production team could also enjoy a good meal. Seeing Suan and others carrying wild boars back, the children of the production team excitedly came to the fields to inform the adults that they had meat to eat today. When the members of the Yuto village production team heard that there was meat to eat, they ignored the farm work in their hands and ran directly to the foot of the mountain. It had been a long time since they last ate meat. Which team member didn't crave meat now? Especially during this period, the team members were busy with spring planting, and they wanted to eat something good to replenish themselves after the physical hardship. Chapter 243. Chapter 243. Being made look like a waste by my younger sister. Now they heard that Suan had killed wild game and they could eat meat again. Who wouldn't be happy and excited? It's good that the educated youth Sue is in the production team. We can all enjoy the good fortune and eat meat. Isn't it? If it weren't for the educated youth Sue, how could we have the opportunity to eat meat? The educated youth Sue is so capable. He just came back and killed a wild boar for us to eat. Shun Xiaoqi was shocked and confused when he heard that his sister had killed a wild boar. How could a little girl like his sister kill a beast like a wild boar? But the team members said so. Shun Xiaoqi felt that it should be true. So Shun Xiaoqi put down the work in his hands and hurriedly followed the team members to run towards the foot of the mountain. As a result, when he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he saw Suan carrying 2 big wild boars. Shun Xiaoqi's mouth was so wide that he could fit an egg. A wild boar is about 200 to 300 kilograms. 2 wild boars are at least 400 to 500 kilograms. For a normal person, it is good to be able to carry a wild boar. As a result, his sister, with such a delicate body, could carry 2 by herself. My God, is his sister so amazing? He felt that he was deceived too deeply by his 4th brother. Didn't the 4th brother investigate the situation clearly? With his sister's strength, why did she need his care? At this moment, Shun Xiaoqi felt like a waste while he was made to look like a waste by his sister. Lu Zhenting and Guo Miao, who followed behind Suan, were not bad either. One of them carried an adult wild boar, and the other carried 2 small wild boars. Shun Xiaoqi's eyes could not help but fall on Lu Zhenting. This kid is not bad looking, and he seems to be very strong. He is not a weak chicken. I heard that he is the person his sister is dating, and he was also an educated youth who went to the countryside. Ever since he knew that Suan had a boyfriend, Shun Xiaoqi has been asking about the details. Fortunately, the ants in the brigade are good at asking questions. He just asked casually, and those ants told him all the gossip at the time. Shun Xiaoqi was not very satisfied with this brother-in-law. The brothers and sisters of the Lu family all went to the countryside. I guess their family conditions were not very good. How could such a man be worthy of his sister? While Shun Xiaoqi was daydreaming, the team members were cheering that they could share the meat. This time Suan hunted a lot of game and everyone could share a lot of meat. Suan asked for 10 caddies of wild boar meat and a suckling pig, just like before. Although it was a lot, no one dared to object. After all this meat was hunted by her. If it weren't for her, the team members would not have the opportunity to contribute meat. Even if they asked for more now, no one dared to object. As for the team members, each family could also share a few caddies of meat, including the educated youth point. Suan went back after dividing the meat. 1 little wild boar was planned to be roasted for suckling pig, and 5 caddies of the other 10 caddies of meat were sent to Wu Mingzhong, and the remaining 5 caddies were sent to Aunt Jiang. After the little wild boar was brought home, Sun Xinxin was responsible for processing it and went to make the roasted suckling pig. The captain came to Suan again. Suan thought something was wrong, but it turned out that Wang Weihua was telling her to go to the city to pick up a package tomorrow. Suan thought that it must be a package from Beijing City, so she would go to the county tomorrow to pick up some goods for Li San. "Hey Captain, I got it. Thank you for notifying me." Wang Weihua waved his hand. "It's okay, it's not hard. This girl made everyone in the team eat meat today, so she should be the one who worked hard." Sun Xinxin made the roast suckling pig, and the 5 of them gathered around the table and ate happily. The portion of a roast suckling pig is not small, but Suan and the others ate it all in the end, without any waste. They have good food, and there will be some bone residue left every time they finish eating. These things are thrown away and wasted. If you have puppies at home, it's very good to feed the dogs. Thinking that Suan might go on a mission if he leaves, there will only be 2 female comrades, Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin. If you raise a dog, especially a fierce dog, it will also have a deterrent effect. Thinking of this, Suan directly proposed, "Why don't we raise a dog? We have so many bone residues left every day, just enough to feed the dog." Hearing Suan's proposal, Lu Wanting and Sun Xinxin were both interested. They all like small animals very much, and it would be nice to have a dog. Okay, I heard that Aunt Fengsha's family just gave birth to a litter of puppies, and they are still worried about giving them away. Why don't we go get one and bring it back? Okay, then go get one. With that, the three of them went directly to Su Fengsha's house. It was not too late, and Su Fengsha's family had just started eating. Because of the game Suan had caught, their family also ate meat today. The family sat at the dinner table, all very happy. They hadn't eaten meat for a long time, and they were really craving it. Seeing Suan and the others coming over, Su Fengsha asked hurriedly, "Hey Su Jiqing, Lu Jiqing, Sun Jiqing, why are you here? Is there something?" Suan directly explained the purpose of his visit. "Aunt Fengsha, we want to raise a dog. I heard that your dog gave birth to puppies. I wonder if you can give us one." Su Fengsha said hurriedly, "Oh, if you are willing to raise one, it would be great. It just so happens that the puppies can be weaned now. I was just worrying about how to give them away. Life is not easy for country people. They don't have enough food to eat, so naturally there is no food to feed the dogs. So it is not easy to give away the puppies when the female dog at home gives birth to puppies. But if you can't give them away, the puppies will consume food when they grow up. In the countryside with such conditions, who has food to feed the puppies? It's good enough for the family to afford one, and it's really unaffordable to have more." As Su Fengsha said this, she took Suan and the others to the doghouse. There were a total of 6 puppies lying in the doghouse. The puppies were all different colors. The big bitch was an authentic Chinese rural dog, and its color was yellow. But among the puppies, only one was yellow. The rest were white, black, and spotted. Su Fengsha pointed at the puppies and said to Suan, "Su Jiqing, the puppies are all here. Take a look, which of these puppies do you like? Which one do you like?" Regarding the matter of choosing puppies, Lu Wanting and Sun Xinshin let Suan make the decision. Suan pointed at the yellow puppies in the doghouse and said, "Aunt Fengsha, I want this yellow one. The yellow one is an authentic Chinese rural dog. Since you are Chinese, you must raise a Chinese rural dog." Seeing that Suan had chosen this yellow puppy, Su Fengsha nodded and said, "Okay, Su Jiqing, I'll catch it for you." When Su Fengsha went to catch the puppies, the old bitch whimpered a few times, and she was a little reluctant to let her puppies be caught. Chapter 244. Chapter 244. Guamiao. I'm dating Sun Xinshin. Su Fengsha touched the head of her old female dog and comforted her. "Don't be sad, Su Jiqing's family is well off. If your child can follow Su Jiqing, he will definitely have enough food and drink in the future." The old female dog seemed to understand what Su Fengsha said, and she stopped whimpering, but looked at her child reluctantly. Suan took the puppy handed over by Su Fengsha and went home. Seeing Suan holding the puppy back, Lu Jinting said, "Why don't I build a nest for the puppy? Dogs also need a nest. Especially such a small puppy can't be allowed to sleep on the ground." Suan responded. Lu Jinting found a few bricks, piled up a doghouse, laid straw inside, and put an unwanted old clothes on the straw, and the puppy's nest was built. After finishing the puppy's business, Suan went to wash and rest. The next morning, Suan went to the county alone. Originally, Lu Jinting wanted to go with her, but Suan refused directly. Suan was also planning to find Li San to sell some goods, and it would be very inconvenient if Lu Jinting followed. Seeing that Suan would not let him, Lu Jinting had no choice but to go hunting in the mountains with Guamiao. After Suan went to the county town, she went to find Li San first. Suan hadn't found Li San for a long time, so when she saw Suan again, Li San was very excited and said, "Auntie, you finally remember me. I thought you had forgotten me." Suan directly handed the goods to Li San. "I have something to do recently and I can't be busy. Now I have time to come to you. Please count these goods." Suan brought good things to Li San this time. There are grains, meat, and ginseng. Li San counted the things, paid Suan, and Suan left. Suan went directly to the post office, picked up the large package sent back this time, and tied it to the back seat of the bicycle. There are a lot of things in it. When I go back, I will give them to Lu Wanting and Sun Xinshin. The 2 girls will definitely like the clothes she bought. The bicycle quickly returned to the production team. Lu Wanting and Sun Xinshin had also finished their farm work. So as soon as they got home, Suan called Suan to share the gifts. Lu Wanting and Sun Xinshin were so moved that they didn't know what to say when they saw that Suan bought so many things for them in Beijing. After distributing the gifts to the 2 girls, Guamiao and Lu Jinting also came back. The 2 of them only brought a pheasant this time, and the harvest was a bit tragic. But having a pheasant is better than having nothing, and it can at least add a meat dish. I hope I can have better luck in the afternoon and catch more game. Just when Sun Xinshin went to the kitchen to cook, an old aunt knocked on the door. Suan opened the door and asked, "Aunt, is there anything?" The old aunt smiled at Suan. "Su Jiqing, I'm here to see Comrade Guamiao." Guamiao was a little confused when he heard that an old aunt came to see him. He is not an educated youth who went to the countryside anymore. Why did he come to see him? Although he was confused, Guo still came out and asked the old aunt, "Aunt, you are looking for me? Is there something wrong?" When the old aunt saw Guo, she smiled and said, "Comrade Guo, I didn't expect you to come to our Yuto village production team again. It's good that you are back. Aunt thinks you are a good young man, so I want to introduce my daughter to you. Do you think it's okay?" Guo. What? Come to introduce him to a partner? He doesn't need a partner. When he was still an educated youth, the old aunts in these brigades were thinking about him. If he hadn't been smart at the time and made up that his family conditions were poor, those old aunts would not let him go. It has been quiet for so long. Why are these old aunts thinking about him again? Is it because his charm is too great? Aunt, you know my family's conditions. Are you sure you want to introduce your daughter to me? The old aunt didn't believe Guo deception. Lu Jinting was in good health, so the conditions of Guo Jiqing's family couldn't be that bad. Yes, Comrade Guo. Aunt has chosen you and wants you to be my son-in-law. Seeing that the previous trick didn't work, Guo had to change the subject and said, "Well, Aunt, even if you like me, it's useless. In fact, I'm dating Sun Jiqing now." The old aunt was stunned when she heard what Guo said. "What? You're dating Sun Jiqing?" "Yes, we just confirmed our relationship. If you don't believe me, ask Su Jiqing," Guo said, and immediately gave Suan a hint with his eyes. After Suan accepted Guo hint, he helped. Aunt Guo Jiqing is right. He has indeed confirmed his relationship with Sun Jiqing. After getting this answer, the old aunt's heart suddenly turned cold. It's over and it's too late again. She knew Sun Xinxin's conditions. Her own daughter was indeed not bad, but her appearance was far inferior to Sun Xinxin's. Besides, Sun Xinxin was a city dweller, and Guo was also a city dweller. When it came to choosing a partner, he would definitely prefer a city dweller. The old lady left in despair. As soon as the old lady left, Guo quickly patted his chest. Fortunately, he was smart and quick-witted, otherwise he would not have a peaceful time in the Yuto village production team this time. However, he had to discuss this matter with Sun Xinxin later, and hoped that this girl would not let it slip. When Sun Xinxin finished cooking, Guo immediately told her about it. Of course, Guo first sincerely apologized to Sun Xinxin. He should have obtained Sun Xinxin's consent for this matter, and he could not use Sun Xinxin as a shield just because he wanted to be harassed. Sun Xinxin's ears blushed when she heard this. "Comrade Guo, it's okay. What you said can save me a lot of trouble." Sun Xinxin had good conditions. Many young men in the production team were concerned about her, and the male educated youth in the educated youth camp also expressed their affection for her. Sun Xinxin had no interest in these people and had no intention of dating. If people thought that she was dating Guo now, she would also be able to save herself a lot of trouble. Guo was relieved to hear Sun Xinxin say this. Suan glanced at Guo, and then at Sun Xinxin. In fact, she felt that the two seemed to be a good match. However, in matters of love, both parties must be attracted to each other, and she would not interfere. In the next few days, Suan lived a routine life in the Yuto village production team. Later, she found that a house was being built on a vacant lot next to her home. Upon inquiring, it turned out that it was the house that Shen Xiaoqi was planning to build. Suan was speechless. Shen Xiaoqi built the house next to her house. Isn't this too obvious? Isn't it to have more opportunities to get in touch with her? Suan didn't want to live next door to Shen Xiaoqi, but the land belonged to the Yuto village production team, not hers. Even if Suan wanted to stop it, it was useless. Forget it, even if Shen Xiaoqi lived next door to her, so what? No matter how close they lived, they would live independently after closing the gate, and he couldn't expect to have any intersection with her. Chapter 245. Chapter 245. Assembling a motorcycle. Haha, it's impossible to get her to recognize the Shen family. Shen Xiaoqi's house was built very quickly, mainly because he paid a lot of wages, plus Wang Weihua took special care of him, so Shen Xiaoqi's house was built in just 1 week. Suan has heard a little about Shen Xiaoqi's situation during this period. Her cousin is really amazing. After coming to the production team, he has been doing very well. Now there is no young girl or old lady in the team who doesn't like him. Finally, Shen Xiaoqi's house was built, and he was going to move next door to Suan's house. After the house was built, Shen Xiaoqi planned to hold a banquet to thank some team leaders and workers who helped him build the house. Shen Xiaoqi went to the county town and bought some fish and meat. He couldn't cook, so he asked Tao Danny to help arrange the banquet. Tao Danny is also easy to talk to. Shen Xiaoqi invited their family to dinner, so isn't it a small matter to help cook a table of food? This guy is also a good person. Actually, he paid them wages, so there is no need to treat them to a meal, but he specially arranged a meal. Tao Danny couldn't handle it alone, so she called the 2 daughters-in-law at home to help. The 3 of them were still able to handle a table of dishes. Before the banquet, Shen Xiaoqi specially knocked on Suan's door. Suan saw Shen Xiaoqi coming to her and asked impatiently, What's the matter? Su Jiqing, my family will have a housewarming party tomorrow, and I want to invite you over. We will live together in the future, and we will be neighbors. Suan replied coldly, I'm not interested, I won't go. Suan didn't even give Shen Xiaoqi a chance to continue to ask, and then popped the door closed. Shen Xiaoqi touched his nose. His sister was still as indifferent as ever. When would she be able to get closer to him? Shen Xiaoqi was a little disappointed in his heart, but he didn't get discouraged because of such a small matter. The next day, Shen Xiaoqi held a lively dinner for the newcomers. Since he moved in, Suan and Shen Xiaoqi would run into each other several times a day. However, every time she saw Shen Xiaoqi, Suan ignored him. The days passed like this. These few days, Suan went to the county town again and pretended to bring back a batch of materials. She couldn't take out the motorcycle in the space directly, so she could only take it out under the pretext of assembly. So while Lu Zhenting and Guimiao went up the mountain to hunt, and Sun Xinxin and Lu Wanting went out to work, Suan assembled a motorcycle. In order to avoid being discovered by Lu Zhenting and Guimiao, Suan also made some changes to the motorcycle. Suan directly replaced some parts of the motorcycle with materials found from the scrap yard. After this transformation, although it doesn't look as good as before, it can be used normally. When Lu Zhenting and others came back from outside, they saw a motorcycle parked in the yard. When Guimiao saw the motorcycle, he cursed, "Fuck, isn't this the motorcycle from the United States?" After saying this, Guimiao approached the motorcycle curiously, looking left and right, with curiosity on his face. Ever since he rode a motorcycle in the United States, Guimiao has been disgusted with the bicycles in China. Although the country people now treat bicycles as treasures, those who have ridden motorcycles know that motorcycles are much cooler than bicycles. Suan smiled and said, "Yes, this is the motorcycle." Guimiao looked at Suan in shock and asked, "Sister, and don't tell me that you assembled this motorcycle." "Oh, congratulations, you guessed it right, I did assemble it. I happened to get the raw materials, so I assembled one." Guimiao. Sister is worthy of being sister, she is really awesome. Thinking of Suan bombing several people from the military base of the United States in the United States, it seems nothing strange to assemble a motorcycle now, right? The more Guimiao looked at this motorcycle, the rarer it became, and then rubbed his hands and asked, "Sister, can you lend me this motorcycle to ride?" Suan immediately said generously, "Well, yes, you can ride it if you want." After Suan agreed, Guimiao immediately went to test drive it excitedly. He rode a motorcycle around the production team, making the young men in the production team envious. After asking around, I found out that this was something called a motorcycle assembled by Suan. When Shen Xiaoqi saw Guimiao riding a motorcycle, he didn't expect his sister to be so awesome. During this period of time, he inquired about a lot of his sister's deeds in the production team. He felt that the things Suan did from the team members were like fairy tales. But this time he saw it with his own eyes. His sister is simply a genius. She is good-looking, smart, and has high martial arts skills. It seems that she has no shortcomings. Compare it with that woman Shen Rui, the gap is even more obvious. If his sister can be trained in the Shen family since childhood, her accomplishments are unimaginable. If the second uncle and the second aunt knew that their daughter was so outstanding, they would probably be very pleased. Thinking of this, Shen Xiaoqi felt that he must work hard to get Suan to recognize the Shen family as soon as possible. Guimiao rode his motorcycle out for a stroll, and still felt a little unsatisfied. "Sister, your motorcycle is so good, I like it so much. If you have a chance next time, can you help me assemble one?" Suan still has dozens of motorcycles in her space. Seeing Guimiao wanted one, Suan agreed directly and readily, "Okay, no problem, I'll give you one next time you come back." Guimiao felt that the surprise came too suddenly. He didn't expect Sister to be so generous and willing to give him such a good thing. Seeing that Suan was willing to give Guimiao a motorcycle, Lu Zhenting immediately became jealous. "And what about me? Can you assemble one for me too?" Facing Lu Zhenting's jealous face, Suan would never refuse, otherwise this guy would be jealous. "Of course, you must have one too. Next time you and Guimiao will each have one." Lu Zhenting was happy to hear Suan say that. However, when he thought that Guimiao also had one, he was still a little unhappy. Shouldn't Suan give this kind of good thing only to him? A few days after assembling the motorcycle, Lu Zhenting and Guimiao's vacation ended, and the two had to return to the organization. Although Guimiao had eaten good food every day during this period, he still felt that he had not eaten enough. Now that he was asked to return to the organization, he was somewhat reluctant. But he had to go back even though he was reluctant. Fortunately, before he left, Sun Xinxin made a lot of delicious food for him to take with him. There was dried meat and sauces for rice, such as spicy chicken sauce and spicy pork sauce. These sauces can be preserved for a long time. When he returned to the organization, they would be delicious when mixed with noodles or rice. The two were going back to the organization, and Suan happened to be going to the city as well, so he planned to send them off. Chapter 246.